Awakening from slumber, a nation finds itself traversing realms. Stranded upon a solitary isle, peril and opportunity intertwine. On the sandy shores, he rescues an unconscious beauty, who turns out to be none other than the once revered ice goddess. Artifacts, enchanting maidens, old acquaintances and adversaries. Rankings, treasure maps, and earth-shattering conspiracies. While others struggle for survival, I bask in leisure. With the mightiest sign-in system at my disposal, I possess everything needed to flaunt and charm. Let us behold how the protagonist, Cheng Feng, navigates this apocalyptic journey. Chapter 1. Survival Journal. Beneath the azure sky and the boundless sea, Cheng Feng reclines on the beach, gazing at the palm trees dotting the coastline, devoid of any desire to appreciate the scenery. He remains oblivious to the circumstances that led him here. One moment, he was on a company yacht, singing with colleagues during a team-building retreat. And the next, he finds himself in this unfamiliar locale. The soil is soft, the foliage dense. There are no signs of human presence nearby. I must not have been carried here. Wait a moment. As Cheng Feng rises to survey his surroundings, an overwhelming surge of information floods his mind. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he mutters in astonishment, "A universal traversal, survival in the wilderness?" According to the freshly acquired knowledge, all of humanity has been transported to various wild landscapes across the globe. There are deep mountain forests, polar ice fields, and arid grasslands. Some find themselves adrift on rickety rafts at sea, or confined within the lairs of beasts, or even submerged in pools of sulfuric acid, yet to awaken, and already on the brink of demise. At that moment, a translucent virtual screen materializes before Cheng Feng. Survivor, welcome to join 3 billion players worldwide in the survival competition. This world is fraught with countless dangers, yet also harbors opportunities that many yearn for. Your task is simple. Exert every effort to survive, for yourself and for the preservation of human civilization. Survivor rankings will be updated in real time based on your comprehensive status. Your current ranking is. Lines of black text cascade before him, a deluge of information invading Cheng Feng's consciousness. Just as the virtual screen dissipates, a palm-sized gray hardbound manual appears before him. The cover bears gilded letters, Survival Journal. What the hell? Is this for real, 3 billion people? Where do I stand among them? Is it truly everyone, save for the elderly, the infirm, and the pregnant? Cheng Feng squints, lowering his gaze to peruse the Survival Journal. It primarily addresses various daily inquiries. In his hand, it resembles a tablet, devoid of a charging port, yet always accessible for reference. The homepage features an array of functions, including chat, trade, crafting, information, rankings, and an inventory. The chat function is divided into regional and global channels. The latter imposes restrictions on speech. Each survivor may only post 3 times within a 24-hour period, whereas the former is limitless. Observing this, Cheng Feng deftly taps the chat function. World channel. Who is playing this cruel joke? I do not wish to perish. Why am I in a desert? I see famished wolves in the distance. I am freezing to death. I am the owner. I still have money. Who can sell me a lighter and a blanket? I am suffocating. Who will rescue me from this cave? This adorable girl is willing to offer my body as a reward. Well, indeed, the World Channel is a collection of messages from all corners of the globe. In comparison, Cheng Feng finds his solitary island in the Pacific rather agreeable. Upon opening the regional channel, where am I? Is anyone there? A tropical island? But why is this island so small, with no food or water? I am crying. I am Choo-Choo. Who can take me home? I'm still just a little girl. This regional channel should consist of people nearby this island, but I wonder how extensive the coverage is and if there are others on this island. After a cursory glance, Cheng Feng began to comprehend the situation. However, he is not in the mood to browse the chat channel just yet, for he has seen the second survival warning in the FAQ section. Survivors must find shelter. Otherwise, dangerous monsters will become active in this world at night. Cheng Feng narrowed his eyes. He is convinced that this is no prank. The question then arises. His current status places him at a moderately high level on the global leaderboard. For the time being, he need not worry about starving, freezing, or being devoured by beasts. Yet, he clearly lacks any means of self-preservation. He cannot even ascertain whether he can successfully start a fire in this climate. If night falls, it may very well be he who is pleading for help in the chat channel, rather than those lamenting girls. Just as Cheng Feng considers standing to assess his surroundings. Beep. A crisp sound resonates. The next moment, a mechanical voice announces, beep, host detected. System binding in progress. Beep. Unique. Ultimate sign-in survival system. Binding successful. Beep. Your beginner's gift pack has been credited, please check. 3 successive beeps filled Cheng Feng with a mix of excitement and anticipation, a sound more enticing than yummy and infinitely more exhilarating. Chapter 2. Beauty and Rankings. The cheat has arrived. Ultimate sounds so impressive. The best part is, it has just bound, and I already have a grand gift waiting. Cheng Feng's heart swells with joy. The system's voice again resonates. Beep. Initiating introduction to the ultimate sign-in survival system. The system comprises 2 functions. 1. The host survives each morning. They may check in to receive a reward. The reward items will be of ordinary, good, or excellent quality, chosen randomly. 2. Each morning, the system will randomly display the location where the host must sign in. If the host arrives at the location within 24 hours and successfully checks in, they will receive a second reward for that day. The reward item quality will be exceptional, perfect, or epic, chosen randomly. The system's voice was neither hurried nor slow, and Cheng Feng immediately grasped the situation. This sign-in system was indeed straightforward and unrefined. It had merely 2 functions. The first could be deemed a pure reward as long as he remained alive and endured each day. He could casually claim it. The second, however, required a bit more effort. Yet, merely hearing terms such as perfect and epic made it clear that the latter undoubtedly pertained to exceedingly rare and valuable items. All right, can I sign in today? Cheng Feng was eager. He had anticipated that survival on this deserted island would be fraught with hardship. Who would have thought that upon his arrival, he would be bestowed with a unique system? It was as if he had awakened to find a pillow dropped from the heavens. Ding! Host sign-in successful. You have received a good quality item. Instant noodles from Soup Master, 1 box. The system's voice echoed. Cheng Feng was momentarily taken aback. Instant noodles? A whole box? Was this truly a good quality item? How much would Soup Master pay you? I could get double from Kong Shifu. However, as he stared at the cardboard box that had suddenly appeared at his feet, he quickly came to a realization. He was on a deserted island, and it seemed there were not many edible items available. At this moment, having a box of instant noodles might very well surpass having thousands in cash. At the very least, it could be used for trade. All right, system, you're impressive. So, are there any other functions? Cheng Feng forced a smile that he deemed amiable. To his surprise, the system replied succinctly, "Hello, there are currently no additional functions." Those 6 brief words left Cheng Feng feeling quite disheartened. Fine then, what about the location sign-in? Surely the daily fixed rewards won't be lacking? Cheng Feng had no choice but to compromise. He hadn't fully comprehended everything yet, so there was no need to rush. Moreover, the system had not ruled out the possibility entirely, as it used the word currently. Perhaps in a few days, the system would be in a good mood and grant him a few alluring ladies with long legs and ample curves. There will be no shortage. Today's sign-in location is by the green water pool. The system's built-in map will continuously guide the host. The system's voice chimed. Cheng Feng nodded in satisfaction. The map was quite useful. With it, he wouldn't have to flounder around aimlessly like a headless fly. This can wait first. Let's see what treasures lie in the beginner's gift pack. With a whole bucket of Soup Master noodles, it can't possibly be that the gift pack contains only some Nongfu Spring and Wang Zhongwang sausages, right? With that thought, Cheng Feng prepared to claim his newcomer gift. Ding! The beginner's gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 items. 1. 3 perpetual lighters, excellent quality. 2. A complete set of black silk fishing gear, superior quality. 3. 3 uses of the Queen Bee summoning agent, superior quality. 4. 1 Black Panther platinum military knife, perfect quality. 5. A regional topographic map, perfect quality. 6. 1 fragment of a Caribbean treasure map, epic quality. The system notifications echoed continuously, and Cheng Feng's expression grew increasingly joyous. Initially, merely acquiring a lighter, fishing gear, and a Black Panther knife would suffice to alleviate his immediate survival concerns. To his astonishment, he also discovered a regional topographic map and what appeared to be a Caribbean treasure map. Although it was merely a fragment, it bore the golden inscription "Epic" in fine print. Indeed, according to the classification of items, the hierarchy ranged from low to high as follows: common, good, excellent, superior, perfect, epic. This time, the system rewards included 3 items categorized as perfect and epic in undeniably bountiful haul. All items acquired. Cheng Feng clicked to claim them. Instantly, 6 items vanished into thin air, while a small 6 appeared next to his inventory status. This is rather convenient, no need to carry everything on my person, Cheng Feng mused inwardly. Now, let me check my status rankings to see if there have been any changes. As the system fell silent, he began to ponder. He vividly recalled his global ranking of 13 billion and another regional leaderboard. Soon, a virtual screen displayed Cheng Feng's current status attributes. Survivor, Cheng Feng ID, 43962-800 global ranking, 777 regional ranking, 1 items, excellent 1, superior 2, perfect 2, epic 1 materials, 0 location, Michigan Island. Ah, Cheng Feng exclaimed in surprise. Merely a handful of items had elevated his status by billions, even propelling him to the top of the regional leaderboard. Could it be that the item classifications were excessively impressive? While others scoured for even a common grade, he effortlessly possessed perfect and epic items. The sign-in system is indeed a remarkable asset. With survival momentarily secured, he contemplated embarking on his second sign-in of the day. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed him, making him aware of his thirst. It was time to sign in and claim rewards, with a minimum guarantee being items of superior grade. Hello, the navigation system is directing you. Route planning is underway. The optimal path has been established. A sweet female voice resonated from the system, and a map appeared in Cheng Feng's mind. He stowed away his belongings and proceeded briskly, all the while carefully surveying the island, wary of any lurking dangers. Fortunately, he could only see rows of coconut trees and endless thickets, with seagulls occasionally swooping overhead. Just as he began to appreciate the picturesque scenery and questioned whether the survival journal was merely a ruse, suddenly, he spotted a figure lying on the beach in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a white t-shirt that appeared drenched by the sea, 2 bare legs exposed, and long black hair cascading down. It was a woman. Is there someone else stranded on this island? Cheng Feng's expression turned to one of astonishment. Nevertheless, he quickly dashed over to ascertain whether this survivor still had a pulse. It's actually her. As he approached, Cheng Feng was once again taken aback. Chapter 3. Successful check-in, new rewards. The young woman, still seemingly in a state of stupor, happened to be the daughter of the chairman of the company where he was interning, Lin Sheener. Observing Lin Sheener at this moment, her small mouth slightly agape, long lashes framing her eyes, and her delicate figure partially exposed, Cheng Feng found himself instinctively parched. He recalled hearing colleagues at the company mention that Lin Sheener was the epitome of a wealthy and beautiful girl, coming from a privileged background with a sweet visage. She was currently a freshman, apparently majoring in broadcasting and hosting. During his 2 months of internship, he had only seen her from a distance at an event where she was elegantly dressed and hosting on stage. He never anticipated that someone who once embodied the grace of Swan would find herself in such a disheveled state. Why? How did I end up here? Lin Sheener seemed to sense someone in front of her and slowly awakened. Upon opening her beautiful eyes and seeing Cheng Feng standing before her, she glanced down at her disheveled attire and gasped, her charming face flushing crimson as she instinctively covered her bosom. Well, what's seen cannot be unseen. It's really no big deal. I am a good person, so please do not be afraid, Cheng Feng replied, scratching his head earnestly. Although Lin Sheener was regarded as a goddess by many, at that moment, he had no intention of engaging in any wrongdoing. Moreover, considering how her clothes were soaked and her exquisite figure from neck to toe was laid bare, her slender arms could hardly conceal anything. Let me think. I must have been on the ship. Lin Sheener, blushing fiercely, spoke in a barely audible voice. Nevertheless, she steeled herself to recall the events that had transpired. Initially, Cheng Feng assumed she would take as long as he did to grasp the bizarre occurrence of the mass traversal. However, to his surprise, after just a brief moment of listening, he realized that Lin Sheener and her companions had awoken significantly earlier and were already aware of the situation. On that vast ship, they had been together with at least a dozen individuals present, including colleagues from the company, department managers, and even her close friends. Unfortunately, they had become separated during a storm, and she had inexplicably ended up on this beach. So it was thus. It truly felt as though a fairy had descended from the heavens. Cheng Feng mused to himself. Having a beautiful girl accompany him in this desolate wilderness was undoubtedly a fortunate turn of events. His only concern was the inherent dangers of this world. With Lin Sheener present, he felt it would be inappropriate to pursue navigation rewards. Do you happen to have any food or drink? Just as Cheng Feng pondered the pros and cons, Lin Sheener licked her cracked lips and timidly inquired. However, as soon as she finished her question, a fleeting look of disappointment and regret crossed her lovely face. Everyone was struggling to survive in this mass traversal. Even if Cheng Feng managed to find some food, it was likely he would not share it or inform her. But to her astonishment, the very next moment, she saw Cheng Feng nodding his head. Suddenly, 2 bags of instant noodles materialized in Cheng Feng's hands, as if by magic. Lin Xner was taken aback, seemingly puzzled as to why he was the one able to bring food into this realm. However, a glimmer of delight quickly flickered in her eyes. To have 2 bags of instant noodles at such a time, even if consumed dry, would undoubtedly surpass countless exquisite delicacies. Let us make do with the instant noodles. If you're thirsty, there should be fresh water in the stream ahead, Cheng Feng remarked. After all, he had a whole box of instant noodles, so sharing some food with her was no trouble at all. Thank you so much. My name is Lin Xner. May I ask how to address you, handsome? Lin Xner spoke with a sweet voice, her large eyes blinking innocently. Well-mannered, she took the noodles but refrained from hastily opening them, first expressing her gratitude. Cheng Feng. No need for thanks. By the way, I interned at your father's company previously and have seen you there, he smiled. Lin Xner left a good impression on him. He indeed appreciated polite young women. What a coincidence. Upon hearing that, Lin Xner felt a surge of joy, and her previous wariness towards Cheng Feng diminished significantly. Why don't you tidy up a bit? There's a small stream ahead, and I need to head to the eastern side of the island. Cheng Feng reminded himself of his sign-in reward. While beauty was captivating, preserving his life was paramount. He worried that if he did not acquire anything worthwhile, he might face a creature like Godzilla or King Kong by nightfall. Are you going alone? Lin Xner inquired, astonished. From the moment she first laid eyes on Cheng Feng, she sensed he was different from others. He remained calm and composed, showing no signs of panic regarding their current predicament, a stark contrast to the people on the large ship earlier. Yes, if you're worried, you can wait for me. I'll be back in a few hours. Cheng Feng replied with a nod. However, his gaze instinctively drifted from Lin Xner's beautiful face downwards. It wasn't that he lacked humanity. Rather, her alluring, curvaceous figure was simply too enchanting. Lin Xner immediately flushed crimson, hastily wrapping her fair arms around her chest, wishing she could find a crevice to hide in. This left Cheng Feng feeling somewhat awkward. Yet, one could hardly blame him. As the saying goes, desire for food and beauty is innate. Here stood this stunning beauty, damp and delicate. As Cheng Feng cleared his throat and turned away, Lin Xner softly spoke. Cheng Feng, could I perhaps exchange one of the noodle packets for a piece of clothing? Sure, Cheng Feng replied. He understood a woman's feelings if he were in her shoes. He wouldn't care about his modesty if he were hungry and thirsty. Then you can head to the trading channel yourself. I have my own matters to attend to. See you later, Cheng Feng said, not wanting to linger. Without waiting for Lin Xner's response, he turned and began communicating with a mischievous map in his mind, making his way towards a green pool. One odd young man, yet he is quite kind. I hope he returns safely. Lin Sheener gazed at Cheng Feng's retreating silhouette, her words lingering on the tip of her tongue, yet ultimately, she chose silence. She felt an urgent need to change into a fresh set of clothing. In this backdrop of collective wilderness survival, a mere packet of instant noodles could prove remarkably useful. This island, it seemed, was not particularly expansive. During daylight, it appeared relatively safe, devoid of any large fauna. Could it be that with the arrival of night, a myriad of unknown dangers would emerge, akin to the zombies from horror films? As Cheng Feng navigated with his map, he remained attentive to his surroundings. A gentle breeze caressed him, and sunlight bathed the landscape in warmth. Were it not for the ominous warnings of impending nocturnal peril, this beach could have easily been mistaken for a delightful vacation spot. Approximately an hour later, he found himself 3 kilometers from the Emerald Pond and decided to take a moment to rest, while also checking the regional chat to stay apprised of others' activities. The sun blazed down, and he felt his endurance waning. This relentless shark spirit won't leave me alone. Who can rescue me? One message read, "Haha, I just acquired a quality item, and my ranking is skyrocketing." Another exclaimed, "But what does it matter? In this vast ocean, a storm could strike at any moment. Can you truly survive?" Lamented another voice. "Before I die, I might as well indulge myself. I'm off to wreak havoc." Yet, it seemed unlikely that anyone would survive. Wait, perhaps the first one can. He ranked over 700 globally, far ahead of the second in the region. I wonder what treasure he discovered. I'm so envious. Initially, Cheng Feng merely intended to glance through the messages. To his surprise, he found discussions about his sudden ascent to the top rank. It dawned on him that the island he inhabited was relatively resource scarce. The second-place contender held a global rank exceeding 40,000, an exaggerated and stark contrast to his 777th position. Chapter 4. The tremor triggered by regional rankings, it was likely due to the epic grade items. However, the Caribbean treasure map fragments required at least 3 pieces to unveil the location of the treasure. Cheng Feng shook his head, still filled with yearning for the treasure. In this area, he suspected the map fragments would be unnecessary. Even the other items would suffice for him to stride confidently. Resuming his journey, Cheng Feng pressed onward, cautious not to linger as the clock approached 2 in the afternoon. Along the way, he noticed various items and materials indicated as available for pickup. However, nearly all were of ordinary grade, lacking in value. Additionally, he observed a weight notification in his inventory, indicating 15.2 kilograms out of a possible 40 kilograms. Thus, he refrained from indiscriminately tossing stones or wood into his pack. Ultimately, he selected only a few clean branches and 2 fallen coconuts to add to his backpack. 40 minutes later, Cheng Feng arrived at his destination, situated at the upper edge of a stream beneath the rolling hills, a considerable distance from the shoreline. Occasionally, he caught sight of fluffy little creatures darting past in the distance. This brought a slight sense of satisfaction to Cheng Feng. Regardless of whether it was a wild rabbit or a mountain goat, he would not have to worry about enjoying fragrant roasted meat in the future. He had gathered 3 units of dried firewood, common grade, 2 mature coconuts, common grade, 15 bananas, common grade, and 1 piece of gravel, common grade. Pausing to reflect on his harvest along the way, Cheng Feng couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. The island, seemingly lush, was in reality akin to a desolate wasteland. Fortunately, he had the sign-in system. The rewards he was about to obtain would be of exceptional grade or higher, which could also enhance his ranking. The green water pool must be the destination. Hearing the navigation system in his mind announce that he had arrived, Cheng Feng approached the water. To his delight, he noticed there were freshwater fish within. Observing the pool, roughly the size of a small swimming pool, a surge of joy filled him. Yet he decided to summon the system first. Clicking to sign in, he awaited the next reward. Ding! East side of Misigana Island, green water pool. Host sign-in successful. Reward obtained. A retractable survival assault tent, exceptional grade. Soon, the melodious voice of the system chimed in. Almost immediately, a brand new tent, the size of a backpack and in hues of gray and white, materialized at Cheng Feng's feet. Exceptional grade. His first reaction was one of regret, as the system's second sign-in reward each day was typically at least of exceptional grade. Above that, there were perfect and epic grades. However, in the next moment, he realized the tent came with specific descriptions regarding its protective capabilities. Did this not imply that when he slept inside at night, it would not only shield him from mosquitoes and the elements, but also from the attacks of nocturnal monsters. How fortuitous, as if a pillow had fallen from the heavens. The system truly understood him. A faint smile graced Cheng Feng's lips, dispelling any earlier disdain regarding the tent's grade. The usage instructions were beside the tent, reminding the host not to forget to sign in again tomorrow. Unfortunately, the system offered no further commentary. After mechanically delivering this message, it fell silent. Cheng Feng then shifted his focus to the now compressed tent. Beneath it, he indeed found the usage instructions. Retractable survival assault tent, exceptional grade size, 2 meters tall, total area of 10 square meters, accommodating 2 individuals for sleep. Assault-resistant strength, capable of withstanding impacts of up to 1,000 kilograms in storms below level 10. Usage period, 1 month. Special note, non-transferable, non-tradable, exclusive to the host. All right, after a cursory glance, Cheng Feng extracted these key details, though not particularly robust and with limited functionality. The mention of withstanding a 1,000 kilograms impact was sufficient to leave him momentarily satisfied. A month was ample time. Theoretically, he could sign in 60 times and surely acquire even better items from the system. Cheng Feng stowed the items in his backpack, and his personal item weight capacity shifted to 35 kilograms out of 40 kilograms. This predicament left Cheng Feng somewhat perplexed as he sought a means to increase his burden, lest he find himself unable to accommodate his belongings. It was time to return. Leaning over the water's edge, Cheng Feng scooped some water with an empty coconut shell. The abundance of fish within the pond was astonishing, and the surroundings were enveloped in tranquility. Perhaps there were caves beneath the hills. He felt it would be delightful to bring Lin Sheener here for an overnight stay. Contemplating the crystal-clear waters, he pondered his next move. He opened his backpack and discovered a box of instant noodles, a reward from the system on his first venture. He realized he must conceal the existence of this system from Lin Sheener. Thus, he decided to make an exchange here, perhaps trading for a hat, coat, or a water bottle to store away for the drop in temperature expected at night. Cheng Feng, meticulous in thought, opened his survival journal to summon a virtual survival screen. Upon entering the trading channel, he was greeted by a flurry of trading messages from countless individuals. Some were desperate enough to offer all they possessed in exchange for a bottle of water, while others sought to trade water and various rudimentary items for weapons or lighters. There were even those broadcasting their coordinates, hoping for rescue. Among the more audacious requests were those from individuals seeking sponsorship, boasting of their fair skin and long legs. Cheng Feng found himself at a loss for words, contemplating the necessity of adding sensitive keywords to the trading channel to protect impressionable youths. However, according to the survival journal, only regional chat and trading were unrestricted. World channel chats and trades were limited to 3 exchanges per day. He needed to consider whether to engage in the frenzied world channel to procure desired supplies. For now, he opted for the regional channel, conserving his world channel exchanges for potential nighttime dangers that might arise at the campsite. Cheng Feng, clever and quick-witted, devised an optimal solution. ID 43962800. Instant noodles for clean blankets. Hats or cups. Interested parties may message privately. He swiftly typed out his offer. Almost immediately, 3 or 4 private message notifications appeared on the left side of his virtual screen. Meanwhile, the regional chat exploded with excitement. Wow, 43962800. The top player in the region. I remember him. Why does he have instant noodles? Wasn't there a girl trading clothes here before? What could be the connection? In this wilderness survival scenario, who would carry such items? Are they the only 2? Could they be involved in some scandalous affair? The plot thickens, brother. This guy might be a nefarious character, engaging in shady practices to enhance his prowess. The regional chat was rife with wild conspiracy theories. Cheng Feng was left dumbfounded. Was it truly possible that a mere box of instant noodles could lead to such scandalous speculations? These individuals should be penning their own web novels instead of wasting their talents. The influx of private messages continued to grow, capturing Cheng Feng's attention. He discovered that while many people complained, in reality, there were still numerous individuals eager to exchange these extraneous items for provisions to navigate their current predicament. The top player had succumbed, proclaiming, "I have been starving aboard this vessel all day. I will trade you this sealed water bottle for instant noodles. Another voice chimed in. Brother, do you require any other food? Fruits would suffice. I have but a single blanket left. Where are you, big brother? Could you possibly take this little sister along? As long as there's food and drink, you may do as you please. A voice pleaded, Brother, could you provide me with your location? I wish to seek you out for a clandestine exchange. Mystical Misigana Island seems rather enigmatic. It feels rather complex. Dozens of private messages flooded in, leaving Cheng Feng overwhelmed. Among them were those genuinely seeking to barter for goods, as well as opportunistic beggars hoping for assistance from this prominent figure. Yet, the majority were intent on trading various items in exchange for sustenance, believing that as the leading player in the region, Cheng Feng must possess an abundance of goods. Akin to a grand supermarket, Cheng Feng replied with patience, sifting through useful trades, and after exchanging approximately 4 or 5 packs of instant noodles, he acquired the desired items. As for the individual who expressed a desire to conspire with him and was aware of the ID linked to Misigana Island, Cheng Feng initially dismissed it, thinking it was merely a casual remark. However, upon recognizing the familiarity of the ID, he realized it belonged to the mysterious second-ranked player within 100,000 kilometers of that island. Intriguing. Could Misigana Island also harbor treasures? Cheng Feng, maintaining his composure, accepted the friend request from this ID, but refrained from responding for the moment, as he needed to rush to meet Lin Shiner. He placed a water cup, blanket, hat, slippers, and bucket all within his inventory, discarding 2 coconuts just as his weight limit was reached. As he prepared to depart, he faintly heard voices downstream along the creek, in the direction he had previously come from. Chapter 5. The Queen Bee Summoning Potion. Was this island truly so lively? Cheng Feng's mind stirred. Just as he hesitated to conceal himself, he discerned a voice that resembled Lin Shiner's among the sounds. If I cannot find him, I will return to the beach and wait. Lin Shiner's voice expressed anxiety, as if she were clarifying something. Don't. The survival guide warned that monsters appear at night. Are you not afraid of death? A male voice responded, tinged with concern. If you are unafraid, that's fine, but allow your brothers to enjoy themselves before you perish. Another male voice boasted, his laughter echoing with audacity. You, Wang Lei, watch your language. Lin Shiner was evidently incensed by this remark. Unfortunately, the man named Wang Lei only laughed louder. You. The brazen words left Lin Shiner nearly speechless with rage. Cheng Feng, however, narrowed his eyes. Upon hearing Wang Lei's name, he recalled a young security guard from the company named Wang Lei. All day long, he idly sat there, engrossed in his phone. To his astonishment, he found himself on the island of Misigana, where he noticed Lin Shiner's audacity. Before he could react, he spotted a man in a yellow t-shirt peering at him from around the nearby bushes. Wow, Brother Wang, look, there is someone. With this exclamation, everyone quickened their pace. Soon, 3 men and 1 woman appeared not far from Cheng Feng. He recognized them all. Wang Lei, Huang Liang, and Zhang Jigang were the men, and the woman was none other than Lin Shiner. Upon their first encounter, a flicker of surprise danced in Lin Shiner's beautiful eyes, and she immediately waved to Cheng Feng. Although they had only recently met, Cheng Feng had clearly made a favorable impression on her, marking him as her savior in her heart. A status far superior to the crude and despicable Wang Lei. Is it really you, kid? Wang Lei scrutinized Cheng Feng with a glint of coldness in his gaze. He remembered this university student who had once interned at the company. You think you can save Lin Shiner? Don't make me laugh. Huang Liang, the burly man beside him, snickered. The reason they had followed Lin Shiner along the creek was her concern for her so-called savior. Fearing he might be in danger while exploring the island alone, they had hoped to investigate the island themselves, but instead, it had turned into a laborious trek with no discoveries to show for it. Now, seeing Cheng Feng, they felt compelled to vent their frustrations on him. Join us. Cheng Feng. Here, only by banding together can we survive longer. Zhang Jigang quickly beckoned him. Though his demeanor was relatively timid, he harbored no ill intentions like the others. Cheng Feng, did you encounter any dangers? Lin Shiner hurried forward, having changed into a white t-shirt and denim shorts. While her figure was still noticeable, it was certainly an improvement from her earlier state. Observing her concerned expression, Cheng Feng smiled and nodded, assuring her he was unharmed. I was waiting for you on the beach when I stumbled upon them. I mentioned your situation, and they warned me of dangers ahead, so I decided to accompany them. Lin Shiner explained to Cheng Feng. Now it was clear to Cheng Feng that these individuals had also been scattered from the large ship, gradually converging on this island. Kid, did you find anything valuable on your journey? If you have food or drink, remember to share. In this place, it's all about Brother Wang's word. Huang Liang interjected, unable to suppress his curiosity as he watched the camaraderie between the two. Nothing at all, Cheng Feng replied, shaking his head. Don't talk nonsense. Do you really look like someone who's thirsty and hungry? Open your inventory. Let me have a look. Wang Lei cast a disdainful glance at Cheng Feng. Throughout their journey, he had relentlessly flirted with Lin Shiner, persistently insinuating that if she wished to survive, she must yield to him. To his dismay, Lin Shiner remained as cold as ice towards him. Yet here, she exhibited such concern for Cheng Feng, which only served to intensify Wang Lei's irritation, making him wish to swiftly administer a thrashing to that insufferable brat. Do not overstep your bounds. If you take his belongings, how will he survive? Lin Shiner turned around, her gaze icy as she shouted at Wang Lei. His survival is of no consequence to me. Resources are scarce as it is. I would welcome the prospect of fewer competitors, Wang Lei retorted with a scoff. Indeed, in this dire situation, countless lives are extinguished every second. Lin Shiner, it is time for you to alter your perspective. Huang Liang nodded vigorously, now wholly in Wang Lei's thrall. If it weren't for my own needs, I would have already dealt with your sour demeanor. Casting a brazen glance at Lin Shiner's fair legs, Wang Lei smirked ominously. The implication was unmistakable. Should Lin Shiner continue to disregard the situation, he might unleash his primal instincts. You, Cheng Feng, perhaps you should flee quickly. Lin Shiner turned sideways, her fists clenched on the verge of tears. Cheng Feng was alone. How could he contend with Wang Lei and his entourage? Moreover, Wang Lei had martial arts training and a history of imprisonment. He had orchestrated brawls on the ship, eliminating those who opposed him. Here, Lin Shiner had no doubt that Wang Lei would beat Cheng Feng to death without hesitation. No worries, it's just these few. They're not worthy of my effort. Cheng Feng replied with a smile, casually sitting on a stone by the creek, admiring the scenery, seemingly treating Wang Lei and his cronies as mere air. You're courting death, Wang Lei seethed, clenching his fists and preparing to charge at Cheng Feng. Apologize to Brother Wang immediately. He will not make things difficult for you. Zhang Jigang exclaimed, startled. He had witnessed Wang Lei's ruthless nature on the ship, where he had thrown one of their vice presidents to the sharks. Let him come. Cheng Feng remained unfazed. His calm demeanor rendered Lin Shiner momentarily speechless, forgetting to utter a word. Meanwhile, Wang Lei was seething with rage, raising his fist and lunging towards Cheng Feng. However, just as he took 2 steps, intending to unleash his full strength in a blow that would leave Cheng Feng half dead, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. The intense agony forced Wang Lei to halt. It was only then that he heard the buzzing of bees in his ear. What on earth? Wang Lei jumped up in pain, realizing that he was not merely stung by a single bee. Within this brief moment, at least 10 bees were aggressively attacking him. Brother Wang? Huang Liang and Zhang Jigang were left in shock. Not a single bee was in their vicinity. It was as if all the bees had precisely targeted Wang Lei. Launching their assault, Wang Lei howled in agony. Damn it! It hurt so much. The bees appeared ominously dark, each one seemingly 3 or 4 times larger than those he was accustomed to. After enduring a relentless barrage of stings, even his robust physique and tough skin could scarcely withstand the pain. In a moment of desperation, he instinctively sprayed towards the verdant pool and leapt into it with a splash, disappearing beneath the surface. Moments later, he emerged, howling in distress. Huang Liang and Zhang Jigang, along with Lin Shiner, quickly reacted, rushing towards him as the first 2 called out for their brother Wang. Lin Shiner, however, stood there astonished, glancing at Cheng Feng, who sat with a bemused smile, as if she finally grasped the situation. While her curiosity and surprise were palpable, she couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction at hearing Wang Lei's cries. This man had been nothing short of a nuisance, hurling vulgarities at her throughout their journey. Finally, He was receiving his comeuppance. Is it you? How did you manage this? Lin Shiner could not resist asking. Yes. The bees here are quite obedient to my commands, Cheng Feng replied with a nonchalant yawn, though his demeanor seemed casual. He was internally marveling at the effectiveness of the Bee Queen summoning potion, which could be utilized thrice. He had suspected that Wang Lei might turn aggressive during their earlier conversation with Lin Shiner, and had swiftly communicated with the system in his mind to deploy the potion against him. To his astonishment, it had been activated in mere seconds, summoning a swarm of stinging bees that mercilessly attacked Wang Lei. It was a delightful surprise. Now, with his powerful tool at his disposal, he felt secure from the threats posed by individuals like Wang Lei. However, he knew that the Bee Queen summoning potion could only instill fear and inflict pain, not truly kill. He would still have to coexist with these bothersome individuals on the island, waiting to see if they would recognize the gravity of their situation and refrain from provoking him and Lin Shiner further. Chapter 6. Stop daydreaming. I mean, we should all get our rest. Why are there bees? Damn it. Wang Lei finally bellowed, nearly reduced to a swollen mess from the stings. Though the encounter had been brief, the bees had attacked with a frenzy that left him in excruciating pain, unable to lift his head or stand. Could this kid be behind it? Huang Liang regarded Cheng Feng with a mixture of suspicion and wariness. No way. Does he know there are bees here? Zhang Jigang shared his confusion. Regardless of whether he is involved, you all better deal with him now. Otherwise, I'll have your skins. Wang Lei gritted his teeth and continued to roar. Huang Liang hesitated, torn. He dared not defy Wang Lei, especially since Wang Lei had an older brother on the opposite side of the island who could arrive at any moment. Yet, the prospect of confronting Cheng Feng was equally daunting. The young man sat there with an insouciant smile, exuding an air of invulnerability. Who knows what other tricks he has up his sleeve? Huang Liang swallowed hard and whispered, Brother Wang, a wise man avoids immediate losses. This fellow seems suspicious. Should we not wait for Brother Wang Wei and the others? Behind him, Zhang Jigang nodded eagerly in agreement. Useless. All of you are useless. Wang Lei glared at them, his frustration boiling over. He then turned his malevolent gaze towards Cheng Feng, cursing under his breath. Yet, he ultimately dared not shout for Cheng Feng to come over. He was weary and terrified of those frenzied, swarming bees. Surely, there must be some method he possesses to summon these bees here. For now, it would be best to avoid provoking him. Once my brother and the others arrive, I can easily dispose of this brat, and Lin Shiner will inevitably fall into my grasp. Wang Lei seethed with resentment, gazing at Lin Shiner's graceful silhouette in the distance. He couldn't help but lick his lips, yearning to discover the taste of the boss's daughter. Brother Wang, when will Wei and the others arrive? Huang Liang asked, a hint of panic in his voice. Although this place was tranquil and pleasant, who could say if more dangers lurked, like the earlier swarm of bees? Send a message and urge them. Wang Lei gritted his teeth. Huang Liang hurriedly opened his virtual panel to contact Wang Wei. Meanwhile, Lin Shiner, witnessing Cheng Feng's remarkable abilities, felt a wave of relief wash over her. She engaged him in conversation about various matters, including the perilous dangers that might arise at night, as well as some chats she had observed in the regional channel. Cheng Feng was particularly concerned about what Lin Shiner mentioned. In this region of 50,000 people, over 4,000 had already vanished or perished. And this was merely after a single day. One could only imagine the exaggerated dangers that would manifest at night. If even 10,000 remained by tomorrow, they would be exceptionally fortunate. Did they truly believe that remaining idle would ensure a peaceful night? As if sensing the content of Lin Shiner and Cheng Feng's conversation, Wang Lei, lurking nearby with a venomous gaze, could not suppress a disdainful snort. He dared not approach Cheng Feng for revenge at this moment. However, through observation, he noted that Cheng Feng had not moved at all. This suggested that the mysterious bees only appeared at this particular location. All he had to do was wait until nightfall, when Cheng Feng would be compelled to leave. By then, his brother would have arrived with a substantial force. Regardless of the circumstances, Cheng Feng would not survive until tomorrow, and Lin Shiner would soon become his plaything. This is none of your concern. Lin Shiner huffed, unwilling to engage with Wang Lei. Huang Liang, observing Cheng Feng's unyielding demeanor, felt a cold smirk form within. When Wang Wei arrives, Cheng Feng will learn the true meaning of cruelty. Once a special forces soldier and now a CEO for a wealthy tycoon, Wang Wei would not fear any mere bees. Zhang Jigang wished to signal Cheng Feng to leave. But alas, the latter completely disregarded them. Either he was engrossed in his survival notes or casually chatting with Lin Shiner, treating them as if they were mere air. Cheng Feng, shall we seek a cave now? According to the notes, we must find refuge and distance ourselves from the encroaching night. Lin Xiner's silence towards Wang Lei does not imply her lack of fear. As she gazes at the sun descending in the sky, a sense of urgency begins to take hold of her. No need, let them search. We have our own path, Cheng Feng replied with a smile, reassuring Lin Xiner. After a moment, as if struck by a thought, he curiously inquired, by the way, would you like to sleep with me? That's not what I meant. Lin Xiner's face flushed crimson in an instant. How could Cheng Feng be so blunt? I meant we should sleep separately. Noticing her embarrassment as she averted her gaze, Cheng Feng adopted a serious demeanor. I said nothing inappropriate. Lin Xiner's voice was so faint it was almost inaudible. In this desolate wilderness, she had no one she could trust. Moreover, she had always been timid. Even the thought of spending a night alone in an unfamiliar cave was daunting. Thus, given the circumstances, she felt compelled to accompany Cheng Feng, though she remained uncertain of his intentions or whether he had a sound plan for the night. I'm just teasing you. There's no need to worry. You'll find out when the sun sets, Cheng Feng chuckled. It must be said, Lin Xiner's bashful demeanor was quite charming. Facing death and still trying to act tough, Wang Lei couldn't help but scoff. Huang Liang let out a heavy snort, fully aware that Wang Lei had already drifted upstream along the creek. Within half an hour, Cheng Feng would likely find himself begging for mercy. Did Zhang Jigang give me a peculiar look, as if suggesting I should leave? Yet there was nowhere else to go. This pond contained fish and fresh water. I cannot allow them to benefit unchallenged. Cheng Feng squinted, pondering. He suspected Wang Lei was deliberately provoking him with words, perhaps waiting for reinforcements to arrive. The impact is minimal. The Queen Bee summoning potion can still be used twice, and as long as there aren't too many adversaries, the situation remains under control. Having made his calculations, Cheng Feng resolved to catch some fish from the pond for dinner. Where did you acquire such fishing gear? It looks brand new. As Cheng Feng stood and, like a magician, produced a fishing rod, float, line, and even bait, Lin Xiner's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Gulai, Wang Guliang, and Zhang Jigang exchanged glances, astonished and envious. This guy is incredibly impressive. Damn, Wang Lei could only curse in frustration. He dared not approach to seize the gear, relegated to watching as Cheng Feng skillfully settled beside the pond, commencing his fishing endeavor. Could it be? Is he really capable of catching fish? Huang Liang's eyes brimmed with envy. They had been adrift since departing from the large vessel, nearly a day without sustenance. All they had consumed were a few coconuts and some water. Their stomachs were already growling with hunger. Originally, he had merely noticed the faint presence of fish in the pond and was contemplating how to catch one. However, to his astonishment, the other party possessed such professional fishing gear. It was as if one had ventured into the wilderness fully equipped for leisure and recreation. Impossible, Zhang Jigang instinctively replied. Yet, merely a moment later, his mouth fell agape as he stood frozen in place. A fish, as thick as an arm and strikingly beautiful, was effortlessly pulled from the water by Cheng Feng. Chapter 7. The one with the mightiest fist commands respect. Wow. Lin Shiner's eyes sparkled with delight. She knew that soon there'd be something to eat. This is simply fantastic. Zhang Jigang gazed longingly at the fish, feeling a mix of envy and frustration. What good is a fish if it must be consumed raw? Can you even stomach that? Wang Lei, too, let out a heavy snort. Even though he was consumed by jealousy, he felt compelled to maintain an air of disdain. Little did he know, as soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Feng placed the fish on the ground and retrieved firewood from his backpack. Could he really start a fire? Surely not, given the sweltering heat. Creating fire by friction is no simple feat. Both Wang Lei and Huang Liang exchanged glances, sensing that this individual was either showing off or simply foolish. Even Lin Sheener instinctively glanced around, hoping to find some dry grass. Yet in the next heartbeat, she was rooted to the spot. Wang Lei, Huang Liang, and Zhang Jigang all bore expressions of disbelief. For in Cheng Feng's hand, as if by magic, appeared a silver lighter. My goodness, why does he have everything? Huang Liang was astounded. The three of them exchanged wide-eyed looks as they watched Cheng Feng effortlessly ignite the dry wood. Cheng Feng, you are incredible. I never imagined we would have roasted fish today. Lin Sheener could hardly contain her joy. Her lovely eyes remained fixed on the young man before her, seemingly eager to uncover the secret behind his continuous surprises. Here, I'll leave the gathering of firewood and roasting of fish to you. I'll go catch a few more, and once we're well fed, we can settle in for the night. Cheng Feng smiled, indicating to Lin Sheener that if she desired roasted fish, she would have to pitch in. Lin Sheener chuckled. Her spirits lifted, feeling that this island adventure was not as terrifying as she had initially envisioned. Damn it! Wang Lei glared at the two, feeling a surge of bloodlust. He truly could not fathom where Cheng Feng had acquired all these items. Brother Wang, what shall we do? Huang Liang was also consumed by jealousy. Just wait for my brother. Once he arrives, all these treasures will belong to us. Wang Lei fell into silence, a flicker of caution crossing his eyes as he muttered a few words. Meanwhile, as Lin Sheener bent down to tend to the firewood and fish, Cheng Feng continued on his fishing expedition. He soon discovered that this fishing gear truly lived up to its exceptional quality. Seemingly inconspicuous, this bait possesses an almost magical allure. As the moment the line is cast, fish rush eagerly to it. Within mere minutes, Cheng Feng had successfully caught 4 or 5 sizable fish, which he carefully laid upon the stones by the stream's edge. This spectacle ignited a spark of excitement in Wang Lei, Zhang Jigang, and Huang Liang, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Lin Sheener, too, wore a radiant smile. Meanwhile, the fire had begun to blaze, and she elegantly crouched beside it, skewer in hand, preparing to roast the fish, relishing in the sheer delight of the moment. As the enticing aroma of the cooking fish wafted through the air, Wang Lei, Zhang Jigang, and Huang Liang found it impossible to suppress their salivation. Despite having subsisted on nothing but coconuts and unidentified wild fruits throughout the day, Wang Lei had yet to encounter meat, let alone such delectable roasted fish. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his restraint. With no reinforcements in sight, he dared not provoke Cheng Feng, who, although appearing harmless, was shrouded in mystery. At that moment, he suddenly discerned faint voices emanating from downstream. Though unclear, a wave of exhilaration surged within Wang Lei's heart. He realized that his brother and the others had undoubtedly received word of their location and were hastening to join them. "Ha, kid, Wei Gu is coming, and you are finished," Huang Liang exclaimed, leaping with joy. He licked his lips, his intense gaze fixated on the fish sizzling over the fire, fully aware that it would soon be theirs to claim. Indeed, it was Wang Wei and his crew. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheener's countenance shifted. They had all been aboard that large ship together at sea. She was acutely aware that many survivors had aligned themselves with the Wang brothers. Is Wang Wei truly formidable? Cheng Feng's expression remained unchanged as he continued to skewer the fish. It was well known that his brother was a retired Special Forces soldier, now entangled in the underworld, having already taken lives aboard that ship. What should we do? Lin Sheener's heart raced, almost lodged in her throat at Cheng Feng's calm demeanor. She could hear the unmistakable sounds of their approaching group, and she was certain it was Wang Wei and his entourage. "It's fine. Let's continue roasting the fish," Cheng Feng replied, unfazed by the presence of these survivors. His apparent nonchalance was not due to overconfidence. He had recently perused the regional leaderboard. In terms of survival prowess, he remained vastly superior, far ahead of the competition. Even the second-place contender was leagues behind, let alone Wang Wei and Wang Lei. If those accompanying them dared to act brazenly, he would merely summon the Bee Queen, commanding them to intensify their stings, ensuring that any who dared approach would be left writhing in agony. Someone is roasting fish. Lei Go must have discovered something valuable. This deserted island is quite the find, with food and drink available, and our ranks growing. Soon this place will be under our control." The group chuckled as they made their way toward Cheng Feng and his companions. Leading the pack was a muscular man, bare-armed and adorned with tattoos, towering above the rest, even taller than Wang Lei. Following him were 4 or 5 others of varying stature, including a petite girl. "Brother, you have arrived." Seeing the throng of people, Wang Lei, whose body ached and whose face was nearly swollen like a pig's head, was the first to rise. "You cannot defeat him?" Wang Wei, with a dark expression, glanced at Wang Lei, then squinted at Cheng Feng and the roasted fish in his hand. On the way here, he had already heard Huang Liang describe how they had suffered a hidden loss under this lad's hand. He had a rough understanding of the events that had transpired. This young man possessed an uncanny charm, having inexplicably attracted bees. "Brother, you must avenge me," Wang Lei wailed, wishing fervently that Wang Wei would go and eliminate Cheng Feng at once. Wang Wei then shifted his gaze to Lin Shiner. Although she had changed into a fresh set of clothes, her alluring figure and captivating features were still unmistakable. Wang Wei felt a surge of heat within him. Who is this woman? He thought, surveying Lin Shiner with unabashed interest. In his view, the complete upheaval of societal norms was akin to the arrival of an apocalypse. With no laws to govern, might makes right. Beautiful women and tangible resources were the rightful possessions of the strong. She is the daughter of our chairman. Brother, you play with her first, and when you tire of her, pass her on to me. Wang Lei chuckled wickedly. Any previous trepidation regarding Cheng Feng had vanished. With the 3 of them, they now numbered 8. No matter how peculiar this scoundrel was, he would certainly be beaten to a pulp. Chapter 8. I have but one request. He actually has fire and roasted fish to eat. Wait, isn't she the daughter of President Lin? Why is she associating with this brat? The others gazed at Cheng Feng, whispering and pointing. Lin Shiner, incensed by the brazen words of the Wang brothers, felt her face flush with anger. What do you mean by tire of? Who do they think they are? However, having been raised with good manners, Lin Shiner refrained from cursing. She was merely filled with shame and anger, on the verge of tears. You come here and kneel. Hand over what you have, and I might spare your life. Wang Wei frowned. He harbored no fear of Cheng Feng. The so-called summoning of bees was likely just a coincidence. This roasted fish isn't bad, but what a pity that there are no condiments. Cheng Feng brought the skewer of fish to his nose, seemingly lamenting its lack of seasoning. Wang Wei's expression darkened instantly. This brat still treated him like air. How brazen of him, seemingly oblivious to the situation at hand. He might think himself the top of the regional leaderboard, ranked over 700 globally, and thus look down upon them. This lad will surely cry bitterly soon. The others could not help but laugh. They had long since pledged allegiance to Wang Wei, who had risen to the top 1,000 in regional rankings, making him the undisputed leader here. Seeking death, Wang Wei, known for his volatile temper, ceased his banter and directly signaled to Zhang Lufeng and Lin Yuanchao behind him. The 2 individuals rolled up their sleeves, let out a soft hum, clenched their fists, and swiftly approached Cheng Feng. Witnessing the scene, Lin Xner was startled and quickly turned around, urging Cheng Feng to flee. Wang Lei, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. Yet, in the very next moment, his smile abruptly vanished as he heard the familiar buzzing sound, accompanied by the astonished cries of Wang Wei and his companions. Once again, it was that swarm of black bees. Huang Liang, standing behind him, had already started screaming. How could this be possible? Wang Lei stood frozen in place, while the others, including the slender girl, were equally dumbfounded. They had come to realize that these inexplicably appearing bees seemed to operate with a certain organization. A massive dark cloud was relentlessly attacking Wang Wei and his 2 companions by the water's edge. Meanwhile, Cheng Feng remained calmly grilling fish, his cheerful demeanor making it clear that he was behind this entire ordeal. Brother, jump into the water. Wang Lei finally reacted, shouting at the top of his lungs. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei and Zhang Lufeng wasted no time and dashed towards the pond. Splash! The sound resonated 3 times as all 3 plunged into the water. The others wore expressions of shock, with only Lin Xner's beautiful eyes sparkling with renewed excitement. Once, It could be said that Cheng Feng was merely fortunate to encounter the bees as allies. But twice. It could only imply that he possessed such remarkable abilities. No wonder he utterly disregarded the Wong brothers. To enjoy grilled fish with such composure, in the company of a beautiful companion, while summoning black bees. Who exactly was he? Could he possibly surpass Wang Wei on the leaderboard? The remaining individuals exchanged glances, their hearts already stirred by overwhelming waves of uncertainty. At that moment, Wang Wei and his companions finally emerged from the pond, struggling to catch their breath. In just those few seconds, they bore bruises and bumps, their condition rivaling that of Wang Lei. This sight caused the others to gasp in astonishment, their gazes toward Cheng Feng now tinged with trepidation. However, as they peered above the water, they saw the swarm of black bees rushing in once more. Terrified, they shrieked and submerged their heads back into the pond. Wang Lei was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that when he had emerged from the pond, the bees had vanished. Was it possible that Cheng Feng intended to unleash these creatures upon them without mercy? With this thought, Wang Lei quickly turned to Cheng Feng, calling out, "Brother, we were wrong. Please retract your powers." Wang Lei gritted his teeth, nearly forcing himself to utter this plea. "It's not that I won't retract. It's that I'm too frightened to do so. You all seem intent on ending my life, and I, being of a timid nature, wish to survive on this deserted island." Cheng Feng lamented with a feigned sense of grievance, shaking his head. His serious demeanor elicited a chuckle from Lin Xiner, who had witnessed everything. Cheng Feng had suffered no losses today at all. From beginning to end, he leisurely savored the scenery, indulged in fishing, and grilled his catch. Meanwhile, the Wong brothers, one after another, plunged headlong into disastrous misfortune. "What a misunderstanding!" they exclaimed. Witnessing his brothers struggling underwater, gasping for air, Wang Lei could only continue to feign submission. Observing Wang Lei's forced smile, the others felt a quiet shock. To single-handedly coerce the Wong brothers into such a predicament was truly remarkable. "Let the bees flutter a while longer," Cheng Feng remarked, glancing at the dark bees hovering above the water surface, where Wang Wei and his companions were intermittently bubbling up. He was no saint. Had he not possessed the system and means to safeguard his life, he would have likely been maimed or even killed by these individuals. Thus, while he did not intend to kill, he felt it necessary to instill some hardship upon them. As the saying goes, evil men must contend with evil. He needed to assert his dominance. Otherwise, when the queen bee's summon potion ran out, the one in agony would be him or Lin Shiner beside him. "Brother, I truly regret this. Continuing like this may lead to fatalities." Wang Lei lamented, his face a mask of despair. If not for the presence of others, he would have prostrated himself before Cheng Feng. Lin Shiner, having observed the unfortunate trio, contemplated interceding, but upon recalling their vile words towards her, she sighed softly and remained silent, opting instead to tend to the grilled fish. After a day of observations, she had come to a clear understanding. On this island, apart from Cheng Feng, there was not a single virtuous soul. Thus, moving forward, whatever Cheng Feng said or did, she would remain silent and offer unwavering support. After nearly 3 minutes of waiting, Cheng Feng surmised that the trio was nearing their limit. He paused his grilling and addressed Wang Lei. "You may circumvent them, but you must agree to one condition." "Absolutely, brother. Just say the word," Wang Lei exclaimed, instantly invigorated. Above all, he needed to ensure his brother's safety. Otherwise, his own survival on this desolate island was far from guaranteed. Chapter 9. A Beauty by One Side, The Night Encroaches. "It's quite simple. We shall mind our own affairs and act as though we are strangers," Cheng Feng proclaimed. "Sure, absolutely." Wang Lei nodded eagerly. This request was exceedingly straightforward. Initially, he had feared Cheng Feng would demand their expulsion from the island or require them to surrender their possessions. "You may continue to reside on this island, but should you dare to provoke me again, the consequences shall be yours to bear," Cheng Feng continued, narrowing his eyes. "Understood." Wang Lei dared not hesitate. After all, Cheng Feng had already displayed formidable prowess on 2 occasions. Even if he were to summon the courage to act, he would not dare antagonize this peculiar youth again. Huang Liang, Zhang Jigang, and the delicate girl who had arrived later exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity. They had discerned that Cheng Feng possessed extraordinary abilities, far surpassing those of the Wang brothers. Moreover, his temperament appeared more amiable, unlike the ruthless disposition of the Wang clan. As this thought crossed their minds, the crowd cast envious glances toward Lin Shiner. Indeed, at times, the choices one makes are of paramount importance. With Cheng Feng present, regardless of the night's circumstances, she could at least comfortably sit there, savoring barbecued fish. Meanwhile, Cheng Feng casually communicated with the system, and the vast swarm of black insects vanished in the blink of an eye, as if they had materialized from thin air. Such a display of prowess left everyone in awe, feeling that this young man was shrouded in mysteries. In the water, Wang Wei and his companions finally managed to endure the excruciating pain, lifting their heads above the surface. Wang Lei, along with others, hurried over, pulling and assisting them onto the shore to rest. Wang Wei, having been mercilessly stung, appeared almost unrecognizable, particularly his head, which bore at least 10 large welts, a testament to the terror of the black swarm. Their gazes toward Cheng Feng were filled with trepidation. Even their muttered curses were barely audible, starkly contrasting the arrogance they had displayed when they had once forced Cheng Feng to kneel. "Not bad. The cooking is just right," Cheng Feng remarked, relishing the large fish he had caught from the pond. Indeed, the fish was quite delectable, and Lin Shiner concurred, observing the two enjoying their meal with laughter. The rest, including the Wang brothers, could hardly suppress their envy and jealousy, which was glaringly evident. Of course, deep down, the Wang brothers wished nothing more than to eliminate Cheng Feng. Unfortunately, having sustained injuries, and with Cheng Feng exuding an air of peculiarity, they could only bide their time and seek an opportunity. "Brother Wang, shall we catch some fish to eat as well?" Huang Liang, unable to resist the enticing aroma, suggested. "Yes, let us try to catch a few," chimed in the slender girl, seemingly Wang Wei's girlfriend, who had been tending to his wounds for quite some time. "It's going to be difficult without fishing gear or nets," Zhang Jigang sighed, his rationality evident. "But we must give it a try. We can't just starve." Wang Lei gritted his teeth, signaling for the others to join him. Cheng Feng continued to enjoy his barbecued fish, exchanging jokes and laughter with Lin Shiner, occasionally glancing over at the commotion. After about 10 minutes of futile efforts, Huang Liang and the others finally decided to abandon their endeavor. Indeed, despite the fish skewered on Cheng Feng's stick and several more swimming beneath him, attempting to catch fish with mere sticks in a pond of that size was an insurmountable challenge. Ultimately, they could only collapse in exhaustion, watching as Cheng Feng and Lin Shiner feasted contentedly. "Cheng Feng, my name is Xiaoqing. I noticed you have some ungrilled fish left. Could you spare us a few?" pleaded the slender girl with yellow hair, approaching Cheng Feng with a friendly smile. However, Cheng Feng had no intention of acknowledging her. After all, she was Wang Wei's girlfriend, and when Wang Wei and his companions had boasted about wanting to kill him, she had found the situation amusing, wearing a mocking smile. Even if he bore no grudge, he certainly would not act as a saint. Having encountered a bitter disappointment, the young woman, Yin Xiaoqing, felt her face flush with anger. She gritted her teeth, instinctively cursing under her breath, but the words failed to escape her lips as she swallowed them back forcefully. Cheng Feng frowned slightly, prompting Yin Xiaoqing to hastily cover her mouth and depart, overwhelmed by fear of the young man and the inexplicable appearance of a swarm of dark bees. The day was drawing to a close, necessitating a search for a place to rest. Cheng Feng, unperturbed by Yin Xiaoqing's outburst, turned to Lin Shiner and inquired, "Where do you intend to go?" Lin Shiner smiled radiantly, a beauty beyond compare. "You'll find out shortly," she replied. Cheng Feng nodded in response, rising to gather his belongings. The others watched intently as he meticulously stowed away the fishing gear and the 2 half-eaten grilled fish in his inventory. To everyone's surprise, Cheng Feng decided to leave the uncooked fish at his feet for Zhang Jigang, who had previously issued warnings indicating he bore no ill intentions. Cheng Feng was pleased to gift him the surplus fish as a small token of gratitude. Zhang Jigang, taken aback, expressed his thanks profusely, while envy flickered in the eyes of the onlookers, who could not fathom the reason behind Zhang Jigang's unexpected fortune. However, their intrigue was short-lived. For once Cheng Feng and Lin Shiner departed, the Wang brothers promptly demanded that Zhang Jigang surrender several fish, subsequently claiming the remnants of Cheng Feng's fire. Zhang Jigang, intimidated, did not dare to resist. It was a poignant reminder that those who suffer often have their own flaws, prompting Cheng Feng from a distance to shake his head in uncertainty about the wisdom of his decision. With the sun poised to set within half an hour, Lin Shiner glanced at the sky. Though they were alone, she refrained from questioning Cheng Feng about the origins of his possessions. An astute girl, she understood that everyone harbors secrets, particularly in such tumultuous times. Her curiosity regarding the enigmatic Cheng Feng was insatiable. He seemed to surprise her at every turn. Perhaps, as night fell, even greater surprises awaited her. It seemed likely they would seek refuge in a cave or similar shelter to weather the night. Cheng Feng nodded, surveying their surroundings as if searching for something. "What about us? Where shall we go?" Lin Shiner inquired, intrigued. "Right here." Cheng Feng indicated the far left end of the pond, which was sheltered by a small hill and offered a relatively open area. "Out in the open?" Lin Shiner questioned, taken aback. "Surely we must be shielded from the night." Cheng Feng chuckled, but upon seeing Lin Shiner's bewildered expression, a peculiar thought crossed his mind, transforming his smile into something rather mischievous. "However, there is a question I must pose. Would you be comfortable sharing a bed with me?" "What?" Lin Shiner exclaimed, her face flushing a deep crimson that extended to her neck. Although Cheng Feng was her savior and the only person on this small island she could trust, she had not intended to hastily surrender her virginity, which she had preserved for 19 years. "Ahem, you've misunderstood. We're merely sharing a bed. I have no intentions towards you," Cheng Feng explained, his resolve faltering. To be frank, given Lin Shiner's striking beauty and alluring figure, it was impossible for him to have no thoughts of her. However, he had no intention of taking advantage of her vulnerability, thinking he could enjoy her company simply because he had offered her a favor. "I believe you," Lin Shiner said earnestly, gazing intently at Cheng Feng before finally speaking. The sea breeze caressed her, and she stood gracefully, her elegance radiating like a delicate flower. Her eyes sparkled like water, her skin was as fair as that of a newborn, and her features were exquisitely chiseled. Cheng Feng felt a stirring in his heart. Chapter 10. The Dilemma of Choices. Why was this foolish man just standing there? Surely, he could not be considering sleeping there tonight. Perhaps his mind was not quite right. What a pity, so many valuable items were on him. Yet I still could not fathom how he summoned those black bees. The Wang brothers, along with their group, were sharing the fish that Cheng Feng had left behind, all the while casting glances at the distance, grumbling and cursing. "I hope he doesn't survive the night. May he perish quickly. Why should he enjoy such good fortune?" It was truly unfortunate for Lin Shiner, such a stunning beauty, destined to share a fate with this fool tonight. The others echoed their sentiments, lamenting and cursing. The Wang brothers glared at Cheng Feng with resentment, yet they were too injured to act recklessly. With the sun setting, their immediate priority was to finish their meal and find a place to rest. Who knew what monstrous beings might emerge in the dark? "We need to find a cave, gather wood and stones to barricade the entrance," Wang Wei directed the group, while stifling his pain. Huang Liang, Zhang Jigang, and the others did not dare to slacken their efforts, immediately scattering to search for a refuge among the hills. Soon, one of them excitedly reported back. Indeed, such rocky terrain was most likely to conceal caves. Observing these individuals hurriedly collecting their belongings, each departing with a sense of triumph, Lin Shiner couldn't help but feel a tinge of surprise. She had not anticipated their fortune to be so great. However, as for envy or the desire to join them, that was not the case. She placed her faith in Cheng Feng, even as he sat there, fiddling with a virtual screen in silence. She felt an overwhelming sense of security. The death toll was gradually declining. Likely many had found temporary shelter on the island, just as they had. Cheng Feng squinted, lost in thought. He had just been reviewing the regional leaderboard. He maintained his first position, holding a significant lead over the second place. Yet, the total number of individuals displayed on the leaderboard stabilized around 41,000. "I hope everyone remains safe tonight," Lin Shiner subconsciously whispered a prayer. Her heart was kind, and naturally, she did not wish for anyone to perish just like that. Almost ready, we should prepare now. Cheng Feng stood up. Lin Sheener, with her curious gaze and wide eyes, focused intently on Cheng Feng, eager to discover what treasure he would reveal. In the next moment, a large silver bag suddenly appeared in Cheng Feng's hands. Inside, one could discern silver, canvas-like materials and some carbon supports. Wow, could be a camping tent? Lin Sheener exclaimed with excitement. She was fond of sports and had watched numerous survival shows, so she recognized it at a glance. Her guess was correct. Cheng Feng smiled. He then pulled the entire tent out of the bag, and Lin Sheener's delight grew, her pretty face reflecting disbelief. The quality of this camping tent exceeded her imagination. Not only did it boast a strikingly new and imposing appearance, but the fabric quality, appropriate size, and grip were impeccable. Upon hearing that this tent could withstand attack from wild beasts and the abrasions of hurricanes below level 10, Lin Sheener was thoroughly impressed by Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng, you must be that top-ranked powerhouse in the area, right? As the 2-meter-high triangular tent stood before her, Lin Sheener couldn't help but ask. She had been following the area chat and leaderboard, so she knew that today, the biggest news within tens of thousands of kilometers was the mysterious person who had skyrocketed to the top of the rankings like a rocket. Guess, Cheng Feng chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. Yet, this demeanor led Lin Sheener to believe she had found the answer. Suddenly, everything made sense. No wonder Cheng Feng remained so calm in the face of the formidable Wang brothers. No wonder he always had an array of impressive items at his disposal, including this remarkable tent. She admired him and decided to stick with Cheng Ge from now on. Lin Sheener smiled warmly and gave Cheng Feng a thumbs up. Meanwhile, the sun had already set behind the mountains. Cheng Feng led Lin Sheener into the tent. The space was indeed not large, but ample for two. The tent sound insulation was remarkably effective, and there was even a modestly bright white lamp on the ceiling. Incredible. Lin Sheener continued to marvel. She had never seen a camping tent of such quality before. Where do you plan to sleep? Cheng Feng asked calmly. As soon as the topic of sleep came up, and seeing only a 2-meter-wide bed and a long blanket inside the tent, Lin Sheener immediately felt embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hesitated to glance at Cheng Feng, her voice barely a whisper. You decide. Those 4 words seemed to drain her of all strength. Ahem, how about the man on the left and the woman on the right? Cheng Feng cleared his throat. It was yet another awkward moment. Fortunately, Lin Sheener had changed her clothes in the trading channel earlier. Otherwise, with her dampened figure and alluring white legs like a little white rabbit, even if she were not so bashful, standing so close would be hard to resist. At the same time, Wang Lei was rallying everyone, finally making the cave somewhat habitable. Compared to Cheng Feng, they could indeed be described as primitive and reluctant. The spacious cavity was cramped and dilapidated, rife with dampness. The entrance was littered with stones and branches. A throng of people squeezed inside, resembling a band of primitive youths more than anything else. Yet, the most amusing aspect was their exuberant spirits, each feeling a sense of pride. Observing the virtual panel, many lamented in the regional chat about their inability to find a hiding place. Yet here they were, excitedly typing, proclaiming their newfound cave as a cozy sanctuary for the night. How delightful. They could enjoy a restful slumber. They speculated about any commotion on the island, believing it would be minimal since the stones at the entrance would conceal them from any lurking monsters. They wondered how Lin Sheener and Cheng Feng were faring. Surely they weren't truly spending the night exposed in the grass? Laughter and derision filled the air, with a consensus that once night fell, Cheng Feng would surely meet his end alongside Lin Sheener. It would truly be a fitting demise for him, with so many valuable possessions on his person. Wang Wei leaned against the cave entrance, caressing Yin Shaoqing in his arms while cursing in frustration. Perhaps he had a plan, like digging a hole or something? Huang Liang remarked, casting a glance towards the sulking Yin Shaoqing in Wang Wei's embrace, a flicker of longing in his eyes. He was overthinking. Who did he think he was? That top-tier warrior ID for 3962800. Indeed, he was merely putting on airs, pretending to be aloof, while secretly plotting to woo Lin Shiner. What did it matter? Even if he managed to survive the night, he would likely be terrified to death by the beasts or monsters lurking outside, and they would have the perfect opportunity for revenge. Lin Yuanchao, Zhao Zizhou, and the others shared the same sentiments, their laughter laced with malice. Just then, as night enveloped the surroundings, their expressions suddenly shifted to horror, for they all felt the ground beneath them tremble violently, akin to a seismic event. Chapter 11. A terrifying revelation. Secrets of the island. What on earth is this? Panic spread across their faces. They had been monitoring the regional leaderboard and were well aware that nearly 10,000 had vanished in less than a day. Were they to perish here? Yin Shaoqing, too, was frightened, clutching her head in distress. But just as quickly, the tremors, reminiscent of a magnitude 6 or 7 earthquake, ceased abruptly. In their place came the primal roars and shrieks from outside. Monsters had appeared. The group trembled, scarcely daring to breathe. Huang Liang hastily retracted the virtual screen displaying the live chat, plunging the cave into darkness to avoid drawing the attention of any beasts or monsters lurking outside. How many of these monsters could there possibly be? It feels as though their footsteps and roars echo everywhere. The crowd dared not speak loudly, but their hearts were already frozen with dread. Cheng Feng and Lin Shiner were doomed. A cruel smile flickered across Wang Lei's lips, while the others nodded instinctively in agreement. These creatures, by their very nature, sounded brutal and ferocious, their forms immense. Unless one could hide completely in a cave, it was likely that any human on this island would be torn apart and devoured by the monsters. Are you certain he remained there without moving before we left? Wang Wei instinctively glanced at Zhang Jigang, the last person to depart from the vicinity of the pond. Yes, they had no intention of leaving at all. Zhang Jigang replied, sighing softly, as if he felt a pang of sympathy for Cheng Feng's tragic fate. Satisfied, Wang Wei chuckled ominously. If not for the fear of attracting the monster's attention to their location, he might have laughed uproariously. After all, in his long tenure within the underworld, he had never suffered such a significant loss. Finally, those monsters would serve as an instrument of revenge for him. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, Cheng Feng was observing the relentless beasts outside from a corner of the tent, separated by a translucent plastic sheet. It was inaccurate to refer to them as mere beasts, for Cheng Feng had realized that these entities were far removed from any traditional animal. Some resembled lions and tigers, yet their size surpassed even that of elephants and hippos. Others were as robust as bulls, with gaping maws and fearsome visages. Among them, the most numerous and swiftest were long-tailed lizards, roughly the size of panthers. These lizards flicked their tongues, banding together like hyenas on the savannah, instilling a sense of caution in all solitary monsters nearby. They were also engaged in fierce disputes among themselves, which was rather peculiar. Having emerged from the depths, why would they then battle one another on the surface? Cheng Feng squinted, quietly observing the scene outside. The imagery of the film Kong, Skull Island flashed through his mind, where mutated lizards continuously emerged from underground. While King Kong reigned as the island's guardian, inherently bound by a deep-seated vendetta against these subterranean beings. The lizards of the underground had to unite and advance collectively to stand a chance against King Kong. Perhaps it was due to the scarcity of food and the absence of significant threats on the island? Cheng Feng speculated. Behind him, Lin Shiner had already turned pale with fright. Although the small window resembled luxury car glass, permitting only an inside view, she was nonetheless terrified by the brutal scene outside. Covering her mouth and daring not to breathe, blood and flesh flew in all directions as various monstrous beasts battled one another. Lin Shiner couldn't bear to imagine how horrific her fate would be had the tent not provided shelter. Rest assured, the tent can withstand their onslaught. Furthermore, they seem to possess low intelligence and may not necessarily detect our presence here. Cheng Feng sensed Lin Xiner trembling slightly and instinctively patted her shoulder, offering a quiet word of comfort. I'm still afraid. Lin Xiner leaned a bit closer to Cheng Feng. They were already sitting cross-legged, and now their proximity allowed Cheng Feng to catch a whiff of the delicate fragrance that lingered around Lin Xiner, stirring something within him. However, at this moment, The mutated beasts outside continued to roar and attack, leaving Cheng Feng no room to indulge in this enchanting ambience. With a flicker of thought, he summoned the virtual screen that everyone possessed. He sought to explore the regional chat channel to determine whether it was solely around the verdant pool that such a dense congregation of monsters appeared, or if the entire island and surrounding ocean were equally afflicted. These creatures were utterly terrifying. Unless armed with modern weaponry, they were simply insurmountable foes. Lin Xer clenched her fists, her heart gripped by fear, murmuring softly to herself as if to bolster her courage. According to the survival notes, it was mentioned that these monsters, upon being slain, would yield various corresponding levels of equipment and items. But who would dare provoke them? Lin Xiner sighed softly. Her words were casual, yet they ignited a spark in Cheng Feng's mind. All day, he had been preoccupied, and to be honest, he had yet to thoroughly examine the survival notes, if there truly was such a mention. Then Cheng Feng could unequivocally assert that every region would have formidable individuals acquiring diverse and exceptional gear. It wouldn't be about confronting them directly, but rather finding clever ways around them. Cheng Feng narrowed his eyes and replied, "Clever ways? Links in evas posit. Haven't you noticed? This is akin to a universal online game. Here, there are leaderboards, distinct regions, item and equipment classifications, and even treasure maps for divine artifacts, alongside the mechanics of monster slaying for gear drops. Although these monsters appear fierce and formidable, the sheer number of players ensures that solutions will always arise. For instance, if I were to be a bit more audacious, I could lurk outside, witnessing two beasts embroiled in a life-and-death struggle. Once they are both weakened or one falls, I could swiftly collect the dropped equipment to enhance my strength. If I were fortunate enough to acquire some offensive items, or even the modern weaponry you mentioned, my power would undoubtedly grow, and the leaderboard would experience dramatic shifts every midnight." Cheng Feng conveyed his thoughts in one breath. Lin Xiner began to grasp the concept. However, she was not particularly interested in the notion of divine equipment or leaderboards. Her primary concern was that Cheng Feng, being bold and skilled, might recklessly venture out in pursuit of gear, risking unforeseen dangers. "I won't go out. Currently, I lack any means of self-preservation. I'll wait a few days and reassess." Cheng Feng chuckled, fully aware of what Lin Xiner was about to express. Lin Xiner finally exhaled in relief. Unbeknownst to her, she had come to regard Cheng Feng as her sole pillar of support on this desolate island. The thought of anything happening to him would leave her heartbroken. Not to mention, some individuals might possess even greater audacity. As the conversation turned to monsters and gear drops, Cheng Feng suddenly recalled something significant. He recalled that at noon, after rising to the top position in his region, his chat channel was inundated with private messages filled with astonishment, envy, and flattery. At that moment, he set aside many of them, having neither the time nor the inclination to read and respond. However, one private message left a profound impression on him. It was from an individual ranked second in the region, who went by the ID Coldblood. Initially, this person merely remarked that the island of Mississippi was intriguing and proposed that they join forces to unravel its mysteries. When Cheng Feng did not reply, he sent another message suggesting they could team up that evening by the seaside to vanquish monsters and secure substantial rewards. Cheng Feng initially thought this individual was merely attempting to attract his attention. Yet now, prompted by Lin Shiner's reminder, he found himself unexpectedly intrigued by this character. Although his combat strength ranked second in the region, it fell short by tens of thousands on the global leaderboard. What emboldened him to actively hunt monsters? Was it possible that he had severely specialized, concentrating his combat prowess and gear solely on weaponry and attack? Cheng Feng pondered this and resolved to reply to the individual shortly, curious to see if he could indeed succeed. The regional leaderboard was undoubtedly on the brink of radical shifts. Chapter 12. The Leaderboard's Transformation. Damn it, I'm still on the ship. Why are there such enormous water serpents beneath the sea? This is terrifying. My little island is only a few hundred square meters, yet there are over a dozen mutated beasts engaged in fierce combat. Everyone be cautious. Someone has already been found hiding in a tree by a mutated lizard and was devoured whole. It seems that the other beasts are more interested in battling one another, while only the mutated lizard is frantically searching for prey. Fortunately, I am clever and had the foresight to dig a pit to hide in. No, wait. I think I've been discovered. Is there anyone who can save me? This night is proving to be unbearably arduous. In the regional chat interface, there remained a few intrepid souls typing away. However, compared to the daytime, the frequency and volume of messages had diminished significantly by at least tenfold. It seemed that too many individuals were cautiously concealing themselves, fearful of making any noise. How am I supposed to hide on this plain? Help me, I'm in a tree, and below me lies a pack of countless green-eyed wolves. How come you encounter so many monsters? My snowy mountain is desolate. Not even a dog dares to come here. I'm parched. This desert stretches endlessly. Is there anyone willing to trade me a bit of water? I would even sell my organs if it meant quenching my thirst. In a global chat channel, the topics were more diverse and eclectic compared to the regional conversation. Cheng Feng began to comprehend that not everyone faced the same overwhelming number of mutated creatures as those in his area. Yet, as noted in the survival journal, in this world, risks and opportunities often coexist. If he could indeed possess the ability to slay these mutated monsters, the rewards would undoubtedly surpass those found in more tranquil locales. Contemplating this, Cheng Feng opened his attribute panel. Survivor, Cheng Feng ID, 43962800. Nickname, None. Global ranking, 1820. Regional ranking, 138,474. Items, Common 8, Excellent 1, Outstanding 2, Perfect 2. Epic 1 materials, Firewood 5, Stones 2. Location, Pacific Misigana Island. It is evident that Cheng Feng's regional rank remains unchanged. However, his overall rank has plummeted from 777 to 1820. During this period, he successfully signed in and received an outstanding item, a retractable survival defense tent. This can only attest to the relentless improvement in the combat prowess of the world's top players. Is it truly a matter of slaying monsters to acquire divine artifacts? Cheng Feng felt a stir within. He was also filled with anticipation for the items he would receive from tomorrow's sign-in. He hoped that the system would bestow upon him an assault rifle or a similarly offensive weapon. Regrettably, with only 2 sign-in opportunities each day, he could only patiently await the dawn of tomorrow. Cheng Feng squinted thoughtfully at the survival notebook that emitted a faint glow. Lin Sheener remained silent, not wishing to disrupt him. She merely felt that Cheng Feng's profile was rather handsome. The earnestness with which he pondered lent him an air of wisdom. Coupled with the sense of security Cheng Feng constantly provided her, Lin Sheener couldn't help but feel her heart race like a fawn, raising her fondness for him to a new level that even she was reluctant to acknowledge. I possess the island's topographical map. At the center lies a volcanic crater, which could erupt at any moment, suggesting that they cannot remain on Misigana Island for long. One must possess formidable strength to escape. Complacency must never be an option. Cheng Feng remained oblivious to Lin Sheener's admiring glances as he contemplated future plans. After a moment's reflection, he sent a message to the second-ranked player in the region, known as Cold Blood. "All right, where are you?" After sending the message, he received no immediate response. Cheng Feng then accessed the regional leaderboard. First place still belonged to his ID. He decided to bestow upon himself a nickname, Blade's Edge. He found it tedious to ponder a name, as it would merely serve the convenience of trading or chatting with others. He certainly could not continue being referred to as ID 43962800. Thus, the regional leaderboard experienced a slight alteration. South Pacific Region 7 leaderboard, Blade's Edge. Regional rank, 1. Global rank, 1820. Cold Blood. Regional rank, 2. Global rank, 16833. Captain Jack. Regional rank, 3. Global rank, 27631. Juicy and Plump. Regional rank, 4. Global rank, 48312. Heart-wrenching departure. Regional rank, 5. Global rank, 73323. Good heavens. Regional rank, 6. Global rank, 98111. Zhao Yu. Where are you? Regional rank, 7. Global rank, 132944. It is evident that within this entire region, Only 6 individuals have managed to secure a place among the top 100,000 on the global survival combat rankings. Among those, only Cheng Feng stands within the top 15,000. This clearly illustrates the scarcity of resources in the Pacific region, leaving the populace in a precarious state of survival. It is no wonder that when Cheng Feng ascended to over 700 in rank, it caused such a stir in the regional chat channel. However, Cheng Feng acknowledged that his ranking was somewhat inflated, as the epic fragment of the treasure map likely provided a significant boost to his combat power. If one were to assess true survival strength, both Cold Blood and Captain Jack would likely be on par with him. Cheng Feng contemplated this, yet he understood that this situation was merely temporary. Unless these individuals were to acquire superior and more powerful items from the mutated monsters outside tonight, by daybreak, with his 2 sign-in rewards, he could effortlessly overwhelm them, from a ranking of 30 to 40,000 at noon to 16,000 by night. Cold Blood indeed demonstrated remarkable speed. Cheng Feng glanced at the chat window once more, but there was still no reply from Cold Blood. He then tucked away his survival notebook and turned his gaze toward the window. Here, the number of monsters had significantly diminished. The large beasts were hard to come by, with only mutated lizards occasionally skirting the edges of the waterhole. However, nearby, numerous severed limbs and bloodstains marred the ground. It was likely that among these corpses, there lay many commendable pieces of equipment. Alas, as noted in the survival journal, all remnants left by the monsters would vanish before dawn. In just half an hour, it seemed that this area had already been dominated by the mutated lizards. Lin Shiner could also discern the battle situation outside. Indeed, these creatures resembled hyenas on the savannah, individually weak, yet formidable in numbers. Cheng Feng nodded in agreement. Just then, their tent suddenly began to shake violently. The two instinctively turned to look, only to discover a beast, roughly the height of a person, vigorously ramming against the tent, seemingly having detected their presence and drawn to what it considered a desirable prey. Chapter 13, A Proactive Strike, a Dashing Elimination. What should they do? Lin Shiner's heart plummeted. Although Cheng Feng had previously assured her that the tent could withstand a force of 1,000 kilograms, she remained anxious that the monsters outside might persistently assault it, ultimately tearing it apart. Judging by its size, it appeared to be a mutated lizard. Cheng Feng, however, retained his composure. He listened intently and discerned that it seemed this was the only lizard in the vicinity. No other monsters had detected their presence. Perhaps this mutated lizard had yet to relay the information to its kind. Just as Cheng Feng was devising a plan, the mutated lizard charged at the tent with the ferocity of a Spanish bull, forcefully battering its head against the fabric. This time, the impact was more powerful and came more unexpectedly, causing Lin Shiner to instinctively lean against Cheng Feng's shoulder in fright. Even her hand instinctively grasped Cheng Feng's. In an instant, he felt a peculiar softness emanating from her palm. Yet, within the next heartbeat, Lin Shiner's face flushed crimson, and she hastily withdrew her delicate, porcelain-like hand. Cheng Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, Lin Shiner was quite timid. However, one must admit, the touch of such a petite beauty was genuinely pleasant. No matter how hard it was, it couldn't breach this tent. Observing Lin Shiner shyly avert her gaze, Cheng Feng adopted a serious demeanor, wishing to restore the atmosphere to normalcy. However, as soon as he spoke, he sensed a hint of ambiguity in his words. Fortunately, Lin Shiner, possessing a rather innocent nature, seemed oblivious to the underlying implications. Cheng Feng cleared his throat, redirecting his focus to the mutated lizard. If it were just this one, perhaps I could attempt to eliminate it, he mused. But, never mind, I shall heed your advice. Lin Shiner was about to object, but quickly recalled the numerous surprises this young man had bestowed upon her today. Perhaps he truly possessed the capability to vanquish a monster and emerge unscathed. Time was of the essence. It must be the only one. I will initiate the attack. And you must remember, once I dash out, guard the tent entrance. When I give the signal, swiftly open the door for me. Cheng Feng instructed Lin Shiner. Upon hearing his words, Lin Shiner finally grasped the situation. It dawned on her that Cheng Feng's intentions were not merely to slay the mutated lizard, but also to venture out in search of equipment on its body. You must. Be cautious. Lin Shiner bit her lip, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. She understood that Cheng Feng's decision was irrevocable. Hence, her duty was to exert every effort to assist him. Should any misfortune arise, well, she would rather face it alongside Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng, however, remained unaware of the myriad thoughts racing through Lin Shiner's mind in those fleeting seconds. He simply retrieved the perfect-grade Black Panther knife from his beginner's package. Of impeccable quality, it was only slightly inferior to epic-grade weapons. Although Cheng Feng had yet to test it, he was confident that this blade, while perhaps not capable of slicing through steel effortlessly, would undoubtedly cleave flesh with precision. As it charged again, thrusting its head forcefully, I will dart out from the side and strive to sever it in one stroke. Cheng Feng steeled himself. In this world, there was no room for weakness or evasion. He must summon the courage to take the initiative. Lin Shiner nodded gently. The two of them half-crawled to the tent entrance. Soon, just a few seconds later, the mutated lizard charged once more, violently ramming into the tent. The tent remained impervious, and Cheng Feng quickly unzipped the side, propelling himself outside. He immediately beheld the mutated lizard, roughly the size of a Siberian tiger, violently battering the tent with its head. Its massive form loomed before him, and its neck was as thick as a plate. Now is the moment. Cheng Feng had no time to meticulously observe his surroundings. As the saying goes, a long night breeds many dreams. What he desired was a swift and decisive strike, followed by a hasty retreat with the acquired item. A 1-foot-long black military knife glinted with a chilling gleam in the darkness. With all his might, Cheng Feng struck down fiercely at the unsuspecting mutated lizard. The dull thud echoed, akin to slicing through the earth. In the next moment, a jet of black blood gushed forth. This grotesque, mutated lizard emitted not even a single cry of agony before being cleaved in two by Cheng Feng's flawlessly sharp panther knife. Excellent. Cheng Feng silently praised the blade's sharpness. However, fearing the potential toxicity of the blood, he instinctively leapt aside. Once the mutated lizard collapsed to the ground, he finally noticed a black box emanating a ghostly glow from its chest. This must be it. Cheng Feng dared not hesitate, swiftly grasping the black box and preparing to dart back to the tent. At that moment, he also caught sight of a shadow in the distance, seemingly racing towards him. With no time to ponder whether it was drawn by the scent of blood or had detected him, Cheng Feng sprinted a few steps and arrived at the tent's entrance. Lin Shiner had already propped open the half-height tent flap with her hand, and he promptly ducked inside. Lin Shiner quickly zipped up the opening. Just before the footsteps became discernible, they had successfully completed their task. Wow, timing was impeccable. Lin Shiner's face was flushed with excitement, her heart racing vigorously. Just moments ago, when Cheng Feng ventured out, she had been so anxious that she hardly dared to blink. Thankfully, the equipment materialized much faster than she had anticipated. Otherwise, they would have faced serious trouble. Cheng Feng sighed in relief. He had feared that after the monster's demise, the equipment would take an eternity to manifest. Your knife is incredibly powerful. That earlier execution of the creature was so majestic, reminiscent of a hero from a movie. Lin Shiner's enchanting eyes sparkled as she couldn't help but give Cheng Feng a thumbs up. She had never imagined that this seemingly quiet youth would possess such audacity to take the initiative to slay the lizard with such remarkable skill. A stroke of luck. As the saying goes, one must seek fortune in peril. Cheng Feng chuckled. He could hear that the surrounding sounds were no longer cacophonous. It seemed only a few mutated lizards remained, incapable of breaching the tent's defenses. With their situation now secure, Cheng Feng's focus shifted to the palm-sized black box. Having danced on the brink of death, he was now eager to see what grade of item awaited him inside. Chapter 14. The Lucky One, Perfect Grade Again. Oh, besides the item, there was also a piece of black material. Upon opening the black box, Cheng Feng immediately discovered a neatly folded gray vest within. At the center of the black vest sat a black orb, the size of a glass ball. Cheng Feng picked up the orb, and, simultaneously, he glanced at his survival journal. The virtual panel of the survival journal promptly recognized the orb. Material: medium brutal lizard, Sharira. Quality: perfect. A brief phrase: yet it left Cheng Feng utterly astonished. Curiously, the Sharira, in his understanding, could only be condensed by a highly enlightened monk upon their passing. It was perplexing that it would appear within the corporeal form of a mutated lizard. Moreover, the designation medium preceding this brutal lizard suggested the existence of even more formidable or superior varieties. As for the astonishment, it was abundantly clear, an incomprehensible Sharira with a quality designation of perfection. To put this into perspective, his assault-resistant tent was merely rated as exceptional. The quality of the Sharira rivaled that of the Black Panther military knife he had just wielded. Intriguing indeed. It seemed his harvest was not as meager as he had initially thought. A faint smile graced Cheng Feng's lips. Regardless of the true purpose of the Sharira, it was best to secure for now. He placed the Sharira into his backpack before picking up the gray vest. The virtual panel of the survival notes displayed anew. Equipment. Gray silkworm bulletproof vest, exceptional, size, stretchable. Suitable for adults' resistance to attacks. Capable of withstanding ordinary bullets and all edged weapon strikes. Duration of use. Permanent, with durability, special note. Transferable, tradable, not unique. Soon, Cheng Feng and Lin Shiner reviewed the item description together. The item was commendable, even if it did not reach the perfection or legendary epic status. It was undoubtedly a sought-after treasure in the trading market. Unfortunately, Cheng Feng had no immediate use for it. On this island, it was unlikely anyone possessed firearms or would launch a direct assault against him. A perfect grade material and an exceptional grade piece of equipment. These creatures truly were overflowing with wealth. Lin Shiner could not help but marvel. Unlike Cheng Feng, she had been here for nearly a day, equipped only with a handful of ordinary grade gear and materials. She had never possessed anything beyond good or excellent, let alone exceptional or perfect. With this thought, her gaze instinctively turned to Cheng Feng. While others might be as impoverished as she was, he undoubtedly possessed an abundance of valuable items, which explained his calm demeanor upon encountering the vest. It was arguable that exceptional grade items were not so easily found. Perhaps they were merely fortunate. Cheng Feng shook his head. He did not believe that high-quality gear was commonplace. This so-called brutal lizard, though seemingly only of a lower tier, evidently possessed a higher intellect compared to the surrounding monsters, capable of discerning the clues within the dark tent. It also worked stealthily, avoiding alarming its companions, intent on hoarding the spoils for itself. After all, it was classified as medium, while the majority were likely of lower tiers. Lin Shiner concurred. By the way, place the vest in your backpack. Then check your combat power ranking. Lin Shiner's mind stirred. This method should readily reveal whether their suspicions held any merit. It is quite reasonable, considering the billions of individuals in existence. Inevitably, some will emerge victorious against the monsters. If my ranking has been surpassed by numerous others, it simply attests to their incredible wealth. Cheng Feng immediately grasped the situation. He then accessed the regional rankings within his survival journal. At a glance, he noticed his current position. He still held an impressive rank of 1 in the region. His global ranking, however, had surged to 797, a significant leap from his previous position of 1820. This undoubtedly validated their conjectures. Not everyone possesses the capability to slay monsters and procure perfect-grade materials and exceptional items. What a tremendous gain this has been. A faint smile of satisfaction flickered across Cheng Feng's lips. Yet the danger looms large. Surely, you do not wish to venture out again? Lin Shiner expressed her concern. Just moments ago, it was the cunning lizard that had caused their companion to flee, allowing Cheng Feng to launch a successful ambush by ramming into the tent. Now, the sounds of footsteps outside were numerous, and occasionally vicious lizards crept near the window. If Cheng Feng were to venture out again, the level of danger would escalate exponentially. There is no rush. We shall wait until we are adequately prepared. Cheng Feng chuckled lightly, easing Lin Shiner's worries. Little did she know, Cheng Feng's mind was already racing with plans for the daylight. Contemplating how to utilize the topographical map of the island he possessed to set traps, hoping to lure in more monsters into his snare. As the clock approached 8 or 9 o'clock, the regional chat channel began to buzz with activity. As Cheng Feng had anticipated, among the billions of people, some would inevitably succeed, whether through luck, ambush, cleverness, or serendipity, in slaying the nocturnal monsters and collecting their spoils. The positions within the global top 10 rankings had all undergone changes. In the regional channel, the second-ranked Cold Blood and the sixth-ranked Thief Old God had both made remarkable advancements within the span of an hour. It was evident that they too had reaped rewards from their encounters with the monsters. Yet, what captivated the most attention was Cheng Feng's ascent to the 797th position. He had nearly fallen to 2,000, but suddenly, he surged back, reclaiming a position within the three-digit range while maintaining his dominance at the top of the regional leaderboard. Moreover, his moniker, Sword Edge, seemed to complement Cold Blood's, prompting speculation among many that the two had successfully collaborated to vanquish numerous monsters. How envious I am! Here I am, trembling in the cold of night, desperately hiding, while others roam freely, slaying monsters and wildly acquiring equipment. It is only the first day of the apocalypse. Why is there such a vast disparity? Perhaps you are unaware that the differences between individuals can sometimes be even more pronounced than those between humans and monkeys. The first, second, and sixth ranks have all skyrocketed. What splendid equipment have they obtained? Who knows, unless they themselves choose to sell in the trading channel. Haha, your comment reminds me that, during the day, the number one player was selling instant noodles. So are you suggesting that consuming instant noodles grants one the power to slay monsters? Could we refrain from discussing instant noodles at this late hour? I'm absolutely famished. In this late evening, with no smartphones or chat tools at hand, everyone is compelled to gather in a designated safe zone, engaging in fervent conversations once assured of their safety. Cheng Feng casually perused some discussions, yet his attention was swiftly captivated by a private chat. The individual on the other end was none other than the Cold-Blooded, currently ranked second on the regional leaderboard, who had recently surged in the overall rankings. Chapter 15. Will you depart from me? After a brief absence, the Cold-Blooded responded succinctly. Cheng Feng immediately discerned that this fellow had likely ventured out to hunt monsters, just as he had. But did he reap any rewards? Cheng Feng, a man of straightforwardness, queried, "Aren't you as well?" The Cold-Blooded replied once more. Upon reading those four characters, Cheng Feng couldn't help but chuckle. This individual was rather intriguing. Generally, do you possess one or two items? Are they materials or equipment? Cheng Feng felt he should know more than he did, and thus inquired directly, confident that the Cold-Blooded would grasp his meaning. There are certainly relics. As for equipment, I have only encountered 0 and 1. After a brief pause, the Cold-Blooded sent another message. Goodness, it seems you have done this more than once. Cheng Feng mentally applauded. This statement was laden with significance. In the dead of night, mutated creatures wreaked havoc upon the land. Almost everyone had to find a place to hide, holding their breath and trembling in fear. Yet the Cold-Blooded, in less than 3 hours, had already slain at least 2 monsters. However, Cheng Feng pondered that despite the Cold-Blooded's prowess, he still ranked below him on the combat leaderboard. It appeared that the sign-in system was truly the only divine element. Completing tasks yielded a fixed reward of 2 quality pieces of equipment daily, which seemed far more effortless and gratifying than desperately hunting monsters. Alas, it remained unattainable for him. The Cold-Blooded replied once more, evidently sharing the same thought as Cheng Feng. A faint smile crossed Cheng Feng's lips. It felt rather pleasant to maintain dominance over such a formidable individual. I wish to understand the purpose of these relics. Cheng Feng continued typing, articulating his curiosity. I do not know yet, but I have a few speculations. However, it is difficult to ascertain. I can provide you with an answer tomorrow, the Cold-Blooded responded. Thank you very much, Cheng Feng nodded. He held a favorable impression of the Cold-Blooded. The conversation was direct and clear, and he sensed no hidden agenda or ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Cheng Feng remained cautious and chose not to engage further or express a desire to seek him out. After all, in a world ravaged by the apocalypse, caution is paramount to survival. However, Cheng Feng's silence did not deter the Cold-Blooded from showing interest in him. After a brief pause, the Cold-Blooded could no longer resist asking, "May I be so bold as to inquire about your gains tonight? What quality is your equipment?" "Exceptional. I intend to use it myself," Cheng Feng replied, without elaborating further. But your combat power has increased. Cold-blood had only typed half a message, leaving much unsaid. However, Cheng Feng comprehended his intent. How could returning to a global rank of over 700 be merely attributed to a singular exceptional item? I am uncertain, Cheng Feng replied, speaking candidly. After all, he remained oblivious to the purpose of that flawless relic, the perfect grade Saraira. Cold blood could only relent. Redirecting the conversation back to their earlier topic, he wished to invite Cheng Feng to gather on the eastern side of Michigan Island. The objective was to slay mutated creatures together at night, thereby enhancing their prowess. Cheng Feng pondered for a moment, but ultimately refrained from accepting. Through their exchanges, he found it impossible to ascertain the true nature of cold blood. What if he had accomplices who had set traps, intending to lure him into a scheme of murder and treasure theft? Would that not herald his demise on the morrow of the coming year? Very well, let's add each other as friends and communicate through survival notes, he suggested. Cold blood did not press the issue. After Cheng Feng responded with an affirmative, he logged off. Lin Sheener sat quietly beside him, having observed the entire conversation. In her heart, she silently praised Cheng Feng's astuteness for not hastily agreeing to meet at a specified location. It was getting late, sleep was overdue, and the day had indeed been exhausting. Cheng Feng stowed away his survival notes and glanced at Lin Sheener. But the commotion outside persisted, with the sounds of movement ringing loudly. Lin Sheener instinctively replied that she felt she might not be able to sleep just yet, fearing they would disturb the night with their antics. She would have to acclimate to sleeping in such inhospitable conditions. Cheng Feng heaved a soft sigh. The noise was indeed bothersome. Yet, they were secure within the tent, unlike others who might not endure the night. Lin Sheener offered him comfort, her thoughts drifting to the other humans in the chat, filled with sympathy for their plight. There were still over 37,000 left. She hoped they could survive another day. Cheng Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, not out of naivety, but he too wished for the safety of others, not wanting them to fall prey to those repulsive mutated lizards. Cheng Feng, do you think we'll perish in this world? Lin Sheener asked, reclining slightly, her eyelashes fluttering as her sparkling eyes sought his. No, Cheng Feng replied without hesitation. Will you leave me? Lin Sheener fixed her gaze on his profile, her voice tinged with shyness as she summoned the courage to ask. It's hard to say. Cheng Feng contemplated, and upon hearing those words, Lin Sheener's eyes dimmed slightly, a wave of sadness washing over her. Though they had known each other for merely a day, she could not deny that in terms of courage, poise, and composure, Cheng Feng surpassed all the privileged young men she had previously encountered. Especially in this perilous environment, he had rescued her from danger twice. She had come to regard him as her sole anchor on the island. The thought of him departing filled her with an overwhelming sense of despair. However, even if I temporarily leave you, I shall return once more, Cheng Feng added languidly. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheener could no longer restrain herself, and tears brimmed in her eyes before she burst into sobs. The crystalline tears cascaded down her fair cheeks, startling Cheng Feng. What has caused this girl to become so sentimental all of a sudden? He was merely speaking the truth. The system required him to check in at various locations, and he could not possibly remain by Lin Sheener's side at all times for her safety. Moreover, how could he bear to part from such an elegant, beautiful, and kind-hearted girl forever? Cheng Feng, I will strive to be strong and not become a burden to you. Please do not leave me. Lin Sheener resolutely wiped her tears, widened her eyes, and spoke with unwavering conviction. Just moments ago, she genuinely feared that Cheng Feng would abandon her. In that instant, she realized the depth of her reliance on him. Not at all. As long as I have something to eat, you shall have your share as well. Today marks our shared trials. What is that phrase? Yes, sworn brothers through life and death. Adversity reveals true feelings. Cheng Feng cleared his throat and, with a serious demeanor, quickly comforted Lin Sheener. Seeing Cheng Feng's earnest expression, Lin Sheener finally managed to smile through her tears. She extended her delicate hand toward him and softly proposed, "Come, let's make a pact to support each other in this apocalypse." "Absolutely," Cheng Feng replied with a smile. extending his left palm to meet Lin Sheener's small hand with a hearty clap. Her hand was soft and tender, a delightful sensation. It was indeed tempting to hold it tightly and tease it playfully. Chapter 16. This lad is surely beyond salvation. After exchanging a few casual words with Lin Sheener, she finally agreed to get some rest. She closed her eyes, not bothering to change her clothes, and lay quietly on the left side of the blanket. Cheng Feng, however, dared not direct his gaze toward her for too long. He feared he might cross a line. Not everyone could maintain their composure like Lu Xiaohui. Leaning against the pillow, Cheng Feng diligently perused his survival notes. Lin Sheener, evidently fatigued, soon succumbed to deep slumber. She had let her guard down around him. Ah, to encounter me, you might consider yourself fortunate. Cheng Feng turned his face to glance at Lin Sheener. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, her features exquisitely delicate, her face tender and youthful, and below her knees, her smooth, fair legs and petite feet peeked out. Cheng Feng sensed that if he were replaced by any other man on the island, likely 9 out of 10 would be unable to resist the temptation to pounce. This scene was undeniably alluring. Even someone as serious as Cheng Feng had to focus on his survival notes to divert his thoughts and maintain control. Relics can be exchanged for items. If you have something to trade, message me privately. Spam messages will be promptly blocked. In the World Chat channel, a message caught Cheng Feng's attention, not just for its content, but also for the familiar ID of the sender. Plump and juicy. If I am not mistaken, he should be the formidable individual ranked 3rd in the global power hierarchy. As soon as this chat message emerged, it instantly ignited a frenzy across the World Chat channels. Not everyone comprehends the significance of a Shunli Z, yet they can certainly ascertain that it must be something valuable. Otherwise, how could even the 3rd strongest in the world seek to acquire it through exchange? He must be aware of its utility, Cheng Feng pondered. However, he refrained from initiating a private conversation. On one hand, it was improbable that the other party would divulge the answer directly. On the other hand, possessing only one basic Shunli Z, and with no pressing need for equipment, it was prudent to retain it for the time being. As he reopened the regional channel, Cheng Feng observed that, with the mention of Shunli Z in the World Chat, individuals in the regional channel finally began to speculate. Unfortunately, the lack of experts in the regional channel was palpable. Even Coldblood, a prominent figure ranked 2nd, could not ascertain the purpose of the Shunli Z, let alone the ordinary players ranked beyond the 100,000 mark. Cheng Feng found it exceedingly difficult to uncover any useful information. As the clock edged toward midnight, monstrous creatures continued to roam and scurry outside. Cheng Feng, feeling drowsy, succumbed to slumber. Even amidst the noise, he resolved to gradually acclimatize, as he had advised Lin Sheener. Yet, compared to their current situation, where their lives were at least safeguarded, the Wong brothers hidden within the cave were truly unfortunate. In the dead of night, the cave's already confined space made it a luxury just to find a spot to curl up and sleep. Alas, after consuming coconuts during the day, Yin Xiaoqing found herself in dire need of a restroom. The others had no choice but to allow her to squeeze by the rubble at the cave's edge to create some space. Little did they know that the odor she produced was too pungent. It promptly alerted a few mutated lizards lurking nearby. In an instant, panic ensued among the group. No one had the luxury to consult survival notes or rest peacefully. Everyone was frantically shoving rocks to barricade the cave's entrance, terrified of the mutated lizards breaching their sanctuary. The long night dragged on as they fought off sleep, engaged in a reverse tug-of-war. Cursing and exerting every ounce of strength, they prayed for the dawn to arrive. It was not until around 5 o'clock, when the first light of day began to filter in, that these aberrant creatures gradually retreated, allowing them to finally squeeze their weary eyes shut for a moment of respite. Before surrendering to slumber, the Wong brothers could not resist mocking Cheng Feng to bolster their spirits. They had merely endured a torturous night, while Cheng Feng and Lin Sheener had long since been torn apart and devoured by the monsters. Unbeknownst to them, at this very moment, Cheng Feng and Lin Sheener were sleeping soundly, undisturbed, and it appeared they could rest until the sun was high in the sky, completely replenishing their strength. By 8 or 9 in the morning, everyone in the cave gradually awakened. Each one appeared lethargic, their eyes bloodshot. It was not that they had not slept enough. Rather, it was the unbearable discomfort of being cooped up in such a confined space. Thirsty, fatigued, hungry, and aching, they proposed that since the island was safe during the day, they would continue to sleep by the pond. The group exerted themselves to push aside the stones, helping one another to their feet. The Wong brothers had endured the stings of the Bee Queen by day and were terrorized by lizards blocking their path by night. Now, even though their backpacks might contain coconuts and bananas to replenish their strength, they had long since been reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. As they limped along, their condition was nothing short of tragic. No matter, let us walk to the pond and see if Cheng Feng and Lin Xiner have left any bones behind. Wang Lei smiled cruelly, a fleeting sense of vengeance flickering in his heart. Indeed, surviving this ordeal placed them above thousands in the vicinity. Those who dared to spend the night by the pond, like Cheng Feng and Lin Xiner, must have had their wits scrambled. Perhaps they were simply tired of life itself. Yan Shaoqing echoed this sentiment with palpable bitterness. The others nodded in agreement. They had seen the area rankings. After a single night, their region had dwindled from initial 50,000 to a mere 30,000. A staggering 20,000 had not endured to witness the dawn of a new day. The group, suppressing their hunger, made their way toward the verdant pond under the rising sun. As they drew closer, they were astonished to discover a silver tent nestled beneath the rocky outcrop, not far from the pond. The group exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief flickering in their eyes. Though unspoken, the shock was evident, even in the quivering lips of the Wong brothers. At that moment, they all thought of the same name. Impossible! That tent cannot belong to him. Yan Shaoqing was the first to exclaim, her face pale and her voice sharp. It was clear she could not accept such a reality. When I left, he had nothing. He was merely sitting by the pond, surely devoured by a monster. Huang Liang shouted, unwilling to believe that Cheng Feng could repeatedly defy the odds. Why should they, having endured a harrowing night, find him here, embracing beauty and enjoying a restful slumber? Just then, a voice emerged from the tent. Who was making such noise this early in the morning? The words, though few, carried a hint of laziness and reproach. Yet they rendered everyone present wide-eyed and stunned. For the voice belonged to Cheng Feng. They could finally ascertain that not only had he survived, but he was thriving beyond their wildest imaginations. Why? Wang Lei stared intently at the silver tent, his heart heavy with bitterness, nearly choking on his own indignation. Chapter 17. Setting out again, checkpoint. Cheng Feng was the first to unzip the tent and step outside, followed closely by Lin Xiner. Both appeared radiant and invigorated, a stark contrast to the weary Wong brothers and their companions. Cheng Feng, you are still alive. Wang Lei gritted his teeth, dark circles under his eyes, unable to restrain his ire. If you have not perished, then I shall not be anxious either. How is your injury? Do you want the black bees to come again? Cheng Feng smiled, appearing harmless and amiable, yet Wang Lei and Wang Wei's expressions changed dramatically. Wang Lei, feeling deflated like a punctured balloon, dared not provoke Cheng Feng. Even though he harbored a deep-seated desire to rend him to pieces, he could only stifle his rage, yielding into silence. Cheng Feng, where did you acquire that tent? How is it that you possess everything? It's almost as if you have a cheat code. Yan Shaoqing felt tears welling up. This was indeed a classic case of envy. How could they endure a sleepless night while these two enjoyed a leisurely stay in their tent, as if they were on a beach holiday? Cheng Feng chose not to elaborate. He was disinterested in lingering with this crowd. His thoughts were occupied with the check-in tasks the system would present the following day. However, noticing Cheng Feng's silence, Wang Wei instinctively glanced at Lin Xiner beside him. Though her attire remained unchanged, her innate beauty and striking figure made her a captivating presence on the island. Regrettably, the two had shared a bed last night, and merely imagining Cheng Feng's fortunate circumstances made Wang Wei's throat dry with envy. Feel free to do as you wish. As I mentioned, let us act as if we're strangers. It's best if you don't provoke me, Cheng Feng warned, noticing the lecherous glint in Wang Wei's eyes, his brow furrowing in disapproval. Very well, we would like to rest here, Wang Lei quickly nodded. The others moved to find a place at the foot of the mountain to recuperate. Although they were immensely envious of Cheng Feng's tent, they understood that this was not the opportune moment to challenge him. This fellow was far too formidable. They dared not act impulsively as they had the previous day without absolute certainty. Meanwhile, Yin Shaoqing was secretly cursing. She felt a mix of bitterness and anger, secretly blaming Wang Wei for his ineptitude. Had she known Cheng Feng was this impressive, she would have sought him out immediately. With her unparalleled prowess in the bedroom, she believed she could easily surpass the seemingly aloof Lin Shiner. Especially at that moment, they caught a whiff of the fragrant instant noodles. They didn't even need to look to know it was undoubtedly Cheng Feng preparing breakfast for Lin Shiner again. This thought only deepened their collective sense of bitterness. Among them, individuals like Zhang Jigang and Zhao Zizhou contemplated leaving the Wang brothers to seek out Cheng Feng, hoping to share in some noodle soup or leftover food. Yet, their thoughts were clouded by hunger and fatigue. In truth, upon catching the scent of Cheng Feng's culinary endeavor, they should have remembered that earlier in the day, two individuals had engaged in a trade involving instant noodles on the regional chat channel, one with a lower rank exchanging for women-esque clothing, and the other, renowned as the top of the regional leaderboard, uncertain of what would transpire when they finally emerged from their stupor. Could they comprehend that the very youth they had so vehemently cursed to meet an untimely demise was, in fact, the most formidable individual within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers? How extravagant we must be. In the past, why had I never perceived the exquisite flavor of instant noodles? Gently savoring the broth from her bowl, Lin Shiner wore a satisfied expression, relishing the moment while reflecting on it. Rest well, await my return in the tent. I must explore the opposite side of the island, Cheng Feng declared, already beginning to gather his belongings. The same sentiment echoed in his mind. Armed with a topographical map of the island, he was acutely aware of the concealed volcano that was destined to erupt. He needed to ensure that he possessed the means to escape this island before danger loomed. All right, stay in touch, and please prioritize your safety. Lin Shiner's gaze was filled with concern. She was oblivious to the urgency that gripped Cheng Feng. All she knew was that he had always treated her with kindness and was remarkably astute. His actions undoubtedly stem from a sound rationale. Take this summoning potion. If they dare to disturb you, use it without hesitation. After some contemplation, Cheng Feng resolved to entrust this precious, singular summoning potion to Lin Shiner for her protection. Firstly, he was equipped with the golden silkworm armor and the Black Panther knife, providing ample means for self-defense. Secondly, his current mission was merely to stealthily check in at a designated location on the island. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not encounter anyone else, let alone engage in disputes or conflicts. Lin Shiner was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing Cheng Feng mention that he had but this last opportunity to summon, warmth surged within her heart. However, given Cheng Feng's insistence, she ultimately accepted the superior grade item with utmost caution. Cheng Feng bid farewell to Lin Shiner and turned towards the coastline of the island. It was only then that he found the space to summon the system and review the day's check-in rewards, as well as the required check-in location. The first check-in reward was one he could obtain simply by surviving each day. The second, however, required him to navigate considerable effort to secure a location of at least superior grade. When Cheng Feng beheld the designated check-in location provided by the system, he exclaimed in surprise, for it was none other than the large reef on the eastern side of the island, the very spot where the cold-blooded individual had invited him to set traps together. Chapter 18. The bustling eastern coast. Would he truly encounter this cold-blooded figure today at the reef? Cheng Feng felt a sense of resignation. He had not anticipated such a coincidence. Nevertheless, it mattered little. All he needed to do was check in at this location and act accordingly, seizing the opportunity as it arose. Once he had confirmed the second check-in point, he shifted his focus to the first reward he had received, a small vial of potion. It appeared somewhat familiar. The system's voice then resonated. Black Beast Summoning Agent, excellent grade, usable twice. Indeed, upon hearing the system's explanation, Cheng Feng couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had not been mistaken. This time, The sign-in had indeed summoned the Black Bee summoning agent from the system's grand gift package. Though not particularly thrilling, it was certainly not a loss. At the very least, he had gained 2 additional opportunities to escape unscathed amidst the onslaught of others. Cheng Feng paid little heed to the Black Bee summoning agent, casually stowing it in his backpack. He noticed that his global ranking had risen from 998 to 873, visibly demonstrating the significant enhancement in combat power that the Black Bee summoning agent provided to players. Not too shabby, nearing 100. The top 10,000 on the leaderboard were predominantly formidable individuals, likely possessing at least exceptional grade items. Cheng Feng speculated, recalling that just before parting ways with Lin Xiner, he had given her the one-time use Queen Bee summoning potion. Lin Xiner's ranking had consequently surged to over 200 million globally, with her regional ranking skyrocketing to the top 3,000. This indicated that 70% of individuals could only possess items of ordinary grade at best, while 20% might own 1 or 2 good grade items. Those fortunate enough to wield excellent or even exceptional grade gear were, on a global scale, fewer than 1 in 10. By this reckoning, the system's rewards were quite commendable. If he could consistently obtain items of exceptional grade daily, he could only hope for a stroke of luck and secure a perfect grade item, catapulting him into the top 100 of the global power rankings. As Cheng Feng walked, he mused in silence. The sun blazed overhead, the sea breeze danced around him, and the island's foliage flourished, presenting a breathtaking vista. Were it not for his own eyes witnessing it, who could believe that just last night, this very island had been rife with monsters tearing and hunting? A scene of utter carnage? The navigation system chimed in his mind, persistently guiding him, indicating that the destination was still 4 kilometers away, with an estimated walking time of 40 minutes. Following the system's navigation, Cheng Feng soon arrived beside the coastline. The path remained desolate, devoid of any human presence or signs of habitation. Yet, he could surmise that at least 100 people were concentrated on this island, necessitating constant vigilance on his part. Who knows if someone might be lurking in the shadows, ready to strike him down with a sneak attack. Look, the world ranking of that sword-wielding individual has risen again. In broad daylight, he has managed to acquire fine items? Damn it, how is it that after searching all day, I can only find ordinary grade items, utterly useless? I believe that anyone in the top 1,000 of the world rankings must possess at least 1 perfect grade item. I wonder where this person is. If only my friends and I can encounter him, we could seize his possessions and strike it rich. The regional chat channel buzzed with discussions about Cheng Feng, though he remained low-key, only having made his presence known once during the Instant Noodle event. He could not conceal the intense curiosity others held towards him. At this moment, Cheng Feng, upon nearing the finish line with merely 2 kilometers remaining, encountered another group of individuals. Among them were both men and women, totaling over 20. They appeared dispirited, most of them leaning against the rocky beach, lost in thought, their garments tattered and worn, reminiscent of refugees. This conveyed a significant message. On Misagana Island, aside from perhaps Cheng Feng and the formidable Coldblood, the majority of survivors had begun to band together in their struggle for survival, evoking a primitive sense of community. However, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Cheng Feng silently maneuvered around them. Yet, while circumventing, he came across another 7 men. These 7 immediately captured Cheng Feng's attention, for their demeanor and attire were markedly superior to those of the previous group. The 2 leaders even brandished sharp blades, their expressions fierce, and their physiques robust, making it evident that they were not to be trifled with. Cheng Feng maintained his composure, deliberately pausing for a few moments to allow these men to pass first. However, he soon discerned that their destination appeared to align with his own. They were also making their way toward the great rocks on the eastern coastline. Cheng Feng had no choice but to follow them at a discreet distance of several hundred meters, striving to remain inconspicuous and silent. It was quite a lively scene. Coldblood was indeed at the eastern coastline's great rocks. Could these individuals be his subordinates? Cheng Feng pondered, though he had no intention of investigating further at that moment. His focus remained on completing his task of checking in. Having secured a good quality attack-resistant tent the previous day, He speculated that today should yield either a perfect or epic grade reward. With only 500 meters left, he hoped the great rocks will be devoid of people, allowing him to check in successfully. Cheng Feng wished to avoid any further complications. However, as he drew nearer, he abruptly realized that circumstances were beyond his control. The 7 vigilant individuals ahead, with hurried steps, had also come to a halt. From his concealed position behind a cluster of coconut trees, Cheng Feng could observe the coastline ahead, dotted with numerous rocks jutting out of the sea, impervious to the crashing waves. "Come out, I know you're there." Just as Cheng Feng contemplated whether to remain hidden until they left, a loud voice suddenly rang out among the 7. Chapter 19. The top 3 in the region gathered? How could this be discovered? Cheng Feng was taken aback. He had deliberately maintained his distance and had detected no anomalies along the way. Could this person be merely bluffing, employing deceit? Cheng Feng hesitated, choosing not to reveal himself. Several seconds passed before a female voice emerged from behind the rocks by the sea, addressing the 7. "Is it just your lot?" The tone was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Cheng Feng then realized there was indeed another presence beyond the 7. That was sufficient. The man in the gray t-shirt, leading the group, let out a cold chuckle. Suddenly, from behind the rocks, a strikingly beautiful woman emerged, although she was at a distance. Cheng Feng could discern her long legs and ponytail, exuding an air of spirited elegance. "Where's Jack?" The ponytailed woman halted, directing her gaze towards the 7 individuals before her. "There is no need for him to intervene in your demise," spoke the man at the forefront. "Cold blood, I advise you to be sensible and surrender the relic, and I shall spare your life." Another man wielding a knife threatened in agreement. The remaining individuals fanned out, encircling the woman in their midst. Upon hearing the name Cold Blood, Cheng Feng instinctively gasped in surprise. He had not anticipated that this formidable warrior, ranked second in the regional standings and renowned for slaying multiple monsters the previous day, would be a young woman. As for their conversation, the term relic referred to the items dropped by the monsters the previous night. Could Jack be the third-ranked Captain Jack of this region? If his speculation held true, then the top 3 fighters in this area had gathered on the East Coast. Cheng Feng remained outwardly composed, yet his mind raced with conjectures and reflections. At that moment, Cold Blood initiated her assault. She did not engage in idle chatter with her adversaries. Rather, she embodied her name. Before the enemy could make a move, she sprang into action. Her long legs, clad in denim shorts, propelled her forward with the agility of a fitness instructor, deftly wielding a sharp dagger. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield erupted with cries of despair. The 7 individuals, though seemingly formidable with some combat skills, were utterly outmatched by Cold Blood's prowess. Just a few swift maneuvers brought to mind the image of a coldly alluring female agent or assassin, striking with lethal precision. This combat strength exceeds our expectations. The leading man found himself cornered by Cold Blood's relentless assault, desperately defending himself as his companions fell one by one. Cheng Feng observed the battlefield with rapt attention. Since his arrival here, he had never witnessed such razor-sharp skill or such a thrilling and bloody confrontation. In comparison, the Wong brothers seemed like mere children playing at war. It was no wonder Cold Blood could remain unperturbed and secure her position as the second-ranked fighter in the region, successfully slaying monsters under the cover of night. However, it struck Cheng Feng that these individuals were clearly no match for Cold Blood. Why did they continue to act so boldly? Were they truly courting death? As he pondered this question, he suddenly noticed, beneath the coconut trees to the west, a figure drawing a bow. Though the distance was great, it was unmistakable that a middle-aged man was aiming an arrow at the battlefield. "Beware behind you," Cheng Feng instinctively shouted. His warning was not born from a desire to protect the icy assassin, but rather from disdain for such underhanded tactics, and a yearning to uncover the true purpose of the relic. Yet, the middle-aged man's arrow was launched with astonishing speed. Cold Blood was still grappling with the man in the gray t-shirt, and despite hearing Cheng Feng's alert, she failed to evade in time. The arrow struck fiercely at the cold-blooded man's left arrowhead. He let out a muffled grunt, swaying slightly, yet gritted his teeth to remain standing. With a swift motion, he executed a throat-slitting maneuver, causing blood to spurt from the neck of the man in the gray t-shirt, who then collapsed to the ground. Who is it? Cold Blood disregarded the falling crowd and strained to scan his surroundings. Despite his vigilance, he failed to notice that, aside from the 7 subordinates of Captain Jack, there were indeed 2 other groups lying in ambush nearby. At this moment, Cheng Feng had no choice but to step forward. The middle-aged man, shocked, immediately notched his bow and prepared to shoot a second arrow. Before Cheng Feng could advance, he observed Cold Blood let out a soft grunt, suddenly flicking his right hand. A flash of blade shimmered as the middle-aged man beneath the coconut tree emitted a cry of agony. Cheng Feng focused intently, realizing that this individual had been struck by the flying knife in the forehead, unable even to turn and flee before he fell, howling in despair. The combat prowess of Cold Blood was utterly terrifying, leaving Cheng Feng silently astonished. That was not my intention. Cheng Feng coughed lightly while stepping forward to clarify. Although he held a comprehensive combat strength that surpassed Cold Blood's, it was evident that his survival skills were derived from possessing items like tents and treasure maps, manifesting in various aspects of survival. Unlike Cold Blood, whose abilities seemed entirely centered on murder and offense. Thus, he still harbored apprehension towards this woman, fearing she might unexpectedly hurl a flying knife at him. Being struck would be tolerable, as he was protected by the golden silkworm garment. However, should it hit his forehead, the outcome would likely be no better than that of the middle-aged man. Thank you. Cold Blood narrowed her eyes, surveying Cheng Feng, and after a pause, uttered 2 words. In the next moment, she swayed slightly, seemingly unsteady on her feet. Cheng Feng then noticed that, in addition to the arrow lodged in her left shoulder, blood was seeping from her armpit. She had inadvertently sustained an injury while dispatching those 7 men. These fellows had concealed weapons. I failed to consider that. Seemingly understanding Cheng Feng's thoughts, Cold Blood offered an explanation. Nevertheless, her expression remained resolute, brow furrowed, as she promptly reached for the arrowhead embedded in her left shoulder. As Cheng Feng approached, he also observed that Cold Blood possessed striking features, with sharp angles that marked her as a beauty. Alas, her practical ponytail, denim shorts, and black knee-high boots conveyed a vibe more reminiscent of a domineering queen than a delicate flower. Do you need assistance? No. Cold Blood's tone remained as flat as ever. Gritting her teeth, she yanked the arrowhead out forcefully. Fortunately, it bore no barbs and was not poisoned. Do you not wish to inquire who I am? Cold Blood lowered her head to bandage her wound, seemingly indifferent to him. This time, it was Cheng Feng's turn to be curious. You are Cheng Feng. What is there to ask? Cold Blood replied casually. Cheng Feng was taken aback. Was this person endowed with some sort of clairvoyance? How could they deduce that? Amidst the corpses scattered around, her expression remained unchanged. I rank 2nd. My reputation precedes me. Yet you exhibit no fear towards me. Who else could it be but the first, Cheng Feng? Cold Blood responded coolly. Well, perhaps I'm a novice, unaware of who Cold Blood is. Cheng Feng silently admired the cold-blooded judgment, but still presented a possibility. The Great Reef on the East Coast was not a place one could arrive at alone. Along the way, small groups were everywhere, and Jack Sparrow and his crew surrounded the area in layers. If one were a novice, it would be impossible to reach this point unscathed. Cold Blood continued to present evidence. Upon hearing this, Cheng Feng could only nod in agreement. Indeed, following the navigation in his mind and the terrain map from the novice gift pack, he had managed to arrive here swiftly and safely. Had he walked along the beach, he would have encountered dozens of people along the way. Among them, there would surely be some who would seek to trouble him. Cheng Feng noticed that Cold Blood bore him no malice and lowered his gaze to the corpses on the ground. Each had met a silent demise. 7 robust men lay quietly, blood pooling around them. It was evident that the name Cold Blood was indeed well-deserved. Just as he was about to inquire about the origins of these individuals, a sudden, searing pain pierced his back, as if something sharp had violently stabbed him. Had he not been wearing the golden silkworm protective garment, this blow would have surely pierced his heart. Chapter 20. Captain Jack's Secret. There are still foes. Cheng Feng's heart raced with alarm. Cold Blood was right in front of him, and the corpses on the ground had long since fallen silent. The attack from behind could only signify that the battle was far from over, Cheng Feng turned around and immediately saw a short black iron arrow about a foot long, falling from behind him. The arrowhead was exceptionally sharp, glinting with a chilling light. Clearly, this sneak attack was intended to take his life. Behind the reef, cold blood quickly warned. Cheng Feng gritted his teeth against the pain and looked up to see a figure darting behind the rocks. It appeared to be a man in white, who, upon missing his shot, immediately fled. Seeking death, Cheng Feng felt a sharp sting in his back, and a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. Without hesitation, he took out his survival notebook and retrieved the black beast-summoning potion from it. They're surrounding him. An idea flashed in Cheng Feng's mind, and he instantly heard a buzzing sound in his ears. Before Cold Blood could react, a swarm of black bees appeared out of thin air, rushing towards the reef a mere dozen seconds away. This is... Cold Blood stood in place, his eyes flickering with disbelief. This swordsman was simply extraordinary. He appeared harmless, akin to a freshly graduated university student. Yet unexpectedly, such a powerful arrow had failed to penetrate his back. In an instant, he could summon these black bees like a magician and launch an attack. Let's go take a look. Cheng Feng dashed forward, unwilling to remain in the dark about the identity of this assailant. Cold Blood was swift. Before they had even reached the side of the reef, they could already hear muffled groans from that direction. It seemed the swarm of black bees had caught up with the ambusher. Finally, upon reaching the rocks, Cheng Feng spotted the man in white, who was desperately attempting to flee. The man was tall, with golden hair, a Westerner. Cold Blood narrowed his eyes slightly and coldly snorted, "Indeed, it is you, Captain Jack." Upon hearing this, Cheng Feng also realized the situation. The top 3 of the regional leaderboard had indeed gathered in one place. What a ruthless heart, sending his subordinates to their doom while he lurked in the shadows, laying in ambush. Watching Captain Jack sprinting towards the sea, Cold Blood scoffed, "You all wait for me. Despicable yellow-skinned people. Next time, I will take your lives." Captain Jack roared loudly, his Mandarin somewhat clumsy, but both Cheng Feng and Cold Blood could understand him. Despite his shouting, his pace did not falter. He was quite agile, protecting his head as he dashed forward, finally plunging into the sea, and vanished from sight. "Shall we continue the chase?" Cheng Feng asked, unwilling to accept that those black bees had lost their target. He could not believe Captain Jack would remain hidden in the vast ocean. It's futile. He is an excellent swimmer. We have no idea what other tricks he might have up his sleeve. "Let's forget it," Cold Blood replied, shaking her head. She remained composed. Having dealt with Captain Jack before, she understood that he was full of cunning, with many hidden cards. Now that both of them were injured, continuing the pursuit could lead to unforeseen trouble. "It's a pity," Cheng Feng sighed, having been in this world for just over a day. This was indeed the first significant loss he had suffered. The 7 subordinates were bait, while that middle-aged fat man with the bow was the second step in his scheme, and Captain Jack himself was the third. If it weren't for your warning or the absence of protective measures on you just now, his plot would have succeeded. Cold Blood shook her head, gazing at the sea's surface caressed by the gentle breeze, and it was rare for her to speak so much. "Why did he shoot at me? We should be strangers." Cheng Feng felt vexed, sensing as if he had taken that arrow for Cold Blood. "Perhaps he perceived you as a greater threat than I." Cold Blood could only speculate. "So Captain Jack prepared so many contingencies just to kill you and seize your relic?" Cheng Feng inquired, having always been curious about why the 2nd and 3rd in the region were so determined to eliminate each other. "Besides that, it is also because he wishes to claim this territory," Cold Blood elucidated. Although her explanation was not entirely clear, Cheng Feng quickly grasped the essence. He recalled that yesterday, Cold Blood had invited him to the reefs of the East Coast to confront the nocturnal monsters together. It seemed this place must possess some naturally formed traps, allowing experts like Cold Blood and Captain Jack to efficiently slay monsters and loot their equipment. "Understood," Cheng Feng nodded. He was no fool and did not require excessive probing. However, Cold Blood was incredibly curious about him. Not only did he possess extraordinary methods to repel Captain Jack, but his unwavering strength, consistently ranking first in the region, made Cold Blood perceive the young man as shrouded in mystery. Moreover, as a female operative, she could distinctly sense that Cheng Feng was unlike anyone else she had encountered. This individual possesses neither ulterior motives, nor has he lost his humanity in this apocalyptic world. How many spirit orbs do you have? Cold Blood could not help but inquire. One of intermediate rank. Initially, Cold Blood paid little heed to the mention of just one orb. However, upon hearing the term intermediate, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. In her estimation, an intermediate orb could only be possessed by creatures that had awakened a semblance of intelligence. Such beings are far more elusive than ordinary beasts, making them difficult to ensnare in traps or to slay. Quite impressive. I possess merely 3, all of the beginner rank, she confessed, feeling a tinge of disappointment. She had anticipated that her background as a female operative, coupled with her swift discovery of monster hunting locales in this realm, would secure her a top position in the regional rankings. Yet, this seemingly harmless youth consistently outperformed her. Even in the realm of spirit orbs, he surpassed her by a tier. What, then, is the true utility of spirit orbs? I have observed some skilled individuals on the World Channel collecting them. Given Cold Blood's candidness, Cheng Feng seized the opportunity to pose the question that lingered in his mind. Chapter 21. The Function of Spirit Orbs. One merely needs to place the spirit orb within 1 meter of a monster's line of sight to render a creature of equal rank immobile for 3 seconds. Cold Blood replied, her tone tranquil. So that is how it works, Cheng Feng mused, enlightenment dawning upon him. If spirit orbs indeed possess such capabilities, it implies that, in the hands of the adept, one could perpetually hunt monsters as long as they possess spirit orbs. After all, each monster that perishes is guaranteed to yield spirit orbs as materials. Cheng Feng quickly comprehended why Captain Jack and the formidable individuals on the World Channel were so infatuated with spirit orbs. It became evident that their obsession lay not in the materials themselves, but in the killing conditions that spirit orbs provided. Of course, possessing spirit orbs does not guarantee successful hunts. With only 3 seconds of immobilization, certain monsters are impervious to blades and firearms, while others come in swarms. For instance, if one were to slay a mutated lizard, countless others would emerge to tear one apart. Sensing Cheng Feng's contemplation, Cold Blood reiterated her explanation. Yes, I am aware. But danger and opportunity coexist. Undoubtedly, many skilled individuals are inclined to seek fortune amidst peril. Cheng Feng nodded, though his words appeared casual. He understood that both he and Cold Blood shared this disposition. Otherwise, they would not have acquired such precious materials as spirit orbs on their very first day. Let us see how much we can gather tonight. The trading channel is indeed a valuable resource. Any equipment that proves unnecessary can be exchanged for daily necessities. Thus, as long as I remain here, I can steadily and securely enhance my combat prowess. Cold Blood turned to face Cheng Feng, her expression softening slightly. It seemed that encountering someone as commendable as Cheng Feng in this desolate world had eased her previously tense disposition. However, she was not yet ready to place her complete trust in him. She believed that Cheng Feng felt the same way about her. To be among the top few on the battle power leaderboard, one must be far from naive. Even if they do not engage in constant scheming, they would at least keep a few trump cards up their sleeves, showing neither recklessness nor a lack of depth. Indeed, this place was quite remarkable. The winding reefs led to the ocean, while the towering cliffs obscured the view from the island, creating a natural trap, an excellent spot for hunting monsters. Cheng Feng smiled, gazing ahead, narrating his thoughts as if he too recognized the extraordinary nature of this locale. Yes, tonight promised to be fruitful. Cold Blood silently admired Cheng Feng's discernment. After a moment's contemplation, she tentatively probed, "Would you like to join me? We can split the loot evenly." "Not for now. Perhaps in a few days," Cheng Feng replied, much to Cold Blood's surprise, shaking his head. While this left her somewhat disappointed, it nonetheless elevated her assessment of him in her mind. In this perilous post-apocalyptic world, few could resist the allure of steadily acquiring gear through monster hunting, and even fewer would disregard an invitation from the second-ranked in the regional power hierarchy. Why? Cold Blood, unable to restrain her curiosity, finally inquired, her demeanor contrasting with her usual icy persona. Yet, she was genuinely intrigued and perplexed by Cheng Feng's calmness. I have other matters to attend to, Cheng Feng responded. All right. Cold blood felt a surge of frustration. She was skeptical of his answer. Yet what could she do? Could she bind him and employ coercive means to extract a confession? I came to the East Coast merely for a casual stroll. I didn't expect to become entangled in your conflict with Captain Jack. It's quite a coincidence, Cheng Feng remarked, sensing the atmosphere had grown tense. And he sought to ease the situation. It was not that he was unwilling to show cold-blood respect. It was simply their first meeting. Even though his instincts suggested she harbored no hostility, he dared not trust her. This woman was exceptionally formidable. Who knew whether she might stab him in the back during a life-and-death struggle against lizards at night? Furthermore, Lin Sheener was still waiting for him. He had not forgotten the system's sign-in task. Well, I owe you a favor today. Since you're not interested in partnering with me, feel free to do as you wish. Cold blood reverted to her frigid demeanor, her voice and expression radiating an icy chill. All right, Cheng Feng nodded, intending to distance himself from cold blood and find a spot to sign in and claim his reward. As he truly turned away and walked into the distance, cold blood, standing alone, felt an inexplicable sense of indignation. She thought she was sufficiently aloof, yet Cheng Feng proved to be even more so. Watching him retreat further, she could not help but call out, "You can take half of the equipment from those 7 men and the middle-aged man. Do you want to come and take a look?" "No need. You did the killing, so it's yours. Just remember to share any information when you can. By the way, my name is Cheng Feng. It's a pleasure to meet you, my friend." Cheng Feng did not turn back, delivering 3 sentences in succession. The first sentence left Lung Shui feeling cold and melancholic. The second sentence brought a slight glimmer of joy to his heart. The third sentence finally allowed the corners of Lung Shui's mouth to curve into a pleasing arc. This fellow does not appear to be entirely devoid of humanity after all. "My name is Lung Ro." Strangely, Lung Shui replied. As soon as the words left her lips, she inwardly chastised herself for her impulsiveness. In the distance, Cheng Feng did not respond, but he took note of this rather pleasant name. He continued forward, his head bowed. It was not that he lacked sensitivity. Rather, his mind was occupied with the system, which had already begun notifying him that the host had successfully checked in. This time, he had directly received a perfect-grade reward item. Chapter 22. Innocent yet burdened by wealth. Multifunctional diving survival suit, perfect grade size, weighs 5 kilograms when folded. Can automatically adjust to the user size when unfolded. Function 1. Comes with an oxygen conversion feature, lasting for 1 hour. Function 2. Features a headlamp, repels sharks, allows for variable speed swimming, ascension and descension, and other conventional minor functions. Function 3. Capable of firing 10 micro bullets underwater, each with a destructive power of 1,000 kilograms. Bullets can be forged from specific materials. Usage period, 1 year. Special note, can withstand underwater pressure up to 200 meters, can be traded, may be damaged. Cheng Feng communicated with the system in his mind and claimed the perfect grade reward item. Initially, he felt a twinge of regret that this item was not the strongest epic grade. However, upon examining the detailed description of the equipment, a wave of delight surged within him. This diving survival suit, from any perspective, was nothing short of extraordinary and invincible in the current environment, to say nothing of its ability to allow free movement underwater for an hour, which could instantly elevate Cheng Feng's swimming prowess beyond that of the so-called Captain Jack. Even on a global scale, his aquatic maneuverability would now be a formidable presence. Such functionality was simply unparalleled. It was a pity that it could be damaged, necessitating careful use. In high spirits, Cheng Feng gazed at the equipment in his hand, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his face. Yet, he quickly stored the equipment in the backpack section of his survival notebook. This place always gave him a sense of lurking danger. He would not let his excitement lead him to don the diving survival suit and leap into the sea right here. After Cheng Feng stowed the item in his backpack, he immediately noticed a dramatic shift in his global ranking. From the 897th position upon acquiring the Black Bee Summoning Potion, it soared by over 500 ranks to reach 388th. This further elevated the importance he placed on this perfect-grade, multifunctional diving survival suit in his mind. This feeling rivaled that of obtaining an epic-grade item, Was it merely due to the usage period or the possibility of damage that it was classified as perfect grade? Cheng Feng marveled at this. He was also keenly aware that as rankings advanced, the difficulty of improvement increased. Among the billions of players worldwide, those who rank within the top 1,000 are undoubtedly the most formidable champions from various regions. For instance, when he received the Black Bee summoning potion during his morning check-in, he only managed to ascend a few dozen places on the global leaderboard. However, upon acquiring this flawless multifunctional diving survival suit, his rank soared to an astonishing 388. One could easily surmise the exceptional quality of this equipment. What a revelation! The Sword Edge's ranking has surged once again, having already surpassed 800. Could there be further ascendance? Astonishingly, it reached 388. What an exaggeration! In broad daylight, how could Sword Edge possibly obtain such exquisite gear? Surely there must be a glitch. In the absence of monsters, the ground would typically yield only items of ordinary or good quality. This individual is beyond comprehension, unless he has discovered a treasure trove. Perhaps a sunken ship beneath the sea. Envy consumes me. I can scarcely breach the top 10,000 in my region, while he effortlessly climbs the global ranks. With his combat prowess, he could dominate our region with ease. The combined strength of the 2nd to 10th place contenders may not match that of Sword Edge. Sigh, who could Sword Edge possibly be? Perhaps he is some affluent consortium leader. Regardless, I cannot fathom how he alone could possess such extraordinary fortune. I wish I could marry him, but alas, he never responds to private messages. Following in his wake, even as a mere follower, would be preferable to my current predicament. As anticipated by Cheng Feng, the regional chat channel erupted once more. These individuals, astonished by his meteoric rise in rank, became increasingly curious about his true identity. Yet, Cheng Feng had consistently presented himself under a pseudonym. Even in the trading channel, he had only made a single appearance the day prior. With these scant clues, it would be challenging for the 30,000 players in the region to discern his true identity. Just as Cheng Feng was about to close the regional chat channel, his eyes narrowed upon spotting a message. It was from an unfamiliar pseudonym, a string of English letters. However, the content had been automatically translated into the user's native language. Specifically, a line of Chinese text was broadcasted in the chat channel, visible to thousands. Sword Edge is located on the eastern side of Michigana Island, approximately 178 centimeters tall. Wearing a gray t-shirt, under 20 years of age, a young man from Huaxia. The moment this line appeared, the regional chat channel erupted once more, filled with countless voices of astonishment and skepticism. Cheng Feng furrowed his brow, instantly recalling a name. As of now, the only individuals who knew his identity were Lin Sheener, Cold Blood, and Captain Jack. Lin Sheener would never expose herself, and Cold Blood was counting on collaboration. Moreover, both were solitary, lacking companions with such an English ID. That left only the recently fled Captain Jack. Only he would have the motive to reveal Cheng Feng's identifying traits to the public. Damn it! Will I be recognized while wandering the island in the future? Cheng Feng cursed the blonde man in his heart. This apocalypse has rendered his situation all the more precarious. Just as the ancient adage goes, a common man is not at fault, but possessing precious treasures may lead to his demise. It is well known that he boasts equipment that ranks among the top 400 in global combat capabilities. Even if merely 1 out of 10 harbors greed that overcomes caution, he must contend with the schemes and malice of hundreds, if not thousands. One must admit, Captain Jack's tactic is particularly ruthless. He fears that one day, Cheng Feng might seek vengeance upon him. Thus, he has carelessly broadcasted his general characteristics in the regional chat channel, urging the remaining survivors to seek out a solitary young man from Huaxia, standing at 178 centimeters tall and under 20 years of age. Is it truly possible to be so formidable at such a tender age? Regardless, it is wiser to believe than to dismiss. Here I am on Michigana Island. Let me not catch sight of this individual. Even if I do, with over 10,000 in ranking, how dare I provoke a global heavyweight ranked 400? What nonsense! I am surrounded by numbers, no matter how strong he is. He remains but an ordinary person, Can he truly remain vigilant for 24 hours, never resting? The regional chat channel is abuzz with fervor as many express their excitement. Cheng Feng, with a sigh, contemplates closing his survival journal, only to notice a private message from Cold Blood in his friend list. The message comes from one of Captain Jack's subordinates. The island is unsettled, particularly among those in the top 20 of the regional leaderboard, who have banded together. One must exercise caution. Cold Blood's words are few, yet laden with significance. Acknowledging this, Cheng Feng replies succinctly, "Understood, thank you." Though the current situation indeed calls for him to minimize his outings, ideally, he should remain at a fixed location like Cold Blood. Yet, he is acutely aware of the strongest sign-in system at his disposal. Each day at noon, he must check in at a designated spot. Thus, retreating into hiding is not a feasible option. Let us see who lacks discernment. With a terrain map and such numerous trump cards, it remains uncertain who will seize whose equipment. Cheng Feng stows away his survival journal, gazing at the distant horizon, a glimmer of derision flickering in his eyes. Chapter 23. A tender refuge and a snare. What an enigmatic individual, with an odd disposition and a mysterious aura. How is it that his combat prowess can soar to such terrifying heights? Sitting upon a rocky outcrop, Cold Blood observes the coastline devoid of any presence, murmuring to herself, her mind haunted by the image of Cheng Feng. From his alerting warning to withstanding Captain Jack's meticulously planned ambush, and subsequently summoning a swarm for counterattack, culminating in his calm refusal of her invitation and departure. Every gesture, every word of Cheng Feng leaves an indelible impression on Cold Blood, lingering in her thoughts. Particularly after his departure, she perused the regional chat channel, astonished to discover the staggering ascent of Cheng Feng's combat power. This revelation left her momentarily dazed and questioning if perhaps, in her frantic monster slaying the previous night, she had overlooked some equipment amid the chaotic rocks. Otherwise, how could one explain the absurdity of his rapid power escalation within such a brief span? Ultimately, however, she refrained from inquiring further. From a place of friendship, she chose only to offer him a kind reminder. Regrettably, the situation on Cheng Feng's side remains tranquil. His responses continue to be rather straightforward. Cold-blooded. One cannot help but wonder if this individual can persist in his safety and continue to astound or even terrify others on the power rankings. Cheng Feng has departed from the coastline, opting for a rugged and secluded route back, as indicated by the island's topographical map, to avoid encounters with other survivors. Along the way, he occasionally spots some commonplace items and materials. However, he refrains from collecting such wood, stones, and leaves, primarily due to the limited capacity of his backpack. He must reserve space for the valuable equipment acquired through sign-ins. As for everyday necessities, he can always trade with Lin Xiner for food when the need arises. After approximately 2 hours of traversing, Cheng Feng returns to the edge of the verdant pool. In the distance, he can see his silver tent standing quietly. The Wong brothers and their companions, however, seem to be nowhere in sight. After surveying the surroundings and detecting no anomalies, Cheng Feng sends a message to Lin Xiner, notifying her of his arrival. Before long, the tent flap opens from within, revealing a charming and lovely face peeking out. "Wow, Brother Cheng Feng, you've finally returned," Lin Xiner exclaims, her face brimming with delight upon seeing him standing not far away. This Cheng Feng's expression shifts to one of surprise, as he is greeted by the fragrant aroma of lavender perfume, indicating that Lin Xiner has evidently taken great care in her appearance. Although her lips are not painted in a fiery crimson, her bright eyes and pearly teeth, along with her subtly fluttering eyelashes, render her far more enchanting than the previous day. Coupled with her pristine white low-cut t-shirt, which leaves much of her fair chest and neck exposed, Cheng Feng finds himself momentarily entranced, unable to react. Noticing Cheng Feng's gaze fixed upon her, Lin Xiner shyly lowers her head once again, yet internally, she feels a sweet exhilaration akin to sipping honey. Cheng Feng, being a paragon of virtue, managed to maintain a gaze of decorum despite sharing a bed for the night, which only deepens Lin Xiner's gratitude. However, As a beauty who has always been surrounded by admiration, she cannot help but question her own allure for the first time. Thus, during a languid afternoon, she exchanged a pack of instant noodles and some banana coconut jelly, left to her by Cheng Feng, for cosmetics and perfume. What was your stuff, and you would rather go hungry than part with it? So be it, she muses. Cheng Feng, amused yet bewildered by Lin Xen's childlike explanations, finds her thoughts quite perplexing. Do I look good? Lin Xen lifts her head, her large eyes blinking expectantly, now that she senses no displeasure from Cheng Feng. Absolutely, he replies without hesitation. If Lin Xen were not beautiful, then there would be no beauty in this world. Lin Xen beams sweetly, extending her left hand to lift the flap of the tent and softly urging, "Please come in. I've boiled some hot water. Let us take a moment to rest." Cheng Feng bent down and entered the tent alongside Lin Xen. Upon noticing the neatly organized interior and the warm kettle set aside, he couldn't help but feel grateful for having a sister as considerate as Lin Xen. "What about the Wong brothers? Have they come to bother you?" he inquired. "No. After you left, they seem to have vanished," Lin Xen replied. "I didn't dare to stray far from the tent, but fortunately, there haven't been many visitors, perhaps due to the remoteness of this area." Sitting cross-legged, Lin Xen engaged Cheng Feng in conversation. "But how was your true identity revealed?" she asked, her expression tinged with concern. "I'll explain that later. You must be hungry. Let us prepare some grilled fish. The sky is overcast, and it might rain heavily by evening." Cheng Feng remained practical, avoiding indulgence in the comforts of the moment. "All right, I'll follow your lead," Lin Xen nodded obediently, although she wasn't particularly hungry. For Cheng Feng, the hours spent apart from Lin Xen were dull, with only the survival journal panel to occupy his thoughts. He attempted to reach out to his parents through the regional and world chat features, but to no avail. He wondered if they had made it to this realm. As they walked out, Lin Xen cheerfully recounted her afternoon activities. "Take your time. Engage in more chats when possible. Opportunities will arise," Cheng Feng reassured her. Yet deep down, he too was uncertain about how to locate his friends and family, hoping they were in the same vicinity, allowing for a chance encounter. Upon exiting the tent, Cheng Feng intended to retrieve his exceptional fishing gear to continue fishing and grilling. However, as he lifted his gaze, he spotted Wang Lei, Huang Liang, and Yin Shaoqing approaching him from the foot of a nearby hill. The trio hurried their steps, yet their expressions bore no signs of hostility. In fact, Wang Lei appeared elated, calling out from distance, "Brother Cheng, we never imagined you were Jian Feng. We were blind to your greatness. It is a sin beyond forgiveness." Yin Shaoqing and Huang Liang nodded vigorously in agreement. Their exuberance resembled that of fans encountering an idol. Yet, Cheng Feng remained unfazed. To be candid, their behavior struck him as overly theatrical. He found it hard to believe that just yesterday they wished for his demise, and now they were eager to become his subordinates. "What is the matter?" Cheng Feng asked, maintaining his composure. Seeing Cheng Feng's aloof demeanor, Yin Shaoqing's eyes flashed with a hint of anger, but she quickly concealed it. "Adopting a funning attitude." "Yes, Brother Cheng, or rather Boss Cheng. We discovered a peculiar stone not far from here. It appears to be of perfect or even epic quality. We would like your assistance in examining it," she said with a flattering smile, not forgetting to accentuate her figure. Lin Xen frowned slightly, having never held a favorable opinion of this brazen girl. A peculiar stone? Cheng Feng's interest was piqued, as Wang Lei and Huang Liang both nodded vigorously. Yin Shaoqing secretly cast him flirtatious glances, prompting a bold conjecture to form in his mind. Chapter 24. The Conspiracy of the Wong Brothers. "All right, let us take a look," Cheng Feng chuckled. At present, he was fortified by the golden silkworm garment, armed with a Black Panther dagger in his backpack, and possessed a black bee summoning potion for 2 uses. Coupled with the navigable island topography etched in his mind, he felt no trepidation regarding the schemes of mere lackeys like Wang Lei. Upon Cheng Feng's agreement, a fleeting expression of joy flickered in Wang Lei's eyes. Yin Shaoqing and Huang Liang were eager to lead the way. "I'll accompany you." Lin Xen seemed to sense something amiss. Although her temperament was relatively gentle, she was also astute and suspected that the Wong brothers harbored no good intentions, especially not in their desire to leave something for Cheng Feng. It's fine. I can go alone. Cheng Feng gestured for her to wait. Wang Lei shifted his gaze to Lin Sheener, unable to resist swallowing hard at the sight of her long, fair legs, swan-like neck, and striking visage. Yet he suppressed his emotions and, following Cheng Feng's suggestion, allowed Lin Sheener to remain behind for a moment. But I'm afraid to stay alone. Lin Sheener insisted resolutely, anxious for Cheng Feng's safety. Even though he was formidable and astute, he was still but one man, and she could not shake her worries. Why are you being so disobedient? Cheng Feng's voice turned slightly cold as he turned to her, appearing somewhat fierce. However, Lin Sheener noticed that he discreetly winked at her, and she quickly realized that Cheng Feng understood everything. His insistence on her staying was undoubtedly for a reason. Thus, she feigned fear and obediently nodded. A subtle, sinister smile briefly crossed Wang Lei's lips. Lin Sheener's absence was preferable, less trouble for him, and she might survive to become their servant later. Let us go. Cheng Feng directed his attention to Huang Liang, who promptly led the way. Wang Lei and Yin Shaoqing followed closely behind, gradually disappearing from Lin Sheener's concerned gaze. In the mountains? Cheng Feng inquired as Huang Liang proceeded ahead. Yes, right inside our cave. This morning we attempted to excavate it a bit and accidentally discovered this glowing stone. But we are unsure of its properties and wanted Brother Jianfeng to take a look, Yin Shaoqing explained with a smile. Cheng Feng maintained his composure, walking alongside them for another 2 or 3 minutes before finally arriving at the cave Yin Shaoqing had mentioned. The cave was not particularly large, about human height and more than 2 meters wide. The entrance was littered with stones of various sizes and firewood, indicating that they had likely taken refuge here from monster attacks the previous night. Ah, Brother Jianfeng has arrived. Quickly come inside, Wang Wei exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he emerged. Regrettably, he was stung by a black bee yesterday, leaving his face bruised and swollen, and his smile was more grotesque than a frown. The odor in the air was rather unpleasant, causing Cheng Feng to furrow his brow. This place resembled a primitive cave, merely serving as a shelter, far inferior to his tent. Clearly, it could not compare to that of Jianfeng. Wang Lei's expression was also somewhat awkward, as the others cautiously peered out from a cave. It's fine. Let us go. Cheng Feng squinted, seemingly in contemplation. Yet moments later, he opened his eyes and declared they would proceed. The Wang brothers exhaled in relief, allowing Cheng Feng to pass. Unbeknownst to them, just moments ago, Cheng Feng had conjured a mental map of the cave's layout. He had noticed that just a few meters away, the cave floor had sunk in, supported above by branches and soil, while below lay a bed of sharp, vertical wooden spikes. An immediate understanding dawned upon him. These individuals had devised the most primitive yet effective trap, akin to hunting wild beasts, to ensnare him. With this knowledge, Cheng Feng continued onward, soon encountering Zhang Lufeng before him. The honest man's gaze was evasive, his face betraying a mix of reluctance and concern. However, the expressions of the others hinted at barely concealed delight, especially when Cheng Feng approached the trap. Both Yin Shaoqing and Huang Liang were breathing heavily, nearly on the verge of exclamation. Such poor acting, Cheng Feng scoffed inwardly. In the next instant, just as he was about to take a step forward, he suddenly acted, seizing Huang Liang by the arm and forcefully propelling him forward. Splash! Caught off guard, Huang Liang stepped into the void and, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, fell heavily into the trap. Chapter 25, Justice Served, awaiting the midnight hour. Ah! A scream erupted from the depths of the trap. Everyone's countenance changed dramatically. They had no inkling of how Cheng Feng had discerned the ruse. It was Wang Wei, a retired Special Forces soldier, whose reflexes were sharp. He bellowed and charged, drawing a dagger to stab at Cheng Feng's waist with ferocity, truly seeking his own demise. Cheng Feng's gaze turned cold, and he did not flinch. He sidestepped and retrieved his survival notebook, illuminating it while silently invoking the black bee. As Wang Wei saw his dagger nearing Cheng Feng's midsection, exhilaration surged within him. Even if you ranked first in the regional leaderboard, you would still meet your end here. Yet in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. He realized that his military dagger could not penetrate. Cheng Feng appeared unfazed by the precise ambush, as if he had anticipated it all along. Bro! Seeing Wang Wei dazed and ceasing his attack, Wang Lei, not far behind, exclaimed in confusion. Impossible! Why is this happening? Wang Wei was left in utter disarray. The remaining individuals initially intended to rush forward, but at this moment, their movements became somewhat sluggish. This was not only due to their fear of the seemingly invulnerable Cheng Feng, but more so because they had just heard the buzzing of bees. Goodness, he truly can summon black bees, Wang Lei exclaimed. Originally, upon learning that Cheng Feng ranked first on the leaderboard, they had plotted to lure him into a cave for nefarious purposes. Who would have thought that this fellow would prove excessively formidable? He first identified the treacherous traps they had dug beneath their feet, and then withstood Wang Wei's full frontal assault. Now, they found themselves devoid of any trump cards or backup plans. Their so-called strategy of overwhelming Cheng Feng with sheer numbers was now rendered impossible with the emergence of the black bees. "Help me!" cried Huang Liang, impaled by sharp wooden stakes in the trap, his voice weak and desperate. Yet the others could scarcely spare him a thought. The black bees had already swarmed into the narrow cave, as if by magic. Everyone, including the sharp-tongued girl Yin Xiaoqing, began to scream and flee in panic. Only Zhang Lufeng stood dazed in place, seemingly ignored by the black bees as they circled around him to attack the others. "I was wrong. This is all a misunderstanding," the Wang brothers screamed in hysteria. The cave was too cramped, allowing only two people to exit side by side at most. Now the crowd was huddled together, providing the black bees with a perfect opportunity to wreak havoc. Misunderstanding? Had it not been for my quick reflexes, I would likely be a corpse by now. Cheng Feng's eyes flashed with anger. He felt no pity for the Wang brothers any longer. Cheng Feng, no, brother Cheng Feng. I was coerced. I did not partake in setting the traps, and for that, they punished me by forbidding me from eating today, Zhang Lufeng said cautiously, standing by the wall as he listened to the cries of the others. "I know, which is why the black bees did not sting you." Cheng Feng nodded, pausing before asking, "If they knew I was the top of the leaderboard, why did they dare to confront me?" "Well, we initially dared not oppose you. However, Wang Wei insisted that fortune favors the bold. If we killed you, we could share your possessions and enjoy Lin Shiner together." Zhang Lufeng sighed, leaning against the wall. He could see Huang Liang, his body pierced by numerous wooden stakes, nearly bled dry, surely beyond saving. Although they were all deserving of their fate, Zhang Lufeng felt a profound sorrow within him. Good comrades working together had succumbed to greed, ultimately bringing about their own demise. What a folly it is to seek fortune in peril. Thinking to kill me? It would not be so simple, Cheng Feng scoffed. He had no intention of sympathizing with Huang Liang or the fates of the Wang brothers, who were now uncertain. Having refrained from personally wielding the Black Panther dagger against them, he deemed himself merciful. "I'll leave this to you. Should you require any provisions, do not hesitate to seek me out." Cheng Feng cast a glance at Huang Liang ensnared in the trap, shook his head, and resolved to depart. "Very well." Zhang Lufeng gritted his teeth, comprehending Cheng Feng's unspoken words. He would not abandon him to peril, yet would not regard him as an ally like Lin Shiner. Contemplating this, a tide of regret surged within Zhang Lufeng. Ultimately, he had made a grievous error, failing to betray the Wang family brethren earlier and steadfastly aligning himself with Cheng Feng. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of gratitude towards Cheng Feng. After all, the top-ranked Cheng Feng still regarded him as an old acquaintance. In the current circumstances, such a sentiment was indeed a tremendous grace. Cheng Feng lingered no longer, turning to leave. The Wang family brethren's machinations posed no real threat to him. These individuals, lacking even the cold-bloodedness of Captain Jack's minions, were significantly inferior. However, they served as a small reflection of human nature, innately greedy. Henceforth, it was likely that an increasing number of individuals would aspire to the riches that the Wang family sought through peril. Vigilance was imperative. "Are you all right?" Lin Shiner, gazing from a distance, had already witnessed Wang Wei and Yin Xiaoqing screaming as they dashed toward the creek. Thus, she surmised that Cheng Feng had resolved the matter entirely. Thankfully, they were incapable of inflicting harm upon her. Cheng Feng smiled, signaling her to remain at ease. He bent down, intending to retrieve his fishing gear to prepare a fish soup complemented by instant noodles. In tropical isles, daylight dawns early and night falls late. With the hour nearing 5, it was time to prepare for the evening. Wow, your experiences today. You've encountered both the second and third, sitting by the water's edge. Lin Sheener's expression reflected astonishment as she listened to Cheng Feng recount his day-as adventures. The cold-blooded ones were manageable, yet Captain Jack loomed as a significant threat. Cheng Feng narrowed his eyes, envisioning the agile figure of the white man. He likely commanded subordinates, possibly numbering in the dozens or even hundreds. Thus, caution was essential. Lin Sheener harbored deep concern for Cheng Feng. Despite his formidable combat prowess and numerous hidden cards, she feared unforeseen circumstances might arise. I'm aware of that. However, my foremost interest lies in tonight's ranking changes. According to the cold-blooded one, this relic can render monsters of the same rank immobile for 3 seconds. Thus, the experts of this world might revel in a bountiful night, perhaps even surpassing my own strength, Cheng Feng mused with a playful smile. This world lacks nothing but audacity. Even the Wong family brethren dared to covet riches, scheming against the region's top ranker. How could the thousands of experts privy to the relic's secret possibly resist ignoring the monsters? That won't happen. The disparity between her and you is far too great. Lin Sheener firmly believed in Cheng Feng's fighting capabilities. However, after speaking, she noticed Cheng Feng gazing into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Sheener hesitated for a moment before adding, "But I believe you will take action at night. You are not one to be content with the status quo. You relish challenges and seek excitement." Chapter 26. Preparations for the Night. Astute, Cheng Feng cast an approving glance at Lin Sheener. Yet, her notion of seeking thrill left him somewhat perturbed. He had always considered himself a rather earnest young man, and he had never engaged in any risque or exhilarating escapades. "I will support you unconditionally, but you must exercise caution in everything." Lin Sheener, unaware of the fleeting thought that crossed Cheng Feng's mind, tilted her head and replied earnestly. Cheng Feng nodded. He was not greedy. He planned to assess the situation in the evening, perhaps starting with a mid-level lizard to test the waters and determine if the relic truly possessed the efficacy that Lung Xue had claimed. The aroma of instant noodles and grilled fish wafted through the air as the sun began its descent. A gentle breeze caressed the scene, with beauty by his side. Cheng Feng, having satiated his hunger, prepared to find a suitable spot for the tent before nightfall. Previously, he had been oblivious to the monsters lurking about, hence he had not sought any valleys or traps. However, having learned that Lung Xue could capture more than 3 monsters in a night using traps, he felt compelled to consider the strategy. The daytime was rather dull. The rankings had shown no signs of change. Ordinary items proved futile, as everyone now possessed superior equipment. Among the top-ranked players, who did not own a few pieces of exceptional gear, he found himself envious of brother Cheng Feng, who, it was said, was barely 20 and operated alone. He could not fathom how that was possible. Do not panic. Tomorrow will reveal the truth. For what I gather, many of the top 20 players have united. He is alone and has exposed his whereabouts. Survival is not guaranteed. If Cheng Feng were to perish, our entire region would devolve into a wasteland. There would be no one left in the global top 10,000, let alone someone in the top 400 like him. Let us see how tonight unfolds. Do not forget, his ranking soared during the day. That is a valid point. The night belongs to others. Cheng Feng will likely conceal himself and wait in silence. Enough of Cheng Feng. The death toll in our region has nearly surpassed 20,000. If luck does not favor us tonight, it would mean the demise of half the population within 2 days. The regional chat channel remained lively. Cheng Feng had no time to meticulously read through each message. He focused on the terrain map, locating a rocky hill not far from the green pond. At the base of the hill, a gap concealed within the thicket caught his attention. It was not a cave, but rather a nook that would allow the tent's back to rest against it perfectly. He sought some stones to encircle the area, leaving an entrance for one person to pass through, aiming to avoid drawing the monster's attention. Cheng Feng quickly devised his plan. Even as the sun set, There remained at least an hour until darkness enveloped the land. This was ample time for him to execute his fortification strategy. As he toiled, just before nightfall, Zhang Lufeng paid him a visit. Cheng Feng, honoring his promise, offered him some leftover grilled fish, which should suffice to satiate his hunger. From Zhang Lufeng, he learned that among the Wang brothers, Huang Liang had perished in the cave and had already been buried. Wang Lei and several others were severely injured and could not endure until they could leap into the stream. Wang Wei, Yan Shaoqing, and Lin Xiaoliang, however, had survived. Albeit in a dire state, their bodies ravaged and nearly lifeless, leaving them uncertain of their ability to survive until dawn. Cheng Feng, devoid of any maternal instincts, allocated food solely to Zhang Lufeng. Whether Wang Wei and Yin Shaoqing could endure was left to fate. Zhang Lufeng, filled with gratitude towards Cheng Feng, willingly assisted him in transporting stones. His cave and stones were readily available, and he could simply retreat there under the cover of darkness without the extensive preparations Cheng Feng had to undertake. By 6:30, Cheng Feng completed all his arrangements. He leaned against a small, human-height stone fortress surrounded by lush underbrush, which concealed his silver tent. Thus, by nightfall, he could hide in the shadows, observing passing creatures through the tent window. The tent would not be overtly conspicuous. Otherwise, as Lung Shui had mentioned, the monsters on this island were categorized. Just yesterday, a mid-level mutated lizard had already detected something amiss with his tent. The thought of encountering higher-level or even more formidable monsters filled Cheng Feng with trepidation. He had indeed been rather overconfident last night. However, an influx of monsters might be beneficial, for his equipment was still insufficient. Cheng Feng contemplated taking Lin Shiner into the tent for shared slumber. Chapter 27. The Demise of the Mutated Lizards. The second night has arrived. The elites can freely slay monsters and acquire equipment. Alas, we must continue to remain hidden. Yet, it is not entirely bleak. The foolish have mostly perished during the night, and those who survived have generally found refuge. Indeed, it seems that the majority of the 30,000 tonight should pass through unscathed. I even have a sense that those who succumb will be the greedy experts. It stands to reason. Normal individuals would seek shelter to sleep, while only the skilled would contemplate hunting monsters to enhance their strength. As the saying goes, those who drown are often capable swimmers. Let us see how many of the top 10 on the leaderboard will fall by tomorrow. The elites are rallying for glory in our region. It is your solemn duty. As night approached, many had hidden themselves, finding little else to do but gather around their survival notes. This led to a resurgence of activity in the regional chat channel. Cheng Feng sat cross-legged outside the tent, casually conversing with Lin Shiner while observing the chatter of these individuals. Just as they had remarked, the initial casualties in this region had indeed been considerable. In less than 48 hours, nearly 20,000 had perished. However, those who had survived these 48 hours were not merely elites, but at least individuals of intelligence or sufficient diligence. Thus, the impending rate of mortality is bound to decelerate swiftly. Conversely, those adept individuals like Cheng Feng, who seek fortune amidst peril, will witness an escalating mortality rate beginning this very night. Contemplating this, Cheng Feng instinctively accessed the regional leaderboard. After a day of minor fluctuations, the current standings are as follows. South Pacific Zone, 7 rankings. Jinfeng. Regional rank, 1. Global rank, 421. Lung Shui. Regional rank, 2. Global rank, 14, 333. Captain Jack. Regional rank, 3. Global rank, 34, 631. Fai Mai Du Oju. Regional rank, 4. Global rank, 42, 312. Han Bi Nia Xing Xing. Regional rank, 5. Global rank, 76, 323. Zai Lao Tian. Regional rank, 6. Global rank, 12, 111. Zhao Yu. Where are you? Regional rank, 7. Global rank, 152, 944. It is evident that, compared to noon, aside from Cheng Feng, who acquired a perfect multifunctional diving suit, and Lung Shui, who eliminated 7 individuals and enhanced his equipment, The rest have seen a slight decline in their global rankings. Cheng Feng surmised the reason behind this. The scarcity of resources on the island and the sparse population made treasure hunting or engaging in combat during daylight far less convenient than on those affluent continents. This realization further solidified Cheng Feng's resolve to depart from the island of Misigana. The survivors of this world are formidable, and with the volcanic eruption looming, he must seize each day to hasten the enhancement of his strength. The progress for the top 20,000 is painfully slow. Even Leng Shui, having claimed the equipment of numerous individuals, has only advanced a few hundred ranks. This underscores the extreme rarity of perfect-grade equipment. Indeed, this single piece in my possession could very well equate to the entire wealth of those ranked from 10th to 20th. Cheng Feng pondered silently, placing greater importance on the perfect diving suit within his pack. Observing Cheng Feng deep in thought, Lin Xiner felt a flicker of affection in her heart. This youth, though appearing youthful, exhibited remarkable maturity, tirelessly engaged in contemplation. Recalling how Cheng Feng had rested against the tent, clad in his attire, last night, Lin Xiner could not help but speak. Cheng Feng, if you find it uncomfortable to sleep at night, you could lean against me. I cannot occupy all this space alone. Not a chance, Cheng Feng replied, momentarily interrupted from his thoughts. Instinctively, he quipped, "You are too alluring. I dare not come too close, lest I transform into." As he spoke, he lifted his gaze and met Lin Xiner's clear, earnest eyes, prompting him to halt mid-sentence, sensing that jesting may not be appropriate at this moment. To his surprise, Lin Xiner gazed intently at him and spontaneously declared, "Even if that were the case, I would not hold it against you." Upon uttering those words, Lin Xiner's neck flushed crimson, and she quickly lowered her head, seemingly overwhelmed by shyness. Cheng Feng was initially taken aback, but warmth and gratitude surged within him, accompanied by a hint of pride. Unexpectedly, he possessed such charisma. In less than 40 hours, he had elicited such words from Lin Shiner, the absolute goddess in the hearts of countless men. "No need to rush. There will be ample time in the days to come," Cheng Feng said with a mischievous smile. Though he yearned to embody the virtues of a gentleman, he was first and foremost a passionate youth. His restraint the previous evening stemmed from a desire not to force anyone against their will or betray his own conscience. However, should someone willingly offer their affection, to be unresponsive would be a gross waste. "How vexing," Lin Shiner murmured, her cheeks flushed, her voice scarcely louder than a whisper. Just then, a strange cry from outside shattered the intimate atmosphere within the tent. Instantly, both sat up straight, the gravity of the situation sinking in. They understood that night had fallen, and the mysterious creatures would once again emerge from the depths below to invade their world. Mutated lizards, colossal, saber-toothed tigers akin to rhinos, and serpents with golden claws. Why were there still so many? Cheng Feng observed the scene through the tent's window. Perhaps the numbers refreshed daily? It wasn't as if they had diminished after their battle the previous day, Lin Shiner speculated. She increasingly felt that this global survival scenario resembled the apocalyptic games she had read about in her past novels. That's quite fortuitous. I've been seeking mid-level monsters. Cheng Feng's gaze flickered with interest. He recalled Cold Blood's words. Ordinary low-level monsters were merely enhanced beasts, lacking intelligence and driven primarily by primal instincts. In contrast, mid-level monsters could be likened to small leaders among their kind, akin to wolf or lion kings. They possessed a level of cunning comparable to that of human children, making them formidable foes that were difficult for players to defeat alone. As for higher-level creatures, Cold Blood had not mentioned them. After all, the vast majority had only arrived in this world a day prior. Even if Cold Blood could contact her former comrades and instructors, they too would be equally uninformed. "If you need any assistance, please don't hesitate to ask," Lin Shiner encouraged, observing Cheng Feng's eagerness. She had grown less apprehensive than the previous night, aware that he would inevitably venture out to confront the monsters. Thus, she rallied herself, hoping to aid him. "Let us observe for now, and allow them to engage in battle for a while." Cheng Feng maintained his composure. Outside, the scene mirrored that of the previous night. The creatures, driven by differing instincts, immediately began to clash upon encountering one another. Strangely, the number of mutated lizards was not substantial today. Even with their tendency to band together, they struggled against formidable individuals like the saber-toothed tigers. Within moments, the battlefield tilted dramatically, with many solitary or small groups of mutated beasts gaining the upper hand. One particularly magnificent creature, resplendent in golden scales akin to a divine dragon, barreled through a pack of hyenas like a lion among its prey. It faced no worthy adversary, and with each swipe or bite, it left its opponents battered and fleeing for their lives. Peering through the window, Lin Xer felt her heart race, fearful of being discovered by this formidable creature, knowing that the flimsy tent offered no protection against its whims. Chapter 28. The Battle of the Diamond King and Godzilla? Quite impressive. Observing the ferocity of the golden-clawed giant python, even Cheng Feng could not help but exclaim in admiration. Could this be the intermediate monster you spoke of? Lin Xer was equally intrigued. She had closely scrutinized the surroundings last night, and had not encountered such an almost invincible mutated beast. It likely surpassed the intermediate level by a considerable margin. Cheng Feng shook his head. He had previously slain an intermediate mutated lizard, which, although cunning enough to deceive its companions, paled in comparison to the golden-clawed giant python before him. No, it should not be referred to as a python. It bore a closer resemblance to a dragon. Cheng Feng continued his meticulous observation. The battle had already raged for some time. Initially, he had believed that this 7 or 8 meter long golden-clawed dragon would be similar to other formidable creatures like the mammoth or the mutated saber-toothed tiger, capable of overwhelming the mutated lizard, yet wary of one another. However, as time passed, the mutated lizards either perished or retreated, leaving the remaining singular kings to engage in fierce combat. It became evident to Cheng Feng that the golden-clawed dragon had not yet unleashed its full power. Its speed was astonishing, and its gaze exuded authority. When confronted with a formidable opponent, it opened its jaws wide, unleashing flames that surged forth. This revelation sent a shiver down Cheng Feng's spine, for only the legendary Dragon King was said to possess the ability to breathe fire. This implied that the creature's rank must be at least advanced or even beyond. Fortunately, he had refrained from rashly intervening. Cheng Feng felt grateful for his composure as he continued to observe the battle. At this moment, as the 5-clawed golden dragon asserted its dominance, no other living monster remained in sight. This realization caused Cheng Feng to inwardly lament. After all, he had spent the entire evening preparing, intending to ambush an intermediate monster with the aid of the relics. Who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of such a powerful entity, the 5-clawed golden dragon, which had decimated everything within several hundred meters? It would surely depart, wouldn't it? Lin Xer was equally terrified of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Not to mention its fire-breathing capability, a mere breath in their direction would obliterate the tent. It seemed to be clearing the area rather than pursuing the remaining monsters, as if it had some purpose here. Cheng Feng squinted thoughtfully. Based on the topographical map, he had chosen this location for its tranquil ambience and the convergence of natural energies. Nestled by mountains and water, lush vegetation surrounded the open terrain, and the night sky was crystal clear. This led him to believe that an intermediate monster would likely appear here. Now, however, a remarkably powerful creature had arrived, and after a bout of slaughter and intimidation, the area fell eerily silent. The 5-clawed golden dragon appeared to curl up and remain still, which only deepened the frustration of both Cheng Feng and Lin Xer. He desperately wished for the 5-clawed golden dragon to vacate the premises, allowing other monsters the courage to approach. The latter, however, harbored concerns that the prolonged night might bring forth unforeseen troubles, with the formidable 5-clawed golden dragon possibly going berserk and wreaking havoc. In any case, after an hour or two had elapsed, the 5-clawed golden dragon showed no inclination to depart. Occasionally, mutated lizards that inadvertently ventured into this vicinity were swiftly dispatched by the dragon or terrified into retreat. Was it recuperating? That seemed improbable, as its gaze radiated vitality, and none had managed to breach its armored defenses. Yet, over 4 hours had passed, and it remained steadfast, seemingly intent on spending the night here. Inside the tent, beneath the dim glow of the lantern, Cheng Feng and Lin Shiner were still troubled. The five-clawed golden dragon's refusal to budge left them too anxious to sleep soundly, especially given that Cheng Feng had meticulously concealed the tent with numerous traps. They could not afford to remain idle until dawn without any gain. Jianfeng, what have you collected? I've already secured 3 low-level ones. Coldblood sent a message through the private chat. Cheng Feng could only respond with envy. Yet, what could he do? The five-clawed golden dragon appeared to be feigning sleep, but it would undoubtedly detect any disturbances and eliminate perceived threats. Considering the searing flames capable of annihilating mutated lizards, Cheng Feng dared not risk his life by venturing outside. Captain Jack has also obtained something. His rank surged by 3,000 places. My world ranking has plummeted to over 700. Such audacity among players. As night deepens, they all emerge to hunt monsters, he lamented, glancing at the leaderboard and Coldblood's private message. Cheng Feng felt a mix of urgency and helplessness, pondering what mischief he had wrought to compel the five-clawed golden dragon to linger through the night. Just then, as midnight approached, with the full moon illuminating the sky and the sea breeze stirring, the five-clawed golden dragon suddenly emitted a piercing howl. The sound was both commanding and resonant, jolting Cheng Feng and Lin Shiner into alertness. Upon closer inspection, the dragon had risen, and in the grass where it had coiled for several hours lay a golden egg the size of a human head. What on earth? Cheng Feng and Lin Shiner exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a blend of astonishment. It turned out that the five-clawed golden dragon had been fiercely guarding this auspicious spot for the sake of laying an egg. Haha, it appears to be a female dragon. Lin Shiner chuckled, her laughter breaking the tension. She had not anticipated that the truth would be so absurdly humorous. They had previously speculated wildly that the five-clawed golden dragon was either injured, preparing for a tribulation, or awaiting a formidable adversary for a life-or-death showdown atop the island under the full moon. Now that it has laid the egg, it should depart. Cheng Feng thought, bemused. He eagerly wished for the creature to make a swift exit. But soon, he realized he might have been overthinking the situation. The dragon's instinctive howl had, in fact, attracted a massive mutated ape. This creature stood at least 8 meters tall, its very movement causing the ground to tremble as though a mountain was shaking. The five-clawed golden dragon, though measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, remained significantly shorter than the mutated ape, which towered over it, being more than twice its height. The ape's eyes shimmered with an eerie green light. Upon its emergence, the five-clawed golden dragon immediately sensed the impending threat, entering a state of combat readiness. The flames it unleashed were effortlessly blocked by the mutated ape's powerful arms. Its furry body seemed impervious to the scorching fire, prompting Cheng Feng to realize that the ape's level and strength were likely on par with the dragon's. Heavens! The combat prowess of these two creatures suggested that either one could easily obliterate the lizards from the previous night. Lin Shiner was equally astonished. She felt fortunate to witness a five-clawed golden dragon, considering that most individuals in the regional chat had only encountered enormous, savage creatures that resembled mere primitive monsters. Yet here, in their presence, not only was there a fire-breathing five-clawed golden dragon, but also a mutated ape capable of leaping several meters high, seemingly unafraid of flames. It was as if a titan was battling Godzilla, saving Cheng Feng the cost of a movie ticket. He could only muster a wry smile and self-comfort, reminding himself that there was a crucial difference. Godzilla would never lay eggs. Lin Shiner instinctively responded, her words spoken without intent, but heard with significance. Suddenly, Cheng Feng was struck by inspiration. Yes, the dragon's egg. Perhaps the mutated ape had long been lying in wait. Anticipating the moment, the five-clawed golden dragon had just laid its eggs at its most vulnerable state. If that were the case, the mutated ape must be confident in its ability to kill the dragon, and could very well emerge victorious in this fierce battle. Could he then seize the opportunity to snatch the precious egg, thereby saving the innocent little dragon? Cheng Feng's eyes gleamed with fervor as he laid out his plan. Lin Shiner felt a surge of excitement within her. It seemed that the plan, despite its inherent dangers, was not flawed at all. Especially the notion of rescuing the little dragon resonated deeply with her affection for small creatures. If the five-clawed golden dragon triumphed, it would surely go berserk upon discovering her stolen offspring and could easily track them down. However, if the mutated ape emerged victorious, it might not care for a mere egg and could simply depart. Lin Shiner's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, signaling her full support for Cheng Feng's proposal. Chapter 29. Without entering the tiger's den, how can one obtain the tiger cub? Observing Lin Shiner's endorsement of his suggestion, Cheng Feng resolved to proceed. He recalled the adage he had been repeating lately: fortune favors the bold. The five-clawed golden dragon was evidently no ordinary beast. The egg it laid on the night of the full moon, even if left unhatched, would surely be a remarkable treasure, capable of providing unparalleled nourishment. With their plans set, the two cautiously nestled themselves by the window, eager to witness the outcome of the impending battle between these formidable foes. Outside the window, the sea breeze intensified, and beneath the radiant moonlight, the mutated ape let out a series of fierce howls, engaging in a fierce battle with the five-clawed golden dragon. The mutated ape, possessing immense strength, was surprisingly agile. With a single leap, it could soar several dozen meters high, and the force of its punch rivaled that of a massive truck colliding with great ferocity. Fortunately, Cheng Feng had chosen a campsite at the foot of the mountain, where the terrain was narrow. Had it been placed in a broader area like the previous night, a few careless brushes from the mutated ape could have easily turned them into mere pulp. Moreover, the five-clawed golden dragon was incessantly spewing fire, threatening to ignite the nearby bushes entirely. It was truly terrifying. The combat prowess of these two beings seemed capable of overwhelming hundreds of mutated lizards. Lin Shiner's voice trembled, her face etched with concern. Having been raised in comfort and privilege, she had never witnessed such a brutal and exhilarating scene of battle. If this continued, the very mountain might crumble under their clash. Cheng Feng's expression shifted slightly. He began to realize that the levels of these two creatures might be even more astonishing than he had previously imagined. Yet curiously, they had been battling for nearly half an hour, yet the regional chat channel remained eerily silent. It was as if, apart from this location, the rest of the world continued to experience the same low-level monsters as the previous night, with only an occasional intermediate creature emerging for a breath of fresh air. However, one message did capture Cheng Feng's attention. It pertained to a consumable item, the identification scroll. It was said that this world contained numerous items and materials not recorded in survival notes, including rare treasures and, like the mysterious relic from yesterday. Only by utilizing an identification scroll could one discern the names and purposes of these items. Last night, it was precisely because someone used an identification scroll on a relic that its ability to immobilize monsters of the same level for 3 seconds became known. Of course, at present, the difficulty of acquiring an identification scroll was no less than that of the relic. It could only be obtained from certain specific locations or powerful monsters with a certain probability. Indeed, in the global chat channel, someone was calling out to exchange an identification scroll for an exceptional grade piece of equipment. Moreover, they quickly received a response. This clearly indicated that this world was replete with treasures waiting to be discovered and unearthed. If I were to obtain a five-clawed golden dragon egg, I could certainly seek out an identification scroll to give it a try, Cheng Feng pondered. With his supreme signing-in system, he had no worries about acquiring exceptional grade items and could easily select one for exchange. Look, that golden dragon is about to give in. Just then, Lin Shiner's voice interrupted his thoughts. He focused his gaze to see the mutated ape grasping the five-clawed golden dragon's tail, forcefully slamming it against the mountain peak. Boom! A tremendous sound of impact resonated. Even though Cheng Feng and Lin Shiner were sufficiently distanced from the battlefield, and their tent had shock-absorbing features, they still felt their bodies sway from the force of the collision. The five-clawed golden dragon let out a mournful cry. It appears that the mutated ape has discovered a flaw in its opponent. The flames emitted are unable to reach the agile creature, and its claws merely swipe at empty air. The mutated ape seizes the dragon's tail once more and forcefully hurls it to the left. Observing this, Cheng Feng and Lin Xner exchange glances, both realizing that the outcome of this battle is all but settled. The five-clawed golden dragon is evidently wary of the proximity of such a ferocious beast. However, the mutated ape is not without its own trials. Its entire body is singed, with its fur turned into a charred mass. Blood oozes from its arms, presenting a truly horrific sight. Yet, it clings tenaciously to the dragon's tail, maintaining an undefeated stance. After two more violent tosses, the five-clawed golden dragon's struggles begin to wane, teetering on the brink of death. It is only at this moment, nearly exhausted, that the mutated giant ape relinquishes its grip on the dragon's tail. With a triumphant roar that reverberates with grandeur, it instills a profound silence within a 1,000-meter radius. Subsequently, it clenches its fist, fixating on the barely breathing five-clawed golden dragon, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to shatter its skull. To its astonishment, just as the fist is raised, the seemingly lifeless dragon suddenly soars into the air. The speed is so remarkable that Cheng Feng and Lin Xner can scarcely discern its form. The mutated giant ape is taken aback. By the time it reacts and leaps into the air in an attempt to recapture the dragon, the severely injured creature has already vanished in the night sky, heading towards the coastline. It is evident that the five-clawed golden dragon intends to flee into the sea. The mutated giant ape, witnessing its prey escape, erupts in fury, pounding its chest in frustration. However, it does not concede defeat and bolts towards the coastline, vowing to pursue the five-clawed golden dragon relentlessly. As these two figures depart in pursuit of one another, a wave of elation sweeps over Cheng Feng's face. Just as he had predicted, the five-clawed golden dragon was no match for the mutated giant ape. Yet, he had not anticipated that the dragon would cunningly divert the ape's attention. An unexpected stroke of fortune. It is likely that the five-clawed golden dragon, aware of its impending demise, sought to lure the enemy away to safeguard its egg. Lynx in speculatis. In that case, I must act swiftly, lest the mutated giant ape return or the precious egg fall prey to other monsters. Cheng Feng resolves to take action. Swiftly donning the golden silk cocoon attire and wielding his Black Panther military knife, he draws back the curtain and exposes himself to the darkness of night. Apart from the distant echoes of the giant ape's roars, there is naught but silence. Cheng Feng moves with remarkable speed. Under Lin Xner's watchful gaze, he sprints 100 meters to the location where the five-clawed golden dragon had previously lingered. Indeed, a golden egg, roughly the size of a human head, stands quietly in place. With no time for a thorough examination, Cheng Feng seizes the egg and takes flight. He has discerned that among these creatures, some possess remarkable intelligence, demonstrating both patience and cunning. Perhaps there are other monsters lurking nearby. He must retreat swiftly. In less than 30 seconds, Cheng Feng had safely returned to the vicinity of the tent. Aside from the gentle sea breeze and the silvery moonlight, there was utter silence around him, which allowed Cheng Feng to breathe a sigh of relief as he quickly slipped into the tent. How delightful! Upon seeing the golden egg cradled in Cheng Feng's arms, Lin Xiner's face radiated with joy. She hurriedly drew the curtain, welcoming Cheng Feng inside to take a seat, then glanced out the window, noting that everything remained tranquil. After 5 long hours, they had finally arrived at this moment. Cheng Feng's spirits soared. He had been awake since dusk, enduring until now, the stroke of 1 in the morning. During this time, Cold-Blood Captain Jack and numerous other global experts had made significant gains, their standings on the leaderboard skyrocketing. Yet, he had merely sat idly, watching a dragon lay its egg, resulting in his ranking continuously plummeting. Now, however, fortune had turned. With the golden egg in hand, his efforts had borne fruit. Moreover, after witnessing the majestic combat prowess of the five-clawed golden dragon, he had ample reason to believe that this golden egg was at least a rare treasure of exceptional quality. Unfortunately, aside from its smooth, bare surface and its substantial weight, there seemed to be no other distinguishing features at present. Cheng Feng would need a discernment scroll to uncover the egg's capabilities or significance. Chapter 30. Rewards from the leaderboard and monster classification. Still, there was no movement. Could it be that these two were simply too formidable? Lin Sheener remained cautiously observing the window. It seemed likely, yet perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. No one could ascertain that the golden egg was in their possession. Cheng Feng felt quite satisfied with the spoils of his venture. As for the inability to identify the egg's quality for the time being, he was not particularly anxious. The five-claw golden dragon required 4 to 5 hours to lay an egg. By that calculation, hatching a small dragon from a golden egg would take at least several weeks, if not months. Regrettably, this did little to aid his standing on the leaderboard. Lin Sheener felt a twinge of regret. She understood that as the hours passed into the early morning, many formidable players were surging up the rankings. In contrast, Cheng Feng had not slain a single monster and had fallen back to the 2,300th position on the global leaderboard. The impact was negligible. It was merely a matter of reputation. Cheng Feng remained unperturbed. At dawn, he would have 2 new daily tasks to complete. Acquiring equipment was simply a matter of time. Wait, I saw in the World Chat channel that the survival notes have new rules, introducing temporary rewards for players in the top rankings. Noticing Cheng Feng's calm demeanor, Lin Sheener suddenly recalled something and quickly alerted him. Oh, rewards? Cheng Feng was taken aback. He had been wholly focused on watching the five-claw golden dragon lay its egg throughout the night and hadn't paid much attention to the chat channel. Indeed, there are currently 2 rewards. The first is that the top 3 players in each region shall receive 1 item, blueprint, or material daily, with the quality being random. The higher the rank, the lower the probability, capped at the exceptional level. The second point is that players ranked within the top 1,000 globally can receive an item, blueprint, or materials each day, with the quality being random. The higher the rank, the lower the probability, capped at the perfect level. One cannot attain both rewards. If a survivor meets both conditions, the global ranking takes precedence. Lin Sheener narrated this eloquently. Cheng Feng's immediate reaction was not one of joy or relief. Rather, he stood in a daze. Could it be that the most powerful sign-in system he possessed had infiltrated the survival journal? Why did this reward sound so familiar? However, upon closer analysis, the rewards from this ranking were still significantly different from those provided by his own system. Firstly, one could only obtain one of the 2 rewards. Moreover, the requirements were exceedingly high. Being among the top 1,000 globally essentially meant being part of the elite 1 in 100,000. Even so, the upper limit of the rewards was merely perfect level, not epic level. Secondly, the rewards included an excessive quantity of materials and blueprints, which drastically reduced the probability of acquiring perfect level gear. Nevertheless, such rewards could still be deemed generous. Even if only a handful of individuals could obtain perfect level gear in a day, it would suffice to incite a fierce competition among billions of players worldwide. The reward structure of the survival journal echoed the sentiment expressed in the world chat. How can one truly obtain epic gear? Does it only exist in legends? Accessible only to the fated? Epic gear is indeed elusive. The only epic item I have ever received was a fragment of a Caribbean treasure map from a beginner's gift pack. Regrettably, it was merely a shard upon seeing that statement flash in the world chat channel. Cheng Feng shook his head and sighed softly. Yet, he was not as disheartened as the world's top players. After all, he had a system at his disposal. As long as he successfully checked in daily, there was a certain probability of obtaining epic level gear. Thus far, he had checked in only twice. Even if the chances of acquiring epic gear were minimal, the increasing base number would compensate for it. Therefore, Cheng Feng remained confident in himself. Within a week, or at most a month, he would undoubtedly be able to bask in the glory of legendary epic gear once more. You must also strive. The rewards for being in the top 1,000 globally are even more substantial, as they can yield perfect level gear. Lin Sheener encouraged Cheng Feng. Initially, she had a rather laid-back demeanor, hoping merely to stay on the island with Cheng Feng and live peacefully. However, over the past couple of days, as she grew more familiar with Cheng Feng's character, her perspective shifted. Instead of worrying aimlessly and dampening his spirits, it was far better to wholeheartedly support his decisions and be the woman behind a successful man. I understand. I am not far behind either. It seems I shall have to stay up late tonight, Cheng Feng mused with narrowed eyes. He could hear the tentative footsteps of other monsters approaching this auspicious location after the departure of the two formidable beasts. This indicated that the tent hidden among the rocks and bushes could soon prove useful. Uncertainty lingers regarding the possibility of encountering a mid-tier monster that could effectively utilize one's relics. The inability to discern the classification of monsters can indeed be quite vexing, and one wonders if there exist items akin to the identification scrolls. As monsters gradually appeared in the distance, Cheng Feng casually remarked that one could inquire with cold blood, as he harbored a suspicion that she possessed information from beyond the region. Lin Shiner responded, seemingly alluding to something significant when the topic of the outside world arose. "I share your sentiment," Cheng Feng said, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lin Shiner, perceptive as ever, recognized this nuance. "Ah, so you were aware all along?" She chuckled in return. Firstly, her rise to prominence was rather peculiar. It is essential to note that the power rankings bear no relation to one's skills, being solely reliant on the gear and items one possesses. Secondly, her extensive knowledge was astonishing. It wasn't merely about relics. She was aware that there were issues on this island, and even a hidden shipwreck nearby. Thirdly, she had mentioned her past association with an assassin organization, which undoubtedly had its own coded communication methods, allowing members to easily connect despite vast distances. Cheng Feng smiled as he shared his hypotheses with Lin Shiner, who regarded him with a glimmer of admiration and approval. However, she soon mischievously pointed out that while Cheng Feng was mostly correct, the 8 words in his initial statement were rather off. After all, Cheng Feng was considered a miraculous man with an advantage in this realm. When discussing the peculiarity of his rise, even if cold blood were to double her prowess, it would not compare to Cheng Feng's ranking and combat capabilities. "Ah, I simply possess a touch of good fortune," Cheng Feng chuckled. Choosing not to delve deeper into that topic with Lin Shiner, he sent a message to Cold Blood, inquiring about how to discern the classification of monsters. Generally, low-tier monsters lack intelligence, moving in groups akin to beasts, making them easy to identify. Mid-tier monsters possess an intellect akin to that of a 10-year-old human. Their distinguishing feature is their eyes, which resemble human eyes and can move in various directions, exhibiting simple facial expressions. As for high-tier and super monsters, knowledge eludes him. However, he had learned that super monsters had been reported in other regions, capable of monumental feats such as reshaping mountains and soaring through the skies, though this should hold little relevance to them. Cold Blood promptly responded with detailed information, further exposing her channels of external information. Yet, her final note led Lin Shiner and Cheng Feng to exchange a glance, both sharing a wry smile and shake of the head. The notion that super monsters only manifest in vast regions was fundamentally flawed. Just moments ago, on this very island, they had witnessed the fierce battle between a 5-clawed golden dragon and a mutated giant ape. By such classifications, they were indeed super monsters, significantly surpassing low-tier creatures by 3 levels. Chapter 31. Acquiring equipment again, a virtuous cycle. Yet, the rarity of super monsters suggests that they are indeed elusive and perhaps only encountered by chance. After reading Cold Blood's response, Lin Shiner assisted Cheng Feng in further speculation. "Almost. We must be exceedingly fortunate, for upon observing the chat channels, it appears that no one on the island has yet discovered any other formidable monsters." Cheng Feng nodded. He had previously scrutinized the regional chat channels and noted that no one had mentioned the 5-clawed golden dragon or the mutated giant ape. This piqued Cheng Feng's curiosity, leaving him to wonder about the outcome of the fierce battle between these two colossal beasts. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous, at least for the time being. They would not return in search of the golden egg he had concealed, now that other monsters were gradually emerging. "Do you intend to take action?" Lin Shiner, cradling her long, fair legs, gazed out the window. In the distance, a pitch-black mutated lizard with ominous eyes was tentatively making its way forward. "Absolutely," Cheng Feng declared without hesitation. The intermediate relic was merely lying idle. Why not take the opportunity to engage and see if he could re-enter the global leaderboard's top 1,000? He needed to assess which creatures were intermediate monsters. It seemed that, according to the method employed by Cold Blood, all of these were currently classified as primary. Cheng Feng observed intently. Although the clock had moved past midnight towards 2 in the morning, he felt no fatigue. After all, in this world, the daytime was tranquil and secure, allowing ample time for rest. Only at night did opportunities abound, necessitating a relentless pursuit of strength. Thus, they would have to wait a little longer. Lin Shiner, suppressing her drowsiness, kept Cheng Feng company. About half an hour passed. At last, they spotted a mutated lizard, its gaze shifting and its expression fierce, advancing steadily toward their tent. Excellent. Cheng Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, invigorated by the moment. He had known that diligence would pay off. As long as one was willing to wait, the appearance of an intermediate mutated lizard was inevitable. Exercise caution. Lin Shiner's beautiful eyes brimmed with concern. Yet, Cheng Feng had already begun to execute his plan. Once the primary monsters had thinned out, he intentionally revealed himself, creating a noise to attract the attention of the mutated lizard. This creature mirrored the one that had assaulted their tent the previous day. Upon detecting the scent of humans, its immediate reaction was not to flee or call for companions, but rather to stealthily approach, seeking to relish the encounter alone. This was the moment Cheng Feng had been waiting for. After nearly 10 hours of preparation, with an ambush amidst the rocks, the sharpness of his Black Panther dagger, and a lethal strike hidden in the shadows, the mutated lizard was utterly unprepared for Cheng Feng's ambush. Moreover, he possessed the crucial intermediate relic, which could be placed before the mutated lizard, rendering it incapable of action for 3 seconds. Almost as the sea breeze began to stir, a meticulously planned assassination unfolded beneath the moonlight. The intermediate mutated lizard, with barely a muted groan, was dispatched by Cheng Feng before the tent. As its body crashed to the ground, Cheng Feng noticed that the relic, once dark and gleaming in his palm, had lost its luster. Its efficacy was limited to a single use. The information from cold blood had proven accurate. Yet, Cheng Feng felt no regret. As he beheld the lifeless form of the mutated lizard, he discerned a faint luminescence emanating from a newly formed relic within its remains. Additionally, a black iron box gradually materialized from the depths of the carcass. The drop rate was quite satisfactory. Cheng Feng felt a surge of contentment as he swiftly stowed the items away. Curving his body, he hastily returned to the tent. Lin Shiner's expression brightened upon seeing the objects in his hands, congratulating him on what could only be described as a bountiful haul. After all, according to the discussions in the chat channel, even when vanquishing monsters, the maximum drop rate rarely exceeded 1/3 of the items. The crucial factor was the intermediate relics. Long Shui had also mentioned that the drop rate for relics seemed to be less than 1/5. Indeed, she had initially miscalculated her excitement yesterday. A smile graced Cheng Feng's lips. To have acquired both relics and weapons consecutively was a stroke of remarkable fortune. He settled down to inspect the equipment. Opening the black iron box, he discovered a silver crossbow nestled within, accompanied by a dozen sharp-tipped arrows. Finally, an offensive weapon had arrived. Cheng Feng squinted slightly and instinctively opened his survival notes. Here, ordinary items would automatically have their purposes and grades identified. Silver Moon Fatal Crossbow, perfect grade range, 300 meters. Offensive capability, fires arrows with a maximum piercing force of 2,000 kilograms, capable of penetrating the hide of a fully grown elephant. Usage notes, comes with 12 arrows, capable of firing 3 shots in rapid succession. Shelf life, 1 year. Special note, arrows can be synthesized from materials. Please refer to the attached blueprints. Tradable, not unique. Soon enough, the survival notes displayed comprehensive information regarding this item. Cheng Feng and Lin Shiner both felt elated. Setting aside anything else, the perfect grade alone was enough to instill satisfaction in them. In their current tent, it could only be deemed exceptional at best. Moreover, the offensive prowess of the Silver Moon Fatal Crossbow was indeed formidable. 1 arrow could penetrate an adult elephant. Imagine the devastation of 3 consecutive shots, effortlessly piercing through any target, regardless of the thickness of their armor or hide. Unfortunately, the arrows were somewhat scarce. Crafting more would require silver, ore, and molten iron. which would be challenging to procure in the short term. Lin Sheener regarded this as the only flaw in an otherwise splendid acquisition. It matters little. I have other surplus items that I can trade for arrows later, Cheng Feng chuckled. At this moment, he indeed lacked a powerful offensive weapon. He couldn't summon the black bees for assistance every time danger arose. While effective, their lethality was insufficient. Otherwise, Captain Jack would not have vanished so easily yesterday. Yes, take this item quickly. I want to see your ranking. Lin Sheener exclaimed with enthusiasm. She had been preoccupied with Cheng Feng's position on the leaderboard, hoping that by the time the rankings were finalized at 6 in the morning, he would reclaim a spot within the top 1,000. No rush. I shall refrain from slumber for the time being. With this weapon in hand, I feel confident that I can take down at least a few lizards tonight. Cheng Feng, in high spirits, felt no trace of drowsiness. As the saying goes, one must strike while the iron is hot. With traps and tents fully prepared and such a formidable weapon at his disposal, it would be a sheer waste to pack it all up and sleep. Just as Cheng Feng intended to stow the Silver Moon crossbow in his backpack, he noticed a message from Cold Blood in the Survival Journal's chat window. Sword Edge, you can't be seriously considering sleep, are you? Aren't you concerned about your ranking? Hunking. Cheng Feng paused at this statement. He recalled that before he acquired the golden egg, he had firmly held the top position on the leaderboard. Could it be that after an hour's delay, Cold Blood had overtaken him? Lin Sheener instinctively clicked on the leaderboard. There! The regional first place still bore the name Sword Edge, unwavering and steadfast. However, his global ranking had plummeted to 2,884. The second place in the region was still Cold Blood, but her rank had surged to 4,898, indicating a glimmer of hope in catching up to Cheng Feng. Cold Blood must be implying that his global ranking has drastically fallen, and that come 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, he will receive no rewards. Lin Sheener quickly understood, relieved that she had momentarily feared Cold Blood and that Captain Jack had struck it rich, relegating Cheng Feng from the top 3 in the region. There's no need to worry. It's only 2 o'clock. By 6, I shall surprise them all. Cheng Feng shook his head and sighed. Why were these fellows, including those idle survivors in the regional chat channel, so anxious? Temporary strengths and weaknesses were of no consequence. The final tally would be at 6 in the morning. There was ample time for him to soar in the global rankings, and enough time to further solidify his regional supremacy, making it clear that Sword Edge would never fall to second place. Chapter 32. A Night of Fierce Battle. Counting the gains. I really ought to get some rest. Lin Sheener cast a concerned glance at Cheng Feng, while she wished for him to maintain his lead on the leaderboard and secure the journal reward at 6 o'clock. Her greater concern was for his well-being. I'll give it a try. I'll aim to sleep around 4 or 5. It's quite peaceful here in the morning, and no one should disturb me, Cheng Feng replied. After saying this, he looked at Lin Sheener and noticed the telltale dark circles under her eyes as she forced a smile, stifling yawns. She was both adorable and deserving of compassion. You should go rest as well. There's no need to stay up with me. I can manage on my own, he said, warmth flooding his heart as he smiled at Lin Sheener. He was genuinely grateful to her for keeping him company on this lonely island. As for the allure of her presence in her sleepwear, well, for a few short days, Cheng Feng could certainly endure. After all, his days were filled with exertion and purpose, with plenty to worry about. Who knows what the future holds? Cheng Feng was no eunuch. He believed that one day, he would savor the sweetness of Lin Sheener. No, I wish to accompany you. Even if I cannot be of much assistance, at least I can serve as a companion, a silent observer by your side. Lin Sheener smiled sweetly, forcing her beautiful eyes wide open. Cheng Feng wanted to say more, but upon seeing the determination and strength in her gaze, he could only sigh and remain silent. If accompanying her was what it took, then so be it. They could always catch up on sleep together during the day, resting until the sun was high in the sky, holding the intermediate spirit stone. Cheng Feng turned his attention back to the window, hoping to hunt for another 3 hours. However, after observing for a mere 10 minutes, he could ascertain one undeniable truth. Intermediate monsters were exceedingly rare on this island. Thus, he had to settle for less and opted to attack the lower-tier monsters. With the Silver Moon crossbow in his possession, his combat prowess had undoubtedly ascended to a new level compared to the daylight hours. You're the one. Blame yourself for wandering into this area. Beneath the bright moon, Cheng Feng donned his dark attire and set forth once more. His target was a seemingly injured, mutated lizard. Lin Shiner clenched her delicate fists, anxiously watching Cheng Feng from the window. Yet, it quickly became apparent that a master of area combat like Cheng Feng could effortlessly dispatch a solitary mutated lizard in a surprise attack. It was child's play. The Silver Moon crossbow was indeed a remarkable weapon, allowing for distant ambushes. Had he opted for the Black Panther dagger, the endeavor would have been considerably perilous. With a successful strike, Cheng Feng felt a sense of satisfaction from this ambush. However, as he surveyed the corpse, the smile on his lips instantly faltered. It seemed that his luck had run dry this time. There were no spirit stones, nor even a single item dropped. This meant that the assault had been a complete waste of an arrow and 10 precious minutes spent in stealthy anticipation. Perhaps this was the norm. Otherwise, if everyone were to consistently obtain perfect-grade equipment from slaying monsters, the leaderboard would surely be in disarray. Cheng Feng could only shake his head in resignation and choose to return. Yet, he remained unfazed. This endeavor was akin to playing an online game. Occasionally returning empty-handed was to be expected. However, as long as the attempt accumulated, the chances of obtaining superior equipment would inevitably increase. "Shall we continue?" Lin Shiner inquired. "Yes. At least 3 more pieces of equipment," Cheng Feng replied, nodding. Lin Shiner had no objections. Thus, while the majority of individuals in the area had already succumbed to slumber, Cheng Feng continued to draw his bow in the night, seeking the fortunate mutated creatures. On his second strike, Cheng Feng finally encountered an elementary spirit stone. Yet, he had no intention of utilizing it. With 10 remaining silver arrows in the Silver Moon crossbow, there was no need to engage the monster up close, as he could deliver a fatal blow from a distance. On his third attempt, Cheng Feng acquired the spirit stone along with a commendable grade item. Regrettably, the item was neither defensive nor offensive. Compared to the Silver Moon crossbow, it was more suited for everyday use. Gray Bear Practical Water Bucket, commendable grade dimensions. Height 35 centimeters, diameter 20 centimeters, made of special plastic material. Usage duration, at least 5 years under undamaged conditions. Remarks, transferable. Tradable. Well, better than nothing. Cheng Feng indeed required an entirely new bucket to store pristine water sources. After the 4th foray, and the 5th, he had embarked on a continuous expedition 8 times. Cheng Feng reserved 3 arrows for his daytime defense, utilizing the remaining 8. His bounty included 6 primary essence orbs, alongside 3 commendable items and 2 exceptional treasures. However, neither remarkable nor perfect items graced his collection, likely due to Cheng Feng's luck being exhausted on that intermediate lizard. Nevertheless, within the exceptional items, there were certainly highly practical treasures. For instance, this super-neutral thermos, exceptional dimensions, height 18 centimeters, capacity 750 milliliters, condition, extremely durable, usage duration unknown. Functional advantages, strong insulation, lightweight, low burden. Note, tradable, transferable. This would enable Cheng Feng to carry a cup of warm water with him when he ventures out tomorrow. Of course, in comparison to these 5 items, Cheng Feng was far more invested in the 6 primary essence orbs. He had already observed someone offering a high price for essence orbs yesterday. It seemed reasonable, as essence orbs were predominantly consumables, and many skilled individuals would immediately use them on monsters, creating a perpetual demand. If this trend continues, the astute Lin Shiner could ascertain that essence orbs would soon become akin to currency in this world. With 6 essence orbs in hand, they could potentially be exchanged for materials unavailable on the island, or even a piece of perfect-grade equipment that others could not utilize. As the clock struck 5 and dawn approached, it was imperative to rest. After a night of toil, Cheng Feng indeed felt utterly exhausted. Lin Shiner, stifling yawns, bore heavy dark circles under her eyes, resembling an adorable panda. Without further delay, they spread out their blanket and cup, intending to sleep until the sun was high in the sky. Yet, for reasons unknown, perhaps a subconscious action from Lin Shiner or a newfound layer of trust she had in Cheng Feng, this time, Lin Shiner did not position herself at the corner of the tent, but rather very close to Cheng Feng, their bodies nearly touching. The gentle warmth of her presence, coupled with the serene morning and Lin Shiner's faint breathing resonating in his ears, stirred Cheng Feng's senses, dissipating much of his drowsiness. Chapter 33. Do not panic, there is a dragon egg. It felt as though each day was a test of his willpower. Cheng Feng could only manage a wry smile. Lin Shiner, seemingly carefree, had fallen asleep within minutes. Her eyes were closed, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, devoid of any wariness towards Cheng Feng. In fact, her lovely visage bore a hint of a smile, as if she had slipped into a dream filled with delightful thoughts. Gazing upon Lin Shiner's angelic face, Cheng Feng felt the flames of desire within him gradually extinguish. There was no need for haste. With Lin Shiner placing such trust in him, he would not stoop to taking advantage of her while she slumbered, contemplating selfish pursuits. With a soft sigh, Cheng Feng turned over, preparing to indulge in a deep slumber until midday. Little did he know, scarcely had he succumbed to sleep when, with the rising sun, the regional chat channel erupted once more. Lo and behold, it was 6 o'clock, and the leaderboard had refreshed. Sword Edge remained in first place. Surely, I am not mistaken. I recall that last night, he was nearly overtaken by Cold Blood. Astonishingly, his global ranking had surged back into the 600s. Truly, he seems unable to fall out of the top 700. It's enviable to the point of tears. He must be the only one in our region capable of securing global rewards. It's utterly extraordinary. Why should that be? Is it possible that he sleeps soundly until the dead of night, only to emerge after the monsters have exhausted themselves in battle to claim the spoils? Perhaps. Wasn't he there news that he is merely a young man under 20? A solitary figure without a team. He must possess some secret method to amass equipment at an astonishing rate. Truly remarkable. Regardless of circumstances, he consistently ranks within the global top 700 each morning. Survival notes will reward them, including the top 3 in the region. It's as if the flood drowns those who are already submerged while the drought starves those who are parched. Early in the morning, the regional chat channel buzzed with individuals both lamenting and envying Cheng Feng's ranking, while also celebrating their survival through another day in this apocalyptic world. For ordinary people, merely enduring each day in this perilous environment is a cause for gratitude. Those who can eat their fill sleep soundly, and leisurely type in the regional channel are considered elite among the ordinary. However, for the gradually awakening Captain Jack and the seasoned Cold Blood, the steadfastness of Cheng Feng's ranking left them both astonished and filled with an insatiable curiosity to uncover his secrets. They were utterly baffled as to why Sword Edge, having already fallen behind, would reclaim such a formidable position on the leaderboard the following day. This fellow is truly extraordinary. Could he possibly have assistance from outside the island? On the rocky outcrop of the east coast, the sharp-witted Cold Blood, her fiery figure tied back in a practical ponytail, gazed at the rising sun over the sea, murmuring to herself, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. I dispatched so many monsters last night, and my ranking barely crept into the global top 20,000. How could he still be within the top 700? Within the cave beneath the thicket, Captain Jack, with his golden hair and piercing blue eyes, sat in the highest position, seething with rage. Boss, let him bask in glory for a few days. Once we ascertain his whereabouts, everything will belong to us." Not far off, a lean white subordinate wore a fierce expression. The remaining dozen or so nodded in agreement. They too were displeased with Cheng Feng, and especially upon learning he was alone, greed had clouded their judgments, compelling them to hastily locate this Chinese individual and swiftly dismantle him. The island is not that vast. It is only a matter of time. The others echoed their sentiments in English, exclaiming, "This fellow is peculiar. We must exercise caution until our strength has sufficiently increased." Captain Jack observed his crew, united in their animosity and filled with fervor for battle. Yet he squinted his eyes and shook his head in disbelief. Could it truly be that 20 of us cannot contend with a single adversary? The slender white subordinate protested. "That is not the issue. Rather, I believe that before we confront Cheng Feng, our foremost priority must be to eliminate that cold-blooded wretch. Yesterday, misfortune struck as we encountered her in alliance with Cheng Feng. Today, we must regroup and ensure the demise of the cold-blooded one. seizing that advantageous position for ourselves. The other white men, agitated, began to voice their opinions. Let us first nourish ourselves. I have my own strategies. In this region, those who refuse to submit to us shall meet a dire fate. Captain Jack took a hearty sip of water, a smirk of mockery and malice flickering at the corner of his mouth. His ambitions, like Cheng Feng's, spanned the vast expanse of the world. Yet before they could unfold, he needed to consolidate all the resources within the area to elevate his combat ranking into the top 1,000 globally. Meanwhile, Cheng Feng remained in deep slumber. He had chosen an excellent hiding spot, sufficiently secluded to ensure uninterrupted rest until noon. The first to awaken was Lin Sheener. After sleeping from 4 in the morning until 11, she awoke, albeit with panda eyes. Still drowsy. However, upon opening her eyes, she realized her entire right arm was draped over Cheng Feng, quite akin to embracing him. Instantly, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, dispelling her lingering sleepiness. She quickly withdrew her arm and cautiously glanced at Cheng Feng, relieved to find he remained undisturbed. Yet, the awkwardness of the moment made her acutely aware of Cheng Feng's handsome features and the masculine aura he exuded, which left her somewhat flustered. Lacking any experience in romance, Lin Sheener found herself fixated on Cheng Feng, momentarily lost in thought. After a long pause, her face still warm, she turned away, sensing that if they continued to share this space, something would inevitably transpire. Alas, what am I thinking? Cheng Feng is such a good person. He worked so hard late into the night yesterday. I should prepare some lunch for him. Lin Sheener silently reminded herself as she rose to see about cooking some fish from the pond or perhaps boiling some instant noodles. However, before attending to her personal hygiene, she anxiously opened her survival journal. She needed to ascertain whether Cheng Feng had received any rewards from the leaderboard after his exhausting night. South Pacific Zone 7 leaderboard, Cheng Feng. Zone rank 1, global rank 632. Cold-blooded. Zone rank 2, global rank 9893. Captain Jack. Zone rank 3, global rank 17631. Plump and juicy. Zone rank 4, global rank 39312. Heart-wrenching bird. Zone rank 5, global rank 63323. Good heavens. Zone rank 6, global rank 99111. Zhao Yu. Where are you? Regional ranking 7, global ranking 152.944. Upon seeing the leaderboard, a fleeting smile graced Lin Sheener's delicate face. The equipment acquired by Cheng Feng has indeed allowed him to maintain a position within the top 1,000. Alas, the dragon egg birthed by a supermonster, which he had waited for half the night, has yet to be identified. If the dragon egg is truly the perfect grade that Cheng Feng anticipates, or even the legendary epic grade, his ranking may ascend significantly on the global leaderboard. Chapter 34. Practical and redundant items for survival at sea. Lin Sheener, feeling satisfied, went to freshen up and prepare lunch for Cheng Feng. Meanwhile, Cheng Feng awoke leisurely half an hour later. Glancing at the time, he noticed it was nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Ultimately, he had managed to catch up on sleep, and his body felt far less fatigued than the previous night. Subconsciously directing his gaze outside, he spotted Lin Sheener in the distance, her body gracefully bent as she fanned the flames of the barbecue. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon her shoulders. Coupled with the faint aroma of fish soup wafting through the air, a smile involuntarily curved upon Cheng Feng's lips. In the tapestry of daily life, having such a virtuous and beautiful companion is indeed a delightful and uplifting experience. Retracting his gaze, Cheng Feng focused on his survival journal. As he had anticipated, he had returned to the top 1,000 on the global leaderboard. The reward from that list had transformed into a grand gift, quietly resting on the electronic screen of his survival journal. An item, a blueprint, or materials. The grade was random, with lower probabilities as one ascended. Capped at the perfect grade, Cheng Feng recalled the notes Lin Sheener had seen the previous night. He hoped for something beneficial. His luck had indeed been rather dismal in the latter half of the night. As he pondered, he proceeded to open the grand gift. Ding! A crisp sound echoed as the black package burst open. out sprang a small device. Intermediate mineral detection machine. Grade, excellent. Function, can be aimed at land, rocks, etc. to detect and identify minerals such as gold, silver, copper, and iron, serving to provide materials for synthesis. Note 1. It possesses a detection capability of only 1 meter, requiring battery activation, with distinct indicators and descriptions for various minerals discovered. Note 2. Transferable, tradable, and not unique. Well, Cheng Feng had initially imagined this small machine could yield a modest fortune. Who would have thought its functionality was so lackluster, merely detecting minerals without any excavation or extraction capabilities? Moreover, it necessitated battery power with a detection range of merely 1 meter. Coupled with its cumbersome appearance, which was clearly overloaded, Cheng Feng truly hesitated to place it in his already cramped backpack. He felt a bit vexed. Nonetheless, considering that this device, albeit seemingly trivial, was an excellent grade machine, he decided not to dwell on it further. Perhaps, among the other prominent individuals in the top 1,000 of the global leaderboard, 70 to 80% of them received rewards inferior to this excellent grade item. This is incorrect. On this desolate island amidst the ocean, I find no need for such contrivances. However, should someone fortuitously find themselves in a mineral-rich area, equipped with alternative excavation methods, would not this machine prove to be an extraordinary treasure for them? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Cheng Feng's mind as he contemplated this notion. In an instant, clarity washed over him regarding his course of action. Nevertheless, he refrained from hurrying. For him, each day upon awakening, aside from monitoring rankings and the rewards of this so-called survival journal, the most significant aspect remained the unparalleled rewards and tasks bestowed by his exceptional sign-in system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surviving continuously. The reward item is a box of vitamin C nutrient tablets grade. Excellent function. Compressed nutrient tablets, the size of biscuits, providing a wealth of vitamin C and calcium. Essential nutrients for the human body, useful for alleviating hunger or saving lives in critical moments. Note 1. The quantity is 20 tablets, with 1 tablet capable of fulfilling a week's nutritional needs for the body. Note 2. Transferable and tradable. Indeed, this is far more practical than the detection machine. Cheng Feng's heart surged with joy even before he finished reading the description. Having often watched survival broadcasts by the likes of the Yi and Bai Yi, he was aware that in ancient times, sailors feared the scourge of scurvy due to insufficient vitamin C while at sea. With this remarkably potent vitamin C nutrient tablet, even if a volcanic eruption were to cast him adrift in the Pacific after departing from Michigana Island, he would have no cause for concern regarding nutritional deficiencies. This must be saved for his personal use. Cheng Feng stowed away the vitamin C nutrient tablets and then proceeded to consult the system regarding the location for today's sign-in. In the dense forests of the western coast, beside the carcass of a giant whale, the system promptly revealed the sign-in location to Cheng Feng. However, he was momentarily taken aback. Previously, he had perused the island's terrain map and was somewhat aware that Michigana Island resembled a triangular shape. The eastern south tip was the sharpest point, while his current position was situated towards the lower interior. The western coast, according to the terrain map, was depicted as filled with shrubs and rugged mountains, with scarcely any proper paths to traverse. It seemed rather challenging. He needed to see if there was a beach, otherwise he might not make it back safely before nightfall. Cheng Feng furrowed his brow, seemingly calculating that with only 5 hours remaining, it would be difficult to reach the western coast and return safely. Perhaps he should consider migrating there with the tent and Lin Sheener? Cheng Feng pondered. Of course, this decision would certainly require discussion with Lin Sheener. He had lingered in this area for several days, deeming it one of the few secluded and tranquil spots on the island. Regardless of whether it was the western coast or the eastern south tip, traversing along the sandy beaches was fraught with peril, likely to attract the attention of others lurking in the shadows. Regardless, it was essential to venture out openly. Besides, exploring the western coast could yield unforeseen treasures. Cheng Feng set aside his thoughts and turned his attention to the World Chat channel. At present, aside from the task of checking in on the west coast, what he yearns for most and is most concerned about is the golden egg of the 5-clawed dragon. Little fellow, I hope you do not disappoint me. I have stayed up until the early hours for you, and now I scarcely have time left to complete my tasks. Cheng Feng lifted his gaze towards the corner not far away, where the golden dragon egg lay quietly. Meanwhile, 2 lines of chat messages from Cheng Feng appeared in the world chat window, a brand new mineral detection device of exceptional quality. For those interested, please message privately. 6 primary relics available. Bring your items if you wish to trade, and likewise, feel free to message privately. Chapter 35. DFJ, the Eternal God. 6 primary relics, how terrifying. This individual seems to be one of the top 1,000 players. I wonder what valuable items he possesses that require identification scrolls. I am utterly envious. 6 relics could surely be exchanged for at least 2 pieces of exceptional equipment, right? Such a lavish offer. Yet regrettably, I am utterly impoverished, with only 2 meager buns that cannot be traded. In the World Chat channel, there is a daily limit of 3 messages per person. Thus, although Cheng Feng's message garnered some attention, it did not create the same uproar as when he bubbled up in the regional channel, where any utterance could stir a considerable commotion. Within mere seconds, his message was overshadowed by others. Nonetheless, the numerous discussions about him made it clear that even in the bustling world channel filled with skilled players, relics remained scarce and precious. As for the identification scrolls, for now, many find them unnecessary and would rather exchange them for some immediately useful hard currency. While Cheng Feng continued to browse the world chat, he was inundated with over 100 private messages flashing on the lower right corner of his survival notebook screen. Excluding some trivial and harassing messages, several caught his attention. For instance, the ID DFJ succinctly stated his desire to trade 2 identification scrolls for the intermediate mineral detection device and some clean food. No problem. Cheng Feng promptly typed back. This was undoubtedly an unexpected delight. He initially intended to exchange the intermediate mineral detection device for just 1 identification scroll, but now he could acquire an additional one for temporary use. Upon opening the trade, he was met with several packets of instant noodles and a few grilled fish. DFJ was immediately overwhelmed with gratitude towards Cheng Feng. In this apocalyptic world, he understood human nature all too well and recognized the immense value of food. He had never expected that Cheng Feng would provide him with anything substantial. His remark was merely a stroke of luck, hoping that such a mysterious big shot might casually offer some fruits or the like. To his astonishment, grilled fish and instant noodles, this was beyond imagination. No witties. If that's not enough, I have more. Cheng Feng smiled. In truth, this exchange was quite advantageous for him. The identification scrolls have become quite rare now. In the global chat channels, many are seeking them. The rewards, however, are not particularly generous, and scarcely anyone engages in exchanges with exceptional items like he does. Gratitude to Brother Cheng Feng. You are among the top 1,000 players worldwide. We are both Chinese, and I will not conceal from you that, despite the apparent poverty in my region, there is an abundance of materials and scrolls. Almost daily, I can find identification scrolls. If you ever need them in the future, feel free to reach out. DFJ, the Eternal Deity, continues to express gratitude with a few lines. No problem. Just contact me anytime. Cheng Feng responded promptly. He felt fortunate to have been generous earlier, as it quickly garnered the friendship of a stranger. However, this stranger appeared somewhat weaker. In the survival notes, whenever you appear in the chat window or engage in a transaction, your nationality, ranking, and region will be visible to those observing. Thus, DFJ, the Eternal Deity, could ascertain that Cheng Feng was a skilled player in the Pacific Zone 8. Conversely, Cheng Feng could see that this individual from Hong Kong ranked a meager 400 million globally, a mere commoner struggling for sustenance. Thank you so much. If you have any materials or ores, I will be sure to inquire first. DFJ, the Eternal Deity, continued to express gratitude. Recently, he had encountered many skilled players in the chat channel, but he had never met anyone as genuinely kind as Cheng Feng. By the way, could you keep an eye out for silver and iron? Upon hearing the mention of ores, Cheng Feng's heart stirred. He recalled his silver moon crossbow. Last night, after slaying monsters, he had only retained 3 arrows for defense. To continue hunting at night, he would need to replenish his arrows. Fortunately, he possessed the blueprints for crafting arrows. knowing that silver and iron were the most essential materials. If he could gather these materials from DFJ, the eternal deity, it would be splendid. We have plenty here. But unfortunately, silver is not valued, making it difficult to exchange for equivalent food. DFJ, the eternal deity, promptly responded, "All right, I will need 5 kilograms of pure silver and 20 kilograms of pure iron. Do not worry about the items. I have everything you need." Cheng Feng, without hesitation, replied. Living in harmony with nature, he had an abundance of food. "Wow, that is wonderful. I will gather my companions to prepare them for you, and we'll get back to you shortly." DFJ, the eternal deity, responded again. Cheng Feng nodded, closing his chat window to turn his attention to other private messages. Among these, there were no other individuals as uniquely notable as DFJ, the eternal deity. Most were seeking to exchange items for 6 basic relics, including some formidable players ranked above him globally. Cheng Feng carefully sifted through the messages. Ultimately, he opted to exchange for 2 practical exceptional items and 1 excellent grade antibiotic. He was fully aware. Life in this world inevitably brings the trials of aging, illness, and death. While the specters of aging and death may not loom immediately, the specter of illness demands proactive preparation. Medications such as antibiotics, amoxicillin, and cephalosporins may, at times, hold greater significance than the most exquisite delicacies. Though merely of average quality, Cheng Feng nonetheless deemed it prudent to allocate some space in his backpack for the storage of medicinal supplies. Among the exceptional items he possessed, a compact mountaineering kit felt like a stroke of fortune, while a robust, semi-intelligent, entrenching tool undoubtedly emerged as an essential companion for survival in the wild. This further underscored the immense value of the 6 initial soul orbs he had secured the previous night, overshadowing any misfortune he encountered regarding equipment drops. Now, it remained to be seen what grade the small creature before him would possess. As he stowed away the 3 items, Cheng Feng withdrew a silver identification scroll, intent on tearing it as he cautiously approached the quietly resting egg of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Chapter 36. The 5-clawed golden dragon king? 5-clawed golden dragon king, egg form. Unhatched, grade, epic S-class beast, normal incubation period, 1 month rarity, approximately 100 worldwide, capable of evolving to SS class innate abilities, flight, fire breathing, burrowing, etc. Mature size, wingspan of 10 meters, maximum flight distance, 1,000 kilometers, maximum flight height, 500 meters lifespan, 150 years note, non-tradable, unique to the host, binding upon hatching, requires daily sustenance, can reach SS class, possesses rare natural enemies. Upon utilizing the identification scroll, Cheng Feng gazed in astonishment at the lines of golden text that appeared in his survival journal. He had not anticipated that the egg of the 5-clawed golden dragon would be of epic grade. Furthermore, the designation of king suggested that, upon maturation, it could evolve from S-class to SS class. What a remarkable find! An epic grade pet capable of flight, burrowing, and fire breathing. If he were to utilize it as a mount, would it not allow him to traverse the Pacific with ease? Cheng Feng's heart swelled with excitement. The previous night had been a whirlwind of activity, and he had believed that the gear and 6 soul orbs he had gathered were already a bountiful harvest. Little did he know that the most valuable and impressive discovery was the golden dragon egg, which he had nearly overlooked. Once again, he encountered an epic grade entity, a rarity indeed, likely scarce across the globe. If S-class represented a super monster, then by extension, A-class could denote advanced monsters, B-class intermediate monsters, and C-class for the beginner ones. Should it eventually grow to SS class, what nomenclature would one assign it? A super monster? Or perhaps an epic divine beast? As he gazed at the unassuming golden egg, a smile crept upon Cheng Feng's lips. Yet, alas, the hatching of this egg, which would bind to him, required a full month. Until then, he would remain without the protection of a divine dragon, especially given that this creature weighed a considerable amount, rendering it impractical to carry in his burdened slot. He would need to transport it daily. However, it matters little. In a month, when the epic level pet emerges, I shall likely ascend into the top 100 globally. Cheng Feng was quite pleased with the attributes of the five-clawed golden dragon egg. He observed that his ranking on the leaderboard had not changed significantly. The exceptional equipment he acquired through exchanges and sign-ins had merely elevated him from 680 to 594, which somewhat stabilized his global standing. Yet, Cheng Feng was indifferent to this fluctuation of approximately 100 places. This did not imply that others within the region were not vigilantly monitoring his ranking, just as he prepared to rise and join Lin Shiner for morning rituals and breakfast. The regional chat channel erupted once more. Goodness, have you seen this? Jianfeng's ranking has surged up another 100 places. Isn't 100 places quite normal? With billions of people. Wait, he is at the pinnacle. How could he advance another 100? Em astounded, truly. In broad daylight, where did he find such remarkable items? You may not know, but I saw him selling an exceptional grade mineral detector and 6 primary spirit orbs in the World Chat channel. My heavens, 6 spirit orbs. This fellow must have slain at least a dozen monsters overnight. No wonder he remains steadfastly at the top of the regional leaderboard. I refuse to believe he is alone. That information must be erroneous. How could a Chinese youth under 20 possess such prowess? The regional chat channel became increasingly animated, with more individuals marveling at Cheng Feng's unparalleled ranking. The second, Cold Blood, and the third, Captain Jack, along with the subsequent Devil, were all observing the chat channel. Their emotions complex. Cold Blood was undoubtedly astonished by Cheng Feng's monster slaying and survival capabilities. To single-handedly defeat a dozen low-level monsters in one night was a feat beyond his imagination, especially during the day, when most rankings were gradually declining. Cheng Feng seemed to awaken and instantly soar in rank, as if he possessed an inexhaustible supply of treasures. This fellow must be eliminated. Captain Jack gazed into the distance, his heart brimming with murderous intent. How intriguing that even in the resource-scarce island of Misigana, one could emerge among the top 1,000 globally. Meanwhile, Devil sneered. Just days prior, he had vanished from the leaderboard. Yet after yesterday, he had ascended to 4th in the region. This was not due to newfound wealth or fortuitous encounters, but rather because, like Cold Blood, he had reconnected with acquaintances from other major regions, employing certain tactics to acquire equipment and items. Thus, he was destined to become one of the strongest individuals on the island, paving the way for a departure across the ocean, striving for a place in this apocalyptic world. Are you awake? Lin Shiner suddenly noticed Cheng Feng emerging from the tent, her expression brightening with joy. You worked hard. Cheng Feng smiled as he noticed beads of sweat forming on Lin Xiner's forehead, evidently from her diligent efforts in preparing breakfast, leaving her little time to wipe them away. Ha! You must have worked even harder last night. You need to replenish your energy. Don't overexert yourself. Lin Xiner instinctively began to speak, her tone gentle and considerate. However, as her words progressed, she noticed Cheng Feng's smile turning peculiar, and she quickly realized that her comments might have been inappropriate. Although there were no others nearby, her face flushed crimson with embarrassment, prompting her to lower her gaze, which, in turn, made Cheng Feng burst in a hearty laughter. You're truly mischievous. I want to give you anything to eat now. Lin Sina final annoyance, her voice barely audible, regretting her lack of forethought in her choice of words. Thankfully, there were few people around. Cheng Feng had no intention of teasing her further. His stomach indeed grumbled with hunger as he gazed at the fragrant fish soup before him, eager to indulge. Moreover, he planned to inform Lin Xiner of his intention to take her to the West Coast beach later that day. Unbeknownst to him, however, a news item concerning the West Coast had already erupted in the quiet yet perilous atmosphere of the island, circulating explosively through the regional chat channel. Chapter 37. The Turmoil of Crushed Stone Mountain, a comprehensive equipment overhaul. All right, I'll follow you wherever you go. After hearing Cheng Feng's plan, Lin Xiner responded almost without hesitation, embodying the spirit of loyalty that accompanies companionship. Well then, we must set off quickly after we eat, to reach our destination before nightfall. Cheng Feng savored a piece of cooked fish. Although devoid of extravagant seasonings, it was delightful and perfectly cooked. He couldn't help but commend Lin Xiner's culinary skills. Indeed, A resourceful young woman possesses an innate talent for cooking that often surpasses that of many men. Given Lin Xiner's prowess in the kitchen, it was hard to believe she had little prior experience. Then we must be cautious on our journey. Lin Xiner was not concerned about the distance, but rather worried about Cheng Feng's safety. After all, Captain Jack had deliberately leaked Cheng Feng's characteristics and information in a regional chat channel yesterday, and it was possible they might encounter hostile survivors along the way. Yes, Cheng Feng nodded casually. He was well aware that countless individuals on the island harbored intentions to kill him for his treasures. However, he remained confident in his vigilance. With his unbeatable gear, anyone attempting to harm him would likely be courting their own demise. As they conversed, they finished the fish soup and instant noodles. The attentive Lin Xiner even prepared fresh cherry tomatoes for Cheng Feng, providing him with a necessary source of vitamin C. The origin of these fresh tomatoes was straightforward. Lin Xiner had exchanged them in a trading channel for the fish Cheng Feng had previously caught. This meant that as long as Cheng Feng possessed his fishing gear, they need not worry about everyday necessities. In this post-apocalyptic world, the delectable grilled or cooked fish was undoubtedly a valuable commodity, capable of being traded for a multitude of essential items. Something is amiss, Cheng Feng. You should take a look at the chat channel. Lin Xiner had just finished tidying up the dishes when she opened the survival log and instantly sensed something was off. Cheng Feng, who was gazing into the distance while contemplating the terrain map and routes, felt a stir in his heart and turned his attention towards Lin Xiner. Could it really be the West Coast? A mere glance sent a shock through him. The regional chat channel was flooded with information, all revolving around the West Coast he was about to venture to. It was a place that was utterly inaccessible, yet rumors were rampant about treasures scattered abundantly. How absurd! Just this noon, the top player from our region, known by a single letter, led a team to force their way in, and now they were nowhere to be found, completely annihilated. Truly astonishing. Michigana Island indeed harbors secrets. I've heard that near the Rocky Mountains of the West Coast, one can smell the stench of blood from a distance, suggesting the presence of some formidable beast within. But was everything fine there yesterday? Did this chaos only start this morning? No one could enter yesterday, either. It was like a labyrinth. Only it hadn't been as terrifying as it is today. The flora there is perilous. I have personally witnessed vines that actively snatch people and drag them into the Rocky Mountains. Enough of this. Risk and opportunity coexist. I must delve deeper. Michigana Island. In our Pacific 7th District, there are supposed to be 8 larger islands, and Michigana is the largest among them, conservatively estimated to host 3,000 to 4,000 people. Sword Edge, Cold Blood, Captain Jack, and Devil. All 4 top-tier experts are on Michigana Island. Could they all be gathering today? It's quite possible. After all, during the day, hunting monsters is far simpler than at night. Finding a prime location for monster spawns, these experts surely cannot resist. The regional chat channel was abuzz with excitement. Cheng Feng and Lin Xiner, after a few minutes of observation, managed to piece together the events unfolding. It turns out that the Rocky Mountains of the West Coast have suddenly transformed into a forbidden zone today. Whoever enters meets their demise. And this news is spread throughout the Eastern Pacific 8th District. Indeed, it is quite bizarre. The survival log clearly states that monsters only emerge from the depths after sunset. This rule has always prevailed, whether on land or sea. To have beasts capable of murder during the day, alongside the notion of a forbidden zone, is utterly preposterous. Lin Xiner furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a twinge of concern. Is there some new upheaval in this world? Cheng Feng remained silent. Yet within his mind, he couldn't help but scoff and question whether this supreme sign-in system was deliberate. From the green water pool to the rocky shores of the East Coast, and now to the Rocky Mountains of the West Coast today, why is it that every location requiring a sign-in is destined to be bustling and restless? It's far from peaceful. The temptation of slaying monsters and looting gear during the day is simply too enticing. After a long moment, Cheng Feng sighed softly and stood up languidly. So, shall we still proceed? Lin Xiner was unaware of Cheng Feng's system and believed that the West Coast was a destination that could be taken or left. Let us go, Cheng Feng asserted firmly. With only 3 to 4 hours until sunset, They not only had to embark but also needed to seize every moment. However, before setting off, Cheng Feng took a moment to review his attributes and inventory. Survivor, Cheng Feng, ID 439628800. Nickname, Sword Edge, Global Ranking, 591, Regional Ranking, 127,474 items, Ordinary Level 4. Excellent Level 3, Outstanding Level 4, Perfect Level 4, Epic Level 2 Materials, Firewood 5, Stones 3 Location, Pacific Ocean, Misagon Island. It was evident that Cheng Feng's ordinary and excellent level gear had seen little growth. Yet, he possessed 3 perfect level items and 2 epic level ones, which many would never encounter in their lifetime. Silver Moon Crossbow, perfect level range, 300 meters. Attack power, upon arrow release, the maximum piercing impact force reaches 2,000 kilograms. Capable of penetrating an adult elephant. Usage notes, comes with 12 arrows, capable of firing 3 arrows in succession. Shelf life, 1 year. Special note, arrows can be synthesized from materials. See attached blueprint for details. Tradable, not unique. Multifunctional diving survival suit, perfect level size, weighs 5 kilograms when folded. Automatically adjusts to the user's size when expanded. Function 1, integrated oxygen conversion, lasting for 1 hour. Function 2, equipped with a headlamp, shark deterrent, speed swimming, ascent and descent control, and pressure resistance features. Function 3, capable of underwater firing of 10 micro bullets with a destructive power of 1,000 kilograms. Bullets can be forged from specific materials. Usage period, 1 year. Special note, maximum underwater pressure resistance of 200 meters, tradable, susceptible to damage. With these 2 new perfect level items, along with the outstanding level bulletproof vest, Cheng Feng had formidable cards up his sleeve. The 2 epic level Caribbean treasure map fragments and the egg of the 5-clawed golden dragon represented his ultimate trump cards that required time to reveal. Of course, there was also the Queen Bee summoning potion with 2 uses remaining, which might prove invaluable at a critical moment. Chapter 38, A Compromise. Are you heading to the West Coast? Just before departure, Cheng Feng glanced at his survival journal, where cold blood suddenly sent a message. You guessed it. Cheng Feng replied through text. Yet a thought crossed his mind. Was cold blood also intrigued by the West Coast, willing to leave the blessed feng shui of the East Coast behind? Indeed, cold blood soon responded, Yes, I'm going to, but tomorrow. Why? Cheng Feng furrowed his brow. In matters of monster hunting and treasure seeking, shouldn't haste be the essence? Let you go first to serve as bait, Cold Blood replied nonchalantly. Upon reading this line, Cheng Feng found himself in a state of bemusement. This fellow was indeed quite earnest. However, upon further reflection, he acknowledged that Cold Blood had a point. If there were truly a formidable beast guarding that place, the inhabitants of the island would find it exceedingly difficult to ascertain its nature or achieve any success in treasure hunting within such a short span of time. Essentially, it would amount to a reckless gamble with their lives. All right, I shall venture forth to scout the way, Cheng Feng replied through text. He was well aware that it was the proverbial the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Yet, his disposition differed from others. His journey was merely to fulfill a system's check-in requirement. The rumors of the monstrous beast and the deathly, forbidden zone intrigue him. Yet he could easily dismiss them should they fail to pique his interest. Until he possessed sufficient assurance, he would not recklessly gamble with his life. Good luck, Cold Blood replied succinctly. Cheng Feng chuckled softly, closing his survival journal. It appeared that Cold Blood remained unaware of the happenings of the Shattered Stone Mountain on the west coast. Otherwise, she would likely have divulged some information to him, rather than maintaining her aloof and enigmatic demeanor. I am ready, Lin Sheener declared, clad in a pink t-shirt and denim shorts, her feet adorned with running shoes, exuding the vitality of youth before Cheng Feng. Her radiant smile accompanied a playful ponytail, and her long, slender legs glistened enticingly under the sun. Even Cheng Feng, known for his composure, could not help but steal a few glances at those captivating legs, silently marveling at the wonders of creation that could render such beauty so breathtaking. What's the matter? Am I not stunning? Lin Sheener teased, noticing Cheng Feng's momentary distraction. her eyes sparkling with mischief. Haha, indeed, you are beautiful. Let's proceed. Cheng Feng smiled, opting not to engage in playful banter with Lin Shiner. Time was slipping towards 2 p.m., and they needed to hasten their pace to ensure he could check in successfully before darkness fell. Cheng Feng selected a dimly lit path near the foothills of the island's interior mountains. The terrain map constantly flickered in his mind, accompanied by the system's built-in navigation feature. Thus, even though the path was seldom trodden and meandered unpredictably, it felt as familiar as walking on level ground to him. Lin Shiner was equally astonished, sensing that Cheng Feng was capable of anything. Despite the maze-like thicket appearing daunting, he effortlessly navigated through it, discovering a safe and swift route. At one point, Lin Shiner even questioned whether he was a native of the island, as he traversed the terrain with the ease of returning to his own backyard. Nevertheless, by the time they reached the Shattered Stone on the west coast, an hour and a half had elapsed. Lin Shiner was breathless from exertion. In order not to hinder Cheng Feng, she had endured without asking for a break. Now, seeing they were nearly at their destination, she finally sighed in relief. Enduring such heat and walking for an hour and a half was indeed beyond the capacity of this delicate young lady. What a struggle it has been, after such toil. I shall retire early tonight. A glimmer of pity flashed in Cheng Feng's eyes, accompanied by a tone of apology. Nonetheless, he admired Lin Shiner for her unwavering spirit. She insisted she was fine, bravely traversing 10 kilometers, an embodiment of both perseverance and strength, far from the delicate flower stereotype. I hope I haven't delayed your important matters, he remarked. Lin Shiner forced a smile, delicately producing a handkerchief to wipe the beads of sweat from Cheng Feng's brow. Her gentle touch, filled with concern, was executed with utmost sincerity. A wave of warmth surged within Cheng Feng's heart, as if he faintly caught a whiff of something akin to love. Unfortunately, time was of the essence. The sun was hastening towards the horizon, and he still had 5 kilometers to reach the designated checkpoint. With that thought, Cheng Feng resolutely suppressed his romantic inclinations and continued striding forward, guiding Lin Shiner along. Amidst the dense forest of the west coast, near the carcass of a giant whale, the location did not appear to be a stony wasteland. As he approached, Cheng Feng discerned that the checkpoint he was to sign in at was merely adjacent to the newly designated death zone on the island. The two did not overlap. This elicited a silent cheer from Cheng Feng. At least he didn't have to devise a means to enter that perilous area. However, it seemed there were numerous individuals ahead, making it impractical for him to lead Lin Shiner around them. He could faintly hear voices, indicating that news of the stony terrain had spread throughout the entire Misigana Island. Moreover, his identity had already been exposed by Captain Jack. Even if he managed to alter his appearance to blend into the crowd, it would be challenging for Lin Shiner to follow discreetly behind him. Cheng Feng was astute. He understood well that in this lawless apocalypse, a stunning beauty like Lin Shiner would undoubtedly attract the attention of many desperate men, leading to unnecessary troubles. He needed to devise a solution that would satisfy both their needs. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he resolved that above all, he must protect Lin Shiner. Chapter 39. Unrecognized Greatness? I need to venture into the forest. Wait for me nearby. I shall return before nightfall. After some contemplation, Cheng Feng decided to leave Lin Shiner here. On one hand, he was familiar with the terrain and could find a safe temporary refuge for her. On the other hand, he could handle any potential dangers alone without the risk of being distracted, which might diminish his capabilities in a crisis. All right, I will wait for you, Lin Shiner replied gently, her trust in Cheng Feng unwavering. Seeing his determination, she nodded obediently, acquiescing to his plan. I'll find you a spot where you can set up your tent and rest inside, Cheng Feng said, preparing to depart. But the tent is too conspicuous, Lin Shiner hesitated. Don't worry, the place I choose is seldom discovered by others. And with the Queen Bee summoning potion you possess, should anyone dare intrude, you can use it without hesitation. Cheng Feng shook his head, unwilling to leave the delicate Lin Shiner in such a remote area. Very well. Lin Shiner finally conceded with a nod. 15 minutes later, Cheng Feng discovered a secluded cliff nestled beside a tranquil body of water, where he set up a tent for Lin Shiner to reside temporarily. Afterward, He meticulously organized his gear and embarked on a solitary journey. With 5 kilometers remaining to his destination, he was determined to arrive by 5 o'clock. Meanwhile, at the foot of the Stony Mountain on the west coast, a dense crowd of at least several hundred people gathered, representing nearly a quarter of the island's population. The allure of treasure emerging in the daylight was simply irresistible. Despite the perilous nature of the Stony Mountain, many could not resist the temptation to join in, hoping to discover if they might be the fabled chosen one. If Cheng Feng were present, he would immediately recognize Captain Jack, who had narrowly escaped by jumping into the sea. Among this throng, standing at the forefront of the stony path, as the clock approached 5, it became apparent that no one was willing to venture forth, confirming the adage that there was indeed no return from this perilous journey. If no one emerges soon, we must withdraw once night falls. Who knows how treacherous this place might become? The prominent figures on the leaderboard refrained from entering, leaving the audacious ordinary folk to take the lead. It was self-evident that those ranking high on the list were astute individuals. They would not recklessly plunge into danger, but would rather observe, hoping for others to take the risks. Regrettably, the cold-blooded Cheng Feng seemed to be absent, and Captain Jack appeared cowardly, indicating that today would likely lack any thrilling spectacle. The crowd dispersed around the stony path, murmuring and pointing, some driven by greed, poised to charge in search of secrets, while others merely sought amusement, relishing the chaos. Among them were the likes of Captain Jack and Devil, each harboring their own agendas, contemplating how to break the deadlock surrounding the Stony Mountain. Cheng Feng silently passed by them, unnoticed, as the attention was frequently drawn away by the audacious few who dared to attempt the challenge. Over 400 individuals gathered, a rare sight indeed. After estimating the crowd, Cheng Feng marveled, recognizing this as the largest assembly he had encountered since his arrival. However, he could also discern that most had formed alliances. Captain Jack seemed to share a close bond with Devil, another American, surrounded by a throng of followers and several striking young women, clearly reliant on these powerful figures. Other smaller groups appeared vigilant and cautious, evidently wary of the potential danger of being targeted by rival factions should their treasure hunt falter. In this post-apocalyptic world, women were truly unfortunate. It was fortunate that Lin Sheener had encountered him on her first day. After observing for a while, Cheng Feng sighed softly. He had witnessed too many tragic fates of women. Those who clung to Captain Jack and similar figures were among the fortunate few. The majority, however, faced the grim reality of becoming slaves, destitute and pitiful. After a brief moment of reflection, Cheng Feng quietly departed, sharing the same perspective as the cold-blooded Cheng Feng. I do not believe that before nightfall today, the few hundred individuals on the island will uncover the secrets of the shattered stone mountain. However, it is unfortunate that Cheng Feng's desire to avoid trouble does not prevent trouble from seeking him out. As he emerged from a narrow path, intending to circumvent the dense forest and proceed directly, he realized that he had already attracted the attention of a dozen individuals. Stop right there, hand over your belongings, and I might spare your life. A group suddenly emerged from the corner of the forest. At the forefront stood a youth with a sinister expression, sharp features, and a haughty tone directed at Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng furrowed his brow, surveying the group with a sigh of resignation. Why, when everything was going smoothly, did they insist on courting disaster? Leave. I will only give you 3 seconds. Cheng Feng's voice was frigid. He had no intention of engaging in idle conversation. Time was of the essence, as he needed to complete his task and rendezvous with Lin Xiner. Huh, you seek death. The leader, clearly agitated by Cheng Feng's indifference, shouted. Who do you think you are? Just you alone, daring to act so arrogantly? Come here, you little brat. With Cheng Feng's evident impatience, the group erupted in fury. Each wielded knives and other weapons, while Cheng Feng, appearing merely as a frail university student clad in slightly new attire, seemed an easy target. The disparity in their combat prowess was glaringly obvious, prompting their exaggerated expressions and raucous laughter. They likely believed the young man had lost his senses. All right, the 3 seconds are almost up. As the lean youth prepared to charge at him, Cheng Feng narrowed his eyes, ready to retaliate. However, just then, an older man in his 60s, sporting a beard, suddenly shouted, "Hold on." The lean youth halted, momentarily taken aback. The others immediately fell silent, turning their attention to the elder. Jinbo. The youth's face darkened with irritation, yet he seemed to suppress his anger, indicating that Chun Bo held a significant position within their group. Chun Bo scrutinized Cheng Feng, appearing as if he wanted to speak, but hesitated. After several tense seconds, as Cheng Feng grew impatient and was about to act, the elder cautiously inquired, "May I ask, young brother, are you Jin Feng?" Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the scene. The previously fervent and aggressive group stood frozen in astonishment. Even the impatient youth, knife in hand, was momentarily startled by Chun Bo's question, his grip trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, the name commanded respect and fear. The only individual capable of making a mark on the global leaderboard, consistently ranking first in the region since day one, exuded an aura of terror and intimidation. Chapter 40. Ruthlessness and New Discoveries. "And so what?" Cheng Feng replied nonchalantly, with an air of calmness. Yet, these four simple words left the assembled crowd in utter shock once more. I. Damn it. Yes, just one person. Should we simply take him down?" The youth with the knife continued to tremble in disbelief. However, he cast a glance at the unremarkable and solitary Cheng Feng, and couldn't help but steel his heart, emboldened by malice. "Stop." The expression on Chun Bo's face changed dramatically as he hastily intervened. Having lived for over 60 years, he instinctively understood that anyone capable of ranking among the top few hundred in the world in such dire times, relying solely on their own strength, must possess an abundance of hidden cards and terrifying tactics. The rest of the group, some with flickering eyes, were eager to act. Others appeared horrified and at a loss. Cheng Feng observed it all with keen awareness. He had no time to ponder, for in the blink of an eye, the lean monkey, once again brandishing a knife and charging toward him, was already perilously close. Cheng Feng remained still, bracing himself against the attack of the lean monkey, absorbing the blow with his chest. As the lean monkey struck successfully, the previously restless crowd erupted in ecstatic expressions, including the lean monkey, who was nearly beside himself with excitement. He could hardly believe that he had, against all odds, managed to take down the number one ranked swordsman in the region. Yet, in the very next moment, while Chun Bo stood in stunned silence and the others reveled in joy, the lean monkey was the first to sense something amiss. Though the knife was firmly embedded in the swordsman's chest, it felt as if it had pierced through cotton, unable to advance another inch. In contrast, a flicker of mockery crossed the calm features of the swordsman, as if to say, "Are you done playing around? If so, prepare to meet your end." Alarmed, a sharp-eyed man among the others began to cry out. Yet the dazed lean monkey had no time to retreat. Almost as a tsunami of dread surged within him, he felt a searing pain in his chest. Instinctively looking down, he saw crimson blood flowing steadily from his wound. Embedded in his chest was a black and gold military knife, glinting with a cold light, clearly far superior to the broken blade in his hand. How could this be? This was the final thought of the lean monkey. The black leopard military knife could cut through iron like mud. Cheng Feng had thrust it into him from such close range. With no protective treasures like the gray silkworm vest on him, how could he possibly withstand such a blow and live? A victim of his own folly. In the distance, Chun Bo could not suppress a long sigh. He could see that the lean monkey had lost all vitality, collapsing limply at the swordsman's feet. Cheng Feng's gaze remained indifferent, a hint of mockery still gracing his lips. As though nothing had transpired, he simply stood there, oblivious to it all. Yet everyone, including Chun Bo, felt a chill creep into their hearts. Was this truly the might of the top-ranked swordsman in the region? With an aura seemingly impervious to blades and a lethal strike that dispatched foes in an instant. Brother Cheng Feng, this was solely the doing of the lean monkey. It bears no relation to us. Chun Bo gritted his teeth and bowed deeply to Cheng Feng. The others, pale with fear, could scarcely maintain their footing. Although they had been in this apocalyptic world for several days and had taken dozens of lives. But have you ever encountered a figure as composed and unflappable as Cheng Feng, who could eliminate his foes with such stealth? At this moment, As Chun Bo took the initiative to apologize, they all nodded fervently, fearful that any delay in their response might provoke this seemingly innocuous yet terrifying swordmaster, leading to their own swift demise. He wishes to take my life, thus I shall take his. Is there any issue with that? Cheng Feng squinted slightly, surveying the crowd. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of reflection. Having returned to life, this marked his true first act of killing. Yet, it was unavoidable. He had to eliminate the thin monkey. Otherwise, should he display any sign of kindness or weakness, these dozen individuals would entertain other thoughts which could very well lead to further bloodshed and greater troubles. No, he sought his own demise, daring to provoke the top-ranking boss of the regional leaderboard. His death was his own fault. A robust man promptly waved his hands, while the others wore expressions of deep agreement. It was good that they understood. Cheng Feng maintained his inscrutable demeanor. He needed to instill a sense of profound mystery within this group. Ideally, he could leverage their words to convey to others on Michigan Island not to entertain thoughts of troubling him again. Begone. Within 10 seconds, anyone still within my sight shall perish. Cheng Feng's voice was frigid. As soon as his words fell, the sweat-soaked survivors appeared as if granted a reprieve, promptly turning to flee. Chun Bo, who had initially hoped to forge a connection with the sword master, cast a regretful glance at the thin monkey, shook his head, and departed. Had it not been for the thin monkey's impulsiveness, they might have negotiated well and perhaps secured a favorable alliance with the sword master. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Opportunities missed are missed. Now, Cheng Feng allowing them to depart safely was already a display of benevolence, and he dared not say more, fearing that in 10 seconds, he too might find his head severed like that of the thin monkey. Indeed, true masters must maintain an air of aloofness. After this encounter, my fearsome reputation should surely spread. Moments later, observing that his surroundings were devoid of life, Cheng Feng chuckled softly, relishing the impression of being a formidable figure. However, he had no time to peruse the regional chat channel. With darkness approaching in just over an hour, he needed to continue his journey. Ignoring the thin monkey beneath his feet, he set forth once more. Upon entering the dense forest, he encountered no other survivors. Clearly, the labyrinthine terrain was not easily traversed by all. Notably, along the way, the ever-reliable DFJ had finally sent him a message. He had managed to gather the necessary quantities of aluminum and iron, wishing to exchange them with Cheng Feng for some clean food. Cheng Feng, generous towards this new friend far away in the mines, assured him that upon returning to the tent, he would be open to trading items such as grilled fish, instant noodles, or even banana coconut jelly. Everything was negotiable. DFJ expressed profound gratitude before bidding farewell to Cheng Feng, who then quickened his pace. As he neared the location indicated by the treacherous map, he could faintly hear the sound of waves. Within the forest, beside the corpse of a colossal whale, the designated check-in point required by the system drew ever closer. Yet, within Cheng Feng's nostrils lingered an unusual scent. Without a moment's hesitation, he surmised that it must be the odor of a colossal whale carcass. He could not suppress a desire to ridicule the system. Amidst the splendid blue sky, fluffy white clouds, and the sun-kissed beach, it had led him to such a dismal locale. However, just as he began to voice his complaints, he sensed something amiss. In the distance, aside from the enormous, pitch-black whale carcass, there seemed to be a yacht stranded upon the shore. Could this yacht be so vast? Cheng Feng hurriedly advanced a few steps, squinting to get a better look, and finally discerned that the yacht measured over 10 meters in length and stood 4 to 5 meters tall. Whether it was seaworthy or even functional at present remained uncertain. Yet, one thing was clear. This yacht was remarkably new. It likely drifted here just a few days prior, and within it, there might be provisions or equipment. The dense forest backed by a stony mountain enveloped this coastline. Without a vessel, it would be nearly impossible for anyone on the island to reach this place. Surely, there were no others inside. Was fortune finally smiling upon him? As this thought crossed his mind, Cheng Feng felt a surge of joy. Nevertheless, he did not forget about the system task he needed to check in for. At that moment, the system prompted him, indicating that he was merely 10 meters from his destination. It seemed he ought to first confirm the reward items from the system. Then, swiftly investigate the overturned yacht lying by the island's edge. Chapter 41. Two Great Discoveries, A Nation Watching. Ding! The host has arrived at Mixigana Island, on the western coast, beside the whale carcass. Ding! The host has successfully checked in, receiving the second reward of the day. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring an exceptional grade item. Intermediate immobilization pill. In his mind, the sound of 3 consecutive dings echoed. Initially, Cheng Feng breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have completed the task just before darkness fell. Yet, upon hearing the subsequent notifications, he couldn't help but exhale a regretful sigh. Exceptional grade, perfect grade, epic grade. Why was he always encountering the lowest, the exceptional grade? Nevertheless, despite his lamentations, he found himself quite intrigued by this intermediate immobilization pill. After all, exceptional grade items were coveted by 99 of players worldwide, a quality that seemed almost unattainable. Especially this immobilization pill, its very name exuded power. If it could function like the legend of Sun Wukong, wreaking havoc in the heavenly palace, immobilizing the 7 fairies in place, would he not be free to act with impunity? Surely, no one would actually immobilize a fairy just to pilfer a peach, would they? The thought of this jest brought a flicker of a smile to Cheng Feng's lips. In the next moment, he focused his gaze, and before him appeared a palm-sized cardboard box. He picked it up, opened it, and within lay 5 yellow pills, each the size of a peanut, quietly resting. He glanced at his survival notes, and the attributes of the intermediate immobilization pill materialized before his eyes. Intermediate immobilization pill, grade, exceptional function, can be crushed in hand to render a single target instantly incapacitated, immobilizing them for 8 seconds. Note 1. There are a total of 5, ineffective against monsters, with a certain chance of ineffectiveness against the top 10,000 experts in global combat power. Note 2. Tradable. Transferable, not unique, with a shelf life of 10 years. Indeed, it possesses a binding function for a full 8 seconds, significantly surpassing that of the equally exceptional Queen summoning agent. After reading the functional description, Cheng Feng felt a surge of joy within him. He was well aware that an 8-second window was ample time for a skilled individual to eliminate a target multiple times. The ineffectiveness against the top 10,000 experts mattered little to him. After all, he was among that elite group, with this intermediate binding pill in hand. Cheng Feng felt he had acquired another trump card. Should he encounter Captain Jack alone next time, he was confident he could give that fellow a run for his money. Furthermore, if cold blood ever harbored murderous intent towards him, he now possessed a formidable countermeasure. After stowing away the intermediate binding pill, Cheng Feng turned his attention to the colossal whale carcass before him. It had likely been dead for 2 or 3 days, and he could faintly detect a foul odor wafting through the air. If left for a few more days, the smell would permeate even the dense forest 2 kilometers away. As he circled the giant whale, he concluded that it held little value for him. With the sun beginning to set, he decided against further delay and resolved to retrace his steps. At that moment, however, he noticed a significant shift in his global ranking, which had surged from a gradual decline at 513 to an impressive 388. In broad daylight, he had skyrocketed by 100 places. Anyone with even a modicum of sense would recognize that he had undoubtedly encountered some extraordinary fortune, acquiring at least exceptional grade equipment. Unquestionably, the regional chat channel erupted once more. They were all acutely aware that advancing even a single rank within the top 1,000 globally was no small feat. This spectacle was not unfamiliar to the survivors of Pacific Zone 7, as Cheng Feng had previously experienced sudden rank increases during the day, each instance igniting a flurry of excitement within the region. Yet this time, while everyone was engaged in their customary mix of admiration and envy regarding this sword edge, someone boldly asserted that this sword edge was located on the west coast of Mixigana Island and had slain one of their own before the dense forest. This revelation astounded many experts, including Captain Jack and Coldblood. Everyone took notice of this information. For prior, they only knew Sword Edge to be a solitary, student-like figure from China. Now, they realized he was capable of anger, capable of murder, and even inclined to mingle in bustling locales. Some could not help but speculate whether Sword Edge possessed some special skills related to treasure hunting. Otherwise, it was difficult to explain why he acquired equipment and enhanced his strength either in the late hours of the night or during the daylight. Even Sword Edge was intrigued by the rocky hills of the West Coast. But why would he venture into that dense forest? It feels like a labyrinth, and once you step inside, escaping seems impossible. Perhaps he has taken a detour through the Rocky Mountains, casually acquiring some equipment, possibly of exceptional or even perfect quality. Surely not. That would mean his ranking would surge dramatically. How terrifying. In the Pacific Region 7, having a few of the top 1,000 players is already daunting. Could there really be a superpower among the top 100? I can't shake the feeling that his strength will increase even further. At this very moment, his presence on the West Coast is no mere coincidence. Goodness, with so many of us gathered before the Rocky Mountain Road, could he have stealthily discovered a shortcut to sneak in from another direction? Regrettably, as darkness approaches, I wish I could venture into the forest myself and test my luck. I hope Cheng Feng remains safe. He is practically our sole representation in the Pacific. In the regional chat channel, Cheng Feng has become the most talked about figure. Meanwhile, Captain Jack is fervently negotiating with Devil. They must encircle Cheng Feng on the West Coast, not only for vengeance, but also to uncover the secret of his ability to elevate his combat power at will during the day. Cold-blood, intrigued, sends Cheng Feng a private message containing merely 3 simple words. Interesting. Inside the tent, Lin Sheener gazes at Cheng Feng's combat ranking, unable to suppress her blooming smile. For this not only signifies Cheng Feng's newfound gains, but also assures her that his current situation must be exceedingly secure. Thus, Lin Sheener busies herself with dinner, hoping to see that familiar and handsome face before night falls. Unbeknownst to Cheng Feng, he has once again become the focal point of the entire region. He strides towards the beach at the cliff's edge, approaching the capsized yacht before him. 10 meters long and 4 to 5 meters high. It appears relatively new and hasn't been stranded for long, resembling a relic from before the Great Crossing. I must explore inside. Perhaps there are supplies within. The silvery yacht stands before him, and Cheng Feng strides forward confidently. He is not overly cautious, for he is protected by the gray silk armor and wields the silver moon crossbow. Should any beasts or other players lie within, he can swiftly defend himself and easily take them down. However, it seems this yacht is completely devoid of contents. Cheng Feng quickly moves to the side and searches, soon discovering a way to board. At this point, he realizes that the width of the yacht exceeds 3 to 4 meters, undoubtedly classifying it as a large vessel. While it may not be capable of long voyages to the mainland, it should have no trouble reaching other islands in the vicinity. If it can be used properly, today would be a tremendous windfall. Judging purely by its practicality, even without a grade, it could rival an exceptional or even perfect item. A glimmer of appreciation flashes in Cheng Feng's eyes. With determination, he grasped the gleaming exterior of the yacht and, with a powerful push of his legs, flipped himself onto the vessel's deck, standing upright on the inclined surface at a steep angle of 70 degrees. Chapter 42. Secrets of the Yacht. The mystery of the Rocky Mountain, it felt remarkably sturdy. Cheng Feng tested the gray deck beneath his feet and silently commended its robustness. However, he remained vigilant. Raising his gaze to the darkened cabin, he grasped his silver moon crossbow firmly. With 3 arrows at his disposal and the protection of his impenetrable gray silk vest, he believed he could handle any assault from man or beast alike. As he advanced further, Cheng Feng found no signs of any other presence, human or animal. He then freed a hand to illuminate his lighter, directing it into the cabin. To his astonishment, the interior was brimming with supplies. Upon entering and pushing the door aside, a flicker of surprise crossed Cheng Feng's face. He was met with the sight of dozens, if not hundreds, of sealed boxes situated not far from the entrance. While the contents remained a mystery, the illustrations on the front boxes depicted canned goods. It was not difficult for him to surmise that these were likely sealed cans of food, perhaps even beverages like rum. What a fortune this was! In an apocalyptic world, discovering such an abundance of consumables, particularly those with extended shelf lives, felt akin to uncovering a treasure trove. As he approached and examined further, his excitement surged. His initial conjecture had proved correct. Within the yacht's cabin lay an inexplicable number of cans and drinks, including compressed fruit cans, as well as bottles of aged red wine and rum. There was simply too much to carry away all at once. Should he leave it hidden here? Cheng Feng squinted, suddenly experiencing the exhilarating thrill of newfound wealth. Yet, he resolved to first retrieve his survival notebook to ascertain the nature of these provisions. Seville rum, quality, good function 1, moderate alcohol content, thirst quenching, long shelf life. Remarks: a companion for sailors at sea, 600 milliliters per bottle, tradable, non-unique. Shelf life of 100 years. Aliao compressed biscuits, quality, good function 1, high caloric content, strong satiety, long shelf life. Remarks: a common item for hunger relief. 500 grams per box, tradable, non-unique, shelf life of 10 years. WZB canned yellow peaches, quality, good function 1, high nutritional value, rich in essential vitamins such as vitamin C, long shelf life. Remarks: an essential nutritional item for sailors, tradable, non-unique, shelf life of 3 years. Almost every item could be easily identified through his survival notebook before he even needed to examine it closely. Cheng Feng's satisfaction grew with each revelation. Although these supplies were not of legendary or epic quality, their value in this desolate world was, in many respects, akin to that of gold and diamonds. Let us not dwell on trivialities. At that moment, prepared to barter with the venerable DFJ, I found myself in dire need of these abundant and practical supplies. According to him, their region was sweltering and arid, with resources nearly depleted save for easily accessible minerals. I cannot fathom how many souls have succumbed to thirst and hunger in these past few days. Cheng Feng estimated that with merely 5 or 6 cans of compressed biscuits and canned water, he could procure at least tenfold the quantity of arrow materials from DFJ. It seemed he required several hundred cans. The survival duration extended no further than 2 to 3 months, likely a remnant of the world's end, or perhaps an incident that occurred as it unfolded. There were no traces of any corpses, suggesting that the crew had vanished in an instant. Perhaps it was fortuitous that this location was temporarily inaccessible to others, thus granting me an unexpected advantage. Cheng Feng conducted a cursory calculation, intending to first procure a dozen cans to fill his backpack to capacity. Simultaneously, he sought to engage in trade with DFJ, maximizing the utility of his supplies. The remaining hundreds of cans would have to be stored here for the time being, hoping that no one else could reach this place within the next day. Wow, the esteemed one is remarkable. This truly alleviates our immediate crisis. Subsequently, should the esteemed one require materials, I shall tirelessly ensure my comrades gather them for you. Generously, he offered DFJ 7 or 8 cans of supplies, and in return, DFJ expressed immense gratitude, regarding Cheng Feng as a savior. He likely assumed that Cheng Feng's provisions were scarce. Had he known that Cheng Feng possessed an entire ship filled with canned goods and beverages, he might have been astounded. No need for formality, Cheng Feng replied in a text. He felt a twinge of embarrassment yet. Fortunately, these supplies were not within his backpack, thus not classified as his personal belongings. Moreover, the majority of these provisions were of good quality, contributing minimally to his ranking, thereby preventing others from discovering his acquisition of superior equipment. There seemed to be nothing else aboard the yacht. Life preservers, buckets, and the chairs and oars within the cockpit still held some utility. However, it remained uncertain whether the yacht's cockpit could be recharged for departure. He would need to seek out someone skilled in navigation for clarification. Cheng Feng circled the yacht, confirming the information regarding the vessel. He did not linger long. While contacting Lin Sheener, he opened the trading window, dispatching dozens of cans, and simultaneously prepared for a hasty retreat, for the sun had set, and nightfall would likely engulf the island within the hour. Wow, where did you find these? They are truly impressive. On the trading channel, Lin Sheener, who had not received news from Cheng Feng for some time, gazed at these supplies with astonishment, her voice brimming with excitement. We'll discuss it later. For now, place them in your backpack, Cheng Feng smiled. All right, please ensure your safety. I noticed in the chat channel that many are preparing to besiege you. Lin Sheener expressed her concern. Despite Cheng Feng's formidable strength, he remains a solitary figure. If that so-called Captain Jack were to ambush him with a band of dozens, the consequences are too dreadful for Lin Xner to contemplate. Yet the impact is minimal. Cheng Feng continues to exude an unshakable calm. No one, including Lin Xner, is aware that his mind is equipped with a topographical map of the island and a mission navigation system. Essentially, he possesses a godlike perspective, treating the entire island as his familiar backyard. Thus, these individuals stand no chance of encircling or ambushing him. They would be unable to locate him even if they tried. Unless he, like before, ventured to the Rocky Mountain Pass to mingle and attracted the attention of that lanky group. Otherwise, he would almost certainly avoid encountering anyone else on the island. Without further delay, Cheng Feng swiftly set off. Along the way, he kept an eye on the messages in the chat channel. In the regional chat, as Lin Xner had mentioned, aside from the group at the Rocky Mountain who had yielded no results, the predominant topic was his solitary appearance on the West Coast. Cheng Feng had little interest in their incitements and grandiloquent chatter. His sole desire was to uncover clues about the Rocky Mountain. However, it appeared that none of the hundreds who had entered showed any signs of survival. Not only had they failed to return safely, but no one had even been able to post a message in the survival log. This undoubtedly caused many to reconsider their intentions. The Rocky Mountain was indeed terrifying. Compared to the morning and noon, over 70 or 80% of the survivors dared not express any interest in or desire to explore the Rocky Mountain. Cheng Feng, however, found himself quite curious about it. He noticed a survivor had posted a comment in the chat channel. If anyone from Pacific Zone 7 could unravel the secrets of the Rocky Mountain, it would undoubtedly be Cheng Feng. Chapter 43. Are you not interested? Tomorrow, we can investigate further. Faint howls of monsters and the scent of blood emanated from within. Perhaps it was a group of low-level monsters trapped there overnight, devoid of reason, unable to escape. Cheng Feng processed this information and formed a preliminary hypothesis. However, he did not linger too long, quickening his pace to reach the cliff's edge and successfully reunite with Lin Xner before nightfall. Cheng Feng, you have finally returned. Upon seeing Cheng Feng's familiar face peering in from the tent, Lin Xner's eyes inexplicably glistened with moisture. Although they had been apart for less than 3 hours, it felt to Lin Xner as though 3 years had passed, particularly as she had witnessed in the regional chat how Cheng Feng was besieged by others and how nearly half of Misagiana Island was searching for his whereabouts. Did you miss me? Noticing Lin Xner stir the atmosphere into something a bit sentimental, Cheng Feng could not help but smile mischievously, lightening the mood. Of course not, Lin Xner instinctively retorted, flustered. However, the words came out sounding blatantly insincere, barely audible, even to her own ears. This only served to intensify the mischievous smile at the corner of Cheng Feng's mouth, causing Lin Xner to blush once more. We must prepare quickly. This place is unsafe. Let us venture deeper into the mountains. Cheng Feng slipped into the tent, seated himself, and accepted the water that Lin Xner offered. The cup was exquisite, the water still warm, and he could even detect a faint aroma of tea wafting from within. Goodness, you've even brought tea leaves. Cheng Feng exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, we packed too many grilled fish, so it was easy to exchange for some daily necessities. Lin Xner replied with a bright smile, her spirits lifted considerably. She relished the sight of Cheng Feng enjoying the tea she had brewed, cherishing the moments they spent together. By the way, you still haven't mentioned where those canned goods came from, Lin Xner inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity after Cheng Feng took a sip of tea. As he explained while tidying up, 10 minutes later, he had packed the tent and stood alongside Lin Xner, ready to set off. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky, and distant objects were barely discernible. The two could only hasten their pace, breaking into a jog. Fortunately, the location Cheng Feng had chosen was merely a couple of 100 meters away. They managed to set up the tent just as the first roar of a monster echoed from the outside. That was close. Lin Xner panted, her chest rising and falling slightly, beads of sweat forming at her temples. The day had been somewhat overcast, and the monsters emerged 10 minutes earlier than the previous day. Cheng Feng felt a touch of helplessness. This Pacific weather changes in the blink of an eye. Who can tell when it's truly dark? Yet, fortunately, they were both sheltered within the tent, safe from the monster's reach. Cheng Feng finally had the opportunity to open the regional chat channel to check the situation on Michigan Island. However, before he accessed the chat, he noticed a message from Cold Blood. A fruitful day. Are you planning to make a big move tonight? It was succinct. Cheng Feng understood that Cold Blood had been keeping an eye on him, aware of his soaring rank after completing the tasks, while also probing into his intentions for the evening. I'm exhausted. I'll take a rest. The night is yours, Cheng Feng replied, his message serving not only as polite conversation, but also as an implicit suggestion. I'm just as the chat channel indicates, gathering equipment and items casually during the day. And I have no interest in monster hunting at night. Be cautious. You might drop out of the top 1,000 while you sleep, came Cold Blood's response. That shouldn't happen, Cheng Feng replied confidently. All right, see you tomorrow. Perhaps I will head to the West Coast. Cold Blood did not mention the night again, swiftly changing the subject. Are you planning to force your way through Shattered Stone Mountain? Cheng Feng asked. Don't you wish to? Cold Blood continued to probe, this time cleverly avoiding a direct invitation. After all, she had previously encountered a closed door when attempting to engage with Cheng Feng at EC Reef. We'll see when the time comes. Cheng Feng did not provide a definitive response. Well, Cold Blood remained equally taciturn. Their conversation reached a natural conclusion, characterized by succinct and pointed exchanges, each word carefully chosen. Nearby, Lin Sheener could not suppress a wry smile. These two formidable experts from Pacific Zone 7 appeared to be friends, maintaining a facade of cordiality, yet they were perpetually probing and concealing their true intentions. Is this the nature of discourse among the astute? Lin Sheener chided Cheng Feng in her mind. There was no choice but to remain vigilant. What if Cold Blood were to establish contact with someone from another region and come for her? Cheng Feng sighed lightly, making an offhand jest. However, Lin Sheener was acutely aware that this was indeed a plausible scenario. The thought of contacting individuals from other regions brought a fleeting shadow of sorrow to her delicate features. Days had passed since the great upheaval, yet there had been no word from her parents or family. It was all right, for everyone had settled down now. Casualties were no longer as rampant as in the beginning, and surely they were all safe. Cheng Feng understood Lin Sheener's unspoken concerns and offered gentle reassurance. Yes, thank you, Cheng Feng. Without you, I truly do not know if I could endure in this apocalyptic world. Lin Sheener affirmed resolutely, her beautiful eyes akin to flowing water, fixed intently on Cheng Feng, her tone sincere. We are like an old married couple now. There's no need for thanks, Cheng Feng replied with a sudden playful grin. He did not intend to provoke Lin Sheener. He simply found himself unaccustomed to the emotionally charged atmosphere that often arose unexpectedly. Indeed, upon hearing those words, Lin Sheener's cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively delivered a light punch to Cheng Feng's shoulder, which only served to enhance the smile on his lips. In this desolate world, after a long day of toil, one must seek moments of joy and laughter. Alas, such a pleasant ambience could only endure for a few fleeting seconds. Outside the tent, the roars and clashes of monsters grew increasingly fierce. It was unclear what deep-seated grievances lay between them. Like days past, they resumed their savage biting and fighting, their sounds reverberating, sending shivers through the survivors in the vicinity, who prayed fervently to weather this day unscathed. Of course, among these survivors, there were always a few bold and skilled individuals willing to gamble on fortune amidst peril. Like Cold Blood now, or Captain Jack, who had allied with the devil. They all commenced their monster hunting endeavors. The global chat channel, along with the regional trading channel, was abuzz with messages seeking to buy and sell relics. It appeared that an increasing number of people were joining the exhilarating yet brutal hunt for monsters. This echoed Lin Sheener's earlier remark during their casual conversation. Although the survival rate of survivors had significantly improved after several days of acclimatization, the insatiable greed and desire to compete for equipment remained too potent to resist. It was wise to remain hidden, surely ensuring safety. Yet, there would always be those who recklessly flirted with death. Lin Sheener found herself torn between praising such audacity and courage or admonishing them for disregarding their own lives. Yet, One thing was certain to her. Cheng Feng does not belong to either of these categories. He is neither reckless nor impulsive. Even when venturing out to confront monsters, he meticulously plans each step, exuding confidence and possessing the skills to handle any unforeseen dangers. Most importantly, he always remembers to withdraw when the moment calls for it. Just like last night, despite having 3 arrows left from the Silver Moon's lethal crossbow, he adhered strictly to his plan and decisively retreated. Therefore, Lin Sheener will unwaveringly continue to support Cheng Feng in any decision he makes tonight, whether he chooses to remain in the tent, sleeping alongside her until dawn, or to seek opportunities for monster hunting, thereby enhancing and solidifying his world ranking. Chapter 44. The Alliance of Devil and Captain Jack. Monster hunting is an absolute necessity. Cheng Feng will not overlook any opportunity to elevate his ranking. After all, with the threat of a volcanic eruption looming over him like the sword of Damocles, he cannot afford to be complacent. Should the day arrive when he finds himself lacking equipment and cannot ensure Lin Sheener's safe escape from the island, it would spell disaster. Yet, Cheng Feng plans to make his move in the dead of night. Firstly, this unfamiliar terrain is not like the previously known area by the green water pool, where he had set traps to systematically defeat the monsters. Secondly, he needs to observe the types of monsters present here and their emergence sequence, ensuring they align with those by the green water pool. If he were to encounter a low-level monster and, at the same moment, be targeted by a suddenly appearing super monster, that would be catastrophic. Lin Sheener has no objections to this. She has grown accustomed to the sights and sounds of monsters roaring and battling. However, she still closes her eyes at the more gruesome scenes, while Cheng Feng remains vigilant, keenly observing the window to understand the habits of these creatures, thereby increasing his odds of slaying them. Fortunately, after 3 or 4 days, most survivors have found hiding places, and the number of casualties among the monsters has been dwindling. Yet, on this day, there are still 1,000 or 2 that must perish. With just over 20,000 remaining in our area, if this trend continues, in less than half a month, the population will dwindle to mere thousands or even hundreds. Caution is essential. One does not perish without cause. Many skilled individuals have met their demise during the night's monster hunts. It's acceptable to be cautious, but one's ranking will inevitably fall behind. Just look at the cold-blooded and Captain Jack. In just a few minutes, there have been shifts in their rankings, clearly indicating they have made gains. Cheng Feng remains as steady as ever. I suspect he is sleeping at this very moment. This fellow has a penchant for exerting himself in the latter half of the night or during the day, as if his biological clock is aligned with Africa and Europe. Yet, I remain confident that by daybreak, Cheng Feng will still hold the top position in our Area S ranking. Isn't that obvious? I'm not only willing to bet on the regional channel, I would dare to wager on the global channel as well. If Cheng Feng is found outside the top 1,000 tomorrow morning, I will livestream a challenge to chop my hands off. In the evening, the regional chat channel is always bustling with activity. Cheng Feng observes these messages with a sense of resignation. It seems that he has now become the chief topic of conversation among these survivors during their leisure hours. Consequently, many awaken each day with the greatest anticipation of discovering their current ranking. Naturally, such discussions comprise only a fraction of the regional channel's chatter. As night falls, a handful of daring survivors still venture forth to slay monsters, rallying companions in the chat channel in hopes of testing their fortune. Yet, it is evident that only a select few return safely with their bounty. Not everyone can emulate the prowess of the top-ranking elites who slay monsters daily, emerging unscathed, thereby augmenting their strength and amplifying their combat prowess. Tonight, the most attention-grabbing recruitment message belongs to the regional rank 4th, known as Devil. He has sent representatives to the regional channel, asserting that his team boasts the finest combat strength and equipment in the entire area. Currently, he intends to expand further, aspiring to gather all the elite survivors of Misagana Island. Their definition of an elite is someone who can present a shard of any level as a registration fee to join. Thus, survivors on Misagana Island wishing to enlist must acquire at least 1 shard by any means necessary before dawn. Upon receiving this news, an overwhelming number of islanders felt a surge of desire. In a post-apocalyptic world, Aligning oneself with the strong significantly enhances survival odds. They also observed Captain Jack, ranked 3rd, sharing light-hearted banter with Devil outside the craggy hills during the day, seemingly recognizing each other as formidable allies. This implies that aside from the elusive Sword Edge and the Cold-Blooded, no other force on Misagana Island rivals their strength and terror. Welcome, all strong contenders. Limited spots available. We are only accepting 150 more members. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, our team shares information, and upon joining, you will uncover the secrets of the craggy hills and the entire island. The speaker seems to recognize that many experts prefer solitude. Thus, in conclusion, he proposed an exceedingly tempting condition that stirred even Cheng Feng's heart, let alone the ordinary survivors on the island. Goodness, this news is explosive. Following Captain Jack and Devil means there will be spoils, but where on earth can I find a shard to use as a stepping stone? Which esteemed brother possesses an extra shard? I am willing to trade for 3. The notion that joining this team equates to sweeping the island invincibly is tantalizing. No matter, I am all in. Tonight, I shall risk my life for a shard. Devil, wait for me. In an instant, the regional chat channel erupted. This marked the first occasion in several days that Captain Jack, ranked 3rd, and Devil, ranked 4th, had eclipsed Cheng Feng, the first on the leaderboard. Chapter 45, Participating, Fishing in Troubled Waters? These powerful teams have banded together. Observing the chat messages, Lynn Sheener felt a twinge of concern, for she was aware of the previous discord between Captain Jack and Cheng Feng. If their power continues to swell, then the vulnerable Cheng Feng will find himself in an increasingly perilous situation. However, the impact is minimal. They cannot locate me. Cheng Feng smiled casually, seemingly indifferent. Indeed, we have no intention of deliberately seeking trouble with them. Lin Sheener nodded. Yet in the next moment, a slight furrow appeared on her brow as if a thought had struck her, and she remarked, "It seems not necessarily so. If they linger near the shattered stone mountain, it would be quite easy for them to discover us, wouldn't it? Not to worry, even if they do find me. I remain unperturbed. I possess many hidden trump cards," Cheng Feng replied, his smile unwavering. While ostensibly reassuring Lin Sheener, he spoke the truth. Unless faced with a sudden ambush or a trap, he could stand invincible on the island with just his golden silk armor and silver moon crossbow. Not to mention, he also had a multi-functional diving suit and an incubating 5-clawed golden dragon egg among his arsenal. Without a doubt, Lin Sheener said, her smile brightening, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She was fond of Cheng Feng's occasional displays of confidence, sensing an indescribable charm within him. At that moment, judging by the roars outside, the monsters that had emerged from the depths had completed their first round of skirmishes. Some solitary, yet weak creatures had fallen prey to the overwhelming numbers. Others, of higher levels, had effortlessly toppled entire swathes, causing the remaining beasts to tremble in fear and refrain from approaching. There were also those still engaged in fierce combat, yet injured and gasping for breath, their vitality waning. Undoubtedly, these unfortunate souls became the favored targets for the survivors. Especially after today's regional channel buzzed with news of devil recruiting, countless individuals would be fixated on such monsters on Misagana Island, daring to venture out in the dead of night. This led many rational or anxious individuals to speculate that, following this night, at least 2,000 to 3,000 of the 27,631 survivors would perish, setting a record for single-night fatalities beyond the first day's unfortunate events. Of course, Cheng Feng remained oblivious to these audacious survivors. In his mind, he had a map of the island's terrain, and the location of this makeshift shelter was one that ordinary individuals would genuinely struggle to find. If the monsters were not emerging directly from the ground, but rather traversing from other parts of the sea, Cheng Feng could have comfortably nestled beside his beauty, awaiting the break of dawn without a care in the world. As time passed and the monsters continued to roar, the number of survivors, 27,631, steadily dwindled. By midnight, this figure had diminished to 26,321. Meanwhile, the rankings of Cold Blood, Captain Jack, and the world-renowned Devil surged, each advancing by at least 3,000 places. Regrettably, Cheng Feng's position among the top 500 globally was exceedingly remarkable. Even as he remained a passive observer, while countless survivors in the Northern Hemisphere strived to enhance their strength during those few hours, he merely shifted from rank 512 to 677. This left many skilled individuals within the region feeling a bitter pang of hopelessness and despair, especially regarding Devil and Captain Jack. They spent the night organizing personnel and hunting monsters, tirelessly selecting their locations. In the end, they could hardly catch a glimpse of the aftermath left by the sword edge. This only intensified their murderous intent towards him, as they yearned to capture this figure that very night and interrogate him about the number of artifacts he possessed. "You're slacking off again." Cold Blood couldn't help but send a message. It was already midnight. Could it be that Sword Edge had, like the previous night, opted for slumber and intended to venture out in the dead of night? No rush, it was still early. Clearly, Cheng Feng had not succumbed to sleep. His prompt four-character response left Cold Blood momentarily taken aback. Was there something peculiar about the latter half of the night? Yet, regardless of her observations or the information conveyed by the organization, it was evident that the monsters grew stronger as the night deepened. Cold Blood felt frustrated, unable to comprehend the situation. Nevertheless, she harbored an inexplicable premonition that by the time she awakened the following morning, Sword Edge's ranking would undoubtedly remain within the top 1,000 globally, and it was certain that his rank would rise once more, solidly overshadowing herself and others within the region. This young man was remarkably enigmatic. Master Brother was already ranked 432 in the global leaderboard, leaving her to ponder who truly held the upper hand between him and Sword Edge. After a few muttered thoughts, Cold Blood ultimately refrained from continuing the conversation with Sword Edge. She had monsters to slay. She needed to ensure she fell asleep by 1 or 2 o'clock to replenish her energy, allowing her to set off towards the west coast at dawn. The secret of the craggy mountains seemed to have already been uncovered by others. She dared not delay. She must hasten her arrival, to immerse herself in the chaos and seize victory amidst the turmoil. Chapter 46. The Harvest. Alas, before dawn broke, the horizon didn't yet reveal a hint of crimson light upon the earth. Outside the tent, a shrill noise pierced the quietude, causing Cheng Feng's drowsy form to stiffen immediately. Simultaneously, Lin Shiner perceived an unusual shift in Cheng Feng's demeanor. Rubbing her enchanting eyes, she finally parted her lips to inquire, "What's wrong?" Although Cheng Feng sensed the strangeness outside, he could not allow such trivial matters to instill fear in his beloved. After all, he was no mere ornament. He affectionately tousled her hair, striving to reassure her, and a tender smile involuntarily graced his face, transforming his previously indifferent gaze into one filled with affection. Lin Shiner, however, entirely overlooked the commotion outside, blushing as she gazed at Cheng Feng's inexplicable actions, her thoughts drifting. After all, it was a solitary male and female in the same room, and now was it possible that he was thinking, "Be good. I'll step outside to see what's happening. You stay here and wait for my return," Cheng Feng instructed, abruptly disrupting the romantic narrative she had envisioned. A hint of unrecognized disappointment crossed Lin Shiner's face as she watched Cheng Feng leave the tent, beginning to search for the source of the noise. However, before he could take more than 2 steps, the strange sounds abruptly ceased, and the ground began to tremble slightly. Cheng Feng instinctively halted, observing the surrounding changes. Or might the monsters launch their surprise attacks? What is happening? Could it be an earthquake? Lin Shiner, hidden within the tent, whispered her inquiries. Yet the tent's soundproofing was exceptionally effective. Cheng Feng could only gaze at her through the fabric, mouth agape, his expression a portrait of concern. With a mere glance, he conveyed, "You are safe here," enveloping her in a cocoon of reassurance. However, as each minute elapsed, the tremors intensified, causing both Cheng Feng and Lin Shiner inside the tent to sway precariously. Suddenly, to their astonishment, a colossal spider emerged from the ground, brandishing its menacing limbs at Cheng Feng, an image both grotesque and unsettling. The strands it expelled resembled steel wires, slicing through the earth, reminiscent of the strange sounds he had heard earlier. "What a monstrous spider," Lin Shiner murmured, striving to diminish her presence so as not to burden Cheng Feng. Just as he had been lamenting the absence of a target, this creature had unwittingly marked its own misfortune. Observing that the spider was likely a novice, Cheng Feng's spirits lifted. He swiftly retrieved his silver moon crossbow, aiming it directly at the giant arachnid. The spider, sensing a formidable adversary, let out a ferocious roar and charged at Cheng Feng, intending to intimidate him. However, it encountered Cheng Feng, who rapidly pulled the trigger of his crossbow. 3 arrows soared forth, piercing the spider's body. The creature writhed in agony, its 8 legs thrashing wildly against the ground as if to alleviate its suffering. Cheng Feng afforded it no respite, firing again, with 1 arrow striking the spider's eye. This time, the spider did not merely stomp in distress. It flailed its legs in a frenzy, leaving deep, uneven claw marks on the nearby tree trunk. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Feng lunged forward, gripping his dagger firmly, and delivered a decisive blow to the spider's heart. The immense arachnid struggled momentarily before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Beep! Congratulations, host, on defeating the monster. Reward: a large gift pack. The inventory of the gift pack included 1. Compass, common level, X1, 2. Yunnan Baiyao, good level, X2, 3. Band-aids, common level, X10, 4. Flashlight, common level, X1, 5. Stamina potions, exquisite level, X3. The items in this reward pack were essential for survival in the wilderness. Although their utility was somewhat limited, their quantity conferred an advantage. However, one item particularly captured Cheng Feng's attention: the unknown stamina potion. Without further deliberation, he consumed 3 of the stamina potions in quick succession, as if indulging in candy rather than medicine. As Cheng Feng consumed the 3 stamina potions, he felt an instantaneous surge of vitality, invigorated and brimming with energy, as if he had transformed into a diminutive superhero. Chapter 47. The Black Panther. Cheng Feng, unwilling to linger, immediately dashed back to the tent at a sprinting pace. This time, the kill of the spider had yielded a considerable amount of equipment. Though not of the highest quality, it would suffice for unexpected circumstances. His foremost task now was to conserve his strength in preparation for confronting other low-level or higher monsters. What did you acquire this time? Lin Shiner inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Having witnessed Cheng Feng's prowess during the spider encounter, her admiration for him deepened. Further solidifying her decision, Cheng Feng succinctly recounted his gains, while Lin Shiner rested her chin on one hand, listening to him with a beaming smile. You're truly impressive. This time your ranking will surely improve significantly, perhaps even earning you better rewards. Cheng Feng affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, "Let us hope so." Lin Shiner's gaze sparkled even brighter in response. Cheng Feng reveled in the serene and warm atmosphere of the tent. Were it not for the dire circumstances of this apocalyptic world, he could have wished to remain in such tranquility for a lifetime. Unfortunately, before he could indulge in more reflections, a violent tremor shattered the stillness. Cheng Feng promptly leaned closer to the tent's small window, scrutinizing the chaos outside, while Lin Shiner, fully awake now, joined him, their heads nearly touching as they fixated on the tumultuous battle unfolding. With the experience from earlier, Cheng Feng had begun to form an initial assessment of the monsters in this place. Indeed, Crushed Stone Mountain proved to be the most perilous location on the entire Misagana Island, with exceptionally savage creatures. Within just this brief period, 2 or 3 intermediate monsters had already engaged in combat. Among them, aside from the familiar lizard, there were other species he had never encountered before. Cheng Feng meticulously calculated the odds of defeating them, contemplating how to seize the most advantageous moment to dispatch them with minimal exertion. If fortune favored him, he might acquire not only the essence, but also additional high-tier equipment. Are you planning to venture out again? Lin Shiner asked with a hint of concern, observing Cheng Feng as he remained transfixed on the monstrous skirmish. She knew him too well. Upon seeing his intense demeanor, she could surmise his intentions. Yes, Cheng Feng affirmed confidently, I am 70% certain I can overcome these monsters, but I need to observe a bit longer. Lin Shiner offered no further reply. merely nodding in support before opening her survival journal to peruse the comments on the World Channel. The number of survivors continued to dwindle, with numerous casualties each day. However, the rate had noticeably slowed. Whether actively or passively, everyone was gradually adapting, to some extent, to this brutal world. A colossal creature resembling a black panther was locked in a fierce struggle with another beast, both evenly matched, rendering it impossible for either to gain the upper hand. Clever as he was, Cheng Feng immediately recognized this as a rare opportunity where the clam and the snipe contend, allowing the fisherman to profit. Exiner, just as before, I will dash out shortly. When I return, please open the door. Cheng Feng slowly approached the curtain. Lin Sina, hier expression veselus, nodded firmly. Rest assured, we have collaborated for a long time. I have ample experience now. Be cautious, this creature appears formidable. Observing Lin Xin es earnest demiano. Cheng Feng felt a playful urge to tease her, but he knew he must prioritize the larger picture. He pinched her cheek lightly, leaving her with a promise to return, before rushing out. Though the panther-like creature was engrossed in its battle with the other beast, it swiftly detected Cheng Feng's movements. In an instant, the two monsters, as if in unison, abandoned their fight and turned their aggression towards him. Damn it, Cheng Feng spat. These two creatures, displaying the intelligence of intermediate monsters, had learned to cooperate. However, this was fortuitous, saving him the trouble of dealing with them one by one. A double kill would be ideal. Clad in protective gear and armed with the basic equipment acquired from slaying a spider, he felt confident in his ability to dispatch both monsters with a single strike. Gripping his silver moon crossbow tightly, he charged at the creatures. Timing his attack perfectly, he hurled a talisman while simultaneously pulling the trigger of his crossbow, successfully slaying the Black Panther. At this moment, he was perilously close to the remaining monster. The talisman's immobilization effect was about to expire, and Cheng Feng drew his military knife. Just as the talisman's power waned, he swiftly slashed the creature's neck, and before it could react, its head was severed from its body. An intermediate talisman and two black iron boxes appeared before the two fallen beasts, and Cheng Feng was overjoyed. Though he had only acquired one talisman, it was of intermediate grade, while the one he had previously used was merely basic. By all accounts, he had profited. Sniper rifle, with 10 rounds exceptional grade. Usage duration, permanent. Tradable, non-unique. The other item was a perfect grade storage device, capable of holding 75 kilograms of items. While not an offensive weapon, it was immensely useful for Cheng Feng. Elated, he stowed the equipment and hurried back to the tent. Upon seeing his return, Lin Xiner inferred that he had obtained valuable treasures, but refrained from asking too many questions. The night was thick with darkness. Both were weary, and without further conversation, they nestled together and fell asleep. When Cheng Feng awoke again, it was already past 10 in the morning. He entered the system to check in and learn of the day's mission. Inside Shattered Stone Mountain. It seems I must go there. He chuckled wryly, but refrained from further complaints. Casting a glance back at the still sleeping Lin Xena, he stepped out of the tent alone. Although he had been here for a few days, he still did not possess a thorough understanding of the place. He slowed his pace, proceeding with utmost caution. Congratulations. You have made it into the global top 400. A rather indifferent voice resonated from behind him. Cold blood? Is that you? Cheng Feng exclaimed in astonishment, momentarily taken aback. Cold blood shrugged. I told you I would come the day after you arrived. Cheng Feng recalled her earlier words about waiting for them to deliver heads, chuckling awkwardly as he continued to forge ahead. What equipment did you acquire yesterday? Cold blood inquired after a prolonged silence. Cheng Feng grinned, guess. Cold blood rolled her eyes, about to retort when she unexpectedly collided with his back. You. Before her indignation could fully surface, she was rendered speechless by the sight before them. To think that within this rocky mountain, it was like this. Cheng Feng marveled. Chapter 48. The Voice of a Supermonster? Both were utterly astonished by the scene that unfolded before them, none daring to venture forward recklessly. The air was thick with mist, shrouding towering trees, rendering the path ahead inscrutable. Cheng Feng's instincts urged him to refrain from any hasty actions. How about we return for today? We can come back once we are more familiar with this place, he suggested, struggling to find the right words. The interior of the Rocky Mountain was overwhelmingly breathtaking, compelling him to steady his tumultuous emotions. Cold Blood responded without hesitation, "All right." Having spent considerable time in the assassin organization, she understood when decisiveness was necessary and when it was prudent to retreat. Clearly, this was not the moment for recklessness. Let us withdraw slowly and utilize our resources to investigate this eerie place. Although the likelihood of success is slim, one must always be prepared, Cold Blood proposed. Cheng Feng appeared calm on the surface, yet internally he weighed his options. Cold Blood's suggestion was indeed sensible. After all, they knew nothing of this area, and blindly charging in would be detrimental. Agreed, he affirmed, promptly turning to retrace their steps. Cold Blood was taken aback. He truly employed a flexible strategy, never rushing into reckless adventures. It was no wonder he held the top rank in his region. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her curiosity and intrigue towards him deepened. Walking side by side, they found the return journey considerably easier, drawing from their previous experience. Cheng Feng, in a teasing tone, jested, "How was your bounty yesterday?" "Oh, great, Cold Blood." Surely it was abundant. It was adequate. 2 beginner and 1 intermediate soul orbs, along with some ordinary equipment, she replied, her tone inadvertently tinged with disappointment. Despite her more vigorous efforts in battling monsters and even receiving assistance from others in different regions, her prowess remained overshadowed by his. Upon contemplating this, the cold-blooded individual endeavored to maintain an air of detachment, inquiring with a tone that lacked any bitterness. "What about you? Your rankings surged significantly overnight. You must have acquired quite a few valuable items." "Not really, just some average finds." Cheng Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Really? I find that hard to believe." The cold-blooded one persisted, unconvinced. Cheng Feng smirked, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Do you wish to know? Come closer, and I shall reveal it." The cold-blooded one leaned in, fixating on his lips as he slowly articulated 2 words, "A secret." "You." The cold-blooded one felt an urge to strike him down with a flying dagger. Cheng Feng erupted into laughter, quickening his pace and leaving the cold-blooded one several steps behind. Stung by his trickery, the cold-blooded one walked on with a stern expression, unwilling to engage further. Cheng Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. While still within the confines of the Rocky Mountain, he accessed the system to complete his second check-in task. "Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Divine Healer's Golden Wound Medicine, perfect grade. Suitable for external application and internal consumption. Capable of healing all internal and external injuries. Usage duration, 1 year. Unlimited uses during this period. Transferable, non-unique." Goodness. Perfect grade. Cheng Feng felt as though he might be overwhelmed by this astonishing surprise. With this miraculous medicine, he had an additional layer of security. While he possessed protective gear, it did not guarantee immunity from harm. Furthermore, his protective attire only shielded him, whereas this medicine could assist in treating others and could be utilized for trade if necessary. He promptly stored the Divine Healer's Golden Wound Medicine in his storage device and glanced back at the cold-blooded one, anxious that she might detect his unusual demeanor. Fortunately, still riled from their earlier exchange, she was focused on walking ahead, oblivious to his actions. "We're out," Cheng Feng announced as he gazed at the exterior of the Rocky Mountain. "I know," the cold-blooded one replied coolly, kicking a stone ahead of her. Cheng Feng observed the stone shatter against the boulder, wiping away an imaginary bead of sweat. "We can feign interest in collaborating with Devil and Captain Jack to extract useful information about the interior of the Rocky Mountain. What do you think?" He hastily articulated his thoughts, fearing he might not have time to express them before she became wrathful once more. "That sounds acceptable. I need to return and recuperate. I suspect you require rest as well. Let us reconvene at 2 o'clock this afternoon to seek out Captain Jack and his crew." The cold-blooded one concluded her remarks in an authoritative tone before departing without a backward glance, evidently still agitated. Cheng Feng watched her retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Just as the cold-blooded one was curious about his background, he too was filled with curiosity about her. Yet, he understood the necessity of maintaining a sense of restraint and exercising caution to avoid prying into her secrets. "You're back," Lin Sheener exclaimed upon spotting him, rushing forward to grasp his arm. I was so worried about you. You've been gone for such a long time. Her voice grew increasingly plaintive, and she lowered her gaze, on the verge of tears. Cheng Feng gently brushed her nose and, with a tender smile, remarked, "Have I not returned safe and sound? I have confidence in my abilities. While I may not be a formidable powerhouse, I can certainly take care of myself." Upon the mention of combat prowess, Lin Xiner brightened with excitement, exclaiming, "Have you seen the rankings this morning? You've made it into the global top 400. Cheng Feng glanced at the rankings, gaining a general understanding. He smiled, taking her hand as they walked back, chatting amiably. After a brief rest, he settled Lin Xiner comfortably before stepping out to meet with Coldblood, seeking to discuss matters with Devil. We are merely in third and fourth place. Having just arrived here and lacking in understanding, Devil feigned difficulty. Cheng Feng exchanged glances with Coldblood, discerning their ulterior motives. Captain Jack added, "However, we Haven T returned empty-handed. We have gathered that within Shattered Stone Mountain, there seems to be some unusual beasts, distinctly different from the monsters we previously encountered. The information we possess is rather limited, but we welcome any exchange with you too." Cheng Feng politely responded, "If the opportunity arises, I would certainly like to engage in further discussions." Both parties were cognizant of each other's intentions and unwilling to waste time. They exchanged a few more pleasantries before parting ways. "What do you think?" Coldblood suddenly inquired. Cheng Feng smiled in response. "They are simply playing coy. With their intent to eliminate us and seize the top 2 spots, why would they willingly share more information? After all, this is merely a transaction devoid of sincerity." "I have my suspicions." Coldblood hesitated. "The sounds emanating from Shattered Stone Mountain appear to be the roars of super monsters." "Super monsters?" Cheng Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. He recalled the night he discovered the golden dragon egg, the fierce battle between 2 monsters that left them both severely wounded. The roars coming from within did not resemble those of ordinary low-level creatures. "Of course, this is merely my conjecture and may not hold much weight," Coldblood continued. Cheng Feng pondered deeply. If his suspicions were correct, it was conceivable that one of the 2 battling monsters had taken refuge there. Thus, the prospect of forcefully entering was exceedingly slim. To delve deeper, one must employ cunning. "What shall we do next?" Cheng Feng inquired tentatively, viewing Coldblood and the others not merely as competitors, but as partners. Coldblood stroked his chin, replying cautiously, "For now, we should refrain from any rash actions." They parted ways, each returning to their respective abodes. Throughout the journey, Cheng Feng continued to contemplate the significance of Shattered Stone Mountain. Its importance was palpable, warranting serious attention. Upon returning to the tent, he found Lin Xiner patiently waiting for him, now clad in a fresh, clean outfit, which caught his eye with delight. Lin Xiner observed his momentary daze and, with a hint of shyness, playfully stuck out her tongue, saying, "Are you worried that seeing me in the same outfit for too long might cause visual fatigue? Besides, wearing the same clothes all the time, with sweat and other grime, is rather unsanitary, don't you think?" With that, she affectionately tugged at Cheng Feng's arm. Cheng Feng gently stroked her head and then scrutinized her new attire, complimenting, "You look splendid. Although it's still the usual t-shirt and shorts, you make it incredibly charming." His words rang true, with Lin Xiner's figure and features. Even the most ordinary white t-shirt or skirt could evoke the allure of a high-fashion runway. After conversing for a while longer, Cheng Feng returned to his study of the survival journal. The World Channel was abuzz with chatter, as many had seemingly adapted to the survival rules here or found companions or safe havens, showing little concern for monster hunting or leveling up, instead preferring to lay low at the bottom of the pit. Cheng Feng briefly perused the morning's discussions on the world and regional channels, noting that the content was largely unchanged from previous days, predominantly expressing amazement at his ranking. "Look, the Sword Edge Master S rank has risen again. Now he is among the top 400 in the world. Why the fuss? It's Sword Edge after all. What is surprising about his ascent?" Indeed, the Sword Edge Master truly deserves his position as the top man in the region. His prowess is undeniable. Even at a level where advancement seems impossible, he still manages to rise. "How can I get the Sword Edge Master to mentor me? Please, save me, this little noob." Cheng Feng smiled faintly and closed the survival journal. No significant events had transpired. Uncovering the mysteries within Shattered Stone Mountain remained a pressing concern. By the way, there is something important I need to tell you, Lin Sheener said, patting his shoulder with a serious expression. Cheng Feng was taken aback by her rare demeanor and inquired, "What's wrong? What happened? During the time you were away, someone followed your path into that place." What? This revelation shocked Cheng Feng. Was someone else exploring the depths of Shattered Stone Mountain? Can you elaborate? What were these individuals like? He pressed. Lin Sheener concentrated and replied with certainty. They were a group of foreigners. I can assure you they are not the same people we encountered before. Not the ones we encountered before. Cheng Feng's mind began piecing together the implications. Since they were not familiar faces, they could not belong to Captain Jack's crew. If they were foreigners, they could only be under the command of the devil. That cunning old fox. Cheng Feng muttered a quiet curse. Lin Sheener, unable to catch his words, leaned closer and asked what. Cheng Feng gently pulled her into an embrace, tenderly assuring her, "It's nothing. Don't worry, I have my ways." Lin Sheener, playfully nestled against him, nodded and buried her head in the crook of his neck. "This must be the interior that the boss spoke of," declared the leading foreigner, addressing those behind him in English. Finally, they had arrived after an exhausting journey. A few individuals behind him voiced their grievances loudly. The leader, witnessing their demoralized demeanor, felt a surge of frustration, kicking one of the men behind him and scolding, "Can you move a bit faster? Who wants to be here risking their lives? If you don't go, I'll one-t go, and we'll all meet our demise." The recollection of the devil's tyranny sent shivers down the spines of the others, prompting them to reluctantly follow suit. "Boss, it seems we cannot proceed any further," a young man spoke up. The leader assumed he was merely trying to shirk responsibility and was about to deliver another kick to deter such thoughts, when the young man waved his hand and began to explain. "I am a geologist and possess some knowledge of natural phenomena. This fog does not appear to be ordinary mist. It resembles toxic miasma. To venture in recklessly would surely result in poisoning." The leader scrutinized him with skepticism, clearly wavering in his belief of the young man's words. What a stroke of bad luck. He sighed, plopping down onto the ground, pondering their next move. With toxic miasma ahead and the task assigned by the devil incomplete, both paths seemed bleak. A figure laden with a large backpack approached, eagerly presenting it as if offering a treasure. "Big brother, I have several gas masks that are just enough for the brothers." The leader accepted the backpack and, after examining one of the masks, patted the man on the shoulder. "You've done well. Brothers, put on the gas masks. Let us venture in and investigate. Since we face death either way, we might as well see if there is any danger within." Encouraged by his words, the remaining members donned their gas masks, preparing to delve deeper into the forest dense with colossal trees. "Big brother, I brought out these gas masks for everyone. What do you think?" The contributor of the backpack fidgeted. "Put your worries aside. Once we complete the task and return, you will still reap your rewards." The leader laughed heartily. The group pressed onward into the depths of the forest, the self-proclaimed geologist growing increasingly resolute in his conviction. Indeed, the fog was not ordinary. It was toxic miasma. "Everyone, be cautious and stay alert to avoid any mishaps," he warned, as the leader continued to forge ahead. Just as he finished speaking, the ground trembled violently, accompanied by the fierce roar of a beast. "This is bad. It's a super monster." Someone cried out in terror. "Curse it. Why bring this up now? Are you trying to scare yourself to death?" The leader snapped back. Yet, he could no longer afford to dwell on such matters, for they all felt the roar drawing ever nearer. Some of the more timid individuals, now in a state of panic, urgently implored, "Boss, what should we do now? That monster must be starving. If we don't leave soon, we will surely become its next meal." The leader clenched his teeth, steeling himself, and declared, "Let's hide for now. We must not disperse. Conceal our movements." The group swiftly retreated, utilizing their finest equipment as they hastened away. Although Cheng Feng chose not to take further action, he remained vigilant, closely monitoring the entrance for any signs of disturbance. Eager to be the first to know of any developments, he opened his survival journal and communicated with Coldblood. "How are things on your end?" "Still observing," came her succinct reply, characteristic of her usual brevity, which brought a smile to Cheng Feng's face. "What do you plan to do next?" Should we venture into Shattered Stone Mountain tonight, or hold our position and await the next move from the Devil and Captain Jack? Cheng Feng inquired further. It is unwise to force our way into Shattered Stone Mountain. To achieve the greatest gain with minimal sacrifice, we must be cunning. I have my own arrangements. Cold Blood replied before abruptly disconnecting. Cheng Feng was taken aback. Did this imply she was unwilling to collaborate? Shaking his head, he acknowledged that her reluctance was understandable, as both parties harbored their own secrets. In this world, there are no absolute enemies or friends. He instinctively glanced at Lin Sheener, feeling a wave of tenderness. He was merely an ordinary person, lacking the support of others and possessing no other friends. Thankfully, Lin Sheener had always been by his side, providing him with emotional support. Cheng Feng assessed his equipment and slightly adjusted his plan. "Boss, what should we do now?" quivered a timid voice. "That monster is getting closer. From the sound of it, its destructive power is tremendous. We are surely no match for it." "Nonsense," the leader retorted, delivering a light punch to the man's shoulder. "Do not let others' strength diminish your own resolve." "What a monster! Many here have survived by battling creatures and collecting gear. Are you so easily intimidated by one beast?" "All right, let us refrain from arguing internally," the geologist interjected. "Our utmost priority is to preserve our strength. Infighting will not resolve our predicament." The leader found wisdom in his words, releasing the man and taking a seat to contemplate strategies. The few remaining members sat scattered and silent, despondent as they awaited the leader's directives. "Brothers, let me speak," the leader began. After a moment of contemplation, he had formed a rough plan and felt a sense of calm wash over him. "Currently, each of us possesses a submachine gun and a combat knife. I believe these weapons are of limited utility to us. If we encounter weaker monsters, let us not panic. We should take them down and see if fortune grants us better equipment." The others gradually calmed, listening intently to the leader's strategy. "We shall split into 2 groups and charge out separately. Each person will receive some ammunition and provisions, and we will regroup in the depths of the forest. Good luck to everyone," the leader concluded, bowing his head to begin organizing his gear. Others bore heavy hearts, silently preparing themselves. They were acutely aware that this was a fight for survival, a singular chance to escape with their lives. The leader divided them into 2 groups, leading 5 individuals into the fray, while the remaining 6 cautiously advanced from another direction. The air was rent with furious roars from nearby, as the monstrous creature drew closer. The remaining few formed a tight circle, backs pressed against one another, advancing with caution. An experienced marksman shouted, "Everyone, ready your weapons. We shall first immobilize it with the talisman, and then unleash our firepower together." The others, heeding his command, chambered their rounds and raised their guns in anticipation of the imminent battle. The marksman's call had piqued the creature's attention, providing it with a clear target. Once it identified its prey, the beast charged toward them. "Prepare yourselves." The marksman steadied his finger on the trigger with one hand, while the other held the talisman aloft. The others raised their weapons, hands trembling slightly. Seizing the moment, the marksman hurled the talisman toward the shadow hurtling toward them. Yet, the primitive talisman proved ineffective against the colossal beast. Enraged, the giant ape pounded its chest and glared at the intruders of its domain. It was futile. The marksman gasped in horror, instantly pulling the trigger. "Quick! Open fire!" The talisman had failed. Countless bullets rained down upon the giant ape. Yet not a single hair was ruffled, inciting an even greater wrath within the creature. The giant ape no longer afforded them the luxury of counterattack, striking down upon them with a single, lethal blow. Its speed was such that the individuals barely had time to react before they were reduced to mere pulp, their gear disintegrating into the nutrient-rich depths of the craggy mountainside. As it turned out, this monstrous entity was none other than the severely injured giant ape that had clashed with the golden dragon that fateful day. It had sought refuge in this secluded place to recuperate, but was disturbed by the arrival of these intruders. With a final furious roar, the giant ape pounded its chest once more and sprinted deeper into forest. The ruckus alerted the leader and his group, who immediately assumed defensive postures, vigilant of the slightest rustle in the surroundings. The commotion seemed to originate from their direction. The geologist shook his head in sorrow, choosing silence, and the others shared his heavy sentiment. There was no need for further words. They all understood that their comrades had perished at the hands of the creature. Fear not. Do not panic. The leader maintained his composure. Clearly, an incident has occurred over there. It is prudent for us to remain here or cautiously retreat in the opposite direction. We must not attract the monster's attention. Otherwise, we shall all meet our demise today. Shall we delve deeper? Someone ventured hesitantly. Hiding here indefinitely is not a solution. The geologist promptly dismissed this notion, furrowing his brow. We must not venture blindly into the depths. The miasma is thickening. Should we proceed further, we are likely to succumb to its toxins. What then? Shall we flee in the opposite direction? Another queried. In this miasmic haze, do you truly believe you can evade the monster? The contributor of the backpack scoffed. In a moment, a group of individuals found themselves ensnared in a predicament. Chapter 51. Have you stumbled upon a treasure? Boss, what shall we do now? I will follow your lead, one of them implored, turning eagerly towards the leader, as if convinced that he would surely bestow upon him some benefit. The leader furrowed his brow and remarked, given the current situation, it seems unlikely that we can escape in the opposite direction. Moreover, even if we retrace our steps to the entrance, the devil will not spare us. Instead, we might as well venture deeper. Perhaps the monsters here are of a more manageable sort, allowing us to acquire equipment and enhance our strength. Besides, with so many of us, our collective power is not insignificant. If we manage to defeat a formidable monster and obtain superior gear, we could leave this place and liberate ourselves from the devil's dominion. As he spoke, a spark of exhilaration ignited in the leader's eyes, stirring excitement among the others. The boss is right. Fortune favors the bold. Let us vanquish the monsters and escape the devil. They echoed enthusiastically. The geologist hesitated, parting his lips as if to voice a warning, but ultimately swallowed his words. He doubted his ability to sway this nearly fervent crowd and feared becoming the target of their ire. In such moments, it was wiser for dissenters to remain silent. But what about the miasma? Our gas masks are nearing their limit. Someone shouted. The geologist quietly produced several vials of potions. I have purifiers and antidotes. Everyone can first cleanse their gas masks with the purifiers, then apply the antidotes for added protection. Though he lacked a gas mask, he had always carried these small vials, and now they proved invaluable. The leader, overjoyed, was the first to spray the antidote, prompting the others to follow suit as they prepared to delve deeper into the forest. With death looming on either side, they no longer cared about such things. A few individuals banded together and cautiously advanced into the depths of the forest, wary of startling any lurking monsters. Are there really monsters here? Could it be that those earlier individuals deliberately made such a racket to make us believe they encountered an accident while they slipped away? The coward murmured. The leader, hearing this, nearly lost his temper. Shut the hell up. How could I have chosen you to accompany us in this breakout? If you don't want to follow, then just leave. Survive on your own. The coward, intimidated, took a couple of steps back yet remained within the group. Boss, I trust your judgment. There must still be suspicious monsters lurking here during the day. Let us eliminate them. No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding trees began to sway, accompanied by a spine-chilling roar. Not good. The monsters are approaching. Quickly, prepare for an attack. The leader exclaimed, pulling the pin on a grenade equipped to him and throwing it into the fray. What is causing such a commotion within this rocky mountain? Throughout the afternoon, the eerie roars of monsters and the sounds of explosions emanating from the shattered stone mountain piqued the curiosity of those outside. Cheng Feng, however, remained engrossed in examining his existing equipment and meticulously formulating a plan. Captain Jack and Devil also took note of the commotion, seated together as they deliberated their next strategy. Captain Jack raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is it your men at work?" Devil poured himself a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp. "Most likely. I dispatched them to scout the area and gain a general understanding of the interior of Shattered Stone Mountain. Of course, I have considered the possibility that they may not return alive. Regardless of the outcome, we shall acquire some valuable information." Captain Jack poured himself a glass of wine as well, gently swirling it in his goblet before extending his hand. "Truly, you are ruthless, Devil. I admire your style." Devil clinked glasses with him, responding, "You flatter me, Captain Jack. you are equally formidable. Cheng Feng opened his survival notebook, intending to discuss the detailed plan for the evening with cold blood, but was interrupted by a message from her. How are preparations on your end? What are your plans for tonight? I will remain passive for now and observe what they are up to. By the way, as we were about to enter, a group came in from another direction. They must be Devil's Men. The sounds this afternoon are likely their doing. Cheng Feng carefully composed a response, sending it to Cold Blood. Upon reading his reply, Cold Blood smirked slightly. This is intriguing. Since they are so eager, I might as well go along with it. I have a plan to execute shortly. You should stick to your own strategy and refrain from taking action tonight. She quickly typed out a message for Cheng Feng. Before Cheng Feng could inquire about her cryptic intentions, he saw her message in the channel. Ladies and gentlemen, the shattered stone mountain on Misigana Island is exceedingly perilous, but there is a substantial probability of treasure. I wonder if any of the esteemed warriors would be interested in joining me on this quest. Her words quickly stirred a wave of excitement, igniting fervent discussions. Wow, isn't that the second-ranked powerhouse in the region? The information from such a figure must be reliable. Is anyone going? I'll just observe from the sidelines as the greats battle it out. If someone goes, they must come back to livestream. Misigana Island? I'm quite close. I'm on my way. Is anyone forming alliances to explore Misigana Island? More people mean better mutual support. Wait for me if you're forming alliances up ahead. Count me in. Cheng Feng watched in astonishment as the channel filled with messages. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising Cold Blood for her brilliant move. What do you think? Cold Blood sent him a message, and he could sense her pride even through the screen. He generously offered his compliments, saying, "You truly have a knack for this." Now, Captain Jack and Devil have a new competitor to contend with. It will be interesting to see how they respond. The mere thought of the devilish expressions on their faces ignited a spark of anger within Cheng Feng. However, as he anticipated their impending misfortune, a smile crept upon his lips. Lin Sheener approached, playfully poking his cheek. "What are you so amused about? You look like you've struck gold." Cheng Feng replied with a mysterious smile, "You'll find out soon enough." The words of the cold-blooded individual stirred a considerable commotion, and before long, numerous skilled practitioners had gathered at Shattered Stone Mountain. Cheng Feng concealed himself in a discreet location, observing them from the shadows. After all, these were formidable experts, their combat prowess likely on par with his own, so it was prudent to keep his identity as the top contender under wraps. Soon, more experts converged, their voices rising in animated discussions about the situation at hand, exchanging insights about their equipment. True to their reputation, within a mere span of minutes, Cheng Feng had already heard tales of no fewer than 10 exceptional treasures. Truly, each was showcasing their unique talents. He realized he must not confront them head-on. Cheng Feng pondered deeply. Chapter 52. Indeed, it is. A sudden inspiration struck him, leading to a more ingenious plan. He skillfully evaded the crowd and quietly circled back, preparing for the next phase of his endeavor. "How's it over there? It seems like many people are arriving," Lin Sheener inquired with concern. Cheng Feng responded with a smile. "Indeed, there are quite a few skilled practitioners, all of considerable strength. And what about you? Will you join them? Aren't you worried about getting hurt?" Lin Sheener's anxious expression revealed her worries, prompting Cheng Feng to feel even more affectionate toward her. He gazed steadily into her eyes and embraced her, reassuringly saying, "Rest assured, I will not act recklessly, and I will ensure my safety. Stay within the tent and protect yourself." "All right, I will, and I trust you," Lin Sheener replied. Her cheeks flushed, yet her gaze unwavering. Cheng Feng had intended to converse with Lin Sheener a while longer, but pressing matters awaited him. He squeezed her hand once more and gradually stepped out of the tent. Outside Shattered Stone Mountain, the number of skilled practitioners continued to swell, each one eagerly preparing for an impending showdown. Cheng Feng followed the path he had taken previously, weaving through the throng until he discreetly reached the shoreline. Donning his multifunctional diving suit, having acquired this piece of equipment, he had yet to thoroughly examine it, as he had been occupied on the island. Now, adorned in the suit, he discovered its remarkable features. This diving suit was not only composed of resilient materials, but also possessed buoyant properties, enhancing the wearer's agility underwater while alleviating the pressure of the depths. He marveled at the suit for a moment, acknowledging its status as a rare treasure of unparalleled quality. With no time for further admiration, Cheng Feng plunged into the sea, swiftly maneuvering towards Shattered Stone Mountain. With the enhancement of his gear, his strength surged, and the intricacies of the treacherous map became increasingly refined. For him, this was undoubtedly more advantageous than merely acquiring ordinary equipment. It was precisely due to the guidance of the map that he devised a plan to navigate through the depths of the sea. Long before he and Cold Blood ventured into the heart of the Shattered Stone Mountain, he had uncovered this secret. However, he chose to keep it to himself and did not share it with Cold Blood. Such a personal treasure, one that brings joy solely to oneself, is rarely divulged to others. As Cheng Feng swam, he remained vigilant of the underwater surroundings. He had not frequently engaged in activities by the sea, let alone within its depths. This particular maritime area teemed with fish, seemingly a bountiful fishing ground. In the future, he hoped to return to catch a few fish to grill, and perhaps exchange them on the World Channel. The ocean floor was shrouded in darkness, unfathomable and deep. Cheng Feng cast a few glances downward, but continued to swim forward, acutely aware that this was not the time for underwater exploration. It was imperative to swiftly navigate to the interior. Lingering could lead to unforeseen encounters with more formidable monsters as night fell. With this thought, Cheng Feng quickened his pace, swimming towards the direction indicated by the map. Finally, he emerged. Cheng Feng stowed away his multi-functional diving suit and surveyed the other side of Shattered Stone Mountain. The atmosphere remained thick with mist, colossal trees towered overhead, and various peculiar plants surrounded him, reminiscent of the scene from their previous visit. The fog in such places was likely toxic. To err on the side of caution, Cheng Feng consumed a miraculous herb. Armed with a potion that negated all internal and external injuries, he proceeded forward with renewed confidence. Numerous trees bore the marks of enormous claws. Cheng Feng stood beneath one, scrutinizing it for some time, which largely confirmed his suspicions. The claw marks bore a striking resemblance to those left by the great ape on that fateful night. Cheng Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. However, his objective that day had been the golden dragon egg. He had not had the time to closely examine the remnants left by those two super monsters, and now, without having encountered a creature, he dared not draw any conclusions. The dense forest was vast and profound, and after a considerable while, Cheng Feng found himself still wandering in circles. He smacked his forehead, recalling that he possessed a compass. Now was the perfect moment to put it to use. He promptly retrieved the compass and, once the needle stabilized, began to head southeast. The further he ventured into the depths, the thicker the miasma became. Fortunately, having ingested the miraculous herb in advance, he felt no discomfort, and instead, his energy seemed to surge. Suddenly, Cheng Feng stumbled over an object and, cursing under his breath, stood up to examine what had tripped him. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. It was a severely damaged machine gun, and he struggled to recognize it. What lay ahead, then? How unfortunate, indeed. Cheng Feng quickly turned and walked in another direction. After a considerable distance, once he confirmed that no suspicious or repugnant objects remained, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had ascertained that the object he had just encountered was none other than a minion of the devil, reduced to a pulp by the monster. The plight of these individuals is indeed tragic, having encountered a monstrous foe head-on. Cheng Feng sighed with a sense of pity, yet he felt no compassion for them. In this ruthless world, having allied with the devil, they had committed their share of malevolence. Thus, perishing at the hands of a monster seemed a fitting retribution. As he continued onward, his mind was awash with questions. Had he truly seen so few people? Had the devil dispatched such a scant force? The monster had already vanquished the invaders, but where was it now? As if answering Cheng Feng's unspoken queries, distant low growls echoed through the air. Cold Blood stared intently at her survival notes for a time before, in a fit of frustration, she closed them. The message she had sent to Cheng Feng remained unanswered, leading her to ponder his reluctance to collaborate. In annoyance, she kicked a stone away. "What are you doing? Throwing a tantrum?" A member of the organization approached her in jest. Cold Blood regained her icy demeanor, responding with indifference. "Nothing of consequence. Just feeling a bit out of sorts. You should prepare yourself. Although action is not imminent, one must always maintain peak readiness." With that, she flicked her ponytail and departed from the spot. The individual attempted to say more, but she offered no further opportunity and walked away. That growl sounded eerily familiar. Cheng Feng swiftly altered his course. Following the sound, it bore a striking resemblance to that of the giant ape and was now drawing near. Climbing a tree, he observed from above. Upon witnessing the struggle between the monster and the survivors, his heart raced. It was indeed the super beast. Chapter 53. A mortar no less epic than legendary weapons. All doubts that had once clouded his mind were dispelled. It was this mutated giant ape, and thus his earlier conjectures were validated. The massive claw marks and deep growls had indeed driven the mutated giant ape to this location. While perched in the tree, Cheng Feng contemplated as the fierce battle below escalated. The few individuals fought valiantly, but it was evident to any discerning observer that they were gradually exhausting their strength and losing ground. He held a measure of admiration for these survivors. Despite their apparent lack of advanced equipment, they had managed to endure thus far. Had it been anyone else, they likely would have succumbed to the giant ape's onslaught long ago. As he observed the exchanges between the two sides, he pondered the purpose behind the mutated giant ape's arrival here. Unlike ordinary monsters, this super beast possessed an intelligence akin to that of an adult. Its presence indicated that there must be something of greater value in this location. Contemplating this, Cheng Feng felt a surge of gratitude towards the few subordinates dispatched by the devil. Had they not held the giant ape at bay, it was likely that he would have found himself entangled in combat with it. He dared not linger any longer, silently quickening his pace towards the lair of the mutated giant ape. Although unfamiliar with the diverse flora of the island, he was fortunate to possess the identification scroll he had previously acquired, allowing him to deftly avoid toxic plants and those capable of offensive actions. It is indeed perplexing that in this abode of the colossal ape, there exist no treasures. Cheng Feng, slightly vexed, kicked at a clump of weeds beneath his feet. He had been wandering in this vicinity for quite some time, yet he remained entirely empty-handed. Taking a moment to rest against a tree, he pondered where things had gone awry. The mutated giant ape, gravely injured, must have sought refuge here due to the presence of something that could aid in its recovery. What he sought was precisely that treasure. He calmed his mind, attempting to harmonize with the surrounding environment, attentively sensing every blade of grass and tree. Suddenly, a delightful fragrance wafted through the mist, invigorating him. Having encountered numerous rare herbs and high-grade equipment, he immediately discerned the considerable value of this plant. Rising to his feet, he followed the alluring scent with unwavering focus, carefully searching for this precious item. Amidst a patch of grass, a yellow flower with 3 layers of petals radiated a gentle glow. Cheng Feng swiftly approached, deftly plucking the blossom. He cradled it gingerly, examining it intently, yet he could not discern its true nature. In exasperation, he retrieved an identification scroll, eager to ascertain if this flower was documented within its pages. The king flower? No, wait. I found it. Cheng Feng was on the verge of exclaiming in excitement. Could this truly be the flower of Atlantis? Although he was not well versed in such matters, the name alone suggested it possessed extraordinary origins. As he continued reading, the scroll's description nearly left him speechless. Flower of Atlantis, epic great effects. Upon consumption, combat prowess is significantly enhanced, akin to a diminutive Superman, bestowing the user with immense strength and longevity. Non tradable, possessing uniqueness. This is indeed an epic treasure. Cheng Feng hurriedly stowed it away in his storage device, fearing even the slightest harm would befall the precious item. He refrained from consuming it immediately. Such an epic item should not be used recklessly, but rather reserved for critical moments. Having appropriated the treasure essential for the giant ape's recuperation, he needed to depart swiftly. Should the beast discover him, he would undoubtedly meet a grim fate, reduced to mere pulp beneath its might. With great haste, Cheng Feng fled the area, fortunate that the mutated giant ape was still preoccupied with battling the surviving minions of the devil, oblivious to any anomalies near its lair. Without hesitation, he plunged back into the sea. Upon returning to shore, he found that skilled warriors from various regions had already established their encampments, some prepared to rest for the night. gearing up for a significant venture into the Rocky Mountains the following day. Others engaged in discussions with allies regarding strategies for tomorrow, while a few intended to continue battling monsters through the night, hoping for a stroke of luck in acquiring high-grade equipment. He chose to circumvent the crowd, making his way slowly back to his tent. "How was your outing?" Lin Sheener inquired, her gaze filled with concern and anticipation. Cheng Feng replied with excitement. "It went quite well, with substantial gains. Tomorrow will be a success, for sure." Seeing his exuberant demeanor, Lin Sheener, initially curious about his exploits, wisely chose to remain silent. Cheng Feng casually consumed a modest meal to replenish his strength before perusing his survival journal. He noticed a message from the cold-blooded individual and replied cautiously, stating, "I have no specific plans. I will refrain from any actions today. After all, having secured the treasure from that creature, it would be wise to maintain a low profile this evening. His current equipment sufficed, rendering further monster hunting unnecessary. Instead, a restful night would be more prudent." With plans to delve deeper into the craggy mountains come dawn, the world and regional channels were unexpectedly quiet, suggesting that the survivors were preoccupied with their own affairs, losing interest in idle gossip. Before shutting the survival journal, Cheng Feng took note of his ranking, surprised to find himself within the top 200. He mused internally, "Such an epic treasure truly makes a difference." As dusk approached, the others emerged to prepare a simple dinner. Cheng Feng stealthily exited his tent and made his way to the shoreline, catching several fish to roast. Lin Sheener was delighted by the catch, preparing not only grilled fish but also a fish soup. The freshwater fish from the lake paled in comparison to the ocean variety, which boasted a more tender texture and exquisite flavor. The pair enjoyed a sumptuous meal, after which Lin Sheener, rubbing her belly, inquired, "Will you venture out to slay monsters today?" Cheng Feng, busy tidying up the remnants of their feast, replied without looking up, "No, I will rest today. I plan to set off early tomorrow." As night fell, the tent shielded them from the sounds of combat outside. The two had grown accustomed to the roars and skirmishes of monsters, sleeping soundly through the night. Cheng Feng did not forget his plans, awakening promptly at 4 in the morning. After completing his daily check-in, he discovered that today's location was the very spot where he had gathered the Atlantis flower. He swiftly prepared his gear, donned a multi-functional diving suit, and circumnavigated the sea to the other side. Dawn was approaching, and the monsters would soon vanish. His journey went smoothly, encountering only ordinary low-level creatures, which he dispatched effortlessly, acquiring some auxiliary equipment in the process. Upon arriving at the check-in site, he found the area eerily quiet, unchanged since his departure the previous day, indicating that the giant ape had yet to return. He had not heard any sounds of battle between the giant ape and the survivors, likely due to the fact that the devil's dispatched individuals had been slain by the giant ape. Cheng Feng dared not linger, promptly engaging in the system check-in. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a mortar, exceptional grade. Single use, ignores all physical defenses, tradable, not unique." Cheng Feng stood in stunned silence, his mind nearly overwhelmed. This mortar's effectiveness rivaled that of epic-grade weaponry. Chapter 54. The Atlantis flower. Cheng Feng immediately stored it in his inventory and swiftly departed the area. The mutated giant ape would soon recover thanks to the Atlantis flower, and he would be in dire straits once it discovered the treasure had been taken. After traveling several miles, Cheng Feng cautiously surveyed his surroundings, detecting no signs of disturbance. He then sought refuge behind a colossal tree, retrieving the mortar for closer examination. A detailed instruction was affixed to the mortar, elucidating its usage. From a young age, Cheng Feng harbored a keen interest in military affairs, and upon entering this world, he dedicated considerable effort to studying such weaponry. Before long, he effortlessly mastered its operation. The destructive power of this mortar was exceedingly formidable. One might even liken it to a miniature atomic bomb. Its exclusion from the realm of epic weaponry is likely due to its single-use limitation. However, in numerous scenarios, a solitary attack that disregards all physical defenses proves to be more than sufficient. Through various exchanges, Cheng Feng acquired a wealth of mineral resources and gradually crafted some weaponry under the guidance of his survival notes. He also fashioned several small arrows for his silver moon crossbow. Although their effectiveness paled in comparison to its original bolts, their might was still considerable. Equipped with these armaments, Cheng Feng now felt confident in his ability to vanquish the severely wounded supermonster. After a night of relentless struggle, many had procured their gear and were presently preparing to venture into the depths of Shattered Rock Mountain. Regardless of whether they had previously sought alliances or intended to act independently, they now gathered together, ready to charge as a united front. After all, their knowledge of the interior of Shattered Rock Mountain was limited, making collective entry the safest option. Leng Shui also joined a group from the organization, walking slightly behind and maintaining a respectful distance from the others. "What preparations have you made for this venture?" Leng Shui inquired one individual who had spoken with her previously. Leng Shui replied coolly, "Nothing much. Just the supplies from the organization and what I obtained from monster encounters." "Do you feel confident in dealing with the creatures within Shattered Rock Mountain?" The person pressed on. Turning her head, Leng Shui enunciated each word deliberately, "Not particularly. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, she flicked her hair and briskly walked towards the left side of the main group, ignoring the individual. The person paused, sensing the social cue, and refrained from pursuing her further. The group advanced with great momentum, some audacious souls even setting up artillery and firing several rounds to clear the way. "Ah, bold yet lacking in strategy," Leng Shui scoffed, unimpressed by their recklessness and unperturbed by the potential for attracting monsters. Concealed behind a tree, Cheng Feng heard the resounding clamor emanating from the entrance. "Is someone entering?" He ventured to peek out, straining to see through the thick miasma. Regrettably, the noxious fog obscured his vision, compelling him to return to his concealed position beneath the tree. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the dense forest. It was the mutated giant ape. Cheng Feng sprang to his feet, adopting a defensive stance, poised to charge forth and confront the beast in a decisive battle. The sound of the monster invigorated the members of the large group entering through the entrance. Many drew their weapons, swiftly converging and preparing to face the impending threat. Leng Shui also readied her most frequently used weapon, scanning her surroundings with vigilance. The mutated giant ape unleashed another furious roar, more savage than its previous cries. Cheng Feng meticulously discerned the direction of the sound, realizing that the giant ape was drawing ever closer to his location. "The beast must have realized that the Atlantis flower has been taken from me," murmured Cheng Feng. "I must hide further away. I cannot reveal myself now, or I shall surely meet my demise here." Cheng Feng quickened his pace, retreating in the opposite direction. "Where could that monster be? We have been walking for quite some time, yet we have not caught a glimpse of it," someone in the group questioned. "Indeed, can you all manage this? If it were me, I would venture alone to save time. Perhaps I would have already acquired several high-level pieces of equipment." Others echoed this sentiment. Witnessing the escalating tension, the surrounding individuals fell silent, fearful of inviting trouble upon themselves. A voice from among those who had spoken with the cold-blooded urged, "Let us all remain calm. We have indeed journeyed for a considerable time, yet we have not encountered our target, have we? If we scatter blindly, what if someone meets with misfortune? Let us continue forward together. At least we can look out for one another." A robust man stepped forth to lend his support. "I believe this young fellow is correct. What if we all disperse, and the monster appears? We all just heard its roar. It does not seem like a foe we can easily confront. For everyone's safety, we should act in unison." The majority of participants agreed with their perspective, nodding in silent affirmation. After this brief interlude, the group pressed on. The mutated giant ape, furious at the absence of the Atlantis flower, raged uncontrollably, striking several times and snapping 5 or 6 towering trees in succession. Truly a titan in its own right, a sight to behold. Cheng Feng, concealed in the trees at a distance, watched the giant ape go berserk, pondering that it might not be entirely safe to remain there. Yet, he had not yet found a better refuge and had no choice but to stay put. The group gradually drew closer to the inner depths, startled by this sudden upheaval. Unfortunately, shrouded in thick miasma, they could not discern the nature of the monster responsible for such destruction, helplessly witnessing tree after tree topple before them. Fear spread like a fog. The group exchanged anxious glances, uncertain of how to proceed. The robust man's voice shattered the silence. Friends, are we not being a bit too passive? Rather than waiting for the monster to approach, we should take the initiative. With that, he produced his small shoulder-mounted cannon, firing continuously in the direction of the fallen trees. Seeing this, others swiftly drew their weapons and joined the attack. The mutated giant ape, taken aback by the unexpected response to its rampage, became even more enraged. It pinpointed the source of the assaults and charged forward with a roar. The robust man's cannon fire was deflected by the ape's massive arm, and the other's attacks failed to inflict any damage, only serving to further escalate its fury. With a single punch, several who had rushed forward were reduced to mere pulp. The mutated giant ape regarded them with disdain, swinging its fist to deflect all incoming attacks. It unleashed a series of blows, accompanied by the thunderous crashes of colossal trees collapsing, causing the miasma to disperse. It was only then that the onlookers could perceive the true nature of the shattered stone mountain, and to their astonishment, they realized that their adversary was an exceedingly rare super monster. Chapter 55. Maintaining the bigger picture, what shall we do now? It is indeed a super monster. Someone shouted in terror. Many were thrown into disarray, none having anticipated that such a ferocious beast would be lurking here. Everyone, steady yourselves. Do not panic. We have many skilled warriors among us. If we unite our strengths, we shall surely defeat it, bellowed a robust man. Numerous individuals surged forward, attempting to restrain the mutated giant ape, which found itself momentarily occupied by their collective onslaught. Cold blood, what shall we do? Inquired a member of the organization. Having undergone significant training during this period, Cold Blood's prowess stood out among them. The assassin organization revered martial strength, and thus they tacitly accepted Cold Blood as their leader. Cold Blood was the first to charge forward. Let us advance. We shall overwhelm it with our numbers. No sooner had she spoken than the others aimed their weapons at the giant ape and opened fire in unison. Before long, these skilled fighters adapted to the chaos of battle, launching assaults from various angles. The giant ape struggled to counter their simultaneous attacks, finding itself slightly overwhelmed. Cheng Feng remained concealed in the trees, observing the unfolding situation. The fierce engagement between the warriors and the giant ape had reached a critical juncture, with both sides suffering considerable losses, yet neither yielding. Calmly seated atop the tree, Cheng Feng awaited a favorable opportunity to intervene. Simultaneously, he retrieved the Atlantis flower, a legendary treasure he had kept in his storage device, and consumed it in one swift motion. In mere moments, he felt the transformative power of this epic artifact coursing through him. All the stamina he had expended was restored, and he experienced a surge of unprecedented vitality. He sensed a significant enhancement in his combat capabilities, feeling as though he had transformed into a diminutive Superman. Overjoyed, Cheng Feng leaped from the tree, delivering a punch to assess his newfound strength. The trunk bore the mark of his fist, which had penetrated 3 inches deep into the wood. Cheng Feng could not help but marvel. The Atlantis flower truly lived up to its reputation as an epic treasure. Meanwhile, the various formidable fighters had sustained grievous losses, with nearly half of their numbers perishing since their arrival. Strange, why do I not see Cold Blood anywhere? Cheng Feng mused, scanning for the familiar figure. Cold Blood and her comrades coordinated seamlessly, delivering severe blows to the giant ape. However, the disparity in size was overwhelming, and fatigue began to set in among them. Captain Jack and Devil joined forces, leading their team in a fierce battle against the giant ape. Boss, Captain Jack, this is dire. We have lost a significant portion of our men. Our weapons are nearly depleted. A scarred soldier rushed in with alarming news. Damn it, have you all been living off my generosity? Devil scolded furiously. How many are left that can still escape? Only 600 remain. He gritted out. 600? Devil questioned whether his ears had deceived him. What about Captain Jack's crew? It was around 600 as well. Devil and Captain Jack exchanged a glance, a flicker of sharpness and embarrassment crossing their eyes. They had brought nearly 3,000 men. Yet now they faced a situation where less than half remained. Jack, what shall we do now? Devil inquired. After all, the two were in an alliance. and in matters of significant decision, they must advance or retreat together. Captain Jack surveyed the numerous strong fighters still battling and the mutated giant ape, slamming his fist into a tree in frustration. Given the current circumstances, our only viable option is to retreat. ISNT, they're a Chinese saying, cut losses in a timely manner. If we do not leave now, the losses will only escalate. But what of our plan? Devil narrowed his eyes. They had come not only to eliminate the monsters within the Shattered Stone Mountain, but also to deal with Sword Edge and Cold Blood. These were the top two ranked in the area, their greatest adversaries and a latent threat. The longer they lingered, the deeper the danger would become. Captain Jack seethed. After all this time, I have only seen Cold Blood. Sword Edge has yet to reveal himself. Engaging now may not only fail to eliminate the monsters, but could also lead to mutual destruction. Defeating them is a discussion for another day. In agreement, they quickly summoned the remaining personnel and, amidst the chaos, fled the dense forest. Cold Blood, our numbers are dwindling, a tall man shouted at her. She leaped swiftly, narrowly avoiding a strike from the giant ape, and replied loudly, I know. Cold Blood found a fallen tree for cover, striving to calm herself as she observed both foes and allies. She spotted the already fleeing Devil and Captain Jack's group and snorted in disdain, those fools. Should we pursue them? A marksman from her organization asked. No need. Even if we intercept them now, they would only become enraged, possibly leading to a fatal confrontation for all. Besides, I suspect they have ulterior motives for this expedition. Pursuing them would not benefit us. The marksman, agitated, pressed. What shall we do now? If we don't leave soon, it will be too late. Our organization sent 10 elite individuals, each capable of facing 100 foes, and now only 6 remain. If we all perish here, how shall we explain ourselves to the organization? Cold Blood's expression remained calm, yet her eyes betrayed her anxiety. She had yet to see Sword Edge. Had he not come? She shook her head in denial. Though her encounters with him had been few, she believed he was not the kind of person to abandon them. Yet, in the present, they could not afford to delay any longer. Let us go. For the sake of the greater good, Cold Blood gritted her teeth and issued the command. Cheng Feng had been lurking in the shadows, observing the tumultuous battle with clarity. Cold sweat began to bead in his palms. This was his first direct encounter with a super monster. He inspected the equipment he would soon require, retrieving the Silver Moon crossbow and the mortar in advance. The elite fighters had already suffered significant casualties, and the giant gorilla, having endured this round of siege, was now quite injured and had let down its guard. This opportunity must not be squandered, Cheng Feng thought, as he sprang forth, clutching the Silver Moon crossbow. He was uncertain if the primary and intermediate soul orbs would be effective against such a formidable creature, so he released 3 soul orbs in rapid succession. Perhaps due to the giant gorilla's immense fatigue, it did not evade immediately. After a brief struggle, it was immobilized. Seizing the moment, Cheng Feng promptly activated the Silver Moon crossbow. 6 arrows flew forth, each striking the creature's chest, its most vulnerable point. Look, it's Sword Edge. Sword Edge has arrived. Some familiar faces from Michigana Island recognized Cheng Feng. Wonderful. We are saved. The crowd erupted in cheers, momentarily indifferent to whether he was friend or foe. Yet, Cheng Feng was not so optimistic. After unleashing the 6 arrows, the giant gorilla was thoroughly enraged. It let out a tremendous roar, sending shockwaves that toppled many injured warriors in the vicinity. Everyone be careful. It's about to counterattack. Chapter 56, An Epic Artifact. Cheng Feng activated the Silver Moon crossbow once more, firing 3 arrows that slightly hindered the gorilla's movements. Seeing the giant gorilla restrained by Cheng Feng invigorated the onlookers, who rose from the ground to rejoin the fray. Cold Blood heard Cheng Feng's call and swiftly turned. She had initially thought his plan meant to wait outside the rubble, refraining from joining the melee. However, witnessing Cheng Feng fighting valiantly reassured her. She had always harbored a degree of admiration for him. Perhaps they were not destined to walk the same path, but she did not wish to make him her enemy. She had to admit, she viewed him through a lens that was distinctly different from that of others. Sword Edge. Cold Blood drew her weapon and charged at the giant gorilla. Cheng Feng, upon hearing her voice, shouted back, "It's you? Weren't you supposed to leave?" Cold Blood precisely fired at the gorilla's leg, then used her grappling hook to anchor herself in its fur, the other end securing to a tree, assisting Cheng Feng in his assault. I heard your call. I've returned to help you. The more allies we have, the greater our strength and chances of defeating it. All right, Cheng Feng responded, drawing his own weapon to fire at the gorilla's arm. With a furious roar, the giant gorilla was thoroughly provoked, charging towards them. Watch out! Cold Blood yelled. Cheng Feng swiftly dodged, the mutated gorilla unable to adjust its trajectory in time, delivering a powerful punch to a nearby tree. He glanced back at the tree, now splintered in two, and thought to himself how perilously close he had come to disaster. Had he not evaded quickly, he would surely have been crushed. It was in that very leap that he felt the profound changes brought by the flower of Atlantis. At that instant, he felt as light as a feather, his entire being brimming with vitality. Even after grappling with the giant gorilla for so long, he didn't feel significantly fatigued. After a rough estimation, Cheng Feng felt confident in his ability to conquer the formidable beast. Upon witnessing the return of the indomitable Cold Blood to the fray, the other fighters, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, continued their relentless struggle. The colossal ape, limited to brute force for offense and relying solely on its own defenses, lacked agility and was ensnared by Cold Blood, leaving it somewhat overwhelmed in its defensive stance. Cheng Feng, unwilling to delay, promptly joined forces with Cold Blood, the two of them standing side by side, each responsible for the offensive and defensive strategies on their respective sides. What weapons you have left? Cold Blood inquired, her tone tinged with urgency. Cheng Feng responded vaguely. The weapons I used before are still here. Do you have any for close combat? Her eagerness intensified. Yes. Then here's the plan. I will distract it with gunfire to draw its attention, creating an opportunity for you. Cold Blood positioned her finger on the trigger, poised for an assault. Yet, as she awaited Cheng Feng's response, she felt a hand on her shoulder. You're injured. Have you bandaged it? If you push yourself too hard, it may lead to lasting issues. Turning to urge him to move swiftly and not waste time, she was unexpectedly met with his gaze filled with concern. A stirring occurred deep within her. Since becoming a killer, her only companions have been alcohol and bandages, each day consumed by missions and bloodshed. It felt like an eternity since anyone had cared about her pain. After a prolonged silence, she softly replied, I'm fine. The rewards for defeating this super monster will be substantial. You must seize this opportunity. I will make the most of it, Cheng Feng affirmed, drawing his Black Panther knife and charging towards the giant ape. Captain Jack, there seems to be some commotion over there. Devil nudged Captain Jack, gesturing for him to look towards the direction from which they had fled. Captain Jack immediately retrieved his binoculars. Observing the increasing gravity on Devil's face, he cautiously inquired, What is happening? Has the situation changed? Damn it, it's that sword-wielding figure. Captain Jack seethed with frustration. Devil, too, grew solemn, uncertain of the course of action. Should they remain passive or return to join the battle? What do we do now? Go back. Are you out of your mind? Captain Jack fumed. What purpose would that serve? To become fodder for them? Or to face certain death? But if we don't go now, the spoils of victory will be solely claimed by that sword-wielding figure. How will we share in the rewards? Devil was frantic, as if a restless ant on a hot pan. What is more important, our lives or the equipment? If you're willing to risk it all, go ahead and take your men. Captain Jack was livid, nearly ready to shoot him. With a heavy sigh, Devil reluctantly followed them away. Cheng Feng was closing the distance to the giant ape, now nearly within reach. The artillery support from Cold Blood and her allies had successfully granted him an opening. He drew his military knife and lunged forcefully towards the giant ape. Although the colossal ape possessed immense strength, Cheng Feng held the advantage of size. The ape's attempts to seize him were thwarted repeatedly, as Cheng Feng adeptly evaded its grasp. With relentless assaults, Cheng Feng cornered the giant beast, prompting it to abandon its attacks on the cold-blooded group and lunged directly at him. He nimbly dodged the ape's strikes, scaling its arm to perch upon its shoulder, and aimed a fierce stab at its eye. Beast, feel the wrath of my might. With a painful cry, the giant's eye was pierced, causing it to shield its injury and hurl Cheng Feng away. He was nearly flung to the ground, but managed to regain his footing after stumbling back a few paces. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Cold blood rushed over, concern etched on his face. Cheng Feng wiped the blood splattered on his face from the ape. Worry not. I am fine. Just a bit of recoil. In that moment, he lamented the absence of long-range weaponry. If only we had ranged weapons. Cold blood expressed his frustration. But we exhausted our long-range supplies early on. It was my fault for acting so recklessly. Suddenly, an idea struck Cheng Feng. He recalled the reward for his check-in today. An epic-level mortar, a perfect long-range weapon. Ignoring his own wounds, he called to Cold Blood. Don't dwell on regrets just yet. Come help me. Assist me in setting up the mortar. He retrieved the mortar from his storage device and began assembling the base. Cold Blood stood in astonishment at the equipment he produced. Is that a mortar? Where did you acquire such a thing? If her memory served her correctly, such equipment was typically reserved for the military and exceedingly rare. Let us not ponder that now. Quickly assist me in calibrating the direction. Cheng Feng adjusted the mortar's base, striving to find the optimal angle. With Cold Blood's help, he readied the weapon. 3, 2, 1, fire. A tremendous explosion echoed through the dense forest as the mutated ape fell under the thunderous sound. Cheng Feng felt a pang of regret for using his epic weapon. But considering the formidable creature before him, it was worth the sacrifice. Cold Blood was ecstatic. Quick, go see what you've obtained. Cheng Feng approached the fallen giant and, as anticipated, discovered a super-grade relic. He opened the black box to reveal a staff emanating a chilling light, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Congratulations! You have acquired the staff of the giant ape, epic level, indestructible, with an immensely powerful attack. Usage duration, permanent. Tradable, not unique. It was indeed an epic-grade artifact. Chapter 57. The staff of the giant ape. Though the staff of the giant ape shimmered with the cold gleam of a weapon, it appeared rather drab overall, resembling an ordinary stick. This led Cheng Feng to question whether it truly was an epic-grade item. Having encountered numerous excellent, outstanding weapons, he noted that, while they may not have boasted flamboyant designs, they at least exuded a sense of sophistication. In contrast, this epic-grade weapon seemed somewhat cheap. Nevertheless, it matters not. The true measure of a weapon lies in its combat prowess, not in its aesthetic appeal, Cheng Feng reassured himself. Moreover, it appeared unassuming and utterly inconspicuous, evading the suspicion of any discerning observer. However, with the throngs of people around, he could not directly test the might of the great ape staff and had to settle for a cursory glance at its description. Indestructible, it seemed rather promising. Additionally, the mortar he had just utilized also disregarded all physical defenses. If this great ape staff could wield similar capabilities and was infinitely usable, it would significantly enhance his combat prowess. Coupled with the flower of Atlantis to improve his physique, his abilities would experience a qualitative leap. Who is the one who slayed the monster? Has anyone seen him before? Someone inquired, perplexed. He seems to be that sword edge, the one ranked first in the region. A man, slumped on the ground, suddenly exclaimed. He had been lurking among the crowd during the dispute on the coast that day. Thus he had some impression of Cheng Feng. The recent display of Cheng Feng's prowess in defeating the great ape had left everyone astounded. And as soon as his identity was revealed, the crowd erupted in excitement. Cheng Feng's heart sank, seizing the opportunity while people were engrossed in discussion about him. He quietly slipped into a hidden corner behind a tree, hoping to evade detection. Indeed, great figures are truly remarkable. I said it. Who else could possibly defeat such a beast in one swift blow, if not the number one ranked in the region? Stop boasting. How could you be so sure when you didn't recognize him just now? Came a sarcastic retort. What do you mean? Do you want to fight? Another responded. I've already lost half my life. I don't mind dying alongside you today. Enough, enough. Can we focus on the matter at hand? A slender young man interjected, stepping in to mediate. Did anyone see where Sword Edge went? The young man's words instantly diverted the crowd's attention. Caught up in their bickering, they had momentarily forgotten Cheng Feng's whereabouts. Hidden behind a tree, Cheng Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He truly wished to maintain a low profile, but alas, his overwhelming strength rendered it nearly impossible to go unnoticed. What shall we do now? Should we venture out? Someone proposed, after such a prolonged period of chaos. Everyone was exhausted and eager to return and recuperate. Their fatigue made them more inclined to consider heading back, temporarily setting aside thoughts of Cheng Feng. Listening to their conversation, Cheng Feng's thoughts drifted beyond the Rocky Mountains. He wondered how Lin Sheener, who had been waiting in the tent, was faring, and if she was worried about him. This night, someone lamented, might as well have stayed outside to hunt monsters. We still don't know how many have perished here, with no return. Just check the survival log, and you'll know. Another chimed in, opening the survival log and scrolling through the world and regional channels, only to be profoundly astonished by Cheng Feng's ranking. Everyone, look at the ranking on the world log. Sword Edge is now ranked 49. The individual shouted in shock. The crowd hastily opened their survival logs. Good heavens, the drought starves the dry, and the flood drowns the wet. They are all formidable individuals from various regions. Yet after fighting here for so long and losing so much equipment, they have gained nothing. A master speculated, surely, this sword's edge must have acquired some epic treasure immediately after slaying the giant ape. How else could its ranking have risen so dramatically? Indeed. Where has Cheng Feng vanished to? The clamor among the crowd intensified once more. Reluctantly, Cheng Feng stepped out from behind the tree. If he had delayed any longer, this group would likely have uprooted the forest and dug through the earth to find him. Cheng Feng, Great One, did you just obtain some epic artifact? Please, reveal it to us, your brothers. One individual elbowed Cheng Feng playfully, eager to join the spectacle. Cheng Feng, though perturbed by such familiarity from strangers, refrained from expressing his annoyance in front of the crowd and subtly sidestepped the intrusion. This staff, known as the Staff of the Giant Ape, is said to be invulnerable. Cheng Feng declared as he retrieved the staff from his storage device to display it. This looks no different, someone muttered quietly. However, Cheng Feng's hearing was exceptionally acute, and every hushed word reached his ears. With a smile, Cheng Feng explained, I too have only just acquired it, and have yet to examine its detailed attributes. However, since it was obtained from such a formidable beast, I suspect it may possess some correlation with the creature's own characteristics. Most present concurred with his assertion, urging him to investigate the artifact further. Cheng Feng scrutinized the staff once more, discovering a concealed button at its tail end. What could this button be? He wondered, cautiously pressing it. Instantly, faint sparks flickered from the opposite end of the staff of the giant ape. Wow, this staff seems quite impressive, the crowd murmured in awe. Many possessed only perfect-level weapons, and now gazed at Cheng Feng with envy and admiration. Truly worthy of its epic status, its ranking has surged dramatically. Someone remarked with a hint of jealousy. Cheng Feng offered an awkward smile and returned the staff of the giant ape to his storage device. At his current standing, advancing even slightly was a formidable challenge. To ascend into the top 60 so swiftly was not merely due to the staff, but largely thanks to the aid of the Flower of Atlantis. Fortunately, he had consumed the Flower of Atlantis without anyone else present. Otherwise, who knows how many would covet this priceless treasure in both overt and covert ways. Cheng Feng offered a perfunctory smile to the crowd, naturally reserved. He preferred not to be the center of attention. Yet, he could not deny that he relished the feeling of being exalted. What shall we do now? It must be time to leave. Someone finally remembered to address the more practical matter after extolling Cheng Feng's prowess. Let us first account for everyone, Cheng Feng suggested, eager to participate in this endeavor to cover his tracks. His words carried significant weight now, and the crowd quieted, awaiting his direction. Chapter 58, A Match of Talent and Beauty After a Prolonged Silence. Cheng Feng awkwardly scratched his head and remarked, if anyone has thoughts to share, please feel free to express them. It seems rather odd for me to be the only one organizing things here. You are the top-ranked leader in the region. If we do not heed your counsel, who shall we follow? Someone interjected. Cheng Feng glanced around and noticed the previously taciturn Leng Shui, prompting him to inquire, Leng Shui, what about you? Do you have any thoughts? I have nothing to say. I will follow your arrangements, Leng Shui replied coolly. At that moment, her companions from the organization returned, and a middle-aged man lowered his voice to ask, so, this young man was elected as the leader on the spur of the moment? Not exactly. Leng Shui replied succinctly. He just defeated the mutated giant ape and acquired a super-grade relic and an epic-grade weapon. the giant ape staff. Hence, everyone is awaiting his directives. The middle-aged man nodded in understanding and found a spot to sit at a distance behind Lung Shui. Having spent considerable time within the assassin organization, he was well aware of Lung Shui's cold demeanor and her reluctance to engage with others. He ceased speaking and turned his attention to the corpse of the giant ape. Its head was charred, clearly indicating the fatal blow that ended its life. In addition, the ape's body and limbs bore numerous wounds. Indeed, it was a formidable monster with extraordinary defensive capabilities. Contemplating this, he gained a deeper respect for Cheng Feng's abilities. Although the young man appeared somewhat frail, his prowess was astonishing. To deliver a lethal strike to the giant ape, even while it was severely injured, spoke volumes about his mastery of weaponry. A hint of admiration graced the middle-aged man's expression. Lung Shui, since your return, have you been monitoring the battle? I collaborated with Cheng Feng. I supported him, Lung Shui replied indifferently. This remark provided the middle-aged man with a clearer understanding of Cheng Feng's true strength. Lung Shui, ranked second in the Misigiana Island region, owed her position not merely to the organization's resources, but also to her years of personal prowess. In this battle, she could only serve as an aide to Cheng Feng, whose capabilities were thus implied. Cheng Feng, there is no need for further modesty. Your strength permits you to temporarily assume leadership here, the middle-aged man declared with undeniable authority. Cheng Feng instinctively paused before nodding in agreement. Very well. After such an intense battle, everyone needs to rest and recuperate. Let us first regroup and account for our remaining numbers. We shall prepare to return home this afternoon. He had interacted little with the individuals from Lung Shui's organization and knew little about the man. Yet he radiated a leader's imposing presence that inadvertently instilled a sense of pressure. Cheng Feng took a seat and retrieved his storage device to prepare a meal. Although his stamina had not been significantly depleted, he felt the need to eat something to avoid raising suspicions. And the food had been taking up space in his storage device for far too long. Everyone had kindled their own fires, and some daring individuals approached Cheng Feng to borrow firewood and food, which he generously provided. As Cheng Feng savored the broth of his instant noodles, he noticed a familiar figure rushing towards him. Upon recognizing the person, he hastily set down his bowl and opened his arms wide. The individual dashed straight into his embrace, holding him tightly. "Exiner, what brings you here? Did you encounter any dangers along the way?" Cheng Feng asked, reveling in the fragrance of Lin Exiner while gently ruffling her hair. The interior of the shattered stone mountain was treacherous, especially for someone like her, devoid of any combat gear, who had always been by his side. How could there be so many dangers? Lin Exiner chuckled lightly, playfully punching him in the arm. There are others outside who wanted to come in and provide support. I was also worried about you, so I decided to follow. Come in to provide support? Cheng Feng's voice escalated several decibels. What could you possibly contribute? Do you realize how concerned I was when you sneaked in? No sooner had he spoken than Lin Exiner's eyes abruptly filled with tears. Exiner, let me explain. I did not mean to sound so harsh. He quickly waved his hands in a gesture of sincerity. If you were to come in recklessly and get hurt, I would regret it for a lifetime and blame myself for not being able to protect the woman I cherish. Hearing his heartfelt words, Lin Exiner blushed deeply and gently tapped his chest. All right, I'm not really angry. Besides, I'm perfectly fine now. So how is it, given the current situation? You must have emerged victorious, right? With her playful demeanor, Lin Exiner looked exceedingly endearing, prompting Cheng Feng to affectionately pinch her cheek as he proudly declared, "Of course. The formidable monsters here have all fallen before us." Seeing Lin Exiner gaze at him with starry-eyed admiration made Cheng Feng, usually so composed, feel a swell of pride. The onlookers, captivated by their charming exchange, felt a twinge of envy. Cheng Feng not only possessed exceptional strength, but also had a companion of breathtaking beauty. He was the quintessential example of a winner in life. Boss Cheng Feng, is this beauty your girlfriend? Despite witnessing their closeness, someone boldly inquired, undeterred by the apparent affection between them. Oh, well, Lin Exener's face flushed crimson once more, leaving her at a loss for words. Cheng Feng, however, responded with clarity, "Yes. Allow me to introduce my girlfriend, Lin Xiner. With that, he took her hand, asserting his claim. Those who had other intentions quickly abandoned them. Who would be foolish enough to vie for the affections of the region's finest? After this brief interlude, everyone resumed their respective tasks in preparation for the journey home. Lin Xiner opened her survival notebook again, scrolling through the world and regional channels. The transactions and conversations continued unabated, with many still clamoring for the protection of the powerful, while others languished idly, waiting for sustenance. You see, everyone on the World Channel is marveling at your ranking. Lin Xiner smiled brightly as she pointed out the survival notes to him. Cheng Feng leaned in, casually browsing through the discussions. Look at the ranking of the great Cheng Feng. 49th. My goodness, has he taken a rocket? How on earth did he achieve this? What did Cheng Feng obtain from slaying monsters? A rocket, perhaps? Or maybe a submarine? You need to broaden your perspective. If only my ranking were that high. I wouldn't even need to be 49th. For 1,900 would suffice. Cheng Feng chuckled at the fervent discussions around him. Lying back on the grass with his arms tucked under his head, he felt a sense of accomplishment in carving out a niche for himself in this world. Chapter 59. Is disaster about to strike? After a brief respite, everyone had more or less recovered and was ready to exit the interior of the crumbling stone mountain together. Although the greatest threat, the super monster, had been dealt with, no one could guarantee that other unforeseen events wouldn't arise. As the sun began to set, the group set off in grand formation. Cheng Feng, wishing to avoid drawing attention, declined the invitation to lead and instead walked at the end of the line with Lin Xiner. Cold Blood also preferred to lag behind the group. Cheng Feng noticed her and offered a simple nod in acknowledgement. Observing Cheng Feng's affectionate demeanor towards Lin Xiner, Cold Blood hesitated, wanting to say something. Cheng Feng, sensing the subtle shift in her expression, briefed Lin Xiner with a few words before catching up to her. Is something bothering you? It seems you have something to say. Cheng Feng remarked, raising his hand to pat her shoulder, but hesitated, retracting it awkwardly to avoid any misunderstanding with Lin Xiner present. Cold Blood caught the slight movement and scoffed inwardly, thinking him a henpecked husband, while outwardly she replied, It's nothing much. After being a killer for so long, life has grown dull. I just wanted to see what you little lovebirds do. Well, you're quite astute to notice my gaze was amiss, she added. Cheng Feng scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. It's not quite that we're a couple, how should I put it? Never mind. Interpret it as you wish. Interpret it as I wish. Truly a scoundrel. It seems no man is virtuous. Cold Blood silently berated him. On a serious note, I genuinely witnessed your strength this time. Cold Blood stated earnestly. It was a pleasure collaborating with you, and I hope we have another opportunity. Having recognized Cheng Feng's true prowess, she was reluctant to admit it verbally, yet internally accepted it. Cheng Feng was taken aback by her words, wondering how the conversation had shifted. However, before he could inquire further, Cold Blood quickened her pace, distancing herself and leaving him with only her retreating figure. Cheng Feng sighed inwardly, contemplating the enigmatic nature of women, before turning back to find Lin Xiner, who puffed her cheeks adorably, resembling a little hamster. Are you feeling jealous? Cheng Feng teased her with a smile, playfully poking her cheek. It's nothing much, just a compliment on my prowess. Humph, so full of yourself, Lin Xiner retorted, her words laced with mock disdain. Yet she entwined her arm with his and skipped forward. To be fair, she felt fortunate that the person she encountered upon awakening was Cheng Feng and not some nefarious man. She was equally grateful for his care throughout their journey. Once we return, I'll prepare something delicious for you to showcase my culinary skills, Lin Xiner exclaimed with a grin. Cheng Feng was somewhat taken aback. What is this? The sun must be setting in the west today. Lin Xiner, feigning anger, kicked him lightly. If you want to eat, then just go. All right, I'll eat. Of course, I want to savor the meal prepared by the stunning beauty. Cheng Feng chuckled, affectionately rubbing her nose. As night approached, everyone returned to their base camp. A large group had ventured into the depths of Rock Mountain, yet only a third of them returned, leaving a profound sense of sorrow among the survivors. Such partings, where life and death intertwine, are indeed the most harrowing experiences in the human realm. Lin Xiner was overwhelmed with emotion. Don't worry, little girl. Everything will be fine. Don't think too much. I'm here with you. Cheng Feng reassured her while packing his belongings. Their exploration of Rock Mountain had reached a temporary conclusion, yet he remained acutely aware of the active volcano, filled with trepidation, yearning to gain the strength to whisk her away from the island. Damn it, that kid has obtained an epic treasure. Captain Jack slammed his palm on the table, fuming with indignation. Devil, however, was not particularly envious of the giant ape's staff. Relax, my friend. Let us not forget, our goal is the treasure. Yet, Jack retorted, without formidable weapons, how are we to seize the treasure? His regret over missing the chance to slay the mutated giant ape weighed heavily on him, as he had hoped Cheng Feng would perish at the hands of the beast. To his astonishment, Cheng Feng's strength had surged significantly in just a few days. That sword edge must die. Captain Jack clenched his fists. Calm down, Devil urged. Although Sword Edge has now supplanted Cold Blood as our primary adversary, we cannot act recklessly if we wish to eliminate him. We must devise a meticulous plan. Moreover, with his epic-level weapon, his world ranking had risen into the top 50. They were uncertain of the extent of his hidden strength and needed to be prepared for any eventuality. I heard he used a formidable weapon when he defeated that monster? Jack asked, skepticism in his voice. It's said to be true, Devil nodded. Then we must indeed proceed with caution. How about we? In the ship's secret chamber, the two whispered conspiratorially. Sheener, how are your preparations coming along? Cheng Feng called as he finished packing. Almost ready. Are we really in such a hurry? Lin Sheener, feeling the urgency of his prompt, asked, where exactly are we heading this time? It is unlikely we shall venture too far. The night approaches, and those creatures will soon emerge. We ought to find a place to hide. Cheng Feng assisted her in gathering her belongings. Lin Sheener gazed down at her toes, feeling a twinge of guilt. Have I become a burden to you? Not at all. Cheng Feng replied, bemused by her unfounded worries. Lately, you seem preoccupied with such trivial thoughts. Your role is to be a radiant princess, delighting in joy, while mine is to confront monsters and elevate my strength to protect you. You need not feel indebted to me. Your support has been invaluable. A warmth spread through Lin Sheener's heart. In this chaotic and ruthless world, she was grateful for his companionship. Cold Blood stood by the shore, gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean. The surface was placid, resembling a mirror, easily shattered by any disturbance. What shall we do next? The middle-aged man inquired in hushed tones. He had grown accustomed to regarding Cold Blood as a leader, and indeed, she deserved such a title. I am uncertain for the time being, she admitted, her eyes betraying a rare hint of confusion. Amid this surreal conflict, she pondered what she had gained and what she had lost. Let's leave it at that for now. Everyone deserves a moment's respite. She gestured for him to depart, seeking solitude as fatigue washed over her. Understood, he replied succinctly. Cold Blood remained by the coast, quietly observing the night enveloping the sea. A premonition tugged at her. Calamity seemed imminent. Chapter 60. Inside Stone Fragment Mountain, let us pause here. Venturing further would lead us into the night. Cheng Feng chose a secluded valley to make camp. Lin Sheener patiently stood by, waiting for him to set up the tent. With nothing else to occupy her, she kindled a fire. The last rays of sunlight vanished below the horizon, and darkness enveloped the land. The two of them sheltered in the tent, leisurely peering through the small window. What are your plans for tonight? Lin Sheener asked, watching the creatures outside engage in their brutal skirmishes. After enduring so many days of hardship, she had gradually acclimated to such gruesome scenes. Cheng Feng retrieved the giant ape staff, weighing it in his hands. Of course, I must venture out and test it. I'm quite curious about the staff's power. His expression revealed eagerness. The same as before? Lin Sheener shared a knowing smile with him. Yes. Upon uttering the word, Cheng Feng tightened his grip on the staff and charged out. He bided his time, waiting for two mutated lizards to weaken each other in combat. As the creatures caught sight of him, their small eyes gleamed with avarice. Cheng Feng felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he beheld their grotesque faces. His stomach churned. Do not gaze at me with such repulsive eyes. Just because you have gained a modicum of intelligence does not elevate you to a higher species. The two monsters lunged at him, and he swiftly tossed a shard of energy to immobilize one while drawing forth the Silver Moon crossbow to slay the other. The lizard at the rear, undeterred by the sudden collapse of its temporary companion ahead, charged recklessly forward. Cheng Feng gripped the giant ape staff tightly, bracing himself against the lizard's onslaught, and pressed the small button at the end of the staff. At the very moment the staff's head made contact with the mutated lizard, the faint sparks that had been crackling suddenly erupted into a fierce blaze, and the entire body of the mutated lizard crackled with electrical energy. After merely 2 seconds of struggle, the creature fell lifeless to the ground. Cheng Feng crouched down to scrutinize the lizard's carcass, eager to ascertain the efficacy of the giant ape staff. The lizard was entirely charred, its innards and skin roasted to perfection. TSK, TSK, TSK. Serves you right for not behaving, Cheng Feng mused, crossing his arms. Let us see how well you fare as roasted lizard. He was elated, having discovered that the giant ape staff could also be employed for roasting, eliminating the need for the arduous task of starting a fire for barbecuing fish in the future. Cheng Feng collected 2 primary spirit stones, along with a perfect grade herb capable of enhancing physical attributes and an exceptional grade forging hammer, which could mold any kind of metal or ore. His original intent was not to venture out for equipment, but rather to explore. Thus, he felt indifferent about such spoils. With no desire to linger any longer outside, he secured his belongings and returned. What did you find? Lin Sheener inquired eagerly. Nothing much. Just some ordinary items, a herb and a forging hammer, Cheng Feng replied, relaxing as he showcased the giant ape staff to her, primarily to test its capabilities. This staff, named the giant ape staff, was obtained from vanquishing that mutated giant ape. The results from earlier were quite impressive. It can even be used for roasting food, which is significantly more convenient than lighting a fire. As he spoke, he handed the giant ape staff to her for inspection. Lin Sheener, unfamiliar with such weapons, examined the dull gray staff before returning it to him. Although her understanding was limited, the fact that it was an epic-grade weapon filled her with admiration for Cheng Feng, further deepening her respect for him. Outside the tent, the roars of monsters echoed continuously, yet the tent insulated them from the cacophony of the world outside, allowing Cheng Feng and Lin Sheener to rest peacefully in their secure haven. Cold Blood fought valiantly throughout the night, engaging in fierce battles against the monsters, successfully slaying several low-level foes. She was driven by a fervent desire to prove herself, her strength, her dedication, and her unwavering resolve to break through barriers. Cold Blood, you've already slain 5 monsters tonight. That's more than enough, her companions cautioned, concerned she might exhaust herself. You haven't fully recovered from your previous injuries. You mustn't push yourself recklessly again. I am well aware of my own stamina, Cold Blood replied calmly. She was determined to elevate her capabilities, striving to keep pace with Cheng Feng to match her own pride. As dawn broke, Cold Blood had successfully vanquished a total of 8 monsters, 6 of which were of lower rank and 2 of intermediate level. The spoils from these 8 creatures granted her not only formidable weapons, but also a significant leap of over 1,500 ranks in her standings. Cheng Feng's ranking remains firmly within the top 60, showing little fluctuation. Captain Jack and Devil have also seen an increase in their standings, suggesting that last night was indeed fruitful. The night has passed, yet why are you still in such a hurry? Lin Sheener inquired with curiosity. In recent days, Cheng Feng has been exceptionally busy and tense, unaware of what he has been preoccupied with. Sheener, there is something I must confide in you, Cheng Feng said, his demeanor unusually serious. What is it? Upon seeing his expression, Lin Sheener couldn't help but feel a sense of anxiety. There is an active volcano on this island. If it erupts, it could spell disaster for us. I cannot ascertain when it will erupt, but I can foresee that this calamity is not far off. Ah, is that the reason for your recent tension? Lin Sheener said, gently patting his hand in reassurance. Cheng Feng sighed and drew Lin Sheener into his embrace. I am merely concerned. I fear we may not escape unscathed, and I worry about my ability to protect you. That won't happen. I believe in you. You are so capable and astute. I am confident you will manage. Lin Sheener held him tightly, patting his shoulder. Let's hope so, Cheng Feng replied, wrapping his arms around her. From within the crushed stone mountain, faint sounds began to emerge, growing increasingly louder. What is happening? Lin Sheener asked. You heard that too, right? It makes me uneasy. I heard it, do not worry. I am here, Cheng Feng reassured her, though he remained apprehensive about what might unfold. Cold blood hastened towards the entrance of the crushed stone mountain, sensing that more monsters were awakening within. Furrowing her brow, she contemplated her strategy. But it's still daytime. How can there be monsters appearing? Cheng Feng exclaimed, yet he had to admit that the escalating noise was indeed produced by creatures. From a sound alone, there must be at least 100. Cold blood assessed. She even deduced that the monsters would soon burst forth. This would undoubtedly hasten the impending disaster on Misagana Island. Cheng Feng was profoundly shocked, realizing that some transformation must have occurred, precipitating this upheaval. He suddenly recalled the Atlantis flower he had plucked and consumed. Could its absence have disrupted some sort of magical formation within? Chapter 61. Something approaches. The seaside of the island was remarkably tranquil. With little to occupy their time, Cheng Feng and Lin Shiner sat on the beach, engaging in conversation. The island was not particularly large, and gazing at the same expanse of ocean and sky daily was rather monotonous. Cheng Feng lamented. Lin Shiner chuckled softly, giving his shoulder a playful pat. It's all right. Just think of it as an extended vacation by the sea. While that may be true, I have yet to encounter anyone who vacations on the beach while battling monsters daily, where one misstep could cost them their life. Cheng Feng replied with a wry smile. Yet, deep within his heart, he felt that his life on the island was quite satisfactory. Misagana Island, situated in the Pacific Ocean, was inherently barren, and achieving a position among the top 60 was no small feat. He felt a sense of contentment. Were it not for the looming threat of an active volcano, Cheng Feng might have even considered spending a lifetime on this small island to be rather idyllic. He was inherently a person of a tranquil disposition, seldom aspiring to grand ambitions. He simply wished to lie low, having attended an ordinary university and secured a modest position in a commonplace company. Had it not been for this unforeseen turn of events, he would have led a life of quietude. To his astonishment, upon arriving here, he not only thrived, but also became a revered hero among the masses. The experiences he had encountered along this journey stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. The gentle sea breeze caressed him, inviting him to forget all his worries and relax. Fortuitously, Cheng Feng reclined on the sandy beach, closing his eyes to savor the refreshing sensation. Lin Exen, observing his ease, mirrored his actions and lay down beside him, forming a large shape together. She felt fortunate to have Cheng Feng's protection in this life. Under the influence of the night's weariness and the tender sunlight, the two soon drifted into slumber. As dusk deepened, they retreated into their tent, awaiting the emergence of monsters once the sun had fully set. Lin Exen gazed intently out of the tent's small window, her expression tinged with melancholy. What troubles you? Cheng Feng chuckled at her despondent demeanor. Lin Exen pouted, her voice laced with disappointment. It's nothing. I was just admiring the starry sky outside. Since arriving here, we haven't been able to venture out at night, and it's been ages since I've seen the night sky. Cheng Feng shared her sense of gloom. Since entering this world, their once tranquil lives had been disrupted, and much joy had been stripped away. In the future, I promise to fulfill that wish of yours. I will take you to see the stars and ignite fireworks beneath the Milky Way, Cheng Feng vowed earnestly. All right then, I shall await that day. Lin Exen replied with a radiant smile. To procure some daily necessities, Cheng Feng typically ventured out at night to slay monsters and gain experience. As he polished his giant ape staff and silver moon crossbow, he momentarily felt a disorienting sense of living in the depths of the forest, tirelessly hunting for survival. Cheng Feng chuckled at his own folly before preparing to set out. Uncertain whether he was fortunate or unfortunate, he encountered a low-level monster the moment he stepped outside. The creature, seemingly solitary and unfamiliar with its surroundings, staggered toward Cheng Feng. How reckless, he thought, as he drew his silver moon crossbow, dispatching the monster without even releasing a single shard. He approached to collect the low-level shards and dropped equipment, disdainfully remarking, with such feeble abilities, "What business do you have roaming about at night? Aren't you merely courting death?" Continuing on his path, he hoped to vanquish more monsters that night. After all, no one could ever have too much equipment. A group of mutated lizards adeptly detected Cheng Feng's presence, converging upon him with intent. Excellent, Cheng Feng bellowed, raising the mighty great ape staff in his hand. Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess. He pressed the button at the base of the staff, igniting a shower of sparks. Simultaneously wielding the great ape staff and the silver moon crossbow, he dispatched the mutated lizards within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time. Cheng Feng found himself perplexed. Why were the monsters today so feeble? Even when they appeared in droves, vanquishing them was effortlessly simple. Could it be a consequence of the recent fierce battle within the depths of Swaisher Mountain? Or perhaps it was due to his consumption of the Atlantis flower and other body-enhancing herbs. Cheng Feng pondered, unable to arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel such thoughts from his mind. Immersed in the fray, he continued to slay several monsters, including formidable mid-tier adversaries. Perhaps his own strength had indeed increased. Cheng Feng felt a sense of elation swell within him. Reluctant to squander this fortuitous opportunity to acquire equipment, he persevered until dawn. When he finally assessed the spoils, he was pleasantly surprised to find several exceptional pieces of gear. Inside the tent, Lin Sheener, drowsily awakening to the sound of his knocking, instantly became alert. "Did you not sleep well?" Cheng Feng inquired, gently patting her head. Lin Sheener nestled into his embrace, rubbing against him. "No, I slept quite soundly while you were outside." In a fleeting moment, Cheng Feng was struck by the illusion of being the provider for her, whose beauty rivaled that of a flower. Nonetheless, he mused, this life was quite pleasant. "Come in and rest properly. You have fought all night. If you do not catch up on sleep during the day, you will struggle tomorrow." Lin Sheener released him, grasping his hand and leading him into the tent, to awaken in the morning with a beautiful woman beside him. Cheng Feng, being a spirited young man, felt a surge of bashfulness at the thought of sharing a space with her. However, he quickly reassured himself that they had been together long enough to feel like an old married couple, devoid of any need for concern. With this thought, Cheng Feng settled down, preparing for a much-needed slumber. As he drifted in and out of consciousness, he thought he heard footsteps and instinctively assumed it was Lin Sheener returning from outside. The next moment, he jolted awake, realizing that Lin Sheener had never left. She could not possibly be returning from the outside. He swiftly sat up, straining to listen to the sounds beyond the tent. What is wrong? Lin Sheener, roused from her slumber by his sudden movements, asked sleepily. "Shoo," Cheng Feng replied, placing a finger to his lips to signal her to remain silent. The footsteps outside grew increasingly distinct, and their peculiar rhythm filled him with unease. Drawing from previous experience, he was certain that these sounds were not produced by humans. "What should we do? It seems something is approaching," Lin Sheener murmured anxiously, fearful of alarming whatever lay beyond, lowering her voice deliberately. "Let's remain calm. There is no need for concern while I am here. We must first observe the situation outside," Cheng Feng replied with composure. Chapter 62. Something is amiss. Cheng Feng instantly became alert, yet he understood that he could not raise an alarm regarding the current situation. After a moment of contemplation, he reopened his survival journal to ascertain if other regions were experiencing similar phenomena. The dawn was just breaking, and many players who had been grinding through the night were now turning in for rest. The world chat was unusually quiet, with few voices to be heard. This is troubling. Cheng Feng anxiously sifted through the entries, seeking information about the current circumstances on the island of Mixigana. Look at the regional channel. Everyone is discussing it. Lin Sheener also opened her survival journal to join him, discovering that the regional chat was in a frenzy. What terrible luck. I was just about to go to sleep when a monster attacked me. Damn it, it's already light outside. Shouldn't they have vanished by now? We need some support over here. On the East Coast, we just stepped outside and found ourselves surrounded by a horde of wild monsters. They've already taken out a good portion of our team, and now we're trapped. Why can these monsters attack during the day? Someone please explain. Who is going to explain that? Came a response from above. Everyone is too busy trying to hide. The situation outside was far from optimistic. Cheng Feng quickly sent a private message to Cold Blood. Where are you? Have you encountered those monsters outside? Cold Blood replied swiftly. Our team found a place to hide. For now, we are relatively safe. I haven't slept all night, so I noticed the monsters early on, and our casualties have been minimal. Upon hearing that she was safe, A weight lifted from Cheng Feng's heart. Although they were not particularly close, they shared a bond forged in battle, and he did not regard her as an enemy like Devil or Captain Jack. Seeing her unharmed was a relief. At this moment, no one was concerned about their rankings. They were solely focused on how to survive on this suddenly perilous island. It seemed. The situation for others was not very promising. Lin Sheener's delicate brows knitted together in concern. Cheng Feng closed the survival journal and nodded gravely. Indeed, this incident struck without warning, and many were unprepared, leaving them vulnerable to the monsters. Moreover, we have never encountered monsters during the day before. Everyone is unfamiliar with these wild creatures and uncertain about how to respond. Suddenly, a sense of crisis enveloped Cheng Feng, shattering his previous pride. He was unsure if his epic weapons would still be effective against them in such an entirely unknown scenario. What do you intend to do? You're not considering confronting the monsters, are you? Lin Sheener looked at him with deep concern. Every time Cheng Feng ventured out to battle, she felt anxious and worried, though she could not express it. She understood how hard Cheng Feng had fought to secure his position, and she could not afford to hinder him. Let us hold off for now and observe how things unfold, Cheng Feng replied with a wry smile. Until he was absolutely certain, he had no intention of acting recklessly. Preserving their current situation was of utmost importance. Very well, I wholeheartedly support you, Lin Sheener declared without hesitation. Deep within her heart, she resolved to stand by Cheng Feng, regardless of the decisions he made. Yet, she secretly hoped he would refrain from exhausting himself further. She was acutely aware of the fatigue that had enveloped him throughout the night, and thus wished for him to prioritize his well-being. Cheng Feng leaned against the corner of the tent, eyes closed in a brief respite. Fearing that her actions might disturb him, Lin Sheener nestled in a corner, perusing survival notes. As time passed, the global channel began to buzz with activity, while the regional channel for Misigiana Island deteriorated steadily. Calls for help flooded in, accompanied by tragic reports of loss. Witnessing the exchanges unfolded before her, Lin Sheener's spirits sank. Stop looking at this, she murmured. The more I see, the more anxious I become. It would be better to relax a little. Cheng Feng's voice resonated from behind her, catching her off guard as she had been so engrossed in her thoughts that she was unaware of his awakening. I still stand by my words. We shall respond to change with steadfastness. Where there is a mountain, there is a way. Where there is a bridge, the boat will naturally steer straight. We shall not be trapped here. Lin Sheener nodded vigorously. With the upheaval that had transpired, Cheng Feng found it impossible to rest, and soon turned his attention to the survival notes. How many are still alive? Where is everyone now? Help! Help! I'm on the East Coast. There are many mutated monsters here. They are incredibly resilient. We can hardly hold on. Why is no one mentioning this in the global channel? Is this situation unique to us? Everyone should think of a way to escape. Our scouts have returned. The entire island is infested with monsters. Cheng Feng's expression grew increasingly grave. He pondered whether a misstep had occurred that led to such dire circumstances. Could it truly be the result of the Flower of Atlantis? An unsettling thought stirred within him. If he was indeed the cause of such calamity, the weight of his guilt would be immeasurable. He resolved to take action. Everyone, please remain calm. Find a safe hiding place and conserve your strength. He typed in the survival notes, striving to obscure his whereabouts from the monsters. As previously mentioned, these creatures differ significantly from those that appeared at night. We must exercise even greater caution. Upon seeing Cheng Feng's message, the group seemed to regain their composure, and the regional channel gradually quieted. Jianfeng, where are you now? Yes. We didn't TC you while slaying monsters earlier. Have you ventured out to assess those creatures? As questions erupted following the initial inquiry, the previously settled regional channel once again became tumultuous, leaving Cheng Feng somewhat flustered. He promptly closed the survival notes, preferring not to see the chaos. He had already advised them on what actions to take. Whether they chose to heed his counsel was another matter altogether. Cheng Feng, you must listen. What is that sound? Lin Sheener exclaimed, her hand instinctively covering her mouth in terror. A flurry of hurried sounds approached their tent. With a surge of courage, Cheng Feng leaned closer to the small window. Before he could discern the identity of the intruder, the tent was struck violently, shaking a few times. Just as Cheng Feng struggled to stabilize the tent, it was hit once more. Damn it, It seemed this was far from over. Cheng Feng seethed with anger. In the corner, Lin Sheener's large eyes brimmed with tears as she pressed her hand tightly over her mouth, fearful that any sound of her weeping would attract more monsters. Witnessing Lin Sheener's pitiful demeanor ignited Cheng Feng's fury. How could these wild creatures be so ungrateful? Daring to target him? Chapter 63. The three divine artifacts emerge. Sheener, do not fear. The tent can withstand their attacks. As the tent finally steadied, Cheng Feng quickly enveloped Lin Sheener in his embrace. I'm fine. You needn't worry about me. Just focus on securing the tent, Lin Sheener replied, discreetly wiping away the few tears that had escaped, attempting to appear strong. Cheng Feng's heart ached at her brave facade, and his anger flared. Sheener, stay in the tent. I will take care of them. Damn it, if they didn't see some consequences, they would truly become emboldened. Do not go out. You mustn't. Lin Sheener urgently pleaded, her voice filled with panic. You didn't sleep at all last night, and you haven't rested well this morning. It's harmful to your health. If you go out in your current state to confront those monsters, you'll surely get hurt. Please, don't be reckless. She understood that the tent was more than capable of withstanding the onslaught of these creatures, yet being suddenly besieged instilled fear in her heart. Cheng Feng held her hand tightly, offering comfort. Do not worry about me. You know my abilities well enough. Trust me, I will be fine. I cannot bear the thought of you taking risks, Lin Sheener said, burying her head in his embrace, tears threatening to fall once more. Cheng Feng had always been unable to tolerate seeing girls cry before him, and now, witnessing her weep only intensified his resolve. He swiftly assured her that he would refrain from going out for the time being, opting to remain inside the tent and adapt to the circumstances. Cheng Feng opened his survival journal, attempting to contact Cold Blood to ascertain her situation. After what felt like an eternity, he finally received her response. The monsters came in waves, much like the night before. Cheng Feng quickly typed back, what kind of monsters are they? Are they similar to those we encountered last night? Basically, not much different. Cold Blood's succinct reply carried significant implications. Since these creatures resembled those from the previous night, it seemed feasible for him to venture out and test his strength. His exuberance was palpable, prompting Lin Sheener to urge him to reconsider. Having lost her parents since arriving here, Cheng Feng had rescued her from the beach and had consistently cared for and protected her. She regarded him as family, wishing nothing but safety for him. Cheng Feng, please listen to me, Lin Sheener spoke, feigning calmness. You have not slept all night, and what you need now is to rest well rather than venture out to fight monsters. As you mentioned, the tent is sufficiently sturdy. We are safe for the time being. I do not wish for you to go out. I do not want you to get hurt. Lin Sheener's tone and expression were gentle yet resolute, each word piercing deeply into Cheng Feng's heart. Do you still not trust me? Cheng Feng retorted. She quickly waved her hand in denial, saying, that is certainly not what I meant. I am simply too worried. But have you forgotten who I am? I am the Sword Edge, ranked first in the region and within the top 60 in the world. A night without sleep does not affect my current state. I can still venture out to defeat monsters and level up. Lin Sheener expressed her concern again. However, I fear that if you continue like this, your body will not withstand it. There is nothing I cannot endure. You must believe me. Cheng Feng gently kissed her forehead. Lin Sheener momentarily gasped, slightly stunned. Seizing the moment of her distraction, Cheng Feng pulled back the tent flap and dashed outside. Cheng Feng, come back quickly, Lin Sheener cried, her voice tinged with tears. Hearing her call from behind, Cheng Feng's heart ached, yet he charged forward without hesitation, refusing to look back. He knew that once he turned around, he would surely waver. Outside the tent, all was eerily quiet, as if the recent upheaval had never occurred. Cheng Feng circled around the outside of the tent, finding no trace of anything amiss. Strange, did that group of monsters attack the tent and leave so quickly? Yet this explanation seemed implausible. If the monsters did not find food, they certainly would not retreat so easily. He decided to sit cross-legged on the ground and opened his survival journal to see what others were saying. People around the world had gradually become accustomed to the survival rules here. The global channel was predominantly filled with trade information, with little squabbling. The regional channel, however, was still in a frenzy. I need assistance. I encountered mutated lizards in the valley that are much larger than last night, and they are in droves. We are in dire straits. What kind of monsters have you all encountered? Why are the monsters here significantly stronger than usual? It's like a powered-up version. They can even breathe fire. Where's the sword edge? Why did he leave after only saying one sentence? Could he have been attacked by these wild creatures? He is the sword edge, for goodness sake. Do you think he would perish as easily as we do? Get a grip. Perhaps he has already found a safe place to hide. Cheng Feng was unwilling to continue watching them make light of the situation. Noticing that Lung Shui was online, he decided to send her a message. What is the situation on your end? Not bad. This group of monsters possesses quite a bit of intelligence. Seeing their comrades fall to us, they have not dared to approach. After all, everyone understands that soft persimmons are easier to squeeze. These monsters are unwilling to clash with the hard nails. I find myself in a rather peculiar situation. My tent has been assailed, prompting me to venture outside and ascertain the nature of the disturbance. However, upon my emergence, I discover nothing amiss. The surroundings appear unchanged, as tranquil as ever. Cold blood stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. To be able to attack Cheng Feng's tent while remaining concealed suggests a level of intelligence not to be underestimated. I advise caution, better to be vigilant than careless, and to draw forth the most formidable of weapons. Cold blood responded. Without a moment's hesitation, upon reading these words, Cheng Feng retrieved his Black Panther dagger, the silver moon crossbow, and the giant ape staff, arranging them before him in a formidable display. He remained acutely aware of his surroundings, attuned to any subtle shifts in the environment. Just as he began to suspect that his nerves were overly frayed, a rustling sound emerged from behind him. What is that? Show yourself. He raised the giant ape staff defensively. This passive stance was far from ideal. Since arriving here, he had been the one to ambush creatures, catching them off guard. Now the tables had turned. Grasping the silver moon crossbow, he released 6 small arrows towards the source of the sound. The thicket erupted with the anguished cries of a creature, and Cheng Feng, weapon in hand, steadied his breath, focusing intently on the commotion. The creature appeared to be in a frenzy, poised to charge forth. Come on, let me dispatch you, you wretched beast, Cheng Feng bellowed. Chapter 64. The daytime monster. The sound of the creature's footsteps grew increasingly rapid and distinct. Cheng Feng's hand rested on the trigger of the silver moon crossbow, his heart racing as he scrutinized the figure before him. As the creature came into clearer view, he nearly retched in horror. To his dismay, it was a colossal mutated cockroach. Having grown up in the northern regions and later settled in the south after considerable struggle to adapt to life amidst cockroaches, he had thought the southern variety to be sufficiently terrifying. Little did he know he would encounter this enhanced version here. Curse it, there are no insecticides in my gear, Cheng Feng muttered under his breath, bracing himself to confront this cockroach head-on. The creature, perceiving him to be alone, seemed quite pleased. Had there been a few more humans present, it might have fled in terror. As the silver moon crossbow was drawn, 3 arrows were released, each striking true. One even severed a small portion of the cockroach's wing. Enraged, the cockroach flapped its wings and advanced toward him. Cheng Feng steeled himself against the visceral discomfort, forcing himself to confront this monstrosity. Observing the enlarged visage and body of the cockroach at close range was indeed nauseating, and he spat inwardly. He swung the giant ape staff at the creature. To his astonishment, not only did the cockroach remain unscathed, but it retaliated. Cheng Feng was momentarily dazed, his mind reeling. What on earth is happening? This cockroach can wield weapons? After the initial shock, curiosity took hold. Cheng Feng felt a surge of excitement as he examined the staff ensnared by the cockroach's appendages. The staff, while seemingly inferior to the silver moon's lethal crossbow, boasts remarkable hardness. It is divided into 2 segments, allowing it to be used as a single weapon or separated into nunchaku. What a sight! A practitioner of nunchaku. Perhaps even a martial artist? Cheng Feng chuckled at his own thoughts, exclaiming, "Come on, you repulsive creature. You wield a weapon. Are you perhaps a fan of J-Cho?" Though the mutated cockroach could not comprehend his words, it discerned that they were certainly not complimentary. It emitted a strange screech and charged at Cheng Feng. Unfazed, He struck its abdomen with the giant ape staff. This colossal cockroach, transformed by mutation, possessed an exceptionally hard exoskeleton. Even the epic-grade giant ape staff merely left a rather shallow wound. Goodness, your shell's defensive capabilities are quite astonishing, Cheng Feng cursed inwardly. By his preliminary assessment, this cockroach was at least a mid-level monster. Since arriving on the island, his life had been thriving, and aside from the arduous tussle with the mutated giant ape, he had never encountered such a challenge. His competitive spirit ignited. You beast, vile creature, you are indeed formidable. Today, I shall ensure your demise, he declared, launching a bead to immobilize it. No matter how powerful, the cockroach was merely an ultimate monster and could not escape the immobilizing effect of the bead. Before it could struggle, it was held fast. Cheng Feng swiftly aimed the Silver Moon's lethal crossbow at it, unleashing 5 arrows that severed one of its wings. The cockroach, thoroughly enraged, brandished its nunchaku and scuttled towards him with haste. What now? Didn't I just knock off one of your wings? Let's see how you continue to fly. Prepare to meet your end. Cheng Feng retrieved his cannon, meticulously aiming for its head. After several rounds of combat, Cheng Feng began to feel dizzy and disoriented. After all, he had not slept all night and was now grappling with such a formidable cockroach, which was rather taxing. Fortunately, in his youth, he had spent many nights at internet cafes gaming with friends, gaining considerable experience in staying awake. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain if he could endure to this point. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed his dizziness and resumed fighting the cockroach. Cold blood stared intently at the survival journal screen, repeatedly opening and closing it, pondering Cheng Feng's gray avatar. Several hours had passed, yet Cheng Feng had not logged in or responded to her messages. Disheartened, Cold Blood closed the survival journal with irritation and tossed it aside. Little did she imagine that Cheng Feng was currently engaged in a fierce battle with a cockroach, an extraordinary one that wielded weapons. Lin Sheener awaited in the tent, her heart filled with regret and anxiety. She knew Cheng Feng typically resolved these monsters swiftly, and now, with such a delay and his poor condition, it was challenging for her not to think the worst. What are you talking about? Cheng Feng, do you not believe me? Spare us such ominous words. She hastily spat a few times, slapping her face to regain her composure. To divert her attention and stave off unwelcome thoughts, Lin Sheener opened her carefree notes, observing the lively discussions in the World Channel. During daylight, the conversations there were notably more lighthearted and joyous. For a brief moment, the burdens of survival faded away. Some engaged in chat while others conducted trades. Yet, in times of distress, one often finds it hard to absorb anything. She lost interest in what others were trading and promptly closed the survival notes, instead keeping a watchful eye on the outside world through a small window. After a protracted struggle, Cheng Feng gradually gained the upper hand. The cockroach's wings were completely shattered, and several deep wounds marred its abdomen. I had thought this weapon-wielding cockroach would be formidable, he mused, now somewhat disheveled, his clothes tattered. It turned out I had overestimated it. No matter how powerful, a cockroach remains merely a cockroach. He set up his cannon, aimed it at the creature's head, and fired with great force. The cockroach's head exploded, its yellow-green blood splattering everywhere. Cheng Feng recoiled in distaste, concerned that this repugnant creature's blood might be corrosive. Even if it weren't, being splattered with it would still be quite revolting. The cockroach's carcass lay at his feet, and a soul orb slowly materialized. Cheng Feng's judgment proved accurate. This was indeed a formidable intermediate monster. Monsters that appear during the day are truly different, he reflected. Faced with the intermediate soul orb, he hesitated. The cockroach had left a significant psychological scar on him, and after enduring a fierce battle, he grappled with his reluctance for quite some time before reluctantly grasping the soul orb in his hand. He focused intently on the black box that gradually emerged before the cockroach's remains, excitement flickering in his eyes. This was the first piece of equipment he had obtained from a daytime monster, and he was keenly curious about its contents. Chapter 65. Jet-powered flying device. Cheng Feng held his breath, eyes wide, trembling hands opening the box. His first encounter with a monster by day, and it was such a grotesque giant insect. If it didn't yield some exceptional equipment, It would be unworthy of its unique status. What on earth is this? Cheng Feng sighed in disappointment. Inside the box lay an unremarkable jet-powered flying device, emitting a faint metallic sheen. Jet-powered flying device. Perfect level allows the user to fly rapidly, with a maximum speed of 40 km/h. Usage duration, 2 months. Tradable, not unique. Not too shabby. Cheng Feng reassured himself. After all, he had never obtained such flying equipment before. For a moment, he felt as though he were unboxing a mystery box, as the outcome depended entirely on luck. In the corner of the box, there was also a rather inconspicuous yet excellent-grade powerful flashlight, solar-powered and capable of permanent use. This stroke of fortune may not be deemed particularly good or bad, yet it undeniably evokes a profound sense of disappointment within Cheng Feng. After a relentless struggle against a repugnant creature, the spoils amounted to so little. With a sigh, he reminded himself that it is better to be content with what one has than to possess nothing at all. Upon returning to the tent, he found Lin Xiner dozing in the corner. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, her eyes slightly puffy, and her weary appearance stirred a sense of affection. Cheng Feng entered quietly, cautious not to disturb her sweet slumber. "You're back. Just returned?" Perhaps due to the abruptness with which he lifted her, Lin Xiner stirred in his embrace. "Just got back," he replied, tightening his hold on her. "I saw you sleeping here, wanted to make you more comfortable. Nothing more. It's fine. I trust you." Lin Xiner smiled sweetly at him. "Why is your shirt in tatters?" She noticed his upper garments, now in shreds, as she nestled against him. Cheng Feng's sun-kissed skin was nearly brushing against her face. "Stop! Stop! Put me down!" Lin Xiner flailed, struggling to escape his bewildered grasp. Her cheeks flushed as she turned away. "What's wrong? Is it because I smell?" Cheng Feng, still confused, raised his arm to catch a whiff, confirming there was indeed a notable odor. "Of course not. Just put on some clothes." Lin Xiner's voice was tinged with irritation. Cheng Feng chuckled softly. "I thought it was something serious. Turns out it's just this. I would change, but I have nothing else." "Then go to the World Channel and trade for some," she urged him. Unable to withstand her insistence, Cheng Feng reluctantly accessed the World Channel, trading a few packs of instant noodles and canned goods for a set of clothes. Though it was merely a simple t-shirt and sweatpants, it was a marked improvement in their resource-scarce environment. "Are you ready yet?" Lin Xiner asked, her voice trembling. "Why not turn around and see for yourself?" Cheng Feng teased, deliberately keeping her in suspense. Tentatively, she turned to face him, catching sight of his bare arms, only to hastily cover her eyes. "Hurry and get dressed." Cheng Feng jested. "We're like an old married couple. What is there to be shy about?" Yet, he complied and donned his attire, for despite not being a paragon of virtue, he still adhered to his principles and boundaries. As Lin Xiner enjoyed her breakfast, Cheng Feng found himself with little to occupy his time. He settled beside her, perusing his survival notes. His rank had not fluctuated significantly at his current level. Unless he stumbled upon an epic treasure, further advancement seemed unlikely. The discussions in the regional channel had dwindled, leaving him uncertain whether others had succumbed to monstrous attacks or had successfully evaded peril. During his last venture outside, he had encountered a giant cockroach, though it was difficult to ascertain whether the daytime creatures acted alone or in swarms. After much deliberation, Cheng Feng ultimately decided to remain in the tent for the time being, seeking to recuperate his strength. After completing the daily check-in on the system, he received a box of canned fruit, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. After all, Misagana Island is a tropical paradise where fruit is abundantly available. Fortunately, the canned fruit contained many varieties that are not typically found in the tropics, providing Cheng Feng with a semblance of balance. However, another check-in task required him to venture into a nearby swamp, which truly gave him a headache. This swamp was entirely unknown to him, and going there meant facing unpredictable dangers. Yet, if he chose not to go, he would squander the opportunity to earn rewards. After much internal conflict, he decided to seek assistance from Cold Blood. "Are you there? Do you know of a swamp on this island?" Cheng Feng nervously messaged her. He felt his tone was somewhat too distant, not befitting someone with whom he shared a deep bond, yet he believed it prudent to maintain a certain distance. So he awaited her reply. After a considerable amount of time, Cold Blood responded with a few terse words. Not well acquainted. Cheng Feng silently scoffed, wondering why she couldn't elaborate. As anticipated, it wasn't long before Cold Blood followed up with another question. What? Are you planning to go there to meet your demise? It would have been better if she hadn't said anything at all. Cheng Feng certainly wouldn't divulge the secret of his system to her. So he evasively replied that he was merely inquiring and had no ulterior motives. Even though Cold Blood held a unique place in his heart, he would not share this secret, not even with her. This swamp is a place I haven't visited on the island. I just wanted to learn a bit before I go. Who knows what might be different? Indeed, it was different dangers. The swamp is inherently more perilous than other areas. I advise you to abandon this notion. Cold Blood continued to douse his enthusiasm with cold water. The thought of her potentially saying something even more disheartening made Cheng Feng hastily change the subject. I was just asking, nothing more. I have some other matters to attend to, so I won't trouble you further. With that, he swiftly closed his survival journal. Cold Blood watched as his avatar dimmed swiftly, pursing her lips. She was curious about what Cheng Feng was up to this time, but felt it inappropriate to inquire directly. However, she knew well that he would not heed her advice. Once he set his mind to something, no one could deter him. Cheng Feng gazed thoughtfully out of the small window, a scene witnessed entirely by Lin Shiner. What's wrong? Is something happening outside? She asked anxiously. The events of the past few days had truly heightened her fears and made her increasingly reliant on Cheng Feng. Nothing is amiss outside. There's no need for concern. I just want to undertake a task. Cheng Feng reassured her, quietly plotting his plan in his mind. Chapter 66. Li Xiaoxi, since the system had generously provided this check-in task, he felt compelled to undertake it, as it would allow him to earn system rewards and deepen his understanding of the external circumstances. Given the current circumstances, if he does not take the initiative, he may find himself in an even more precarious position. This scenario is far from what he wishes to witness. Thus, he must transform passivity into proactivity, seeking to engage more with the outside world. Are you going out again? Lin Shiner pouted, seemingly on the verge of tears. Cheng Feng could hardly bear to see her in such a distressed state, quickly reassuring her, I have no choice but to go. What if I don't gather more information and we end up being discovered by the monsters? The creatures by day are indeed different from those at night. We must understand our enemies better. Didn't the ancients say, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated? But I'm afraid. There's nothing to fear. Rest assured, I will return safely, I promise. Cheng Feng coaxed and reassured her until Lin Shiner was calmed, repeatedly instructing her to stay inside the tent and not venture out before setting off alone towards the marshland. Lin Shiner pressed against the small window, watching him until his figure diminished to the size of a grain of rice, at which point her tears began to fall. To say she was not worried would be a lie. Yet, she did not wish to hinder Cheng Feng's plans and reluctantly consented to his departure. Anxiously, she sat in the tent, awaiting his return. The map indicated that the marshland was not far, yet it required traversing a dense forest. Following the harrowing encounter in the Rocky Mountains, Cheng Feng had developed a psychological aversion to such deep woods. Nevertheless, in pursuit of the mission assigned by the system, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. The trees in this forest loomed so high that they obscured the sun, making it difficult to navigate. How am I supposed to walk in this gloom? Cheng Feng muttered under his breath, fearful that his voice might attract other creatures. Why is this path so muddy? Ouch! He stumbled over something on the ground. What cursed thing blocks my way? Cheng Feng fumed, momentarily forgetting his caution. Upon realizing what had tripped him, his expression contorted in horror, nearly causing him to scream. The obstacle that had caused his fall was unmistakably a severed human arm. Someone had been dismembered here. During his school days, Cheng Feng had indulged in detective novels, captivated by thrilling plots and particularly drawn to stories involving homicides. However, encountering such a scene in reality made him queasy, almost bringing up his last meal. What is this? Struggling to suppress his nausea, he continued on his path. He endeavored to erase that repulsive image from his mind, yet it persistently haunted him. Cheng Feng shook his head vigorously. But another question arose. Why would someone else be present in this forest? If they were on this path, their aim must also be to reach the marshland. What lay within that marshland that compelled these individuals to risk their lives to enter? Yet these questions could not be resolved at that moment, prompting him to forge ahead. As he walked, a faint wailing sound emerged ahead. What could it be? Cheng Feng instantly became alert, drawing his Black Panther knife and gripping the giant ape staff tightly. Cautiously advancing forward, the wailing grew louder the closer he approached, and it seemed to emanate from a human source. Cheng Feng softened his footsteps, straining to discern the direction of the sound. After a series of twists and turns, he finally pinpointed the source to his left front. There stood a towering ancient tree, large enough that it would take 4 or 5 men to encircle its trunk. He stealthily approached and discovered that this tree concealed a secret. One side had been hollowed out, obscured by a layer of bark from which the sound was emanating. "Who is there?" he exclaimed, peeling back the bark to reveal a person within. "Sir, I am but a good person, forced to follow a group here. Please, I beg you, save me." A woman hastily knelt before him, scarcely daring to breathe. She appeared to have suffered greatly, her figure gaunt and her clothes tattered. After enduring the perils of the forest, her attire barely covered her. Cheng Feng covered his eyes and rummaged through his storage device, tossing her a set of clothes. "I don't have anything more suitable for a woman, but you can use these for now. There are no monsters or people outside anymore. You need not hide any longer." Though the moral compass of this world had become utterly obsolete, Cheng Feng did not wish to exploit another's misfortune, especially as he aimed to uphold his integrity in regard to virtuous individuals like Lin Shiner. "Thank you. You shall be my savior," the woman expressed gratefully. After hastily changing, she cautiously inquired, "Kind benefactor, may I know your name?" "There is no need for that," Cheng Feng replied, weighing his words. "Rescuing you is merely a trivial act, and aside from providing you with clothes, I haven tea truly aided you. I cannot accept such gratitude. No, you have rescued me from this forest. You are indeed my savior." The woman suddenly became animated. "Benefactor, my name is Li Xiaoxi, and if you wish, I am willing to repay you with my life." Cheng Feng nearly choked in disbelief. He waved his hands repeatedly, fearing that any delay in his rejection might lead her to misconstrue his intentions. "I truly haven't done anything remarkable. There is no need for such gratitude, let alone talk of repayment. This forest is unsafe, and you, a woman, have suffered enough. It would be best to return home." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxi dropped to her knees, tears streaming down her face. "If you do not accept my offer, I shall perish here today." Cheng Feng found himself at a loss for words, realizing he had been morally coerced. "Well, do as you wish. I shall not acquiesce. I must continue on my journey. We are merely strangers." With that, he turned away, striding forward without looking back. Seeing this, Li Xiaoxi hurriedly scrambled to her feet, rolling and crawling to keep pace with him. "Benefactor," her pleading voice echoed behind him. Cheng Feng felt an intense headache. Yet he understood that he could not afford to show weakness at this moment. His relationship with this woman was merely that of strangers. He could not extend more assistance to her. Ignoring her, he continued along the narrow path, and Li Xiaoxi followed closely behind. At the heart of the forest lay the marsh referred to by the system. This marsh was filled with thick, dark green water, bubbling ominously. Chapter 67. Benefactor, save me. Cheng Feng instinctively sensed that something was amiss. The marshland, as the cold-blooded had indicated, was indeed not a safe place. Despite his surprise, he completed the attendance check. The strangeness of this place urged him to escape quickly. "Benefactor, this place does not seem safe at all." Li Xiaoxi shivered at his feet. "If it were safe, there would be ghosts." Cheng Feng disregarded her terror, maintaining his gaze on the bubbling marsh, resembling water at a rolling boil. The more perilous the situation, the stronger his curiosity became. The bubbles in the marsh multiplied and became denser. Cheng Feng focused intently, while Li Xiaoxi curled herself tighter, as if trying to hide within the trunk of a tree. One by one, the bubbles burst, and astonishingly, thousands of zombie ants emerged from the marsh. These ants, their bodies a sinister dark green, were several times larger than ordinary ants, exuding an air of formidable strength. Could it be that the dismembered corpses on the path were their doing? Cheng Feng speculated. Although these ants were numerous, they were still no match for him. He took 2 steps back, drew his weapon, and awaited the unfolding events. Li Xiaoxi screamed in terror, calling for help. "Benefactor, save me. This swarm of ants. They will kill. Please, save me." She stumbled desperately towards him. The horde of zombie ants seemed to react to her cries, stirring momentarily before charging directly toward her. Cheng Feng, seasoned by tumultuous experiences, remained unfazed. These little zombie ants were hardly a threat. Calmly, he stood by, observing the insects. Li Xiaoxi scrambled to her feet, stumbling in her attempt to flee. Yet her speed could not match that of the advancing ants, and soon the swarm caught up with her. Cheng Feng continued to remain indifferent, watching as events unfolded. Li Xiaoxi cried out in fear, running for her life, inadvertently attracting more of the zombie ants. "Benefactor, please save me. They are right behind me. If you do not act now, I will surely perish. Can you bear to watch me die before your eyes? After all, I am a living person," Cheng Feng coldly observed, paying no heed to Li Xiaoxi's pleas. He fixated on the ant swarm, eager to discern their movements. Strangely, the ants emitted peculiar sounds as they advanced, which Cheng Feng surmised might be their means of communication. The faster they moved, the louder the sounds became. Meanwhile, the marsh continued to gurgle, bubbling enticingly, capturing Cheng Feng's attention anew. The bubbles burst in succession, revealing an ever-increasing horde of zombie ants. Li Xiaoxi was filled with terror, desperately fleeing into the distance. Strangely, the ants relentlessly pursued her, seemingly oblivious to Cheng Feng standing nearby. Could it be that this swarm of ants could discern the strengths of individuals? Cheng Feng was beset by doubts, but after some contemplation, he stowed his cannon back into his storage device and hastened after her. Li Xiaoxi had not managed to escape far. Her frail form was no match for the speed of the mutated zombie ants. Within mere meters, she found herself encircled. It was in this moment that Cheng Feng seized the opportunity to scrutinize the ants more closely. Their legs were sturdier than those of ordinary ants, adorned with barbed hooks. Their bodies elongated, and their antennae exceedingly sensitive. Though these ants had become zombies, likely stripped of the intelligence typical of ordinary monsters, they might also have lost the sensation of pain, gaining instead formidable defensive capabilities. Li Xiaoxi remained undeterred, continuing her flight. The army of ants multiplied, ultimately surrounding her completely. "Help! Is there anyone alive out there? Please save me," she cried out in despair. Cheng Feng followed the swarm at a leisurely pace, contemplating strategies. He retrieved a scroll of identification, hoping to glean some insight into a solution. Unfortunately, it only indicated that ants feared fire, offering no detailed information on zombie ants. "Cold blood, do you know what ants are afraid of?" After much deliberation, he chose to consult Cold blood, knowing her wilderness survival experience surpassed his own and that she had encountered more situations like this one. "Ants?" Cold blood replied promptly. "To step on them, and they'll be done for." She scoffed, busy trading in the world channel, perplexed by Cheng Feng's seemingly naive question. "But what if there are too many of them, or if they're too large for me to crush? Then light a fire in their anthill. But be careful. It must be inside the hole. Igniting a fire at the entrance will only draw them all out." "An anthill? But I'm in a swamp." Cheng Feng let out a bitter laugh. "What made you think to ask this? Are you too idle and decided to watch the ants?" Cold blood inquired, her curiosity piqued by the oddity of Cheng Feng's questions over the past few days. "It's nothing, just a casual inquiry. Gaining more knowledge and skills isn't a bad thing," Cheng Feng replied, choosing to withhold the truth about his venture into the swamp. Cold blood, aware that she ought not to pry further, allowed the conversation to conclude. "Cold blood, what are our next arrangements?" The vice captain of their small team approached with a query. A glint of cold light sparked in Cold blood's eyes, sent a group to the marshlands on the western coast. "If you intend to conceal things from me, I shall not be courteous in return." Li Xiaoxi had not fled far. After a brief pursuit, Cheng Feng spotted her, surrounded by the relentless army of ants. She had somehow acquired a stick, valiantly swinging it in a final attempt at resistance. Unbeknownst to her, Cheng Feng observed from a distance, uncertain of the combat prowess of these ants. Their gnawing ability was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the stick she wielded was reduced in length as they clamped down upon it. Deprived of her weapon, Li Xiaoxi resorted to brandishing her tattered clothing in a desperate effort to fend them off. Yet, the zombie ants showed no signs of retreat, continuing to encroach and tighten their encirclement. Overwhelmed by despair, Li Xiaoxi closed her eyes. Cheng Feng, having evaded the situation for some time, gradually approached her. Hearing his footsteps, a fervent desire for survival compelled her to grasp at the last glimmer of hope. "Benefactor, I implore you, save me. I am about to perish at the hands of these ants. Please, you rescued me today. I shall serve you faithfully in return." Cheng Feng lowered his gaze, idly toying with his silver moon crossbow, offering no response. "Benefactor, are you truly so heartless as to turn a blind eye to my plight?" Despair engulfed Li Xiaoxi once more. Chapter 68. Is there intelligence? Cheng Feng ultimately could not withstand the anguish reflected in her eyes. With indifference, he replied, "I saved you once out of compassion. I have already rendered assistance. If you had not cried out, you would not have attracted their attention. This predicament is of your own making. I have no need for a servant, nor do I have any intention of acquiring one, so saving you is unnecessary." In a world dominated by self-interest, notions of morality and compassion must take a back seat. He had Lin Sheener for companionship and lacked the desire for a girlfriend or a servant. Rescuing her would be a futile endeavor, a thankless task. Having navigated through the complexities of human relationships, he had come to understand the harsh realities of the world, discerning when to show warmth and when to embrace indifference. Leaning against a tree, he observed the actions of the zombie ants. Li Xiaoxi watched him, unmoved, as the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. Her once flailing hand fell still, surrendering to despair. The ant swarm seized the opportunity, surging forth, and in an instant, Li Xiaoxi's figure was engulfed by the mass. The speed of their movement left Cheng Feng momentarily stunned. Could the undead be so swift? His first instinct was to inquire further with Lung Shui about matters concerning zombies. But he hesitated. He had already posed too many questions recently, regarding the marshlands of the West Coast and how to deal with ant swarms. If he pressed her further, it might raise her suspicions. Unbeknownst to him, Lung Shui had already begun to harbor doubts. The swarm's rapid movements resulted in a swift conclusion to their hunting. The Li Xiaoxi, who had just been pleading for help, was now reduced to a grotesque pile of remains. Drawing from his earlier experiences, Cheng Feng found the scene revolting, yet he managed to suppress the urge to vomit. He observed that the zombie ants had already dealt with Li Xiaoxi, and an instant wave of anxiety washed over him. With no one else around, Li Xiaoxi's demise would inevitably make him their next target. In a flurry of motion, he retrieved the giant ape staff and the massive cannon, bracing himself for a fierce confrontation. To his astonishment, the swarm of ants seemed oblivious to his presence, marching steadfastly towards the swamp, even circumventing him without any intent to dismember him. Could it be that they possessed only auditory senses, lacking sight? Intrigued, Cheng Feng decided to investigate further and pursued the ant colony ahead. A few ants, unmoved by the carcass, took notice of him and attempted to attack. With a sweeping motion of the giant ape staff, he electrocuted several of the forward ants, causing them to convulse momentarily before collapsing to the ground. The previously restless ants in the rear halted their movements and swiftly retreated towards the swamp. Could they possess intelligence? Cheng Feng was taken aback. This clearly contradicted his earlier assumptions. What kind of mutated species were these zombie ants, exhibiting such advanced behavior? His curiosity deepened, and the desire to unveil their secrets lingered in his mind. Since the ants no longer dared to assault him, he took the opportunity to follow them. Perhaps the fleeing ants had communicated in their own way that he was a formidable threat they could not contend with, for the colony continued to disregard his presence, tirelessly transporting corpses back and forth. Finding a relatively clean spot by the swamp, he settled down on his tattered clothing, observing the diligent work of the ants. They coexisted harmoniously, creating an unexpectedly serene atmosphere. Cheng Feng gazed at them, lost in thought. They were incessantly moving the bodies into the swamp, clearly indicating that their base of operations lay within. If this place could sustain them, it must harbor valuable resources. However, the dilemma of how to access these resources posed a significant challenge. He remembered the aircraft he had acquired from the giant cockroach he had slain earlier that day. It was time for it to prove its worth. He retrieved the device and, following the instructions, strapped it onto his back before soaring into the air. Hovering above the center of the swamp, he looked down at the dark green, stagnant waters. The entire swamp was bubbling, resembling a pot of boiling water, with an overwhelming depth obscured by its murky hue. After circling the area, he eventually descended back to his original spot. Cheng Feng furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the swamp. Its color was too profound. Recklessly venturing inside might yield nothing of value and could very well cost him his life. The swamp. What functions does it serve? He strained to recall the scant geographical knowledge from his meager high school education. Alas, he was a quintessential science and engineering student, often dozing off or gossiping with classmates during geography lessons. After much contemplation, he could only remember a few key phrases: water conservation and soil preservation. However, applying his meager knowledge here was evidently futile. This swamp appeared to be anything but ordinary. Cheng Feng sighed and reopened his survival journal. After a moment's contemplation, he closed the dialogue box with the cold-blooded entity and accessed the global channel. "Excuse me, everyone, does anyone know how to enter the swamp?" he inquired politely. The previously bustling global channel fell into an abrupt silence, but within minutes, chatter resumed. "Look, it's the top 60 swordsman, Cheng Feng. Wow, it's a rare sight, akin to encountering a giant panda. Please, allow me to admire you. Could you all focus on something of importance? Is he not inquiring about the swamp?" Cheng Feng exhaled in relief. At least someone had noticed his question. "The swamp? I have no idea. It's freezing everywhere here. Who knows about that? +1, I'm in the desert, and there's not even a small river here. I'm nearly dying of thirst. Who would even think of entering a swamp? Is it a death wish? One might perish before even facing the monsters." Cheng Feng sighed repeatedly. He should have anticipated such an outcome when seeking answers in the global channel. It was no wonder that everyone was frivolous. Who would possess experience in such matters? He closed the survival journal and continued to observe the group of ants diligently transporting carcasses. Upon reaching the swamp's edge, these ants marched straight in, awaiting the swamp's pull to engulf them, only to emerge later through the bubbles that formed in the swamp. Could he, too, enter and exit the swamp in such a manner? Cheng Feng shook his head, tapping his temples twice. To conceive such a misguided notion must indicate that his mind was clouded. Chapter 69. Hoarding food. Cheng Feng lingered by the swamp for quite some time, recalling the method of burning suggested by the cold-blooded entity. Although he was not facing a typical situation, he had no alternative, and thus resolved to adopt a desperate measure. He opened the survival journal, navigating to the inventory where he stored the ordinary firewood he had previously collected. However, they had already consumed a significant quantity while cooking, leaving this meager supply utterly insufficient. He retraced his steps into the woods he had traversed earlier, hoping to gather more firewood. The zombie ants paid no heed to Cheng Feng as he passed, remaining preoccupied with their grim task of transporting remains. Upon reaching the site where Li Xiaoxi had been overwhelmed, Cheng Feng averted his gaze, hastily departing. Yet, he maintained a firm belief that he had committed no wrongdoing. Survival of the fittest was the law of nature. This was a world for the strong, where only those with power deserved to thrive, rather than become subservient to others. The dense forest was predominantly filled with towering trees that had flourished for hundreds, even thousands of years, with scarcely any young saplings in sight. After wandering in circles several times, he finally located a few small trees. However, with firewood now at hand, he was faced with yet another dilemma. What tool could he use to fell the trees? He surveyed his assortment of weapons. The Silver Moon deadly crossbow was evidently unsuitable and could be stowed away. The giant ape staff did not appear to be a tool for felling trees either. Using explosive firepower would surely reduce the saplings to mere ashes. After much contemplation, he concluded that the Black Panther saber would be the most fitting choice. Drawing the saber, Cheng Feng regarded it with a hint of remorse. "It was not my intention to underutilize you. Rather, I find myself at a loss for an appropriate tool to chop wood. Please forgive me," he silently implored. True to its reputation as a weapon of unparalleled quality, the Black Panther saber sliced through wood effortlessly, soon toppling several small trees. He trimmed away the excess branches and utilized a durable lighter to dry them. Ensuring that most of the moisture had evaporated before he gathered a bundle of firewood and returned to the marsh's edge. Along the way, Cheng Feng found himself panting, enviously eyeing the swarms of zombie ants. After all, they carried their own burdens in unison, while he bore the weight of a substantial bundle alone. Could he perhaps tame these zombie ants to serve his purposes, assisting him in transporting supplies? Such a notion would not only conserve his energy, but also enhance efficiency. Shaking his head, he attempted to dispel this absurd idea, chastising himself internally before resuming his journey. Upon reaching the marsh's edge, he noticed a swarm of ants gathered around the firewood he had previously collected, seemingly intent on absconding with it. Witnessing this scene ignited a spark of fury within him. He swiftly drew the Silver Moon deadly crossbow and loosed several arrows in their direction. His intention was not to slay them, but merely to dissuade the ants from their misguided ambition to pilfer his wood. The ant swarm scattered in a frenzy, deterred for the time being from troubling him again. He set the firewood down heavily and clapped his hands together. To covet what belongs to me is a foolhardy endeavor. Should there be a next time, I shall not hesitate to frighten you further, perhaps even roasting you as ants on a skewer. Cheng Feng threatened. The swarm of zombie ants seemed to comprehend his words and retreated even further. He gathered all the new and old firewood together, binding it securely into a considerable bundle. Estimating that once ignited and cast into the marsh, it would suffice to smoke out most of the ants, he retrieved the durable lighter and effortlessly ignited the wood. 1, 2, 3, go! He called to himself as he hurled the bundle into the murky depths. The wood did not immediately sink into the marsh, but instead floated in the dark green waters. A thick plume of smoke arose, inciting a commotion among the ants. As Cold Blood had indeed stated, these ants were frightened, or rather, they detested the acrid smoke. The ants near the marsh were thrown into disarray. Even those transporting carcasses abandoned their spoils in a hasty retreat. The flames continued to blaze fiercely, and with the assistance of the wind, the fire grew increasingly voracious. Cheng Feng watched intently, the billowing smoke causing him to cough intermittently. The ants have become disoriented, abandoning their mission to transport food as they flee deeper into the forest. Those that emerge from the swamp struggle violently upon the dark green surface of the water, teetering on the brink of sinking. Cheng Feng feels a wave of dizziness as a rumble reverberates through the ground. Could it be an earthquake? He mutters to himself, lamenting his bad luck. Every time he steps out, something inexplicable occurs. First, there was Li Xiaoxi's plea for help, then the zombie ants, and now an earthquake. Cheng Feng wishes he could play a melancholic tune, but something feels amiss. If it were indeed an earthquake, the ants would have sensed it and would not be so active near the swamp, continuously entering and exiting. It must be the fire that has ignited this chaos. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Cheng Feng decides it is prudent to seek refuge. He scans his surroundings and hides within the canopy of a towering tree. The tree, abundant in foliage and boasting a vast crown, perfectly conceals his form. Leaning against the trunk, he gazes down at the swamp below. Even from his perch, he can feel the frequency of the ground's tremors increasing in intensity, while the bubbles on the water's surface rise more rapidly. Suddenly, a low rumble breaks the silence, and a colossal ant emerges from the swamp. Cheng Feng gasps in astonishment. This gigantic ant is as large as a great dog, surpassing even the size of the monstrous cockroach he had previously encountered. A shiver runs down his spine as he recalls his fierce battle with the cockroach. If this ant possesses the same intelligence and weapon-wielding capability, he would likely stand no chance against it. Feeling relatively secure in the tree, he resolves to continue observing the unfolding events. As the giant ant appears, the other zombie ants seem to rally around it, drawn to its presence. They must be transporting bodies back to accumulate food for this formidable creature. Within mere minutes, the number of zombie ants swells to over 200. Cheng Feng is relieved he did not engage them in combat. With the giant ant leading and commanding, he would be at a significant disadvantage. The colossal ant, standing proudly amidst the throng, exudes a regal aura. It is undoubtedly an extraordinary specimen. As the saying goes, to capture the bandit, one must first capture the king. To defeat them, he must subdue this giant ant. It emits a series of sounds, prompting the surrounding zombie ants to bow in submission, paralyzed with fear. Cheng Feng, hidden in the tree, dares not make a sound. Chapter 70. The Merit of the Flower of Atlantis. Observing the ever-increasing swarm of ants, Cheng Feng is filled with clarity. They have lured out their leader. He is grateful for his decision to hide in the tree. These ants lack the intelligence of super monsters and remain oblivious to his watchful gaze. The giant ant is infuriated, and even from his vantage point, Cheng Feng can sense its fury, along with the panic among the zombie ants. At this moment, a group of individuals tread along a narrow path leading into the dense forest. Brother Wong, do you think that cold-blooded woman has a few screws loose? What is there to see in a swamp that necessitates our presence here? Grumbled a slight man with evident dissatisfaction. The man referred to as Brother Wong took a drag from his cigarette and advised, just bear with it. After all, on this island of Mississauga, she is the boss. If you'd rather not come, can you really contend with her? The complaining man merely shrugged, silenced by the reality of their circumstances. In this realm, strength dictated authority. Regardless of their fluctuating ranks, Cold-Blooded remained the second most formidable figure in the area, leaving them in her dust. There were those who dared to challenge her in single combat, yet their defeats were so thorough that no one dared question her leadership thereafter. This group had been dispatched by Cold-Blooded to the swamp in search of some elusive resource, a task they found perplexing yet were too intimidated to protest. After all, their strength paled in comparison to hers. Cold-Blooded had deliberately sent a team that had not participated in the battle at Shattered Rock Mountain, hoping to avoid detection and suspicion from Cheng Feng. Her ambitions were not trivial. She sought only the most valuable resources. However, she had not anticipated that Cheng Feng would arrive unprepared, and the resources hidden beneath the swamp would prove to be a serendipitous discovery. Cheng Feng remained concealed in the trees, diligently searching for the vulnerabilities of the giant ants, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Thus far, the only evident fear these creatures exhibited was towards fire. No other weaknesses had surfaced. Could it be insecticide? Typically, such small pests are averse to insecticides. Yet in this wilderness, where could he procure such a substance? Furthermore, would insecticide even be effective against these mutated giant ants? A deep furrow creased his brow as he contemplated the necessity of absolute certainty. Otherwise, he risked losing his life in this perilous situation. The squad dispatched by Cold-Blooded moved swiftly, reaching the heart of the forest in no time. Their incessant chatter was too loud, penetrating Cheng Feng's ears. He was taken aback. Had his hearing truly become this acute? He quickly attributed this newfound ability to the effects of the Atlantean flower, marveling once more at its remarkable properties. The group continued their raucous discussions, and Cheng Feng strained to listen, eager to discern their identities and intentions. Brother Wong, if we encounter a monster, of course, we shall slay it. Otherwise, do you wish to be its next victim? No one would bother to collect your remains. Who mentioned anything about that? I meant the weapons we might acquire after defeating a monster. Look, should we just keep them for ourselves? Why should we hand over the spoils of our labor to that woman to elevate her status? It's not like there are so many fortunate opportunities. We should keep what we earn. After all, she is hardly in need. Brother Wong's reasoning resonated, and thus the brothers resolved to retain whatever spoils they obtained from battling monsters, confident that the woman would remain none the wiser. Cheng Feng listened with a heart full of perplexity. This group of individuals had a superior, but who could it be? Could it be the devil and Captain Jack? Had they tracked them down here? No, that seemed implausible. The superior mentioned by this group was unmistakably a woman. Could it be Cold-Blooded? He quickly dismissed this notion. He was confident that Cold-Blooded was not so impulsive. Even he had little knowledge of this marshland, and it was unlikely that Cold-Blooded possessed any greater insights. He silently scoffed at the naivety of these individuals. Those zombie ants were not to be trifled with. Cheng Feng continued to conceal himself in the tree, biding his time while observing the movements of this group. Brother Wong, look, what is that vast, dark mass ahead? Someone had spotted the swarm of zombie ants. Brother Wong produced a pair of binoculars and scrutinized the scene with caution. It's an enormous horde of ants. What splendid fortune! We haven't encountered any formidable monsters. This trip has truly been worthwhile, he exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Cheng Feng chuckled derisively within. thinking to himself that Brother Wong had yet to witness the gruesome spectacle of those zombie ants dismembering living beings, completely oblivious to the perils of the world. Chioli, bring forth the cannon and machine guns. Prepare for a sustained onslaught. Brother Wong swiftly devised a strategy for attacking them. How audacious to provoke that swarm of zombie ants. They would surely reap the consequences. Cheng Feng could not help but scoff inwardly. The entire team was brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly brandishing their weapons in preparation for a fierce battle against the zombie ants. The gunner fired the first shot toward the ant swarm, successfully drawing their attention. The giant ant, the leader of the horde, appeared incensed by the shot, its antennae flailing as if issuing commands to the swarm. In the next moment, a throng of zombie ants surged toward the team with an astonishing speed. The team was perhaps unprepared for such a swift response from the ants, momentarily flustered. However, they quickly regained their composure, readying themselves for combat. Cheng Feng crouched low, gripping the tree trunk tightly, trying to lower himself further for a clearer view of the unfolding battle. The advancing ant swarm soon faced a second barrage, unable to withstand the relentless assault, with ants falling one after another. I watched them gather in such numbers, initially worried that this operation might face setbacks, but upon reflection, I was merely overthinking. This horde of ants is utterly feeble, the sniper remarked, a triumphant expression adorning his face. Indeed, our equipment is so advanced, and everyone is so experienced. How could we possibly falter against mere ants? The group erupted into laughter. The giant ant, thoroughly provoked, rallied the remaining swarm and charged ahead. Yet, this group remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, still reveling in their recent triumph. What Cheng Feng found surprising was that the giant ant, while seemingly merely a commander, was not any slower than the ordinary zombie ants. In fact, it was even more ferocious. Brother Wong, allow me. The gunner has had his moment. I have yet to make my mark. Let these creatures witness my prowess. The sniper volunteered eagerly. With that, the sniper set up his weapon and unleashed a barrage upon the swarm of ants. Cheng Feng let out a cold snort, fully aware that these individuals were no match for the ant horde. Chapter 71. First, eliminate the ant king. Cheng Feng recognized that it was not the opportune moment to join the fray. Instead, he needed to identify the giant ant's weakness while they were engaged in battle, and then strike decisively. The colossal ants charged forward with astonishing speed, catching the group off guard. Several individuals at the forefront were swiftly overrun by the zombie ants, devoured entirely. Hiding in the trees, Cheng Feng felt cold sweat trickling from his palms. Had he not taken the initiative to suppress the ant swarm, he too would have likely been torn to shreds. The team soon realized they had greatly underestimated the strength of the zombie ants, scrambling to draw their weapons in a desperate attempt to fend off the relentless assault. Meanwhile, the swamp continued to bubble ominously, with a steady stream of zombie ants emerging to reinforce their kin in the forest. The swamp served as the ant stronghold. As long as the battlefield remained in proximity to it, the ant army would receive continuous reinforcements. As the battle escalated to a fever pitch, the zombie ants had already dismembered many, and the remaining survivors were gradually succumbing to fatigue. What are we going to do? We can't possibly defeat this horde of ants. Should we flee or call for reinforcements? Someone shouted. The urgency of the situation demanded a swift decision. Request reinforcements. Quickly, fire a signal flare. I don't have any signal flares. Did anyone bring one? Damn it. Who could have anticipated encountering such a formidable foe? I don't have a single flare. After inquiring around, it became clear that no one possessed a signal flare, meaning they were unable to call for help from the outside. The survival journal. We still have the survival journal. Hurry, inform the boss over there. Someone, in a flurry, took refuge behind a tree, evading the gaze of the zombie ants, urgently relaying a message to the outside world, pleading for assistance. These worthless fools, cold blood, upon seeing their distress signal, furiously slammed the survival journal shut. It was absurd that a group of highly equipped professional assassins could be cornered by mere ants. The thought alone would elicit ridicule from others. She closed her eyes, contemplating the next course of action, when the organization's second-in-command approached her for guidance. Are you referring to these incompetent fools? Coldblood's gaze was sharp and icy. Perhaps it would be better to let them fend for themselves. If they cannot even defeat a swarm of ants, their return would merely squander our resources. Still, they are members of our organization. Is it not rather cruel to abandon them in their time of need? The second-in-command hesitated. Have you forgotten the rules of our organization? Or do you wish to usurp my position as leader? Coldblood's eyes pierced like a blade, seemingly poised to penetrate his very soul. The subordinate dared not respond. Quickly acquiescing, "I will defer to your judgment," and hastily withdrew from her gaze. Within this assassin organization, the commands of superiors are absolute, in a sense. These orders embody the very essence of rules, unyielding principles that must be adhered to unconditionally by subordinates. Coldblood, incensed, struck a fist against a tree. She had dispatched a team to explore the marshlands, yet instead of uncovering valuable resources, they had lost both personnel and equipment. However, sending another rescue team would likely result in further losses and potentially expose her own position. Thus, the wisest course of action was to refrain from offering support. The survival of those individuals now rested solely on their own fortune. Yet, what fate befell Cheng Feng? Had it not been for his inquiry, she would not have contemplated sending anyone to the marsh. Her own team faced peril, so what of him? Alone and unarmed. Had he also encountered those relentless ants? Coldblood hastily opened her survival journal, eager to inquire about his situation. "Where are you? Have you encountered any circumstances?" she asked subtly, unwilling to reveal her awareness of his whereabouts. However, at that moment, Cheng Feng was preoccupied with observing the fierce battle below and did not notice the message in the survival journal. After a lengthy silence without a reply, Coldblood felt deflated and scoffed. She had anticipated this outcome. "Then fend for yourself," she muttered in frustration as she set the survival journal aside and stepped outside for some fresh air. Cheng Feng shifted to a more comfortable position on the tree, striving to gain a clearer view. These ants exhibited far greater offensive capabilities than he had initially surmised, particularly the formidable giant ant, which was exceptionally ferocious. Its capacity to gnaw was superior to that of the other zombie ants, having already torn a robust man to shreds with ease. Did they possess no weaknesses? Cheng Feng found himself in a state of restless agitation, akin to an ant on a hot skillet, without any viable solutions. He retrieved an identification scroll, hoping for enlightenment. Fortunately, the scroll contained a wealth of information, including some insights regarding ants. Their vulnerability lay in the slender region of their abdomens. He leaned closer to scrutinize the giant ant. Though these zombie ants were aberrations, their fundamental structure had not undergone significant alteration. After obliterating several individuals, the Ant King lunged at another muscular man. The man braced himself against a shield strapped to his arm, enduring the assault and desperately striking at the ant's abdomen. The giant ant seemed to fear injury in that area, swiftly evading the blow. Yet the man seized every opportunity, relentlessly stabbing at it. Enraged by his persistence, the giant ant roared and lunged for his left arm. The man barely dodged the attack, but sustained a minor injury. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. Cheng Feng reflected thoughtfully. To vanquish this giant ant, one must target its abdomen. He reassessed the situation below. The army of ants continued to swell in numbers, while this team appeared to gradually adapt to the battle's dynamics, resulting in a stalemate. The giant ant, having revealed its vulnerability, intensified its assault, seemingly intent on annihilating the entire group. Cheng Feng pondered for a moment before producing a durable lighter, igniting a branch and casting it into the ant swarm. The flaming branch struck 2 or 3 zombie ants, instantly igniting their bodies and releasing thick plumes of smoke. The other ants, engulfed in the smoke, began to scurry chaotically, their assault momentarily faltering, granting the group a brief respite. The ant swarm quickly scattered, and the few burning ants approached their comrades, igniting even more of them. However, this was far from sufficient. Cheng Feng furrowed his brow, brandishing his Black Panther military knife to sever additional branches, which he swiftly ignited and cast down once more. The number of burning ants escalated, the smoke thickening to the point that even the Ant King retreated several meters in response. Thanks to the group's earlier delay, coupled with the aid of the flames, The count of zombie ants had dwindled to less than a third of their original number, with a promising trend of further reduction. This presented an opportune moment. The Ant King must be taken down at once. Chapter 72. It wasn't his place to remind them the ant swarm was now in disarray, utterly neglecting to attack the group, with the Ant King also appearing ready to retreat. Cheng Feng drew forth the silver moon crossbow, aiming directly at the Ant King, poised to deliver a lethal blow. He understood that should he hesitate any longer, once the ant swarm regrouped, he would likely find himself outmatched. The Ant King retreated a dozen meters, surrounded by its remaining zombie ants, forming a protective circle. It relaxed slightly, exposing its abdomen. Cheng Feng seized this prime opportunity. Decisively pressing the trigger, two small arrows flew with remarkable precision into the giant Ant King's midsection. The Ant King writhed in agony for a moment before collapsing to the ground. The group, whom Cheng Feng had just rescued, stood frozen, uncertain of what to do. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in a fierce struggle, on the verge of being torn apart by the ants, when suddenly their king was ambushed, causing the swarm to lose its backbone. Indeed, one could only describe it as dramatic. Cheng Feng, wary of the swarm's potential resurgence, hurled a few more burning branches at them before descending with a sense of relief. The leader of the group, momentarily stunned, called out, "Might I inquire who the valiant soul is that has saved our lives? We would be grateful to see your face." Cheng Feng leapt down from the tree, and the moment the others beheld him, they were momentarily convinced that a deity had descended. Brother Wang repeatedly clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. Had it not been for your timely intervention today, we might have perished at the jaws of these ants." "Not at all. It was but a small effort. If it weren't for your valiant struggle against them for so long, I wouldn't have been able to dispatch the Ant King so swiftly. In truth, your contributions were far more significant." Cheng Feng modestly waved his hand. "Let's take a moment to recuperate, shall we? I see you have fought valiantly for an extended period. Perhaps we should eat something to regain our strength before continuing our journey," he suggested. The others exchanged uncertain glances. But ultimately, the leader stepped forward, confessing, "It is rather embarrassing. We had anticipated a swift resolution and did not foresee such complications. Hence our supplies are rather limited." There was no need for him to continue speaking. Cheng Feng understood what was implied. Generously, he opened his storage device and produced some instant noodles and canned goods to share with them. "If anyone is in need of supplies, feel free to borrow from me. As long as I have it, I will gladly share." A few individuals gazed at the cans, swallowing their saliva, yet felt too embarrassed to accept his generosity. After all, he had just rescued them, and they had yet to repay him, which would only add to their indebtedness. Observing their discomfort, Cheng Feng reassured them, "There is no need to feel burdened. Eat if you are hungry. There is no obligation. I have plenty of supplies, so do not worry about me." With his words, they felt at ease and ceased their hesitations, settling down to devour the food voraciously. The leader, seated near Cheng Feng, noticed that he was not eating, but instead perusing his survival notes. With a boldness born of curiosity, he inquired, "Young brother, you appear quite young, yet possess such remarkable skills. Are you the renowned sword edge, ranked first of the region?" Upon uttering the question, even he found it hard to believe that during a routine mission, he would encounter a figure of such stature. He gazed intently at Cheng Feng, eager for an answer. Cheng Feng did not directly respond, but merely smiled and nodded slightly. This revelation left the leader astounded, causing the can in his hand to tumble to the ground. "How could I have been so blind as to not recognize you? Meeting you today, it is clear you possess extraordinary agility and an exceptional demeanor." Flattered by the praise, Cheng Feng momentarily lost himself in humility, reminding himself, "You are overly kind. My capabilities are not significantly different from yours. It is merely my equipment that is of a higher caliber." After exchanging pleasantries, the leader resumed his meal and rest, while Cheng Feng continued to study his survival notes. As time passed, he felt the need to reassure Lin Sheener. After all, she was alone in the tent, and he worried about potential mishaps, as well as her anxiety for his safety. "Sheener, what are you doing now?" The mere thought of her brought a wave of sweetness to Cheng Feng's heart. Lin Sheener responded promptly, "I just finished eating and was planning to rest a bit." "How about you? Have you eaten? Did you encounter Any monsters on your way? Are you hurt? Reading through her series of questions, Cheng Feng could almost picture her anxious expression, which made him smile involuntarily. To prevent causing her any distress, he decided to conceal his encounter with the zombie ants. After all, he had sustained no injuries, and sometimes a little white lie is necessary. Do not worry. I am fine. I only encountered a few minor creatures along the way, none of which posed a threat, and I dealt with them easily. When will you return? Lin Sheener asked eagerly. That I cannot say for certain. Do not wait for me. By the way, is the tent area still safe? Have any other monsters approached since I left? Cheng Feng replied apologetically, as he had yet to uncover the secrets of this swamp and was keen to explore further. All right, just remember to stay safe. Through the screen, Cheng Feng could almost sense Lin Sheener's disappointment. Closing the survival journal, Cheng Feng resolved to swiftly explore the marshlands and return promptly. The leader, perceiving Cheng Feng's urgency, inquired, Young brother, what brings you to this marsh? You seem quite anxious. Cheng Feng paused, taken aback by the question. With a smile, he replied, Oh, it's nothing much. I was puzzled by the sudden appearance of so many monsters during the day, so different from those that emerge at night, and decided to take a look. This dense forest intrigued me, prompting me to follow the small path deeper in until I stumbled upon this marsh. Oh dear, young brother, you must be cautious. Just now, we underestimated that swarm of zombie ants, believing them to be mere insignificant creatures. Yet, we were unable to fend them off, and only a handful of us remain. As he spoke, the leader fell silent. After all, who stood before them was the foremost expert in the region, the very person who had rescued them from peril. It was not his place to offer warnings. Cheng Feng smiled again. Thank you for your concern. I shall be vigilant. Brother Wang approached and whispered something to the leader. The leader's eyes widened in realization as he exclaimed, Young brother, you just defeated the Ant King, and the equipment it dropped should rightfully belong to you. This gigantic ant possesses considerable intelligence and formidable strength. Its grade must be quite high. At that moment, Cheng Feng recalled that he had forgotten about the equipment. Chapter 73, A Matter to Disclose. Cheng Feng walked towards the Ant King's corpse, and on the ground before it lay an unassuming black box containing a ring. The ring was engraved solely with the head of an ant, devoid of any elaborate embellishments, exuding an aura of simplicity. He scoffed slightly. The ring did not appear to be a high-grade weapon. However, just as one should not judge a book by its cover, the seemingly ordinary giant ape staff was indeed an epic weapon. With hopeful anticipation, Cheng Feng opened the ring's description. Concealed weapon ring. Perfect grade upon pressing the button. An ant's head is projected, possessing an extremely strong biting force, capable of devouring a living creature the size of a cow, infused with toxins. Duration permanent. Note, tradable, not unique. Could this concealed weapon ring truly be so formidable? Cheng Feng felt a surge of excitement. With such a powerful tool, he could launch surprise attacks on his enemies. What a treasure, he mused inwardly, quietly slipping it onto his finger. The rest of the group watched him enviously. They had exerted considerable effort to defeat the ant swarm, yet the spoils had fallen to another, leaving them feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Cheng Feng, fully aware of their discontent, promptly remarked, Everyone has contributed significantly to vanquishing so many zombie ants, not to mention, without your efforts to delay them. I cannot have so swiftly dealt with their leader. As for the other equipment that has dropped, let each of you take what you need according to your situation. With that, he stepped away, allowing them the space to gather the equipment without hesitation. Brother Wang, this lad is a person of loyalty and righteousness, the leader whispered. Lowering his voice, Wang contemplated, stroking his chin, and mused, Indeed, it is quite reasonable. Should we divulge the secret to him? The leader, taken aback by his audacity, was on the verge of vociferously objecting. However, recalling the presence of others nearby, he lowered his voice and exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? Such a significant matter, and you haven't even disclosed it to that cold-hearted woman, yet you wish to entrust it to him so easily? Why the haste? I was merely speaking aloud. I haven't given it to him yet. I'm rather preoccupied at the moment, so kindly refrain from your incessant prattling for a while. With a frown, Wang pushed him aside and approached the carcasses of the ant swarm to collect their gear. This generous act by Cheng Feng evidently disarmed many, prompting them to gather equipment. Although the weapons were not of particularly high caliber, several pieces of exceptional quality emerged. As a result, a favorable impression of Cheng Feng began to blossom among the crowd. Ah, look at the leader of this area. He is truly different, so generous and amiable, far superior to that woman by several magnitudes, some whispered. Keep your voice down. We wouldn't want it to reach the ears of the wrong individuals. This sword-edged fellow is indeed impressive. It would be splendid to ally with him. The leader, overhearing the hushed conversations, exchanged a glance with Wang and silently resolved to take action. Cheng Feng then made his way towards the marsh's edge, keen to observe any changes following the demise of the Ant King. The dark green waters of the swamp continued to bubble, albeit at a significantly reduced frequency, and no zombie ants emerged from its depths. It remained uncertain whether they were too intimidated to surface due to the loss of their leader or if the entire ant colony had perished. Cheng Feng deemed the latter a low-probability event, convinced that many zombie ants still lurked beneath the surface, biding their time to seize the resources of the marsh, warranting further effort on his part. Considering the presence of others, Cheng Feng hesitated to deploy his flying device and instead walked along the perimeter of the marsh. The water's density appeared uniformly eerie, casting a foreboding dark green hue from every angle. Standing on the opposite bank, he picked up a stone, gauging its weight before heaving it into the center of the pool. The stone bobbed and sank, disappearing entirely within moments. Cheng Feng was astounded. The marsh's suction was astonishingly potent. Had he recklessly ventured in, he would have surely been dragged under with no chance for struggle. Frowning, he returned to the bank, pondering how he might enter the swamp. Would his multifunctional diving suit prove useful in this marsh? As Cheng Feng became engrossed in thought, the leader of the group approached him to strike up a conversation. "Young brother, are you considering entering?" The leader inquired, attempting to establish rapport. Cheng Feng candidly replied, "I wish to, but it seems impossible." "Are you here for the marsh as well?" he asked. "Well, yes and no," the leader responded ambiguously. Cheng Feng chose not to press further, instead focusing his gaze on the water surface. Having already received a reward for signing in at the marsh's edge and having slain the giant ant king to acquire a hidden weapon ring, he realized that he ought not to be excessively greedy. Moreover, as he had yet to fully comprehend the marsh's conditions, entering without adequate preparation would only lead to his demise. He rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his trousers, preparing to make his way home. He was eager to see Lin Sheener, longing to witness the look of profound relief on her face upon his safe return. "Where are you off to in such haste?" The leader urgently intercepted him. "Brother, to be honest, I must take my leave. The day is already waning, and my girlfriend is waiting for my return." Cheng Feng replied candidly, having nothing to conceal in this regard. "Could you not wait a little longer?" The leader seemed resolute, adding, "Let me confer with my brothers. We have something to discuss." Cheng Feng halted, curious about their intentions. "Brother Wang, if we let this swordsman leave now, we may never have another chance." The leader exclaimed anxiously, "I understand, but are we truly betraying cold blood? Is that not unwise?" Brother Wang hesitated. "Are you not afraid she might send someone to bring you back and subject you to torture?" "Fearful. Indeed I am, but in comparison to cold blood's punishment, this matter holds greater significance." The leader insisted passionately. "Moreover, with a heart as frigid as hers, we signaled for help and yet received no support from the organization. Do you truly believe she is reliable? She must have long assumed we perished here." The leader grew increasingly animated. "I see Cheng Feng as different from cold blood. He is not so rigid. If we appeal to him earnestly, perhaps we shall find an opportunity. But cold blood? She does not even grant us that chance. Brothers, we can no longer afford to be indecisive." Observing the wavering resolve among the group, the leader continued to persuade them. Ultimately, they all agreed with his perspective and approached Cheng Feng in unison. "Have you reached a consensus? What is it? Hey, what are you doing? Rise, please. I cannot bear this." Growing weary of waiting, Cheng Feng was taken aback when the group suddenly knelt before him, refusing to rise regardless of his protests. "Please, everyone, stand up. I, Cheng Feng, am not worthy of such reverence. I implore you to rise quickly." No matter how much Cheng Feng pleaded, they remained steadfast, unwilling to budge. What am I to do with this? I truly cannot accept such a gesture. If you do not rise, I shall kneel as well to reciprocate. Exhausted by their insistence, Cheng Feng resorted to a desperate measure. The leader lifted his head, gazing intently at him. Little brother, if you wish for us to rise, you must first agree to one request. Cheng Feng found himself bemused, realizing he had been caught in a rather absurd predicament. Brother, please stand. Let's discuss this first, he urged, reaching out to pull him up. The leader remained unmoved. Promise me first, and then I shall stand. What is this nonsense? Cheng Feng could only sigh skyward. This journey had been fraught with trials, and now he found himself entangled in this peculiar situation. Having already faced 2 instances of being caught in a bind, first with Li Xiaoxi demanding recompense, and now with this group kneeling before him. Brother, please rise. Let us converse once you are up. I am not devoid of loyalty. Should your request be within my capacity to accept, I shall acquiesce. Really? The leader inquired with skepticism. Indeed. Cheng Feng raised his hand to his ear, extending 3 fingers. I swear upon the heavens. He then pulled the leader up, who reluctantly complied. Wang Ge gestured to the others behind him, prompting them to rise as well. Now, can you enlighten me about what it is you wish for me to agree to? Cheng Feng asked, exasperated. The leader inhaled deeply and stated, Our request is for your assistance in rescuing someone. Rescue someone? Cheng Feng expressed surprise, surveying the surroundings. Everyone bore some injuries, yet none were in dire peril. I fail to comprehend. Is everyone not well? Why the need for a rescue? It is not our group that requires saving. It is another individual. Wang Ge interjected defensively. Cheng Feng's confusion deepened. Instinctively, he sensed this was not a favorable endeavor and shook his head in refusal. I apologize, everyone. While I empathize with your urgent desire to save someone, I am no savior or benevolent figure. I have my own matters to attend to and cannot assist indiscriminately. I hope you can understand. He politely declined and turned to leave. Young brother, please wait, the leader called out urgently. Cheng Feng, fearing they might kneel before him, turn back. Is there something else? If your request remains unchanged, then I must decline. With that, he hastened forward, anxious that any delay might provoke them to kneel again. Cheng Feng, stop. Do you not wish to uncover the secrets of this place? Wang Ge gritted his teeth, revealing their final gambit. What secrets? Cheng Feng questioned, bewildered. He had spent a considerable time here without unraveling the mysteries of the marsh. Leaving without resolution left a sense of regret. Wang Ji's words piqued his curiosity immensely. Consider why we have come here, Wang Ge coaxed. Was it solely for the purpose of saving someone? What other motives could you possibly possess? Cheng Feng found this utterly perplexing. He halted, prepared to hear Wang Ji's forthcoming explanation. The notion of a secret held little weight in his mind. Who could tell if it was merely a fabrication to persuade him to aid them? I have observed you meandering for quite some time. It hardly appears that you ventured here merely to combat monsters. Wang Ji's words struck a chord, compelling Cheng Feng to take heed. Monsters now appeared even during the day. They were rampant, and one need not journey to the marsh to acquire equipment for battle. Moreover, it seemed to him that you were indifferent to such gear. Though the concealed weapon ring is indeed remarkable, other equipment dropped by lesser foes is not insignificant. While perhaps not of the same caliber, excellent and exceptional weapons are still attainable. However, you remain entirely unconcerned, relinquishing everything to us, which clearly indicates that your intentions do not revolve around the equipment. The leader tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to temper his aggression. Brother Wang brushed off his hand and fixed his gaze on Cheng Feng, who felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. And so what? Cheng Feng inquired coolly. If this group insists on obstructing me, they should not be surprised if I reclaim the lives I just saved. The newly acquired hidden weapon ring remains untested. They can serve as my practice. The leader sensed the tension in the air and hurriedly intervened. Hold on, everyone. Let us take a moment to calm down. Cheng Feng. The earlier behavior of old Wang was inappropriate. I apologize on his behalf. He is simply eager to save lives. He is not usually like this. So please don't take it to heart. The leader gazed sincerely into his eyes. Cheng Feng, reluctant to escalate the situation, fiddled with the ring and replied nonchalantly. It's fine. I understand. I want to hold it against them for now. Cheng Feng, however, I can assure you that the secret we bring for exchange is worth your while to assist us in saving lives. Why should I believe you? Cheng Feng challenged. The leader took a deep breath and responded, You should trust us based on the lives of those of us who brave the peril to come into this forest. If you discover our secret to be false, you are free to eliminate us at any moment. Let me think it over. Cheng Feng gestured for them to stay back and found a tree to lean against as he sat down. He closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. The weight of the preceding conversation was considerable. He needed time to process it. This group exhibited considerable strength and even discerned his true purpose for being there, indicating their complexity. Their plea for assistance in saving lives was genuine, yet they had not fully disclosed the truth. Cheng Feng had overheard their conversation upon their arrival. It was evident that someone had dispatched them, yet they now claimed to seek a secret. Which narrative should he trust? If both were true, what was their ultimate aim? Was their endeavor a directive from above or a betrayal of their organization? Cheng Feng was reluctant to meddle, but found himself intrigued by the secret they spoke of. After weighing his options, he resolved to assist them in exchange for their secret. Regrettably, this would delay his return, and he wondered if Lin Sheener would be worried. The thought of her prompted a sigh. In the balance of beauty and career, the latter held greater significance. I agree to help you in saving lives. So, what exactly is the secret you speak of? Chapter 75. The treasure map. The secret is, the leader inhaled deeply. We possess a detailed map of this area. A detailed map? Cheng Feng was profoundly astonished. No wonder they would risk such peril to come here. Everything fell into place with a reasonable explanation. With this detailed map, you can uncover all the treasures within this region, the leader continued, observing Cheng Feng's expression intently. He needed to ensure that Cheng Feng held sufficient interest in the map. Cheng Feng endeavored to maintain a neutral expression, responding with an air of indifference. Please elaborate. The map was comprehensive, detailing the precise locations of all hidden treasures. In simpler terms, even a child could comprehend it. A young and accomplished individual like yourself would undoubtedly be able to uncover all the treasures on the island. Cheng Feng felt a stir of intrigue within him. Earlier, upon awakening on the island, the sign-in system had rewarded him with fragments of treasure maps, and he had been diligently searching for the remaining pieces during subsequent tasks. Yet it found no clues. The prospect of obtaining a complete map was enticing to anyone in this situation. How can I trust that what you say is true? Cheng Feng remained somewhat skeptical. The leader, maintaining a respectful demeanor, replied, We can present you with a treasure map. To be frank, a significant part of our motivation for coming here was the treasures marked on the map. But we did not anticipate the sheer number and strength of the monsters in this area. Thankfully, you rescued us, which led us to consider offering the map in exchange. Brother Wang tugged at his sleeve, and the two exchanged meaningful glances. Cheng Feng understood they had matters to discuss, so he said, Continue your discussion. Once you have made a decision, let me know. To demonstrate that he would not eavesdrop, he deliberately walked several meters away and sat against a tree, facing away from them. In hushed tones, Brother Wang inquired, Are we truly going to exchange the treasure map? What else can we do? Do you think we stand a chance against the monsters here? Without offering this map, how can we hope to save anyone? Are we just going to abandon the map? Let us not forget why we came here in the first place. Silence enveloped the group. Initially, they had arrived on Misagana Island with a host of experts to unravel the mysteries of the Shattered Stone Mountain, with the paramount goal of discovering the treasures on this island. However, they encountered unforeseen misfortunes, resulting in the death of a teammate. They had informed Cold Blood of the situation, but she had categorically rejected their request to attempt a rescue, citing the uncertainty of their teammates' fate and the waste of resources involved. Out of spite, they chose not to disclose the existence of the map to her. Informing her would only lead to the treasure being hoarded after it was found. She had shown her indifference first, and they felt no obligation to be courteous in return. Surprisingly, Cold Blood had dispatched them to explore this marshland for resources, which aligned perfectly with their intentions. So what are we to do now? Should we hand over the map or not? A member asked, feeling utterly lost. He was merely an ordinary member of the team, lacking grand ambitions or plans to carve out a notable career in this world. He simply wished to survive alongside them. Now, faced with such a dilemma, He was at a loss for what course of action to take. Have we truly come this far? Is there no turning back? The leader retorted. Consider this. How long has he been captured by the monster? If we do not rescue him soon, there may be no opportunity left. Time is of the essence. We must hasten our decision. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as everyone found themselves in a dilemma. Unbeknownst to them, Cheng Feng was engrossed in manipulating the concealed weapon ring. This weapon, of unparalleled quality, was as rare as an epic artifact, a treasure seldom seen in a century. And the fact that it was a concealed weapon rendered it even more extraordinary. He approached a small tree and pressed the button on the ring. In an instant, a swarm of ants emerged, and in the blink of an eye, that small tree was reduced to splinters. Cheng Feng was awestruck by the ring's destructive power. The astonishing biting force of these ants rivaled that of an epic weapon. He quickly opened his survival journal to check his ranking. His regional ranking remained firmly in first place, and he had made slight progress in the global ranking, ascending by 1 or 2 positions. Cheng Feng was not a greedy individual. He understood how challenging it was to progress at this level, and he felt content with even this modest advancement. Lin Shiner, of course, noticed his rise in ranking and promptly sent him a congratulatory message. Are we not like an old married couple? Don't you dare use such formalities with me, or I might just get upset, Cheng Feng teased her. Oh, you don't appreciate my compliments? Fine. I won't praise you next time, Lin Shiner quickly replied, pouting at her screen. Cheng Feng chuckled softly and typed rapidly. Of course I appreciate it. When I return, you can shower me with more praises. I have suddenly become occupied with something else. Stay put in the tent and do not wander outside. The protective items I left for you should always be with you. He reminded her repeatedly, fearing for her safety in his absence. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. I'll be waiting for your return in the tent, Lin Shiner replied before logging off, her avatar swiftly turning gray. Cheng Feng closed the survival journal and folded his arms behind his head. At least for now, he had little to worry about. His strength was his bargaining chip. Acquiring their detailed map would be a pleasant surprise, but if not, it was of no consequence. Observing Cheng Feng's relaxed demeanor, the others remained indecisive. Let us exchange. Saving him is paramount, the leader resolved. Jian Feng, please come forth. We must speak again, the leader called out to him. Have you reached a decision? Cheng Feng asked languidly. On behalf of us all, I shall reiterate. We offer the secrets of the treasure map in exchange for your assistance in rescuing him. The leader stated gravely. Cheng Feng readily agreed. That is acceptable. However, I have one condition. I require you to relinquish the entire treasure map to me. The prospect of obtaining the island's detailed map was undeniably tempting. He anticipated their reluctance, for who would willingly part with such a precious treasure? He was gambling, weighing whether they would deem a life more valuable than the treasure map. Is there truly no room for negotiation? The leader inquired. They had originally intended to seek Cheng Feng's assistance in rescuing someone, showing him the treasure map for him to memorize. However, they were taken aback when Cheng Feng audaciously demanded that they surrender the map. Chapter 76, The Map in Hand. Is there any way we can discuss this further? The leader asked with a conciliatory smile. You all have deliberated long enough, haven't you, to arrive at such a conclusion? Cheng Feng retorted. He could sense the hesitation within the group. After all, who would willingly forfeit the chance to discover treasure? Yet, as they were the ones in need, they were bound to pay a price. No, Jian Feng, please don't rush. Let us discuss this properly, the leader implored, waving his hands in a desperate attempt to appease Cheng Feng, fearful that his words might provoke him. Wang Gu, unable to tolerate Cheng Feng's demeanor, pointed an accusatory finger at him and exclaimed, You ungrateful wretch! This treasure map is so precious that even allowing you a glance is a favor. If you expect us to give it to you, think again. Cheng Feng shrugged nonchalantly, responding, If that is your stance, then I shall not agree to assist in the rescue. Since we are speaking of an exchange, it must be a fair transaction. If you refuse to provide the treasure map, then the matter of rescue is off the table. With that, Cheng Feng turned to leave, denying them any further opportunity for negotiation. Although he yearned for the treasure map, he was certain that this group would not relinquish their plea for help. Before long, they would return to seek his assistance in the rescue. He pivoted and approached the edge of the swamp, contemplating how to enter it. Are you foolish? The leader scolded in frustration. If we miss this chance, who will rescue anyone? Are you all so inept? Or is it just that cold-hearted woman? Perhaps we should abandon the rescue of Wu Ge. So many days have passed. He may already, someone timidly suggested. Abandon it. Wang Ji's voice rose in pitch. Have you forgotten who saved us in the first place? Who led us to battle and enabled our survival? Without him, we would have perished on the very first night. Now that old Wu has been captured by monsters, you wish to stand idly by? I was merely suggesting, ultimately, we must follow your lead. The individual who proposed the idea scoffed, turning away to disengage from the conversation. Cheng Feng sat at the swamp's edge, deep in thought. As he had stated, the swamp indeed harbored abundant resources, yet there was no way to access them. Moreover, although the Ant King was dead, he could not be entirely certain that there were no zombie ants remaining within. He picked up several twigs, dried them, and ignited them before tossing them into the swamp. If he could not obtain the treasure map, then acquiring resources from this place would suffice as consolation. Immediately, thick smoke billowed from the swamp, causing him to cough incessantly. Soon, several zombie ants, driven from their lair by the noxious fumes, emerged, though their numbers were significantly diminished. This group of ants quickly identified the source of the fire in their territory and, filled with rage, rushed toward him. Cheng Feng had already discerned the weaknesses of the ants and, undeterred, approached them wielding the silver moon crossbow. He seized the opportune moment to pull the trigger, striking the waist of the ants. The first few fell to the ground in response, prompting the others to abandon their perilous situation amid the raging inferno of the swamp and flee to the opposite bank. How astute of you, he thought with a cold snort, as he collected the fallen equipment from the deceased ants. Fortune favored him, as they yielded exceptional weapons, such as bows and pistols, along with auxiliary tools like binoculars. Satisfied with his haul, which promised to be immensely useful in the future, he stowed the gear and returned to his original position. The group of individuals nearby seemed to be in heated discussion, and Cheng Feng attentively observed their every move, awaiting their next decision. Brother Wang, we can't afford to hesitate any longer. If we delay, the sword's edge will depart. The leader urged anxiously. I know. Stop bothering me. I need to think. Brother Wang replied, irritated, as he pushed the others away and sought a quieter spot to sit. In stark contrast to their urgency, Cheng Feng remained remarkably composed and unhurried. He took out a can of pork and a beverage, indulging in a hearty meal by the swamp's edge. The zombie ants continued to circle on the opposite bank, deterred by the raging flames of the swamp. They dared not venture forth nor provoke Cheng Feng, instead gathering at the water's edge. After a simple meal, Cheng Feng resumed perusing his survival journal. It seemed he had not been in contact with those across the desert for quite some time, so he exchanged some food for a supply of minerals. Is anyone willing to trade weapons for food? My stock of weapons is dwindling. I hope a kind soul can assist. Urgently need 2 military knives. We'll exchange for some medicine. We have someone in dire need. Are there still many monsters outside? We've been trapped in the cave for nearly a day and night. Our supplies are limited. If we don't go out to find food, we will starve. The regional channel buzzed with exchanges, yet the number of speakers had noticeably diminished. It was unclear whether they had encountered another monster attack or were merely struggling for their own survival. Suddenly, he received a message from Coldblood. Where are you now? I'm still in a tent on the west coast. Why do you ask? Do you need something? Cheng Feng deliberately concealed his whereabouts, reluctant to reveal his presence in the swamp. Nothing much, just checking to see if you're still alive, Coldblood remarked, her sharp tongue as ever. Thanks to you, I'm still here. No need for your concern. I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye. Cheng Feng felt somewhat speechless, but had grown accustomed to Coldblood's manner of speaking. Coldblood closed her survival journal, deep in thought. She had intended to glean information from Cheng Feng, hoping to extract the whereabouts of the people she had sent out. But after he concluded his account of the swamp and the ants, he fell silent regarding his own actions, and she chose not to press further. Perhaps they have truly perished in the swamp. Coldblood wearily rubbed his brow, choosing to dismiss the matter from his mind. Yet, Coldblood would never suspect that his companions harbored secrets from him and had even betrayed him with those very secrets. Cheng Feng sat leisurely beneath a tree, while the group engaged in fervent discussion. In moments like these, It was a test of who could maintain their composure the longest. Brother Cheng Feng, the leader, and Wang Gu approached him. Have you all made your decision? Cheng Feng raised his gaze, his expression serene and devoid of any discernible turmoil. Do not dwell on what transpired earlier, the leader said, bowing slightly, fearful that any dissatisfaction might prompt Cheng Feng to walk away. If I truly harbored such sentiments, I wouldn't be here listening to you now. Cheng Feng replied with a faint smile. Our strength is insufficient, and possessing this treasure map would be a waste. We have decided to hand it over to you, the leader stated, extending a rolled map tied with a ribbon. Chapter 77. The Monster That Defies Understanding. Cheng Feng accepted the map, scrutinizing it closely. The layout largely aligned with the annotations of the malicious map, showing no significant discrepancies in detail. In fact, in certain blind spots of the treacherous navigation, this map was even more precise. After examining it multiple times, Cheng Feng confirmed its rarity and value. He re-rolled the treasure map and cleared his throat. Very well, I agree to the exchange. The leader, exhilarated, grasped his hand tightly. It is wonderful that you have agreed. We shall take you to rescue them. Where are the people you wish to save? Are they not in this forest? Cheng Feng inquired, assuming that the individuals needing rescue were nearby, which explained their perilous journey to this location. Further in than this forest, the leader replied, his tone laced with a hint of bitterness. Cheng Feng sighed, consenting to accompany them to their destination. After all, he had made an agreement. A gentleman's word is his bond, and it was too late for him to retract his promise now. The group departed from the swamp, winding their way through the eastern side of the forest and into the depths of the valley. Along the way, they encountered few creatures, with only the occasional calls of birds enhancing the already tranquil atmosphere of the woods. Cheng Feng brought up the rear of the formation, both to guard against any surprise attacks from behind and to meticulously study the map. The map was exquisitely crafted, with each geographical feature labeled, and following it would undoubtedly lead to the treasures of this island. Cheng Feng felt a surge of joy. Regardless of the circumstances, this transaction was a boon for him. After nearly an hour and a half of traversing the densely layered forest, the group finally arrived at their destination. Cheng Feng surveyed the serene scene before him, shrouded in stillness, and skeptically asked, "Are you certain this is the place?" This area appeared far too tranquil, seemingly devoid of any signs of someone being trapped here. Absolutely certain. We are convinced that the captured individuals are right here, the leader affirmed earnestly. Cheng Feng circled the area, finding no evidence of monsters inhabiting this location. Was there a mistake? Cheng Feng's doubts deepened. Could it be that they were unwilling to part with the treasure map while coveting the equipment he carried, thus luring him here? The leader, seemingly reading his thoughts, quickly interjected, "The creature likely resides in the cave and rarely ventures out. Let us seek the cave first." Cheng Feng, filled with skepticism, ultimately decided to follow them in their search. After all, he had accepted their treasure map and felt compelled to uphold the principles of honest trade. As they ventured deeper into the valley, the forest grew denser. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, shrouding both sides of the valley. After a long trek, they finally discovered a cave, only to find it utterly devoid of any contents. Perhaps the creature has gone out to roam, the leader explained hastily. Cheng Feng's patience had reached its limit, and just as he was about to turn away, he suddenly heard a sound reminiscent of a baby's cry. The group turned pale, and several of the more timid members began to tremble. That's the creature," the leader stammered, his speech faltering at the sound of the beast. With trepidation, Cheng Feng led the frightened group toward the source of the noise, only to be confronted with a sight beyond his wildest imaginings. A mutated ape was tethered to a vine, the other end of which was inexplicably fastened around a human's neck. Having watched numerous science fiction films with diverse themes, including the enslavement of humans by animals, Cheng Feng was profoundly shaken when the outlandish scenario from the screen materialized before him. The notion of a human reduced to the status of a creature's pet was unfathomable. He turned in disbelief to the leader, seeking an explanation. But the leader could only shrug helplessly and murmur, "Initially, we only witnessed others being captured by the creature. We never anticipated it would come to this. It truly is a mockery of humanity." A wave of nausea, washed over Cheng Feng, prompting him to retch. Who could have imagined that creatures had become increasingly grotesque? Fortunately, the commotion they had caused did not attract the attention of the mutated ape, which continued to drag the human deeper into the valley. Having acclimated to the jarring scene, Cheng Feng crouched low, concealing himself amidst the underbrush. As they ventured further into the thicket, he noted the changing environment and hastily consulted the treacherous map for his location. Dark, thorny lands. Cheng Feng furrowed his brow. The very name suggested a sinister and eerie place. The leader, unfamiliar with the area, had only learned of its name from the treasure map. Indeed, it was aptly named, as few dared to enter this region, which was considered a forbidden zone. He turned to caution the others. Unbeknownst to them, the ape remained oblivious to their pursuit, continuing to lead the unfortunate human further into the depths of the thicket. The person, crawling on all fours, appeared disheveled and ragged, their clothing in tatters. It is difficult to fathom how he endured the days of captivity under the mutated primate. The creature seemed to be out for a stroll when it came upon a clearing amidst the thorns, pulled out a banana, and hurled it into the distance. Gaga! It screeched, then delivered a forceful kick to the man. As if responding to an unspoken command, the man scurried on all fours like an animal, picked up the banana with his mouth, and hastily returned to deposit it at the primate's feet. The creature cackled with delight as it consumed the banana, tossing the peel onto the man's head, and then danced about, emitting a series of strange calls. The man began to circle and leap before the primate, much like a pet performing for its owner. Cheng Feng stroked his chin, pondering whether this primate possessed the formidable offensive and defensive capabilities akin to the mutated giant apes they had encountered within the Rocky Mountains. Suddenly, another sound pierced the air. The cacophony of ga-ga-ga was not emitted by the primate. Cheng Feng looked up to see a flock of mutated crows circling ominously above the thorny ground. Cheng Feng, what shall we do now? The leader struggled to suppress his emotions, though his voice trembled with uncertainty. I did not anticipate this. Let us remain still and respond to changes as they come. This journey had broadened his understanding of the world, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. Observing the situation further might yield clarity. The primate ceased its torment of the man and began to watch the crows warily. Possessing a degree of intelligence, it likely ranked as a mid-level monster. Cheng Feng closely monitored the primate's every move, silently categorizing its level in his mind. Chapter 78. Divergence. The flock of mutated crows circled overhead, unrelenting, seemingly poised for a confrontation with the primate. The creature fixed its gaze on them, fists colliding in anticipation as it pounded its chest, ready to tear the crows apart. Meanwhile, the man, treated as a pet, seized the opportunity to survey his surroundings, preparing to flee amidst the chaos of the impending battle. To better observe the primate and the crows, Cheng Feng and his companions stood up, only to find the captive locking eyes with Cheng Feng. The man appeared momentarily stunned, his expression visibly shifting to one of disdain and despair. Cheng Feng felt a surge of indignation. He had come to rescue him with good intentions. Yet this was the response he received. The man clearly recognized a former comrade, and the depth of his despair intensified. Cheng Feng understood the meaning behind that gaze and felt a swell of dissatisfaction. Do you know who I am? How dare you look at me like that? A person ranked first in the region had come to save you, and instead of expressing gratitude, you dare to display such a mocking expression? Cheng Feng's frustration simmered, but he refrained from erupting. He rolled his eyes in exasperation and turned to gather his team to devise a battle plan. Everyone, listen to me. Cheng Feng gestured for silence. Our primary adversaries are those crows above, not the monkey. We could take advantage of the chaos to rescue him. It appears that the monkey is poised to engage in a confrontation with the crows. At this juncture, we shall remain vigilant, awaiting the opportune moment to rescue the individual from its clutches while the monkey is distracted. I find this plan exceedingly feasible. The leader nodded in agreement, echoing my sentiments. But what of the others? Are there any alternative opinions? Although he deemed it unnecessary, he nonetheless symbolically sought the input of the group. After a prolonged silence, just as Cheng Feng was about to outline the specific arrangements, a dissenting voice suddenly emerged. I have something to say. A diminutive man, who had been lingering in the corner, spoke up unexpectedly. Xiao Zhang, at this critical juncture, why are you creating disturbances? We can discuss your thoughts once we have successfully rescued the individual, the leader signaled to him, implying that he should refrain from causing trouble. Unfortunately, Xiao Zhang failed to comprehend the leader's intent and stubbornly insisted on his viewpoint. I believe my suggestion holds more merit. We have yet to initiate our formal action. What harm could there be in hearing my opinion? Xiao Zhang, if you continue to complicate matters. The leader expressed his frustration. However, Brother Wang cast an encouraging glance at Xiao Zhang. Ignore Lao Li, please continue. My perspective is in stark contrast to Cheng Feng's. I believe our primary focus should be on the monkey. After all, we are attempting to rescue someone from its grasp, while the crows present an uncertain factor. If we concentrate too much on the crows, we risk dispersing our firepower and prolonging the rescue operation. Cheng Feng found himself bemused by this line of reasoning. Given the current situation, a confrontation between the crows and the monkeys was inevitable. Only by seizing the opportunity amidst their chaos could we minimize losses. I respect differing opinions, but with all due respect, what assures you that this group of crows will not attack us? And what guarantees you that the crows will indeed attack us? Xiao Zhang retorted without hesitation, countering him sharply. Enough, enough. What is paramount in battle? It is the stability of our morale. We cannot allow internal discord before we even commence our assault. Let us refrain from bickering, as such disputes yield no benefits. We ought to communicate and negotiate amicably. The leader interjected, sensing the atmosphere had soured. Some individuals, it seems, do not regard us as allies. Xiao Zhang interjected, his words laden with implication. Comrade, I urge you to exercise caution in your speech. Cheng Feng, incensed, retorted, it is evident to all how I rescued you from the jaws of the ant swarm. Now that the treasure map is firmly in my possession, should I harbor ulterior motives, I could easily flee with it. Why then would I accompany you to this forsaken place? My sincerity is apparent to everyone, and I hope you refrain from making baseless accusations. After uttering these words, Cheng Feng turned away to continue observing the monkeys, choosing not to engage further. The air was thick with tension, and an awkward silence enveloped the group. The leader patted Cheng Feng on the shoulder, filled with remorse, and said, Cheng Feng, you are magnanimous. Please do not hold it against Xiao Zhang. His abilities are limited, and he lacks experience. We all understand he cannot compare to you. He spoke out of turn just now, and I hope you won't take it to heart. We go, what do you mean by that? Xiao Zhang retorted, unable to conceal his indignation. We have all worked together. You know my capabilities. Why should we inflate someone else's reputation at the expense of our own dignity? Cheng Feng let out a cold laugh. You see, it's not that I am unwilling to give you face. Rather, your team is in dire need of an opportunity to showcase themselves. Then, in the interest of fairness, let us present both proposals and allow everyone to vote. Xiao Zhang suggested, asserting that this method would yield the most agreeable outcome, and warned against any accusations of bullying. Cheng Feng, disinterested in further debate, merely nodded in agreement. After deliberation, they decided to conduct a show of hands to select the proposal they deemed most suitable. As more hands were raised in support of Xiao Zhang, his expression grew increasingly smug. Well, it seems there are indeed more supporters for Xiao Zhang's plan. The leader hesitated, so we shall proceed with it. Cheng Feng remained indifferent, nodding once more before turning his attention back to observing the primates and crows. His experience lay solely in battling the mutated giant ape, and he had never confronted a bird like the crow directly. Fortunately, during his recent skirmish with the zombie ants, he had acquired a pair of binoculars, which facilitated a clearer observation of the crows above. The operation of the binoculars was remarkably simple. He figured it out in no time. With the binoculars in hand, the implementation of his plan became significantly more manageable. These mutated crows bore little difference from their normal counterparts, save for their considerably larger size, particularly their beaks, which appeared exceptionally sharp. Cheng Feng took note of this characteristic, deducing that these mutated crows likely utilized their beaks as a means of attack. The standoff between the primates and crows continued, with the cacophony of the crow flock growing increasingly deafening, their wing beats accelerating as they prepared to strike. Behind him, Xiao Zhang was eagerly assigning tasks to everyone, seemingly meticulous in his preparations. Yet, Cheng Feng discerned a critical flaw in his strategy. With a slight curl of his lip, he lowered his gaze, choosing not to point out the deficiencies. Chapter 79. The leader. Oldly, it was not his intention to see this group falter. Rather, in such circumstances, even if he were to highlight the flaws in Xiao Zhang's plan, no one would heed his words. Wang Gu, prepare your grenades. If this monkey proves too tough to kill outright, be ready to throw a grenade to bolster our firepower. Li Yi, set up your sniper rifle and have your close-range weapon at the ready. After we unleash our fire, we shall charge forward. As for you, Xiao Zhang scoffed disdainfully, you can just sit there and watch as we bring down this monkey. Cheng Feng disdainfully dismissed the idea of engaging in a verbal spar with him and instead chuckled, very well, it saves me the effort. I shall retreat and hide so as not to obstruct your performance. My gratitude is indeed warranted. Xiao Zhang, feigning sincerity, expressed his thanks and continued to direct the remaining individuals. Cheng Feng, do not overthink it. The leader patted his shoulder. Xiao Zhang is usually like this. Do not take it to heart. Cheng Feng subtly pushed his hand away, replying, his usual demeanor is of no concern to me. The leader stood momentarily in confusion, unsure of how to proceed. He was caught between adhering to Xiao Zhang's directives and averting discomfort for Cheng Feng, thus feeling the weight of two conflicting obligations. Fortunately, Cheng Feng was not devoid of common sense. He merely kept a respectful distance from them. The leader sighed in relief and resumed his tasks. Cheng Feng leisurely chewed on a blade of grass, sitting beside the thicket, observing the flurry of activity around him. At my command, Xiao Zhang raised his left hand high, striking a pose of assault, fire. No sooner had he spoken than a barrage of bullets rained down upon the simian creatures. The apes, preoccupied with confronting the cawing crows, remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos around them. Suddenly besieged by a hail of gunfire, they were evidently unprepared and were swiftly immobilized. Quickly, increase our firepower. Do not cease the machine guns. Follow up with grenades. Witnessing the apes' bewilderment, Xiao Zhang was elated and promptly devised the next course of action. Cheng Feng absent-mindedly wove a garland from the surrounding flora while keeping a watchful eye on the combat situation. Clearly, the ape's defensive capabilities paled in comparison to the mutated giant ape within the Rocky Mountain, rendering them utterly defenseless against their onslaught. If a few more minutes passed, this ape would surely meet its demise. Let us charge forward. Xiao Zhang, having observed the ape's distress, issued the final assault order. His confidence was unwavering. He was certain that the ape would perish at their hands. Cheng Feng regarded the crows still circling overhead and smirked inwardly. A group of individuals brandished their close combat weapons, encircling the ape. The creature found itself unable to withstand a simultaneous onslaught from multiple directions, suffering severe injuries within mere minutes. Quickly, a prime opportunity. Slay that monkey. Xiao Zhang shouted with exhilaration. Caw, caw, caw. The crows screeched as they dove from the skies, descending upon the scene. Cheng Feng had anticipated the crows would seize the moment to launch a surprise attack, and had already hidden within the thicket. These crows possessed formidable offensive capabilities and flew at great speed, swiftly reaching the ground to unleash their assault upon the crowd. In the ensuing chaos, the apes seized the opportunity to escape unnoticed, while the others were preoccupied with evading the crow's strikes, entirely oblivious to the fleeing creature. Do not forget to rescue me. Quickly. The individual, who was regarded as the pet of the ape, cried out in panic. However, the others had not considered the crows would ambush them. They were in disarray and could not attend to his plight. The individual secured the end of his binding rope to a tree, while the ape, focused solely on its escape, failed to notice whether its pet's tether remained in its grasp. It had not fled far when the rope snapped. Yet the chaos did not cease. The onslaught of crows was fierce, and soon the situation turned dire for the group. The crows continued their savage attacks, leaving some grievously injured and others with their eyes devoured, their anguished cries echoing in the air, a sight too harrowing to behold. Lacking an understanding of the crows' vulnerabilities, the group found themselves ensnared, suffering heavy casualties. Cheng Feng observed them from the shadows, his brow furrowed. These crows were far more formidable than the zombie ants. Yet they were not invincible. Moreover, with the primate having fled, the pressure of battle had somewhat lessened. Cheng Feng, the leader, clutching his wounded shoulder, desperately approached him. Initially, he had resigned himself to his fate, but upon seeing Cheng Feng still there, a flicker of hope ignited within him. I thought you'd already left," he said, awkwardly scratching his head. Cheng Feng helped him to his feet and offered him a healing ointment. "Since I have accepted your belongings, I shall not act as a coward." The leader gratefully accepted the medicine and applied it to his wound. "Cheng Feng, I truly apologize," the leader lamented, filled with regret. "I should have heeded your counsel. Had we followed your instructions, perhaps we could have rescued our people by now." Through their time together, Cheng Feng recognized that this leader, Lao Li, was among the few rational individuals in the group. He held no ill feelings towards him and treated him with utmost courtesy. "There is no need for apologies. You have not erred," Cheng Feng replied softly. "As for Xiao Zhang's arrangement, it does not concern me." "Cheng Feng, look at our current state," the leader said with a forced smile, wary of offending him. "We possess little combat capability now. Since you have promised to assist us, why not see it through and rescue our comrades from this predicament?" Although Cheng Feng anticipated this request, he hesitated when the words left the leader's lips. Xiao Zhang's reckless demeanor genuinely repulsed him, yet to abandon those in peril seemed equally inappropriate. "Rescuing them is feasible," Cheng Feng consented readily, "but do not forget, you exchanged the treasure map for the rescue of the one captured by the monsters. Rescuing your teammates is a separate matter." What do you desire?" the leader asked with a wry smile, hesitating, fearful of Cheng Feng's potential demands. "The last time we vanquished those ants, I only claimed the equipment dropped by the Ant King, leaving the rest to you. This time, all equipment dropped by the monsters shall belong to me." The leader exhaled with relief. It was only just that he, as the savior, should claim all spoils of war. "I cannot decide this alone. I shall consult with Brother Wang and the others." The leader then rushed back into the fray, clutching his wound. Wang Yi, we have hope. Cheng Feng has agreed to help us slay these crows." Chapter 80, Swift Resolution. "Excellent," exclaimed Brother Wang, overwhelmed with joy. "Quickly summon Cheng Feng. We can hardly hold on any longer." Cheng Feng had a stipulation, and the leader hesitated, unsure of how to convey the message. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhang, fatigued from battling a raven, overheard that Cheng Feng was willing to assist. Without regard for decorum, he shouted, "Let him speak quickly. Time is of the essence. Our forces have suffered significant casualties. He demands all the equipment obtained after exterminating the ravens. If we do not comply, he will not come to our aid." "What?" Xiao Zhang questioned his hearing, incredulous at the audacity of the demand. "Is he truly so brazen?" "Indeed," the leader responded anxiously. "Equipment is not of paramount importance. Human lives take precedence." "Damn it, what audacity!" Xiao Zhang retorted vehemently. "Does he expect us to hand over all our weapons as well?" "Absolutely not. We must bring Cheng Feng here and settle this face to face." The leader, risking detection by the ravens, crawled back through the thorns to relay Xiao Zhang's words, only to receive a derisive laugh from Cheng Feng. Even at death's door, he still quibbles over such matters. "I'll accompany you to see what trickery he intends." "You really think highly of yourself, don't you?" Xiao Zhang scoffed, rolling his eyes. "Wanting all the spoils for yourself. How shameless. Your refusal does not concern me. I can simply depart now." Cheng Feng replied nonchalantly. "You, taking advantage and then playing coy, thinking you can take the treasure map and leave?" Xiao Zhang said fiercely. "I see your true colors now. We are here risking our lives, exhausting these ravens, only for you to swoop in and claim victory as a hero while reaping all the rewards. How clever of you." Xiao Zhang continued to mock Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng, unwilling to engage in further argument, maintained a stoic demeanor. "I offer you one last chance. I will assist you, but all fallen equipment is mine. Otherwise, it seems these ravens can continue to fight for a while longer, and you may wait here for your demise." Xiao Zhang, filled with disdain, opened his mouth to retort, but was restrained by Brother Wang and the leader. "Is this truly the extent of your demands?" Brother Wang inquired succinctly. "In such dire circumstances, every moment counts. We cannot afford further delays. Cheng Feng regarded him with little esteem, but nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, we agree. Please act swiftly. Our brothers are gravely injured and cannot endure any longer, Brother Wang implored earnestly. Cheng Feng wasted no time, retrieving his silver moon crossbow and preparing to gather the equipment. How can we simply acquiesce to him? Xiao Zhang protested, still eager to deride Cheng Feng, but was again halted by the leader. Xiao Zhang, I understand your frustration and your desire to prove yourself, but this is not the time. The greater good must take precedence. This is no idle phrase. The leader urged with heartfelt sincerity. Xiao Zhang struggled desperately, attempting to extricate himself from the tight embrace of the leader. Unfortunately, his injuries had drained much of his strength, compelling him to relent. Cheng Feng directed them to conceal themselves amidst the thickets, while he took up a pair of binoculars to observe the flock of crows. The crows were preoccupied with devouring the corpses strewn on the ground, neglecting the hidden individuals, thus creating an opportunity for Cheng Feng to launch a surprise attack. As he gazed at the gathering of crows, the gravity of his expression deepened. They were recovering far too swiftly. He murmured to himself, What is recovering so quickly? The leader, unable to catch his words, leaned in closer. During your battle, did you notice how rapidly this group of crows heals? Cheng Feng handed the binoculars to him, allowing for a clearer inspection of the crows. Indeed, the leader exclaimed in astonishment. He recalled vividly that several of these crows had sustained varying degrees of injury, one even having a claw nearly severed, merely held together by a thin layer of skin. Yet now, he observed that the wounds of those crows were mending at an astonishing rate. Flesh and skin were regenerating swiftly, the injuries vanishing as if they had never existed. This, the leader gasped in shock. What shall we do? A sudden sense of hopelessness enveloped him, and he doubted their chances of escaping alive. No matter how formidable a monster may be, if its heart is pierced, it cannot return to life. Provide cover for me. I shall pierce their hearts with the silver moon crossbow. All right. The leader assented without hesitation. How are your injuries? Can you endure? Cheng Feng turned to inquire. Everyone seemed to be in poor condition. A faint, pained smile flickered across the leader's face. They lacked the extraordinary regenerative abilities of the mutated crows. Their wounds could barely withstand the final assault. Cheng Feng sighed, producing the miraculous healing balm and distributing it among the group. Apply this to your wounds. Although it may not ensure a swift recovery, it will heal most of your injuries. Once everyone has regained sufficient strength, we shall charge forth to eliminate them swiftly. The group, though skeptical, had no alternative but to trust Cheng Feng and proceeded to apply the balm as instructed. This medicine is truly miraculous. I feel as if the cells of my wound are red. I see you intend to use us as mere pawns for your own convenience, don't you? Xiao Zhang continued to mock him with biting sarcasm. First, bring forth your medicine for us to sample, and now you would have us serve as cannon fodder, waiting for us to clash with the crows, allowing you to reap the benefits. Xiao Zhang was relentless, seizing every opportunity to ridicule him. Cheng Feng, no longer willing to endure his taunts, retorted, If you are unwilling, you may remain here as the coward. Do not hinder our rescue efforts. Who are you calling coward? Xiao Zhang glared, ready to charge at him in a fit of rage. I have no desire to brawl with you, Cheng Feng replied, gesturing towards the flock of crows. All I know is that the people you wish to save are about to become the next targets of that group. Chapter 81. Seizing the moment. Time cannot be squandered any longer. We must charge out immediately. The leader decisively issued the command. We will cover Jianfeng. Everyone, follow me. Brother Wang shouted as he brandished his weapon and rushed out. The others followed suit, plunging into battle. The crows were still feasting, oblivious to their surroundings, caught off guard by the sudden attack. Following Xiao Zhang's earlier strategy, they unleashed a fierce barrage, inflicting severe injuries on the crows, perhaps due to their satiated hunger. The crows were reluctant to engage and, after a brief skirmish, took to the skies, evading the group. What do we do now? The leader asked, panic-stricken. Cheng Feng wiped the blood from his face and calmly responded, Everyone, remain composed. I will pursue the crows. You must rescue the people. He had prepared in advance. donning his flying apparatus and accelerating to pursue them. "What shall we do now?" the leader asked awkwardly. After all, he had been the conciliator throughout this ordeal. Now, with Cheng Feng pursuing the creatures, they were left exchanging glances in confusion. "Let's rescue the people. Old Wu is still hiding nearby," someone reminded. Yes, yes. Saving them is paramount." Brother Wang slapped his forehead, realizing that the recent chaos had caused him to forget their primary objective. Utilizing his flying device, Cheng Feng quickly caught up with the crows and discovered their lair. Strangely, they were unlike ordinary crows. Their nests were built within low tree hollows, requiring them to land on the ground to access them. After observing for a while, Cheng Feng deduced that their nesting habits were likely related to their size. Given their considerable bulk, nesting in trees would likely cause the crowns to collapse. The crows returned to their stronghold, growing increasingly lax in their vigilance, which afforded Cheng Feng the opportunity to track them. Just as the crows entered their nests, Cheng Feng pulled the trigger on the Silver Moon crossbow, sending several arrows unerringly into the hearts of crows. They did not struggle nor emit a final cry. They simply fell to the ground. Perfect. Cheng Feng retracted the Silver Moon crossbow, gazing at the fallen crows, admiring his handiwork. As Cheng Feng was about to approach to examine the equipment dropped by the crows, a series of calls echoed behind him. "Sword Edge! Sword Edge!" The leader, panting heavily, rushed towards him. "How is it? Have you resolved the situation?" Cheng Feng furrowed his brow. "How did you manage to follow me? It's quite a distance from here to the crow's lair." "We followed you here. It was indeed a long run, but fortunately we managed to catch up in the end," he replied, ruffling his hair with a somewhat simple-minded smile. Although Cheng Feng wished to sever ties with this group, he was not a heartless person. He retrieved some miraculous healing ointment and handed it to him. "You have just sustained serious injuries and have not yet fully recovered. Engaging in such strenuous activity is detrimental to your wounds. This medicine can be taken internally and is effective for all ailments. You should consume it." The leader accepted the medicine with both hands and distributed it among the rest. Suddenly, Cheng Feng recalled something. "What about the person you were trying to save?" "We have already rescued him during our skirmish with the crows. He hid in the bushes and lost consciousness due to his severe injuries. He has since awakened," the leader explained, pulling someone from the back of the group. "Sword Edge, thank you for saving me." The person before him spoke in a delicate voice, causing Cheng Feng to be taken aback. Cheng Feng stammered, astonished. "Aren't you a man?" "Aye, it's a long story," the woman replied with a smile, beginning to clarify her identity. "My name is Wu Li. Our organization does not accept women of weak abilities, so I disguised myself as a man to infiltrate. Over time, my strength increased. Yet I had no intention of revealing my true identity. I have remained in this guise within the organization. Thank you for saving my life. I will never forget your immense kindness." Seeing the woman inch closer, Cheng Feng quickly stepped back to maintain distance. "It's nothing. I simply did what was expected in exchange for the resources I received. You need not dwell on it." Fearing her proximity, he hastily approached the crow's lair. One odd group, Cheng Feng mused internally. There was the matter of cross-dressing and treasure maps. Especially Wu Li. He recalled her disdainful gaze from earlier. Yet now she referred to him as her benefactor with fervor. After Wu Li introduced herself, it seemed that Xiao Zhang's gaze towards him was filled with even more malice. Cheng Feng shook his head and squatted before the corpse of Crow. These mutated crows were of a mid-level threat, and the equipment they dropped was not too shabby, albeit quite common. Among the items, one concealed weapon caught his attention. The throwing knife was remarkably small, yet extremely sharp, capable of delivering death unseen. An invaluable tool for survival in perilous situations, also suitable for ambushes. Cheng Feng was quite satisfied with his spoils and ventured deeper into the crow's lair, hoping to uncover anything worthwhile to take with him. Since arriving on the island, he had not encountered any flying creatures, aside from the equipment. He had not seen a bird's nest in quite some time. In his youth, he was exceedingly mischievous, able to climb trees and rooftops with ease, engaging in the antics of raiding bird nests without restraint. However, as he matured, he grew disdainful of such childlike pursuits. Yet now, fate presented him with an opportunity once again. He crouched and squeezed himself into the nest, only to be overwhelmed by the acrid stench that assailed his senses. This group of crows certainly had a potent odor. He waved his hand dismissively, attempting to disperse the foul smell. After all, a beast is a beast, and it conducted all its activities right here. Within the nest, aside from hay, mud, and the crow's excrement, there were also several eggs nestled among the debris. Their size did not seem indicative of being laid by these gigantic, mutated crows, but rather resembled the eggs of smaller birds, likely pilfered from another nest. The exquisite patterns on the eggshells were strikingly vibrant, leaving Cheng Feng in awe. Such beautiful eggs would surely delight Lin Sheener. In a bid to please the fair maiden, Cheng Feng delicately extracted the eggs from the hay, intending to clean them and bring them back for her. The mere thought of her joyous expression filled him with elation. Unbeknownst to him, someone had quietly appeared behind him, observing his every move. A sense of alarm surged through Cheng Feng, and he stealthily drew his Black Panther knife, preparing to deal with this intruder. However, the figure behind him did not brandish any weapon. Instead, they merely extended a hand, seemingly to wipe his sweat. Chapter 82. Xiaozhang's sense of crisis. Cheng Feng nimbly evaded the outstretched hand, irritated as he inquired, "What are you doing?" "Nothing," Wu Li said awkwardly, retracting her hand. "I just wanted to wipe your sweat." "That is entirely unnecessary." Cheng Feng carefully stowed the bird eggs and walked past her without casting a glance. Xiaozhang, evidently envious of Wu Li's gesture, shot Cheng Feng a resentful glare. He had long harbored feelings for Wu Li and had frequently tried to win her favor. Yet she remained indifferent, much to his frustration. He had hoped that this rescue mission would earn him her admiration, but instead, she seemed solely grateful to Cheng Feng. "Now that the rescue is complete, your involvement is over. Take what you need and leave. Do not obstruct others' view." Xiaozhang's irritation towards Cheng Feng grew. "I would leave even without your prompting," Cheng Feng replied coolly. "I have my own matters to attend to and no time to waste on you." Wu Li, Cheng Feng stammered as he called out to the woman, still grappling with the stark contrast of their interactions. "What is it? Is the benefactor seeking me for something?" Wu Li, who had felt disheartened by his previous aloofness, suddenly perked up at Cheng Feng's address. She feigned shyness and responded, casting him what she believed to be a captivating glance. "These medicines are for you. That monkey has been binding your wrists with vines, leaving red marks. Apply the ointment daily, and within 3 days, you shall heal completely. This medicine can also be taken internally. It will improve your health, beneficial without any harm." Cheng Feng, suppressing his discomfort, handed her the medication, internally lamenting the misfortune of his entanglement with such troublesome affections. Xiaozhang observed their interaction, his eyes nearly ablaze with jealousy. He had long harbored feelings for Wu Li, frequently expressing his affections toward her, yet she feigned ignorance, turning a deaf ear to his earnest advances. Now, the woman he had pursued for so long was flirting with another, a sight that would ignite frustration in anyone. "Wu Liu," Xiaozhang was unwilling to concede, swiftly stepping in front of her, attempting to win her back to their group. "What are you doing? Go away." Wu Li shook him off and walked back to Cheng Feng, maintaining a respectful distance. "Benefactor, are you returning with us?" She winked at him, her expression filled with hope. Believing herself to possess a certain charm, she was confident she could captivate Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng cast a glance at the resentful Xiaozhang and remarked pointedly, "No. After all, we are not allies. We will part ways eventually." "Oh." Wu Li's expression visibly fell, yet she asked with renewed hope, "Then can we have a meal together before you leave?" Cheng Feng, uncertain of whom she meant by together, inadvertently acquiesced. Their group lacked sufficient provisions, prompting Cheng Feng to share some canned pork and instant noodles among them. He intentionally allotted extra cans to the severely injured, earning him a measure of admiration from Wu Li. Xiaozhang, who had previously struggled to engage Wu Li in conversation, watched her gaze linger affectionately on Cheng Feng, seething with jealousy and wishing he could dismantle him piece by piece. "Benefactor, you've expended quite a bit of energy on this journey. You should eat more," Wu Li said, moving closer to Cheng Feng and offering him a piece of meat. Cheng Feng discreetly pushed her hand away, frowning as he replied, "Thank you, but I appreciate your kindness. My hands are perfectly fine, and I can feed myself. Feeling rejected, Wu Li awkwardly withdrew her hand and began to eat, yet she remained close to Cheng Feng. Benefactor, will you leave right after your meal? Cheng Feng was busy organizing his belongings and replied dismissively, Yes, others are waiting for me. Wu Li, did you hear that? He said someone is waiting for him. Why are you still clinging to him? Xiao Zhang interjected, his tone laced with sarcasm. Zhang Jun, my affairs are not your concern. Wu Li retorted, placing her hands on her hips. He is my savior. What is wrong with me showing him a little more care? If you have the energy to meddle, perhaps you should focus on improving your own skills to avoid becoming a burden. Xiao Zhang was momentarily rendered speechless by her words, unable to retaliate against her, and chose to harbor his grievances against Cheng Feng instead. Cheng Feng remained silent, a smirk of schadenfreude evident on his face. Xiao Zhang shot him a threatening glare before turning away. Benefactor, I have an unusual request, Wu Li said, fidgeting with her fingers, her face flushed with embarrassment. Would you be willing to grant it? Please first explain what it is, and then I will consider it, Wu Li said with a hint of hesitation. Cheng Feng, preoccupied with carefully wrapping the bird eggs to prevent them from breaking during the journey, did not spare her even a glance. Can I come along with you? Wu Li mustered her courage to inquire. Cheng Feng, taken aback by her question, swiftly declined. That is not possible. To be honest, I already have a girlfriend, so it would be best for you to stay with your own group. What a joke. He was already with Lin Sheener. How could he possibly be interested in Wu Li? All right, Wu Li said, deflated, as she returned to her group. Although Xiao Zhang did not overhear their conversation, he could surmise what had transpired when he saw Wu Li returning dejectedly. With a malicious grin, he asked, What's wrong? Did you take a hit? Jianfeng doesn't want to pay you any mind. Wu Li, already irked, shot him an icy glare and remained silent. Yet, Xiao Zhang saw this as an opportunity to draw closer, and he approached her with insincere flattery. Jianfeng may not want you, but I do. Although I may not be as impressive as he is, I have my own merits. I have liked you for such a long time. Just look. As he spoke, his hand began to wander. How dare you? Wu Li, now thoroughly enraged, raised her hand and struck him hard across the face. Xiao Zhang, caught off guard, staggered back, momentarily dazed. You keep proclaiming your secret admiration for me, claiming to like me, and this is how you express it? When I was being taken away by that monkey, where were you? You fled, and now I am not saved by you. You worthless trash. How dare you say you like me? Wu Li shouted at the top of her lungs, attracting the attention of those around them, including Cheng Feng, who curiously glanced over. Fearing that if he lingered any longer, Wu Li would ensnare him once more, he seized the opportunity to depart. Jianfeng is so formidable. Do you really think I would follow you? Not a chance. I advise you to give up on this futile hope. Wu Li spat, dies them fuli. Whispers circulated among the onlookers, and Xiao Zhang, witnessing the scene spiraling out of control, felt a surge of anger. Chapter 83. The ambush. Xiao Zhang's ear buzzed from the slap, and instinctively, he felt the urge to retaliate. His hand rose halfway before he suddenly halted it, pulling it back. Deep down, he cared too much for Wu Li. Even when faced with such humiliation, he had no desire to strike back. Observing his demeanor, Wu Li's disdain grew. She thrust her face closer, challenging him. What? Are you still thinking of hitting me? Go on, go ahead. You pitiful creature, wanting to hit a woman. Li, let me explain, Xiao Zhang said, a tinge of guilt washing over him. I was momentarily blinded by anger. I shouldn't have raised my hand against you. I admit my wrongdoing. I deserve punishment. Please grant me another chance. I promise to protect you and ensure you are never harmed again. Wu Li rolled her eyes. Can I trust your words? Just moments ago, you were ready to strike me. TSK. Zhang Jun, I never imagined you would excel at hitting women instead of honing your other skills. Seeing that Wu Li was relentless in her pursuit of retribution, Xiao Zhang's face turned crimson as he repeatedly apologized. Cheng Feng leaned against a tree, amused by the unfolding drama. Lily, I implore you, believe me one more time. I assure you I can become stronger. Xiao Zhang spoke earnestly, almost on the verge of bowing in apology. I cannot be swayed by your empty words. No matter how formidable you think you are, can you rival Jianfeng's prowess? Having worked alongside you for so long, I've long recognized your unreliability. Wu Li ignored Xiao Zhang's desperate pleas and turned away, striding off with an air of superiority. Benefactor, when will you depart? Wu Li moved closer to Cheng Feng, her demeanor having undergone a dramatic transformation. Could you possibly take me with you? That is not feasible. Cheng Feng furrowed his brow, striving to maintain a courteous tone. I've already declined once. I have a girlfriend. And what of it? Wu Li dismissed his words nonchalantly. She held firm confidence in her ability to make Cheng Feng forget his girlfriend and soon fall for her instead. Nothing much. I am leaving now. Do as you wish. With that, Cheng Feng turned and left without a backward glance. Hey. Wu Li was infuriated. She pleaded with Cheng Feng, who not only remained ungrateful, but also regarded her with indifference. As she prepared to chase after him, Xiao Zhang lunged forward, grasping one of her legs. Lily, that Jian Feng is heartless and ungrateful. You must open your eyes and not be deceived. He holds no feelings for you. Why do you remain so obstinate? Wu Li struggled to shake him off, but Xiao Zhang clung to her with all his might. She kicked and cursed Zhang Jun. You ungrateful wretch. Let go of me at once. The others intervened, urging Xiao Zhang to release Wu Li, which he finally did. Wu Li shot him a disdainful glare and hurried after Cheng Feng. Xiao Zhang, do not be overly anxious. Wu Li has only just returned, and considering Cheng Feng is her savior, her admiration for him is entirely natural. It is human nature to be drawn to strength. Her behavior is thus quite reasonable. Do not rush matters of the heart. Fruit forced from a vine is not sweet, so do not press her too hard, the leader reassured him, concerned that Xiao Zhang might be distressed. Xiao Zhang's gaze was vacant as he replied with difficulty, All right, I understand. Brother Wang wished to utter more, but seeing Xiao Zhang's despondent state, he could only pat him on the shoulder. As the day wore on, Wu Li disregarded his attempts to please her, fixated solely on Cheng Feng. Naturally, Xiao Zhang could not harbor any resentment toward her and directed his frustrations toward Cheng Feng. If he wished for Wu Li to recognize him, he needed to showcase his capabilities. Clearly, only by defeating Cheng Feng could he alter Wu Li's perception of him. Since a direct confrontation was futile, he decided to launch a surprise attack. Xiao Zhang felt a surge of clarity and rose from the ground. He cast a few glances in the direction Cheng Feng had departed, preparing to follow. Xiao Zhang, where are you headed? The leader, sensing something amiss, quickly apprehended him, wary of potential reckless actions. Li Ge, you need not worry about me. A forced smile appeared on Xiao Zhang's face. What could possibly happen to me? I am merely going for a stroll and to scout the area for any other lurking threats, lest we encounter unforeseen complications upon our return. It is indeed beneficial for you to unwind and not dwell on matters for the time being. The leader, without much contemplation, merely issued a few directives and permitted him to proceed. Xiao Zhang turned away, a scowl etched upon his face. Aren't you quite formidable? I shall see how you defend against this ambush. Benefactor. Wu Li's voice resonated not far behind Cheng Feng, causing him considerable distress. Why did you follow me? Cheng Feng endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor. I was merely concerned for your safety. Wu Li, caught off guard and scrambling for an excuse, hastily claimed her worry for his well-being. Cheng Feng felt a shiver run down his spine at her overly sweet tone and waved his hands in refusal, stating no, I truly do not require your concern. I am unscathed and in good health. Instead, you should return and rest properly. Regrettably, Wu Li failed to grasp Cheng Feng's subtle rejection, interpreting his aloofness as care. Oh dear, she exclaimed as her foot slipped, resulting in a rather undignified fall. Curse moss. Why is it so slippery? Benefactor, I have fallen. Look. Cheng Feng sighed in resignation and helped her to a nearby seat, inquiring, How are you? Are you injured? I think I have twisted my ankle, Wu Li lamented. Cheng Feng retrieved some ointment and offered it to her, but she blushed and replied, I'm not very adept at this. Perhaps you could assist me? Observing the eagerness in her gaze, Cheng Feng resigned himself to his fate for the day. He applied the ointment to her ankle, awkwardly massaging her foot. How does it feel? Cheng Feng, desperate to extricate himself from this task, asked urgently. Wu Li, lost in her infatuation, momentarily dazed by his question, responded, What? Oh, your technique is quite good. I feel much better. Then perhaps you should rest for a while. Realizing he was not going anywhere soon, Cheng Feng settled down not far from her. Xiao Zhang, concealed behind the bushes, observed their interaction with growing ire. "Ah, you hypocrite," he muttered, clenching his fists. Just moments ago, Cheng Feng had vehemently refused her, yet now he was in a secluded spot, indulging in flirtation with Li Li. "Let me see how I can tear apart your facade." Xiao Zhang struggled to suppress his rage as he continued to watch the pair. Wu Li, with sultry glances, kept casting her charms at Cheng Feng, who remained unmoved, much to her frustration. As her mind churned with new schemes, she pondered her next move. "Is your foot feeling better? If all is well, I shall take my leave," Cheng Feng awkwardly stated. "Don't leave," Wu Li cried, lunging toward him. "Well, I do if you go." Xiao Zhang, witnessing this scene, could no longer restrain himself and loosed a concealed projectile towards them. However, Cheng Feng, with his heightened senses and clad in a gray, bulletproof vest, was impervious to the ordinary weaponry. The projectile pierced his clothing but failed to breach the vest, clattering to the ground. "Who goes there?" Cheng Feng drew his Black Panther military knife, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. Xiao Zhang was profoundly shocked. He had originally intended to ambush Cheng Feng, swiftly eliminate him, seize his equipment, and then return triumphantly with a beauty in his arms. However, he was taken aback when Cheng Feng evaded his attack. He concealed himself among the shrubs, hoping Cheng Feng would not detect his presence. Cheng Feng pressed the button on his ring, and a swarm of ants erupted, tearing the bushes to shreds. Xiao Zhang, hidden behind the foliage, stood frozen, astonished that Cheng Feng would resort to such a tactic. "Is that you?" Cheng Feng inquired coldly, his mind already piecing together the puzzle. Wu Li had pursued him here, and Xiao Zhang had trailed Wu Li. "Are you a pervert?" Wu Li scolded. "If you're sick, get treatment. Don't be an eyesore in front of me." Cheng Feng cast a sidelong glance at them and declared, "You're just in time. Take them back. I must leave. I have no time to tend to the wounded." With that, fearing they would continue to pursue him, Cheng Feng hastily made his escape. After winding his way for quite some time, he finally spotted a silver tent and sprinted towards it with all his might. "Look at you, why the rush? The tent isn't going to sprout legs and run away." Lin Xiner chided, shooting him an annoyed glance. Cheng Feng chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. "I've been away for so long. I was just eager to return and see you. After half a day without you, I felt a void in my heart." A faint blush appeared on Lin Xiner's cheeks as she playfully punched him. "Stop being so glib. Let us eat. If we don't hurry, everything will be cold." While Cheng Feng was engrossed in his banter with Lin Xiner, he finally noticed the delectable aroma wafting from the tent. "What have you made? It smells even more delightful than usual today." He exaggeratedly inhaled the fragrance, eliciting a light giggle from Lin Xiner. "Of course it smells divine. I used the broth from the canned pork to stew the fish. You must try it," she exclaimed joyfully, serving him a heaping bowl. Cheng Feng took a bite and immediately gave a thumbs up. Lin Xiner's culinary skills had improved remarkably. With just one mouthful of fish, he found himself savoring the exquisite taste, unable to resist. "It's truly delightful. You're becoming more and more like a virtuous wife," he teased with a grin. Lin Xiner's face flushed even deeper, and she playfully swatted him. "What are you saying?" Cheng Feng had not drawn the curtain upon his return, and their flirtatious exchange was fully witnessed by Wu Li, who had followed him back. "TSK, TSK, TSK, even shoulder padding. What a little vixen," Wu Li scoffed, silently cursing Lin Xiner. Glancing at the unclosed curtain, an idea struck her. "Benefactor, benefactor, I've finally found you," Wu Li called out, laboriously squeezing through the door, her exaggerated gestures appearing quite comical. Lin Xiner was startled by Wu Li's sudden appearance and questioned, "Is this your friend?" Cheng Feng never anticipated that Wu Li had shaken off Xiao Zhang and pursued him here, and he covered his face, pondering how to respond. Wu Li directly ignored Lin Xiner's inquiry and looked at Cheng Feng with a pout. "Benefactor, why are you ignoring me? Have you forgotten me so soon? Don't you remember our time in the woods?" Lin Xiner was quite displeased. Not only did this person intrude into her home, but she also disregarded her presence, stepping forward to obstruct her line of sight. "You still Haven Tea? Answer my question. Are you aware that barging into someone else's home is exceedingly rude?" "Who am I?" Wooly scrutinized her with disdain. I have yet to inquire about your identity. I am entering the tent of my benefactor, and since they have yet to speak, what right do you have to question me? Such audacity. Cheng Feng tugged at Lin Sheener's sleeve, signaling her to let him handle the situation. However, Lin Sheener offered him a reassuring glance and initiated her own confrontation with Wooly. You need not concern yourself with my identity. You only need to know that I am permitted to reside alongside the owner of this tent. Lin Sheener was unyielding, linking her arm with Cheng Feng's. Some individuals, however, possess no sense of shame, brazenly intruding into another's tent and clinging to their side. Cheng Feng chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair as a silent agreement. By the way, I neglected to introduce her. This is my girlfriend, Cheng Feng said, leaning closely with Lin Sheener to illustrate the intimacy of their relationship. Akemapeak, Wooly Skufa. Inwardly pondering who might be standing beside him in the future. Benefactor, I bear injuries. You cannot simply ignore me. Wooly moved closer to Cheng Feng, asserting that, given their past acquaintance, he should not disregard her presence. What acquaintance do we share? Cheng Feng retorted. Benefactor, how can you ask that? Wooly Fainat Shinas. Are you truly unaware of our relationship? As she leaned in again, Lin Sheener promptly pushed her away. Any discussions should occur outside. There is no need for this pushing and shoving here. Lin Sheener pushed her out and stepped out herself, followed closely by Cheng Feng. Benefactor, I have made the effort to reach you. You wouldn't want to turn me away, would you? Wooly feigned a pitiful expression, almost on the verge of tears. Lin Sheener rolled her eyes dramatically, discreetly pinching Cheng Feng's waist to gauge his reaction. Do as you wish. It has no bearing on me. Cheng Feng's straightforward remark elicited a delighted smile from Lin Sheener. She shot Wooly a triumphant glare, further aggravating her. Just as Cheng Feng was about to say something to dismiss Wooly, the sky suddenly transformed from bright to dark. What is happening? Is it a solar eclipse? Lin Sheener shrank into Cheng Feng's embrace, frightened. Cheng Feng, amused by her fanciful thought, held her a bit tighter and replied, There is no way an eclipse could occur that quickly. He gazed up at the sky, which had turned as dark as night, appearing to be covered by a shroud, with no light penetrating through. Suddenly, a tremendous bird cry echoed from the heavens, reminiscent of the Earth's rumble before a natural disaster. Cheng Feng finally discerned what obscured the entire sky. It was a mutated eagle. Chapter 85, Benefactor? Cheng Feng gazed at the enormous wings that obscured the sun, momentarily entranced. The piercing cry of the mutated eagle jolted him back to reality. He swiftly scooped up the trembling Lin Sheener and dashed towards the tent with the speed of a sprinter. Sheener, you should go in first. This eagle is far too large. I cannot guarantee your safety, he said, pulling the curtain shut behind him. Find a safe spot inside the tent. I will keep watch outside. All right, Lin Sheener nodded, placing her unwavering trust in him during such perilous times. Be careful out there. Do not worry, Cheng Feng reassured her, ruffling her hair before securing the curtain and returning outside. Benefactor, I am an injured person, Wooly pouted, her expression a mix of feigned sorrow and indignation. Why do you not show any concern for me? You are an injured person, yet I have no idea how you managed to follow me here. Unlike most injured individuals who lack your tenacity, why should I be concerned? Cheng Feng retorted without a hint of politeness, deeming it unnecessary to appease her as she persisted in her antics. Wooly stomped her foot in frustration. Regardless, I am already here. You cannot just ignore me. Forgive my candor, but your presence here is of your own making and bears no relevance to me. If you're not worried that the eagle might mistake you for a meal, feel free to remain here. Cheng Feng dismissed her and began to clean his silver moon repeating crossbow. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Wooly was left to contemplate her survival. She found refuge behind a tree, peering out cautiously. Her gaze fell upon Cheng Feng's serious profile, and she could not help but feel infatuated. A man of such prowess and focus. She resolved to capture his heart. The mutated eagle screeched again from the sky, seemingly having detected a new target. Cheng Feng stood exposed on the ground, causing him to grip the silver moon repeating crossbow tightly, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his palms. He raised the crossbow, nocked an arrow, and aimed at the eagle, his hands trembling slightly. The eagle was colossal, far larger than the mutated crow he had encountered in the forest. If it possessed a similar resilience, he might not stand a chance against it. With a thunderous cry, the eagle swooped down, but to Cheng Feng's surprise, it did not target him. Instead, it landed in a clearing before him, its talons digging deeply into the earth as if intent on unearthing something hidden below. Cheng Feng, prepared for an attack, was momentarily taken aback by the eagle's unexpected behavior. What could it possibly be doing? He crouched behind a tent, his eyes fixed on the bird. The eagle seemed entirely oblivious to Cheng Feng, continuing its laborious digging, appearing rather comical in its endeavor. To Cheng Feng, it resembled a gigantic chicken. Whatever its purpose, there must be something more enticing beneath the ground. Still wary, Cheng Feng set up his sniper rifle behind the tent and loaded additional arrows into the Silver Moon repeating crossbow. Finally feeling a sense of assurance, the eagle remained engrossed in its excavation, completely unaware of Cheng Feng's subtle movements. Suddenly, it let out an excited cry, hastening its digging, causing the ground to tremble violently and forcing Cheng Feng to brace himself against the tent for stability. What is that eagle truly doing? He held his breath, fixated on the eagle, not daring to blink. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted as the ground shattered, revealing the eagle's claws tightly gripping something, a mutated worm. The grotesque, flesh-pink creature writhed violently beneath its grasp, provoking a wave of nausea in Cheng Feng. The mutated worm twisted and turned, clearly unwilling to succumb to the eagle as its meal. With a sudden arch of its body, it attempted to ensnare the mutated eagle. Wu Li, hiding behind a tree, was rendered speechless. Having been trapped by that mutated monkey for quite some time, she was unaware that other monsters could also emerge, and she had never encountered any creature besides that monkey. The sight of the mutated eagle alone was enough to terrify her, let alone the presence of this mutated worm. Ubarwalmat, Wuli Feinta. Seeing the fierce stalemate between the eagle and the worm, Cheng Feng refrained from launching an attack. Instead, he sheathed his weapon and retreated to the tent. Lin Xer, noticing his return, hurriedly inquired, "What happened? Did you fight the eagle? Were you injured?" Cheng Feng, maintaining a serious expression, shook his head. "No, the eagle's target was not me. It never afforded me the opportunity to engage." After digging for quite some time, it unearthed a massive worm, which evidently piqued its interest. Lin Xner, having never witnessed an eagle consuming a worm, envisioned the scene and felt goosebumps rise on her skin. She rubbed her arms and asked, "So what now? Did it eat the worm and fly away?" "Not at all. What surprised me most was that this worm is no ordinary prey. It hasn't been immediately devoured by the eagle and continues to struggle beneath its claws." Lin Xner imagined the battle between the eagle and the worm, feeling an additional layer of goosebumps. "What will you do? Are you not going out?" To divert her attention, she quickly engaged Cheng Feng in conversation. "Well, these two monsters are locked in combat. It serves no purpose for me to venture out at this moment." Cheng Feng pulled her closer, opting to observe the unfolding drama. "I shall wait until they are sufficiently weakened before I make my move." Lin Xen nestled even closer to him. "You truly are the wisest. And what about that woman who keeps calling you benefactor?" Cheng Feng grimaced, responding, "Let's not speak of her. She found a tree to hide behind. She should still be alive." TSK, 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 Cheng Handsome, you are indeed charming. She pursued you to your very doorstep, crying and calling for you. So, do you not intend to take responsibility? Responsibility for what? Cheng Feng was aware of her jealousy and sought to tease her. "Are you so eager to push me toward another woman? If that is what you desire, I could very well seek her out." "You dare." Lin Xener, incensed, playfully punched his shoulder. Cheng Feng laughed, taking her hand in his and drawing her closer. "I was merely jesting. With our Lin beauty being so exquisite, how could I?" Having said that, Cheng Feng playfully pinched Lin Xener's flushed cheek before turning to the small window to continue observing the battle between the eagle and the worm. He had originally assumed that after such a long time, the earthworm would have long since become a meal for the eagle. However, he was astonished to discover that the creature had managed to resist for so long. The earthworm was tightly coiled around the eagle's talons, rendering it unable to exert its strength. The eagle, in a fit of rage, flailed its claws in an attempt to tear the worm apart. Cheng Feng watched in a daze. All the monsters on this island not only exhibited enhanced combat abilities, but seemingly possessed greater intelligence as well. Monsters could now appear even during the day, and some of them had evolved. Chapter 86. Who is your wife? As Cheng Feng observed the fierce struggle, his gaze became somewhat vacant. The earthworm was no longer capable of continuing its entanglement with the eagle. It was at its last gasp. Taking a deep breath, he prepared his silver moon crossbow and stealthily moved forward. Ultimately, the earthworm was flung from the eagle's grasp, which proceeded to tear it into several pieces and swallow them whole. Although Cheng Feng had mentally prepared himself before stepping out, witnessing the scene with his own eyes made his stomach churn violently. He suppressed his nausea, raised the silver moon crossbow, and aimed to deliver a fatal blow. The eagle, having satisfied its hunger, shifted its gaze towards him. Cheng Feng felt a chill run down his spine under its intense stare and drew out the sacred relic to eliminate it. However, just before he pulled the trigger, a different thought crossed his mind. He flashed a provocative smile at the eagle, baring his teeth. "Beast, you seem quite content. How about a little stroll?" The eagle, incensed by his taunting tone, soared after him. Cheng Feng seized the opportunity, darting behind a tree and swiftly turning around. The eagle, unable to halt in time, collided with the trunk, momentarily dazed and disoriented. He breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that the eagle-esque control was not particularly strong, and its intelligence had not reached the level of a super monster. Furious after being outsmarted by Cheng Feng, the eagle screeched in rage and charged at him once more. Cheng Feng adeptly evaded its sharp talons, leaping up onto a tree. "Clumsy bird, come chase me. Look at you, what a worthless creature." The eagle, enraged by his mocking, roared and lunged forward with its claws. Cheng Feng dodged again, but this time the eagle lost control of its speed, embedding its talons deeply into the trunk. It let out a couple of anguished cries and struggled, but its claws were stuck too firmly. No matter how it thrashed, the trunk merely trembled, while its talons remained immobile. Finally, Cheng Feng descended from the tree, clapping his hands in satisfaction. "Clumsy bird, looks like you're stuck now." He wore a smug expression. "I see you've digested enough. Why not stay here quietly?" "What are you doing?" Lin Sheener asked curiously as she pulled aside the curtain. Cheng Feng waved her over, inviting her to witness his handiwork. She hurried to his side and observed the furious giant eagle, which appeared somewhat subdued. "What happened to this eagle? Why is it stuck here?" With a proud grin, Cheng Feng wrapped his arm around her shoulders. "I subdued it, of course. What do you think? Am I impressive or what?" "Impressive indeed. The first person to capture an eagle, with remarkable skill." Lin Sheener enthusiastically lavished praise upon him. Cheng Feng, brimming with pride, declared, "Of course. Just look at who I am. Your husband is the top-ranked swordsman in the region." He intentionally emphasized the word husband, causing Lin Sheener to blush deeply. "Who is your wife?" "You are insufferable." Flushed with embarrassment, she broke free from his embrace and hurried back to the tent. Cheng Feng, having achieved his goal, leisurely followed her inside. "Why didn't you kill the eagle? Are you planning to keep it?" Lin Sheener asked, puzzled. She had assumed that Cheng Feng would slay the eagle after she left, but to her surprise, he had followed her in. "Yes, I intend to keep this eagle. How splendid it would be to have it as a mount. If that doesn't work, I could always keep it as a pet." Initially serious, he let his imagination run wild by the end of his statement. "Stop being so glib," Lin Sheener playfully chided him, shooting him a reproachful glance. All right. To be honest, I plan to tame it." Cheng Feng could no longer resist her charming demeanor and decided to reveal his intentions. "Tame an eagle. You're quite ambitious." She envisioned Cheng Feng riding atop the eagle and felt immensely awed. Eagles are highly intelligent creatures. Taming one holds far greater value than simply killing it for equipment. With an eagle as a pet, my overall strength might significantly enhance. Lin Sheener found his reasoning compelling. "So what do you plan to do? We've never attempted anything like this before." "Learn," Cheng Feng replied succinctly. He opened his survival journal and reached out to the individual with whom he had consistently engaged in mineral trading. They maintained a close relationship, and he knew this person was well-informed and experienced, perhaps able to assist him in this endeavor. "Swordsman, you need something?" Came the prompt response. "I would like to inquire if you know how to tame birds, such as eagles." Let me think it over. A flicker of hope ignited within Cheng Feng. I have only tamed other wild animals, but I haven't tried taming birds. I believe the method might be similar to taming other beasts. After subduing it, start it for a few days, then feed it less food. If one attempt fails, try again multiple times. All right, I will give it a try. Thank you. To express his gratitude, Cheng Feng exchanged additional minerals for food. He brandished the giant ape staff, lifted the curtain, and stepped outside. The eagle had struggled for quite some time, and now seemed to be relinquishing its resistance. Cheng Feng strolled over nonchalantly and whistled at it. The eagle, furious, attempted to fly at him, but its talons were still ensnared in the tree trunk, leaving it to flap its wings in vain. Cheng Feng hefted the giant ape staff, pressed the button, and struck the eagle's back with force. The eagle screeched in pain and began to thrash wildly, managing to free its talons in the process. Just in time, Cheng Feng seized the opportunity and leaped onto its back. The eagle, now even more incensed, flapped desperately, soaring into the sky in a dramatic attempt to dislodge him. You would do well to be honest with me. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Cheng Feng furrowed his brow and, without hesitation, struck the creature once more with his staff. Lin Shiner, concealed within the tent, watched him tame the majestic eagle, her heart racing in her throat. The eagle continued to soar and twist, refusing to relinquish its grip on freedom. Cheng Feng pressed the button on the giant ape staff and jabbed the eagle again. An electric current surged through the creature, eliciting a painful cry as it plummeted heavily to the ground. Cheng Feng rolled off the eagle's back, and Lin Shiner, disregarding any potential dangers outside, dashed out of the tent. Are you all right? Did you injure yourself? She exclaimed, rushing to his side and helping him to his feet, tears welling in her eyes. Cheng Feng grimaced in pain, deliberately exclaiming, "Oh heavens! It hurts terribly! Woe is me! Shiner, you must avenge me." Lin Shiner, amused despite herself, responded, "How do you expect me to take revenge? Shall I cook it?" No. I worked hard to subdue it. Cooking it would be a waste of my efforts," he quickly interjected. He glanced at the eagle, now barely conscious, relieved to have made the first step in taming it. Chapter 87. Settling the pet Shiner, you should return. It's not safe outside, Cheng Feng said, patting her shoulder. I'll be fine. I still wish to observe it further. Lin Shiner, aware of his skill and courage, nodded reassuringly. All right, but do be cautious. Remember to hurry back. I exchanged for a new recipe recently and wish to experiment with some delightful dishes. Cheng Feng smiled and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, watching her retreat into the tent. Once she was completely inside, he collapsed onto the ground. The eagle had exerted considerable force, leaving him dizzy and utterly exhausted, yearning for a moment of respite. As dusk approached, Cheng Feng, having regained his strength, rose and began to contemplate how to manage the eagle. Setting aside the question of whether the enormous bird could fit inside the tent, the immediate concern was finding a secure place for it. Abandoning it outside was clearly not a viable option. During the nighttime skirmishes among monsters, there was a risk that a more formidable creature might take advantage of the situation. Should the eagle be discovered by them, all his efforts to tame it would be rendered futile. Cheng Feng's thoughts spiraled, leading him to lie down once more on the ground before finally returning to dine. You rolled in the mud? Lin Shiner was taken aback by his disheveled appearance. No, after you left, I simply lay down for a bit, he replied with a sheepish grin. Lin Shiner offered him a towel to wipe his face and help brush the dirt off his clothes. What were you doing lying outside? Don't you find the ground dirty and cold? Is the bed in the tent not soft enough? Hurry and change your clothes. We shall eat once you are ready. Faced with her gentle scolding, Cheng Feng felt not annoyance, but warmth filling his heart. After he began working away from home, his communication with family dwindled, and he seldom shared his troubles in work and life. Occasionally, during quieter moments, he found himself reminiscing about the comforting nagging of his parents. Now, Lin Shiner had rekindled that long-lost warmth of home within him. Let us change clothes and sample the new culinary skills of our chef Lin, he said. Cheng Feng's face lit up with a fond smile, his eyes radiating warmth. Eat well. I specially prepared several new dishes today. Enthusiastically, Lin Shiner served him several generous portions, her expression pleading for praise. Cheng Feng, eager to indulge her, took a hearty bite and showered her with compliments. However, he soon set down his chopsticks, as the unresolved matter of the eagle weighed heavily on his mind, leaving him restless. "Sheener, please eat. I have some matters to attend to," he said, gently tousling her hair as he laid down his chopsticks. Lin Sheener pouted in displeasure, teasingly declaring, "If you keep this up, I might just stop cooking. I made so much, and you hardly ate. What a waste. I am truly sorry, our esteemed Chef Lin. But I must find a way to manage the eagle. I really cannot focus on eating," Cheng Feng replied sincerely, his gaze filled with remorse. "Consider yourself forgiven this time." Lin Sheener waved her hand dismissively, showing her magnanimity. "But if you dare to pull this again, I want-to feed you." Cheng Feng chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek until her face flushed, prompting her to swat his hand away. After their playful banter, Cheng Feng turned back to his survival journal, contemplating how to deal with the mutated eagle. He had only taken the first step in taming it. He needed to ensure its proper care to avoid nullifying his efforts. With his mind in disarray, he decided to set the matter aside for the moment and aimlessly flipped through the channels. The world channel remained, as usual, with people chatting and trading. "Does anyone have anything else to eat? I can only hunt wild boars, and I'm getting tired of it. I'm looking for a kind soul to trade with. Is there anyone with higher-level equipment? Just a few good pieces would suffice. I can trade household items. I'm hoping to find a big shot in the tropical rainforest area to help me climb the rankings. I've been stuck for too long. Any kind-hearted souls willing to assist?" Suddenly, Cheng Feng remembered the rankings and smacked his forehead. So much had happened throughout the day that he had completely forgotten about it. With hopeful anticipation, he opened the screen, only to find his ranking unchanged, remaining steadfast and motionless, filling him with confusion. The mutated eagle he had tamed was conservatively estimated to be a mid-level monster, now that he had transformed it into his pet. How could it be that his ranking had not budged? This led him to ponder what had gone awry. Was it that the survival journal did not recognize his taming of the eagle, or did the overall boost to his strength it provided fall below a significant threshold? Cheng Feng contemplated deeply, ruling out the first possibility. The eagle, now utterly powerless to resist, could not escape his grasp. This only indicated that Cheng Feng's strength had not yet reached a sufficient level. He could not help but speculate about the resources and equipment possessed by those ranked within the top 50, which allowed them to maintain such formidable power. It seemed he needed to tame several more pets to expedite the enhancement of his own strength. His thoughts drifted back to the golden dragon egg he had collected during the monsters' battle. It would still be some time before it hatched. But once this epic golden dragon egg emerged, his prowess would undoubtedly see a significant increase. After reviewing the rankings, he again recalled the eagle. In any case, this was not a suitable place for its settlement. Cheng Feng looked up at the sky, where the horizon was ablaze with brilliant gold. The entire island bathed in the gentle glow of the sunset. He furrowed his brow. Time was of the essence, and he needed to find a target quickly. "Exiner, I must venture out for a while. You stay in the tent and do not come out. If darkness falls and I have yet to return, do not panic. And do not come looking for me," Cheng Feng said earnestly. "I will leave the Black Panther dagger with you for protection. You must remain inside the tent. Why do you have to go out again so soon after returning?" Lin Xiner's face reflected her reluctance. "I must first find a place to settle the eagle," Cheng Feng replied, embracing her before departing the tent. He curled his fingers and produced a whistle, but the eagle merely glanced at him before turning its head away. After all, Cheng Feng had electrocuted it multiple times with the giant ape staff, leaving it with a considerable psychological scar. With a leap, Cheng Feng mounted its back. "Let us go. Fly quickly, or I shall have to use the staff on you again." His voice echoed in the air as a threat. Reluctantly, the eagle took to the skies. Chapter 88. The Mysterious Bat Cave. Cheng Feng clutched the eagle's feathers tightly to ensure he would not fall off. Having tamed this eagle not long ago, this was his first experience flying upon such a monstrous bird, and he felt a mixture of tension and exhilaration. After flying for quite some time, he suddenly realized he had yet to determine where to settle it, and panic arose within him. He swiftly produced the giant ape staff and gave it another jolt. Drawing from his previous experiences, Cheng Feng had learned to control the intensity of the shock, ensuring it was merely painful rather than injurious or incapacitating. Spotting a clear area below, Cheng Feng shouted, "Stop! Land here!" The eagle let out a cry and gradually descended to the ground. Cheng Feng was pleased with its performance and, after some thought, retrieved a pre-prepared roasted fish from his storage device and tossed it to the eagle. Having consumed nothing but a worm earlier that afternoon and having engaged in a fierce struggle with Cheng Feng, the eagle was already starving. The moment the roasted fish was thrown, it snatched it out of the air and swallowed it whole. Cheng Feng plopped down beside it and opened the crude map, contemplating where to best settle the eagle. The eagle gazed at him with eager eyes, as Cheng Feng brandished the great ape staff, poking it a few times while threatening. "What use am I to you? If you don't behave, prepare to face the consequences." Only then did the eagle turn its head away. Cheng Feng, unsure if it was merely his imagination, sensed a hint of grievance in its gaze. The unreliable map offered little guidance in this area, and, after much searching, Cheng Feng struggled to find a suitable location. Frustration welled within him. Could it be that he would have to spend the night in the woods with this mutated eagle? As he brooded, the eagle flapped its wings, accidentally brushing against him, which ignited his irritation. Just as he turned to give it a kick, a scroll slipped from his pocket. Stunned, he recalled the treasure map he had exchanged with the group earlier. The markings on the map were remarkably detailed, and perhaps it could lead him to a suitable destination. With a hopeful heart, Cheng Feng unfurled the map, and, as fortune favored the diligent, he indeed found an appropriate site. The cave was even farther than where they had rescued Wu Li, surrounded by dense forest. This would not only facilitate the accommodation of more tamed, mutated creatures, but also allow them to hunt in the woods. With the immediate concern resolved, Cheng Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him, and the eagle appeared much more agreeable. He tossed a grilled fish and mounted the eagle. Ready to set off, the eagle flapped its wings and let out a cry, evidently more exhilarated than before. With a few powerful wing beats, it lifted Cheng Feng high into the sky. The mutated eagle was colossal, with a wingspan nearing 2 meters, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. The daylight had not yet entirely faded, but the eagle's flight blocked what little sunlight remained, plunging the area into darkness. What is happening? Why has it suddenly grown dark? I don't know. Could a new type of monster have appeared? Everyone be prepared. Arm yourselves. The group fell into a state of vigilance, fearing a sudden monster attack. However, after a prolonged, tense wait, other than the gradual return of light to the sky, the anticipated assault did not materialize. What on earth is going on? It turned dark and then bright again? A burly man questioned, perplexed by the situation. As if to provide them with an answer, the eagle let out a prolonged cry, exuding an indomitable spirit, as if to proclaim its existence to the world. "Look, it's an eagle." "Ah, indeed. I've never seen an eagle this large." Upon recognizing the true nature of the colossal creature, the crowd marveled at its size. Someone with keen eyes noticed a figure seated atop the eagle, causing an uproar. "Quick! Look, there is someone on the eagle's back." One individual immediately produced binoculars, eager to verify the astonishing sight. When he discerned the silhouette on the eagle's back, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. "Ah, it truly is astonishing. Behold, there is indeed a person upon the back of that eagle." A curious onlooker hastily seized the telescope, eager to witness this marvel, only to be astounded to discover that the individual is none other than the region's top contender, Cheng Feng. "Look, is that not Cheng Feng? He is audaciously seated upon the back of a mutated eagle. Is this truly happening? Quickly, let me take a look. I yearn to see how this regional champion has tamed such a beast." Tamed? That eagle is colossal, its combat prowess evidently formidable. Cheng Feng dares to sit upon its back. This is sheer recklessness. Indeed, I cannot believe he could possibly defeat such a creature. It is only a matter of time before he falls, and should he survive, he will surely be left severely injured. His ranking will undoubtedly plummet. In a fervor, the crowd clamored to glimpse Cheng Feng riding atop the eagle, and the telescope became a coveted item. Lung Xuet, too, witnessed this scene, her heart filled with astonishment. When had Cheng Feng become powerful enough to tame such a colossal monster? She had a fair understanding of Cheng Feng, and rather than believe he had become a captive of the eagle, she preferred to entertain the notion that he had indeed tamed the creature. How had he accomplished such a feat? Leng Xue was perplexed, yearning to rush forward and inquire about the situation. She clenched her fists, suppressing her urge to voice her thoughts. Even if she were to ask now, Cheng Feng, seated upon the eagle's back, would be unable to respond. A growing sense of helplessness began to envelop her, deepening with each passing moment. She recognized that Cheng Feng's strength was continually on the rise, and the chasm between them was widening. It seemed she would never be able to catch up. With a self-deprecating shake of her head, she released her grip. Others remained gathered, awaiting the spectacle of the region's champion tumbling from the eagle's back. Yet, as the eagle gradually soared out of their view, that moment never arrived. Could it be an illusion? Someone raised a doubt. How could it be? The individual who first produced the telescope retorted, "I saw it clearly. That is Cheng Feng. If you doubt me, let us settle this with a duel." The conversation drifted further from its origin, while Cheng Feng, perched upon the eagle, remained blissfully unaware of the discourse below. Half an hour later, he finally reached his destination. The cave was obscured within a dense thicket, and without a deliberate search, it would be nearly impossible to discern its existence. Cheng Feng's heart swelled with joy. Such a cave would serve as the perfect abode for his pet. He cautiously approached, peering into the entrance. As he leaned in, his gaze met a pair of crimson eyes. Cheng Feng, startled, fell to the ground in shock. They had inadvertently ventured into the most perilous region of the entire island, the Bat Cave. Chapter 89. Braving the Bat, Cave the Bat, after locking eyes with Cheng Feng, unfurled its wings and soared deep into the cave. Cheng Feng remained seated on the ground for a while, recovering from his fright, still shaken. Fortunately, the creature he encountered was merely a bat, and it had shown no inclination to engage him. Had it chosen to do so, the consequences could have been dire. He possessed only a superficial understanding of bats, gleaned from television and newspapers. These creatures typically emerge at night, favoring communal dwellings in caves, and are known to carry viruses. Moreover, the mutated beings here differ significantly from ordinary species, their destructive potential perhaps even more terrifying. Cheng Feng stepped back, standing at the cave's entrance, uncertain of his next move. He glanced at the mutated hawk, which moments ago had appeared formidable, now cowering at the cave's mouth, seemingly intimidated by the dark creatures. Cheng Feng brushed the feathers on the hawk's back, mockingly inquiring, "Weren't you just full of bravado? Why the hesitation now?" The hawk, eyes reflecting fear, turned its head away. Having finished taunting the cowardly bird, he returned to the matter at hand. The cave's secluded location and the dense foliage surrounding it rendered it nearly imperceptible to outsiders, making it a rare sanctuary. Cheng Feng secured a vine to one of the hawk's talons, gritting his teeth as he dragged it into the cave. Reluctantly, the hawk followed him into the pitch-black cavern. Inside, the space was vast and oppressive, sealed tight with not a sliver of light penetrating. As he ventured deeper, the darkness thickened. Cheng Feng retrieved a trusty flashlight from his storage device, casting its beam around before proceeding further. The hawk trailed behind, increasingly unwilling to move, forcing Cheng Feng to resort to sheer strength to pull it along. He brandished the great ape staff, threateningly striking the hawk twice, warning, "If you don't move, you might find yourself meeting your demise right here." Yet the hawk remained unmoved, indifferent to his threats. Frustrated, Cheng Feng tossed aside the staff and sat down heavily. "Aren't you supposed to be a fierce creature? What happened to your courage? You won't even enter a bat cave," he muttered, spitting in exasperation, deciding to take a moment to hydrate. The hawk stood behind him, head bowed, resembling a wayward child being reprimanded. Cheng Feng, at a loss, sighed and resolved to leave it behind while he ventured deeper into the bat cave. Before departing, he left several grilled fish for the hawk, instructing it to remain obediently. Upon seeing the fish, the hawk's eyes sparkled, rushing toward the meal, completely disregarding Cheng Feng's earnest admonitions. Cheng Feng, feeling a mix of disappointment and frustration, sighed once more before continuing his descent. The cave emanated a foul stench, which Cheng Feng found unbearable, pinching his nose as he pressed on. He illuminated the cave walls with his flashlight, only to be startled by the sight. The corners were littered with animal carcasses and bat droppings. Some half-consumed bodies had begun to decay, infested with maggots, emitting a repulsive odor that made it difficult to fathom how life thrived in such conditions. Suppressing the urge to vomit, he searched for a relatively clean spot to sit and ponder his next steps. Bats were social creatures, and having seen only one at the entrance indicated that more likely lurked within the depths. With nightfall yet to arrive, this cohort of nocturnal beings surely lay in wait, poised to strike. Lost in thought, Cheng Feng couldn't shake the unsettling sensation that countless eyes were fixated on him from the depths of the cave, sending a chill down his spine. He crossed his arms, attempting to suppress the goosebumps that had arisen, and shook his head vigorously to regain composure. He opened his survival journal and retrieved some firewood from his inventory to kindle fire. With the warmth of the flames enveloping him, Cheng Feng felt a sense of reassurance return, emboldening him to survey his surroundings. However, upon glancing around, he was nearly overwhelmed by terror. Directly behind him lay a grim tableau of stark white bones. Cheng Feng covered his mouth in shock, kicking the animal remains aside before taking deep, panic breaths. Despite having witnessed his fair share of gruesome sights, who could remain unafraid in such a situation? The bats here had evolved to the point where they could drag their prey into the cave, their formidable prowess evident. This corroborated his suspicions regarding the cave's vastness and further solidified his resolve to conquer it. Extinguishing the fire, he fashioned a makeshift torch from a few sticks and cautiously advanced deeper into the darkness. After traversing for some time, it seemed he had yet to reach the midpoint of the bat cave. As he walked, he remained vigilant, pondering just how many mutated eagles this cavern could harbor. How extraordinary, he mused, that this cave seemed endless. Having acclimated to the oppressive darkness, curiosity began to overshadow his initial trepidation. Pausing to lean against the wall for a moment's respite, he scanned his surroundings with heightened alertness. The torch blazed brightly, its flickering flames illuminating the inky depths of the cave, elongating his shadow. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he retrieved his gear from his storage device. He donned a gray silk bulletproof vest, equipped himself with a flight apparatus, and finally readied the silver moon crossbow, nocking an arrow with precision. He could sense danger drawing ever closer. As he ventured deeper, the cave's dimensions grew increasingly constricted. What had once accommodated 6 or 7 individuals walking side by side now barely allowed 2 to pass. Fortunately, Cheng Feng was alone, which spared him from a feeling of claustrophobia. Thank goodness he hadn't brought the eagle along, or it would have become a liability. He exhaled in relief. Suddenly, a rustling of wings echoed from the shadows, compelling him to halt in his tracks. The sound resonated ominously in the darkness, akin to a demonic whisper. Cheng Feng gripped his torch tightly, brushed his fingers over his concealed weapon ring, and steadied his nerves before proceeding cautiously. The rustling grew more pronounced and closer, as if the bats were accompanying him on his journey. A few beads of cold sweat trickled down his face, and through the torchlight, he could almost discern the silhouettes of bats flitting past him. Closer and closer, he chanted silently within himself. You can do this. Your gear is top-notch, and your strength is formidable. You have vanquished even the mightiest mutated behemoths and pilfered epic dragon eggs. What is there to fear? He raised the torch and switched on the trusty flashlight, illuminating the surroundings. In an instant, the bats around him opened their eyes simultaneously, resembling a multitude of crimson lanterns suspended against the walls. Chapter 90, Blood Battle with Bats. Cheng Feng did not utter a scream. Instead, he remained calm, gazing at the swarm of mutated bats before him. Having accumulated a wealth of combat experience and engaged in extensive mental preparation, the initial panic had long since dissipated by the time he faced this moment. In fact, upon witnessing the mutated bats, he mentally devised a combat strategy. While he stood his ground, the bats did not make any hasty moves. They were utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Though they had evolved to possess the ability to venture out during the day, they had not yet left their lair. Why, then, had someone come to confront them? If someone was eager to meet their demise, it would spare the bats the trouble of seeking out a target. Thus, the two sides engaged in this eerie standoff. The cave enveloped in an unusual silence. Ultimately, it was the bats that reacted first, unfurling their wings and charging toward him, attempting to launch an attack. Cheng Feng scoffed inwardly, grateful for his prior preparations, having donned his flying apparatus in advance. He seized the opportune moment, maximizing the speed of the device and veering out of the bat cave. The mutated eagle, no longer tethered as he had left it, dare not fly away directly, but lingered at the cave's entrance. Very well, once I deal with this troublesome flock of bats, I shall settle the score with you. Cheng Feng shot a glare at the eagle before soaring into the depths of the forest. He had no desire to wreak havoc upon the cave. The eagle, concealed at the cave's mouth, did not intend to involve itself in the fray. The bats did not initiate an attack. Rather, they formed an organized formation in midair, awaiting Cheng Feng's assault. Observing their meticulous arrangement, Cheng Feng was taken aback. This group of mutated bats, appearing to be mere mid-level monsters, had evolved to such an extent that they could engage in strategic combat formations. It was difficult to fathom what higher-level monsters might be like. He dared not delay, pressing the trigger of the Silver Moon crossbow, unleashing a volley of arrows toward the bat formation. Prior to entering, he had coated each arrow with a specially formulated poison. If struck, the bats would succumb to its effects within 10 minutes. However, whether it was a mere illusion or not, the lead bat seemed to display a look of disdain, and to his astonishment, an unforeseen sight unfolded. An energy shield emerged before the bat formation, blocking his attack. Cheng Feng gaped in disbelief, never expecting the bat formation to possess such an ability. Seizing the moment when he was caught off guard, the bats swiftly altered their formation and charged toward him. Cheng Feng promptly activated the flying apparatus, ascending into the sky. He executed a sharp turn before a large tree. The bat swarm, unable to reconfigure in time, scattered beneath the expansive canopy. While the bats had not yet regrouped, Cheng Feng hovered in midair, observing their movements. The bats returned to their original formation, poised for defense. Cheng Feng refrained from launching another attack, and the two sides remained locked in a stalemate in the air. Observing the vigilant swarm of bats, a bold hypothesis emerged in Cheng Feng's mind. Their ability to generate an energy shield suggested they possessed the capacity to manipulate energy. Yet, when they attacked, they charged directly at him without unleashing any energy, which raised a question. Did this mean they were incapable of energy-based attacks? Given that the current situation was at an impasse, he resolved to take a daring gamble. Extending his left hand, adorned with a concealed weapon ring, he pressed the button. The ant head erupted forth, revealing its sharp fangs as it charged towards the battalion of bats. The energy shield activated once more, though noticeably weaker than before. The ant head's assault was initially thwarted by the shield, but its strength visibly waned, ultimately dissipating. As the bats struggled to withstand the onslaught, their formation broke apart, and they scattered in disarray. Cheng Feng astutely noted this shift, discerning the approximate duration of the bat's formation. This array could only consolidate their energy to create a shield for defense, lacking offensive capability. Furthermore, the formation required a recovery period. Without sufficient time, its defensive efficacy would be significantly diminished. Cheng Feng marveled at the intelligence of these bats, yet lamented their shortcomings. After all, they were merely a horde of mutated creatures. No matter how advanced their intellect, it could never surpass that of humanity. Having barely withstood the ant head's assault, they were now severely weakened. This was their most vulnerable moment. Seizing the advantageous opportunity, Cheng Feng pressed the concealed weapon ring once again before they could regroup. As the ant head unleashed its attack, he swiftly equipped the Silver Moon crossbow with a poison arrow and pulled the trigger. This time, they could not withstand the ant head's onslaught. Most of the bats were torn to shreds in an instant, while the remaining few were pierced by the poisoned arrows, leaving no survivors. Once the battle concluded, several gleaming boxes fell to the ground, distinct from the equipment yielded by other monsters. Intrigued, Cheng Feng picked up each box and opened them to inspect the contents. Most contained smaller auxiliary gear, but one particular concealed weapon captured his attention. It resembled a miniature Silver Moon crossbow designed to be worn on the wrist, capable of firing small, toxic projectiles. He stored the equipment and returned to the cave entrance, where an eagle stood, appearing somewhat terrified as it observed him. Silent as a mouse, it had witnessed the entirety of Cheng Feng's victory over the swarm of bats and felt fortunate for having submitted to him rather than engaging in a futile confrontation. Had it insisted on a deadly struggle, it would surely have been reduced to mere fragments by the ant head. Cheng Feng regarded the eagle with a smug expression, declaring, "Do you see? I am quite formidable. I spared your life because I deemed you useful, not out of fear." The eagle nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking a grain, which struck a comical note. "Now, there are no bats within this place. You shall remain here obediently. Should a significant amount of time pass without my return, you are not to leave." Cheng Feng's expression turned fierce as he wielded the great ape staff, issuing a round of threats. The eagle quietly stayed behind him, having long lost its previous bravado. If it could speak, it would likely express its unwavering loyalty to its master with multiple affirmations. Cheng Feng rekindled a fire and sat down to rest beside it. The recent battle had not been easily won. He required a substantial respite to replenish his strength. He retrieved some provisions from his storage device and roasted them over the flames to satisfy his hunger. Before his departure, he left a few fish and other food items for the eagle, ensuring it would not starve in the absence of prey. The eagle watched him exit the bat cave, feeling relieved for having surrendered early. Chapter 91. The Beauty-esque Scheme? To conserve time and avoid drawing attention, Cheng Feng opted to fly at a low altitude through the woods, striving to minimize encounters with others. Yet, he had forgotten that his ostentatious flight on the eagle had already caught the attention of many. The exploration of the bat cave had consumed considerable time, and slaying the bats required effort. Lin Sheener must have been anxiously awaiting him in the tent. He maneuvered around several crowded groups and successfully returned to the secluded canyon where he had set up camp. He paused outside the tent, filled with joy at the thought of reuniting with Lin Sheener. Eagerly, he pulled aside the curtain, only to find no sign of her. The food in the pot still emitted steam, indicating the cook had not departed long ago. But where could Lin Sheener have gone? Cheng Feng was enveloped in confusion as he crawled back out of the tent. The footsteps outside were scattered, making it impossible to discern her whereabouts from the tracks. Anxiety began to mount within him. Lin Sheener had always trusted him and obeyed his words. He had repeatedly instructed her not to leave the tent carelessly. Yet she was absent now, which meant something must have happened. But who could it be? To avoid contact with others on the island, Cheng Feng had deliberately chosen a more remote canyon for camping, a place where no one typically appeared, let alone someone capable of abducting Lin Sheener. In a frenzy, he felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan, yet he was at a loss for any course of action. "Sheener! Sheener! Where are you?" he shouted into the surroundings. The only responses were the whispers of the wind and the occasional chirping of birds. As dusk approached, the sea breeze cooled, granting him a measure of calm. The tent could withstand significant force. It was improbable that someone had forcibly breached it to take her away. But what if someone had deceived her into leaving? Cheng Feng felt as though his mind was muddled, utterly unsure of how to proceed. Now was not the time for panic. He needed to find clues to devise a plan to locate Lin Sheener. "Ah, benefactor, what have you been searching for all this time?" A teasing voice emerged nearby, laced with mockery and smug delight. Cheng Feng abruptly lifted his head, a mix of suspicion and surprise crossing his features. "Is it you? Did you hide Sheener? How could this be?" Wu Li feigned a sense of grievance. "My benefactor, do not forget, I am merely an injured party, a fragile woman incapable of defending herself. How could I possibly conceal a living person?" He had no desire to become further entangled with Wu Li, and now he was even less inclined to engage in conversation. Furrowing his brow, he replied as politely as he could, "Is there anything else you require? If not, I have matters to attend to and cannot linger." With that, Cheng Feng returned to his seat in front of the tent, using his actions to signal a clear boundary between them. Wu Li, sensing the lack of interest, felt disheartened yet unwilling to be so easily dismissed by Cheng Feng. She chose a spot nearby, feigning nonchalance as she admired the seascape. Cheng Feng found the situation too abrupt. It was evident that someone had orchestrated this plan with malice. Yet, there were no signs of life in the vicinity. Who could have possibly attempted to abduct Lin Sheener? His gaze inevitably returned to Wu Li, the only person within 100 miles, and she had persistently clung to Cheng Feng, making her the prime suspect. It seemed Wu Li sensed his scrutiny, for she smiled slightly and asked, "Do you have something you wish to inquire about?" Cheng Feng inhaled deeply, leaning closer and pressing the formidable staff against her head. The person under the pressure experienced a momentary stiffness before reverting to her previous indignation. Benefactor, what are you doing? I cannot possibly match your strength. Before you, I'm like an ant, easily crushed. Why resort to such measures? Tell me where Lin Shiner is, Cheng Feng replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Can we not dwell on Lin Shiner? Wu Li Shida. It is just the two of us now. Your focus should be on me. Cheng Feng poked her head with the staff twice. Do not waste my time with your trivialities. Tell me where Lin Shiner is. Very well, I shall tell you. Wu Li raised her hands. But before I do, could you kindly lower your staff? Is this how one seeks assistance? TSK. If it were someone else, they would be terrified. Would you agree? At her words, Cheng Feng lowered the staff, albeit his gaze remained filled with skepticism and vigilance. Now, can you divulge Lin Shiner's whereabouts? Wu Li smiled coyly, her enchanting features illuminated by the moonlit seascape, exuding an alluring charm. Do not be in such a hurry. Stay with me for a while longer. If you amuse me, why would I withhold what you desire? With a flick of her wrist, she conjured forth a wine flask and 2 cups, inviting him to share a drink. Benefactor, allow me to toast to you first. In gratitude for rescuing me from that beast, sparing me from a life worse than death. Her eyes sparkled with sincerity. Cheng Feng remained unmoved. There is nothing commendable about this. I was there due to a transaction with your people. Ultimately, my goal was to enhance my strength for a better life with Lin Shiner. He intentionally invoked Lin Shiner's name to provoke her, reminding her that she would always pale in comparison to Lin Shiner in his heart. Wu Li was indeed displeased, declaring that the mention of his young girlfriend was strictly prohibited. I warn you, you are the one seeking my favor now, so it would be wise to adhere to my wishes. Otherwise, you shall not attain what you desire. Cheng Feng reluctantly raised his glass to clink with hers, but hesitated to take a sip. Wu Li tilted her head back and drained the glass in one go, then turned to gaze at him with a radiant smile. Perhaps due to the sea breeze, her face grew increasingly flushed, and her eyes took on a dreamy quality. My benefactor, you know I fell for you at first sight, Wu Li said, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Cheng Feng sighed, confronted with her. He found himself at a loss for words that would convey the weight of his feelings. But you know, my heart belongs solely to Lin Shiner. Your affection is futile. It would be best to relinquish it sooner rather than later. Forget me, and you shall undoubtedly encounter someone far better. His words were imbued with sincerity and regret. Why? Why can't you forget her and consider accepting me? Wu Li poured herself another glass of wine and downed it in a single gulp. Cheng Feng was unsure how to counsel her, simply shaking his head repeatedly. Why aren't you drinking? I've had 2 already, Wu Li complained. Are you truly oblivious? Or merely pretending to be? Cheng Feng poured his wine onto the ground. Hey, if you don't want to drink, then why waste my wine? Wu Li bota, seemingly reproaching him for such extravagance. Cheng Feng, observing her earnest expression, resolved to speak, because there is an aphrodisiac in this wine. Chapter 92. The plan unveiled. Wu Li was taken aback, a captivating smile gracing her stunning face. How did you know? Is that even a question? Just look at you, he retorted. Moreover, who would believe that a person interested in you would serve you a drink devoid of such ingredients under these circumstances? Cheng Feng struggled to suppress the fury boiling within him. What do you intend to do? You had best reveal Lin Shiner's whereabouts quickly, unable to contain himself any longer. He drew his gun and pressed it against her forehead. Perhaps it was the effect of the aphrodisiac, but Wu Li showed no fear at the sight of his weapon. Go on, shoot me. But if you do, no one will be able to inform you of where your delicate little girlfriend is gone. Cheng Feng's hand trembled slightly as he held the gun, his voice rising in anger. Speak. If you don't tell me, I swear I will end you. Wu Li let out a cold laugh, lazily pouring herself another glass of wine. She toyed with the delicate glass in her hand, her eyes glinting with cold defiance. You may not know what I used to do. While others fear death, I do not. If you truly cared not for your little girlfriend's life, you could easily kill me. Wu Li was well aware that Lin Shiner was Cheng Feng's Achilles heel, holding the knowledge of her whereabouts. She gambled that he would not dare harm her. She filled Cheng Feng's glass once more, smiling as she offered it to him. Sit down, don't be so tense. Drink with me, and I shall tell you. Cheng Feng was consumed with a desire to obliterate her in his rage, yet he was compelled to comply with her demands. He despised the sensation of being led by the nose, yet he found himself entirely at her mercy. He once again seated himself opposite her, raising his glass to clink with hers. You'd best refrain from your tricks. Drink, and I shall divulge the information you seek. Wu Li continued to toy with her glass, considering this demand rather reasonable compared to Lin Xinr's life. What do you truly desire? Cheng Feng, thoroughly incensed, dared not act impulsively. Wu Li adopted a feigned expression of grievance, exclaiming, Why are you so fierce? I merely asked you to share a drink before you assist me. Surely, I'm not unattractive. Why do you scorn me so? My heart is already claimed by another. She occupies every corner of my being, and that is Xinr. I shall never love another woman, even if she possesses unparalleled beauty. None can compare to her in my heart, Cheng Feng replied with a calm demeanor. He had discerned Wu Li's intention to ensnare him, and at that moment, he recognized the necessity of remaining composed. Wu Li pouted, splashing the wine from her glass onto the floor. I fear your beloved is already being toyed with by another man. What do you mean? Speak clearly. How dare you suggest Xinr is being toyed with? Cheng Feng, shocked and enraged, hurled his glass aside and seized her by the throat. Wu Li struggled to breathe, breaking into a violent cough. She laughed raucously, her eyes ablaze with fury. The wine laced with aphrodisiac. Your girlfriend has consumed it as well. Then, she was taken by our men. I neglected to mention, aside from myself, all the others their men. Imagine what fate awaits your girlfriend. Cheng Feng's eyes blazed with rage, his desire to end her life palpable. Why can't you learn from the lewdness of your kind? Forget her. She is likely reveling in the arms of some man right now. Yet here I am, willing to offer you a chance. Do you not wish to explore this with me? You are truly beyond redemption. Cheng Feng tightened his grip, causing Wu Li's face to flush deeper. Now, tell me where Xinr is, or I swear I shall end your life. His eyes glowed with a terrifying intensity, resembling a demon prepared to exact retribution. Wu Li understood that unless she divulged the information, he would indeed slay her. She coughed violently, straining to urge him to release her. I will tell you, just let go of me. If you do not release me now, you may never learn the whereabouts of your girlfriend. Having received her assurance, Cheng Feng finally relinquished his grip. Wu Li collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, struggling to regain her composure. Now, tell me where she is, Cheng Feng demanded, drawing his gun once more and aiming it at her. Wu Li, now irate, retorted, Did I not say I would tell you? Who do you think you are threatening with that gun? I fear not death. Cheng Feng, resigned yet unwilling to lower his weapon, insisted, Speak at once, or I shall pull the trigger. Fine, fine, I shall tell you. Wu Li shoved his gun away and stood, declaring, Our people have taken her to a remote gorge not far from here. Cheng Feng seethed with anger. He had selflessly rescued them from the jaws of giant ants and aided in Wu Li's rescue, only to have them repay his kindness with betrayal, threatening the one he cherished most. Had it not been for Wu Li needing to lead the way, he would have long since sent her to the underworld. He instructed Wu Li to walk ahead, aiming to prevent her from deceiving him and leading him in circles while pressing the gun against her back. Why are you doing this? Wu Li rolled her eyes. I've already agreed to take you there. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? If you don't trust me, then don't follow. I fear you might play tricks, he retorted. You currently lack the standing to negotiate. The initiative lies with me. Cheng Feng scoffed. Even without you, I would find your hiding place. It is merely a matter of time. Realizing she could not intimidate him, Wu Li huffed in frustration and turned away, refusing to engage further. After winding through numerous paths for quite a while, they finally arrived at a canyon across from them. The canyon was devoid of towering trees, and even herbaceous plants were scarce. Had it not been for Wu Li's guidance, Cheng Feng would never have suspected that anyone could be hiding here. After all, the area was characterized by severely weathered rock walls that offered no concealment whatsoever. Are you certain it's here? Cheng Feng asked skeptically. After a day spent together, he had come to believe that Wu Li was a woman willing to resort to any means to achieve her ends. Believe it or not, she replied, rolling her eyes, too weary to argue with him any longer. The two ventured deeper for quite some time before discovering a makeshift shack hidden behind a rock wall. Cheng Feng hesitated momentarily, but then pulled Wu Li along to approach it. The shack provided no soundproofing, and the voices of those inside were clearly audible. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? A familiar voice resonated, and Cheng Feng instantly recognized it as that of the leader. What is inappropriate about it? Someone else laughed heartily. Isn't this the arrangement we made with Wu Li? We've brought this girl here. She'll poison Cheng Feng. If anyone is to blame, it's her misfortune for being close to Cheng Feng. It's Xiao Zhang. Cheng Feng realized, understanding that Xiao Zhang had harbored resentment towards him due to Wu Li, but he anticipated that his madness would escalate to this extent. No wonder Cheng Feng had little regard for Wu Li. It turned out he had a beauty at home. Xiao Zhang's laughter grew increasingly deranged. Today, I shall savor what this beautiful girlfriend of his tastes like. Chapter 93. The rescue of Lin Shiner. The thread of reason within Cheng Feng snapped, and he could no longer afford to consider any strategic plans. He charged directly into the fray. Lin Shiner was bound tightly, her clothes stained crimson with blood, obscuring their original hue. The people inside were evidently startled by his sudden entrance, their speech faltering. Why you? How'd you find this place? Upon uttering the words, he realized that aside from Wu Li, who else could have led him here? We bear no enmity. Why would you kidnap my girlfriend? Cheng Feng glared at him, seething with rage, wishing to dismantle him limb by limb. Xiao Zhang laughed heartily, exclaiming, No grievances, no animosity? That is merely your perception of peace. Reflect upon it. We fought side by side against the mutated crows, yet you took all the equipment for yourself. The woman I have cherished for so many years now seems bewitched, utterly devoted to you. Should I not harbor resentment? I took the equipment as per our original agreement. Your long-standing affection for Wu Li, which you could not pursue, is not my fault. Cheng Feng raised his gun, aiming it at Xiao Zhang's forehead. I can understand your misplaced anger towards me, but dare to touch my woman, and I shall demand your life. Ha ha ha. What absurdity you speak. As the situation escalated, Xiao Zhang decided to embrace chaos. Do you think that by uttering such words, I would release her? Not only will I defile her, but I will also slay her before your very eyes. I shall make you wish for death. You dare. Cheng Feng's eyes burned crimson, seemingly ablaze with fury. If you lay a finger on her, I will ensure that you all accompany her to the grave. The leader rushed forward, clinging desperately to Cheng Feng's leg. Cheng Feng, please calm down. Let's discuss this rationally. You must not pull the trigger. How can you expect me to remain calm? Cheng Feng kicked him away. If you were in my position, how would you maintain your composure? If I were to calm down, what would become of Xiner? Brother Cheng Feng, we will release her. I implore you, do not fire. Spare Xiao Zhang's life. Wang Guo also rushed to his side, pleading for Xiao Zhang. Cheng Feng did not harbor ill feelings towards them, but struggled to contain his rage. I honor my word. You two would do well to cease your pleas for him. Should you persist in dissuading me, I fear I shall have no choice but to eliminate anyone who stands in my way. The leader assessed Cheng Feng's expression, shook his head, and sighed as he pulled Wang Guo away. He was a wise man and understood that Cheng Feng was granting them a chance out of respect for their past camaraderie. Any further attempts to plead would earn them no mercy. Xiao Zhang spat. How delightful. You deceitful companions. I spit on you. You once proclaimed shared fortunes and collective hardships. Yet these vows have been devoured by dogs. Cheng Feng scoffed, replying, Why should your reckless decisions demand that others risk their lives alongside you? Xiao Zhang, thoroughly enraged, grasped his knife, intent on a fatal confrontation. No matter how this unfolds today, you shall not leave with your girlfriend. He raised the blade, aiming for Lin Xiner. You dare. Cheng Feng immediately fired at his arm. Lin Xiner narrowly escaped harm and rushed to his side. Cheng Feng swiftly untied her bindings, filled with concern. Her body was marred with blood, and her arms bore the marks of the ropes that had restrained her. Xiner, how are you? Are your injuries severe? Cheng Feng cradled her in his arms, as if safeguarding the most precious treasure in the world. Cheng Feng, she murmured weakly, barely able to speak. He tightened his embrace, pressing his face against hers, his expression a mask of worry. I am here. Do not be afraid. I have come to rescue you. I am pure. I have not allowed them to defile me. Impressive, isn't it? Lin Sheener exerted all her effort to wink at him. Having spoken, she collapsed at his feet. Sheener! Sheener! Cheng Feng was taken aback, reaching out to check her pulse, confirming she had merely fainted and finally felt at ease. He applied some medicine to her injuries and fed her a miraculous healing pill before he could relax. Now, it is your turn. Cheng Feng's gaze toward him was filled with a chilling intensity. Xiao Zhang had already suffered a broken arm, rendering him incapable of directly resisting Cheng Feng's assault. If he wished to escape, brute force would not suffice. He had to rely on cunning. In a flash of inspiration, he could only think of one strategy: a surprise attack. Jianfeng, don't be so tense. Xiao Zhang covered his bleeding wound, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. Cheng Feng had once again aimed his gun at him. I suggest you speak less. With a click, a bullet was chambered, and his fingers slowly descended upon the trigger. However, it wouldn't hurt to talk a bit more. After all, this is your final farewell. I shall listen quietly. Truly, Jianfeng, your confidence is commendable. Xiao Zhang's tone turned mocking once more, but this time, whether anyone would survive was not solely up to him. How brazen to be so defiant when death is imminent. Cheng Feng scoffed, yet did not fire again, instead watching him with keen interest, waiting for his next words. Xiao Zhang calmly sat down on the ground, adjusting his slightly disheveled garments. After all, I am not dead yet. The outcome between us is still uncertain. As he spoke, he flicked his uninjured hand, sending a hidden arrow flying toward Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng coldly laughed and fired at the arrow, bending it mid-air before it fell to the ground. Is that all? Cheng Feng advanced step by step toward him. Xiao Zhang did not expect his second surprise attack to fail as well. Terror washed over his face as he retreated until his back hit the wall of the small shed. Why you? Though he had mentally prepared for the possibility of failure, Cheng Feng's direct approach still astonished him. What now? Do you have anything else to say? Cheng Feng inched closer with his gun, resembling a reaper poised to deliver judgment. Xiao Zhang finally sensed the encroaching dread of death and knelt before him, bowing repeatedly. I'm sorry. Sorry. I am guilty. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. He continued to bow his head, blood oozing from his forehead. I haven't touched your girlfriend. I only struck her with a whip a few times. You are magnanimous. Please spare me. Just a few strikes. Cheng Feng viciously echoed his words. That was his most cherished woman, whom he treasured like a gem, and he dared to whip her. You should have known that from the moment you bound her, this would be your fate. He took a deep breath, his expression devoid of emotion as he aimed the gun at the top of Xiao Zhang's head. Chapter 94. Eliminating the Foe. It is too late to beg for mercy now. Cheng Feng pulled the trigger. With a pained wail, Xiao Zhang collapsed into a pool of blood. You ought to have known that anyone who dares to touch my people meets such a fate. Cheng Feng brushed the dust off his hands and holstered his weapon. Lin Xn remained unconscious, her brow furrowed and her expression one of profound anguish, clearly still haunted by the trauma of her abduction. Xin, do not be afraid. I shall take you home. Cheng Feng spoke softly. He lifted Lin Xin into his arms, smoothing the creases from her brow before making his way along the path leading out of the canyon. As dusk deepened, the last rays of sunlight began to fade. Cheng Feng dared not linger, fearing the emergence of lurking monsters, and with Lin Xin in his arms, he could not afford to risk his full capabilities. Thus he hurried back with utmost urgency. As night fell, a mountain wind swept through the canyon, intensifying the chill in the air. Concerned that the night's cold would exacerbate Lin Xin's injuries, he shed his outer garment and wrapped her tightly within it. Gradually, she began to stir, still somewhat dazed and momentarily disoriented. Am I dead? Lin Xin questioned with confusion. She was taken aback that the afterlife might resemble this, akin to that of Misigana Island. Cheng Feng chuckled at her bewildered tone, responding, How could that be? You are very much alive. I would never allow you to perish. If they had slain you, I would have avenged you and followed suit. Lin Xin was the sole person he trusted in this world, akin to family, and the love of his life. He could forsake all weapons and equipment that could enhance his strength, but he could never do without her. It's nothing serious. Just an injury, Lin Xen reassured him, taking his words to heart. I'm fine, truly. You need not worry so much about me. I understand. You must also find solace, Cheng Feng replied with a gentle smile. This brought her comfort, and she fell into a deep sleep once more in his embrace. Her face now devoid of pain and anxiety, replaced only with tranquility. By the time Cheng Feng carried her back to the tent, the night had fully enveloped the world. He could hear the sounds of monsters tearing at one another outside, yet within the tent was a sanctuary, shielding them from all peril. He carefully laid Lin Xen on the bed and examined her wounds. Indeed, Xiao Zhang had lashed her several times with a whip, leaving deep welts on her fair skin. Although not to the extent of breaking the skin, it pained Cheng Feng greatly. He retrieved a small vial of medicine and gently applied it to her wounds. Ow! Lin Xen instinctively gasped. For while the medicine was potent in its healing properties, it was also quite fierce, intensifying the sensation of pain during application. Bear with it. It will soon feel better. Cheng Feng softened his touch, attempting to alleviate her discomfort. Will there be scars? Lin Xen's large eyes brimmed with tears. She had always valued her beauty. It is indeed painful to apply this medication, yet its healing effects are unparalleled. It neither irritates the skin nor leaves any scars. Cheng Feng assured her with unwavering conviction. That is reassuring. Lin Xener nodded in response, closing her eyes to drift back into slumber. Cheng Feng remained vigilantly by her bedside, a fierce expression overtaking his countenance. Lin Xener's injuries were not entirely superficial. Had he not arrived in time, she might have sustained lasting damage. To have merely shot Xiao Zhang was a stroke of fortune. He ought to have dismembered him instead. Wu Li wandered alone through the desolate mountain gorge, the chilling wind rousing her from the stupor induced by the drugged wine. Seizing the opportunity to escape when Cheng Feng burst into the small shelter, she narrowly averted disaster. However, the lurking monsters of the night filled her with trepidation, compelling her not to venture further outside. Fortunately, she had yet to encounter any formidable beasts along her path. The wind in the gorge chilled her, prompting an involuntary sneeze. She wrapped her arms tightly around herself, quickening her pace. It had not been so cold during the day. Why was the wind so fierce at night? She tightened her clothing, grumbling softly. Her thoughts wandered to the tent shared by Cheng Feng and Lin Xener. Though modest in size, it offered warmth and shelter from the elements. What was so special about Lin Xener? I am not any less beautiful than she is. Why does she capture his attention? To be fair, Wu Li was no less a beauty than Lin Xener, though they epitomized contrasting types, almost diametrically opposed. Wu Li's striking appearance exuded an aggressive allure, while Lin Xener radiated gentleness and sunny charm. I shall have my day, Wu Li muttered with determination. As she approached the small shelter where her companions temporarily resided, an unsettling silence enveloped the area, igniting a sense of foreboding within her. Almost running, she reached the door and pushed it open with urgency. The shelter lay empty. Neither Cheng Feng nor Lin Xener was in sight. Only Xiao Zhang's lifeless body remained. The leader and Brother Wang had also vanished, but that concern felt trivial now. Pale with fright, Wu Li sank to her knees. The metallic scent of blood pervaded the air, provoking her to gag involuntarily. The blade of fate truly is merciless. In a corner of the shelter, she discovered a bottle of water and gulped it down, forcing herself to regain composure. What should she do now? She could no longer stay here, yet she had no other refuge to seek. Her thoughts returned to Lin Xener, and her jealousy surged uncontrollably. Why should she enjoy a secure place to rest while Wu Li was left to endure the wilderness? Why did she have Cheng Feng's protection while Wu Li was left to fend for herself? Fury ignited within her, and she vowed to personally eliminate Lin Xener and seize Cheng Feng for herself. Yet, she hesitated to act too rashly. The experience had heightened Cheng Feng's vigilance, and she was now devoid of allies, rendering any complex schemes unfeasible. Moreover, the sight of Xiao Zhang's corpse served as a grim warning from Cheng Feng. She sighed and settled down at the entrance of the shed. The sight of Xiao Zhang's lifeless body inside made her reluctant to return for the night, while the chilling cold of the valley was unbearable for her injured state. Lacking any equipment, She had no desire to confront monsters. Wooly felt a pang in her heart, nearly brought to tears. The long, cold night left her at a loss for how to endure. Suddenly, an unsettling sound of insects buzzing filled the valley, accompanied by eerie laughter. Chapter 95. The Moth with a Human Face. At that moment, Wooly possessed only a submachine gun, uncertain of her ability to confront them unscathed, and knowing she could not escape too far, she hastily took refuge behind a boulder. A large swarm of moths screeched past her, causing her to break out in a cold sweat, her intoxication fading rapidly. The mutated moths rushed into the unlatched shed, instantly alighting upon Xiao Zhang's corpse, beginning to feast upon it. Wooly pressed her hand tightly over her mouth, stifling any sound. These mutated moths were 100 times the size of ordinary moths, with enormous wings adorned with black spots, shimmering faintly in the darkness. Most disturbingly, the backs of these moths bore human faces. Some were merely blurred figures, barely discernible. Others had fully formed features, appearing eerily lifelike. To avoid attracting their attention, Wooly shifted further behind the boulder, ensuring her entire body was concealed. How long would this horde take to finish their meal? They were sizable, yet so slow in their consumption. She silently complained. As the night grew colder, she could not suppress her shivering. However, she dared not light a fire, illuminate her surroundings, or even make a sound. She was uncertain if any noise would draw the moths towards her. Meanwhile, she imagined Cheng Feng and his girlfriend cozy inside their tent, warm and comfortable, while she cowered in the frigid night, fearing for her survival until dawn. Her jealousy towards Lin Sheener intensified, wishing to tear her apart. Cheng Feng leaned against the tent, gazing through a small window at the starry sky, counting stars, while Lin Sheener lay beside him, sleeping soundly. He had grown accustomed to battling monsters by night and sleeping through the day, and now, with no tasks at night, he felt somewhat unsettled. Lin Sheener turned over beside him, mumbling in her sleep. Cheng Feng smiled, adjusting the blanket around her more snugly. Looking at her peaceful face, he couldn't help but recall Wooly. During his return, he had seen no sign of her, suspecting she had slipped away after leading him, likely already witnessing her companion's corpse. He no longer harbored resentment towards her mistakes, but warned her to cease her entanglements. Outside the tent, the sounds of monsters battling echoed, and as drowsiness overcame him, Cheng Feng yawned, switched off the nearby night lamp, and pulled Lin Sheener closer before drifting into a deep sleep. Wooly remained concealed behind the boulder, not daring to breathe. She cautiously peeked out, continuing to observe the swarm of mutated moths in the shadows. The speed at which the mutated moths devoured their prey was not particularly swift. After half a day, the corpse remained largely intact. Wooly felt a wave of nausea wash over her and turned her head away, unable to bear the sight any longer. The chill of a night and the sense of grievance in her heart intensified her jealousy towards Lin Sheener, sowing within her a seed named hatred. She believed her appearance was not inferior to Lin Sheener's. When dressed up, she could be breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, Cheng Feng showed her no interest whatsoever, unwilling even to spare her a glance. Sooner or later, I shall claim you for myself and leave that little vixen Lin Sheener disfigured. Wooly thought bitterly. Why was Cheng Feng so infatuated with Lin Sheener? No matter how hard she tried, she could not evoke his interest. Wooly pundarat utarli parplaksha. Was it Lin Sheener's face that captivated him? Suddenly, a realization struck her. Cheng Feng was enamored solely by Lin Sheener's visage, which explained his fixation. If she could somehow acquire Lin Sheener's face, perhaps Cheng Feng's attention would shift to her. Having studied some techniques of disguise and possessing excellent makeup skills, she dared not claim she could replicate it perfectly, but she could certainly imitate it to a considerable degree. However, on this desolate island, there were no cosmetics or even basic tools available. A skilled artisan cannot create without materials, and Wooly found herself in despair, forced to continue observing the moths. For the time being, she had no pressing need for equipment, so she refrained from attacking the moths that were still gorging themselves. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief. She witnessed the faces of the individuals behind the moths transform. The originally indistinct features began to take shape, resembling Xiao Zhang. Wooly bit down on her arm, desperately stifling a sound. However, a new idea began to form in her mind. The faces that grew on the backs of these moths belonged to the corpses they consumed. With this daring plan emerging, she approached the moths and drew her gun, aiming it at them. "You seem to be enjoying your feast," she said, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. No sooner had she spoken than she resolutely pulled the trigger, shooting the nearest moth dead. The moths appeared to lack significant offensive capabilities, or perhaps they were caught off guard, standing frozen in place. Wu Li stepped forward, entering the swarm of moths. The Wu Li sat on the ground, surrounded by the skeletal remains of Xiao Zhang, consumed entirely by the face moths. These creatures flitted about her, as if she were their sovereign. A strange smile graced Wu Li's lips, a deep gash marking one of her arms, blood flowing profusely. Yet, she seemed devoid of any sensation, allowing her crimson essence to trickle onto the earth. The face moths halted in their flight, greedily siphoning her lifeblood. Lowering her gaze to their comical antics, she wore a satisfied smile. With their consumption of her blood, a pact was forged. They would henceforth heed her commands, while she would be obligated to provide her blood regularly to sustain their agreement. "With you, the first step of my plan can commence. However, I require a few more test subjects," she murmured. To her astonishment, the few moths she had shot down earlier revealed some tools for disguise, perfectly suiting her needs. Now equipped with instruments and creatures at her beck and call, all was prepared, save for the final piece. "You little wretch, await your fate. You shall have your share of consequences," she said ominously. Unable to restrain herself, she erupted into a chilling laughter that echoed through the desolate valley. Chapter 96. Living life, sunlight streamed through the small window, and Cheng Feng squinted, turning over to continue his slumber. Lin Xner, beside him, rose and gently nudged him. "Stop messing around," Cheng Feng mumbled, pushing her away. "Get up, the sun is already shining on your backside." Lin Xner chuckled lightly, then mischievously pinched his nose. Cheng Feng struggled for breath, finally rousing himself to find Lin Xner's smile brighter than the sun. "How come you're up?" he asked in a fluster. "Is your wound better? Hurry, lie back down and rest." Lin Xner stuck out her tongue at him. "I'm not that delicate. Didn't I apply medicine yesterday?" "I me perfectly fine, truly." "That is not acceptable," Cheng Feng firmly replied. "You're still injured. Can't you be a bit more careful? Come back and lie down." Seeing his serious demeanor, Lin Xner dared not retort further and obediently lay back down. "You're just like my mother," she said, playfully batting her eyelashes at him. Cheng Feng tucked the blanket around her. "In this moment, am I not your family? It is my duty to care for you. Rest well. I'll prepare breakfast." Watching his busy form, Lin Xner felt a swell of emotion. Since arriving here, she had noticed and appreciated Cheng Feng's attentiveness towards her. Cherishing the gentle warmth between them, she gazed out at the sunlight and Cheng Feng's earnest silhouette, striving to etch this lovely scene into her memory. "What a beautiful day it is, with such warm sunlight," Lin Xner remarked, sitting on a stone by the sea and shielding her eyes from the sun. "Wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed, it is quite delightful." Cheng Feng is engrossed in studying the treasure map they exchanged, as this island, nestled in the tropics, is perpetually warm. Lin Xner playfully dips her feet into the sea, splashing water and relishing the refreshing sensation it brings. "Do I look like a mermaid? Come look at me," she calls out excitedly, compelling Cheng Feng to set aside the map and gaze in her direction. Once he casts his eyes upon her, he finds it impossible to look away. Lin Xner perches on a rock, her legs elegantly together and tilted to one side, striking a mermaid pose. "What are you staring at? Tell me, do I resemble one?" she urges. "Indeed, you do, remarkably so. I almost believe you are a mermaid come to life from a fairy tale," Cheng Feng genuinely praises. Lin Xner blushes and shyly retorts, "You flatter me." Cheng Feng observes the brilliant sun and the gentle waves, along with Lin Xner's sun-kissed face, slightly flushed, and momentarily contemplates the allure of remaining here for a lifetime. However, he is acutely aware of the lurking dangers, the monsters that emerge day and night, and the inevitable eruption of the active volcano. He must swiftly enhance his strength to escape with Lin Xner. He has discerned that the monsters manifest differently during the day and night. By day, the creatures meander about, their appearance left to chance. At night, the ground of the island fractures, unleashing all the monsters, forcing confrontation. Understanding this pattern allows for safer daytime excursions. Cheng Feng squints against the blinding sunlight as he continues to scrutinize the treasure map, hoping to uncover its secrets before departing the island, laden with riches. Exiner, he calls to her as she enjoys the breeze. Having shifted her position to lie on the beach, Lin Exiner sits up at his summons and inquires, "What is it? Do you think we resemble those living a simple life?" Lin Exiner looks puzzled. "What kind of life?" "The kind depicted in fairy tales, like that of a fisherman." Cheng Feng stammers, recalling, "Isn't it so? The fisherman and his wife live by the sea, fishing and basking in the sun each day." Lin Exiner bursts into laughter at his words, taking a moment to compose herself before responding. "Fairy tales are all deceiving. However, if life were like this, it wouldn't be so bad," she adds earnestly. Cheng Feng lies beside her, taking her hand in his. "Exiner, I promise to provide you with a warm, simple, and stable life." "Very well, I will wait for you." Cheng Feng gazes at the serene, cloudless sky, wishing to freeze time in this moment. As the afternoon heat persists, he begins to sense something amiss. Located in the tropics near the equator, Misigana Island should embody a typical tropical rainforest climate. Yet, since their awakening, only a few rain showers have occurred, leaving the remainder of their days exceedingly hot. Cheng Feng felt an inexplicable unease, yet he could not afford to be overly concerned. What if the climate on the island differed from that of other regions at the same latitude? He might be overthinking it. "Exiner, the weather is getting hot. You should return to the tent and rest. I fear you might suffer from heat stroke," he urged her. "Understood, I'm coming." Lin Exiner lazily stretched on the beach and ambled toward him. At that moment, a buzzing sound filled her ears, and before she could turn her head to investigate, she heard Cheng Feng's panic shout, "Be careful. Do not turn your head to look at it. Quickly, come over here. Hurry." Terrified by a shout, Lin Exiner fled. Cheng Feng grasped her hand, and they dashed into the tent, swiftly pulling down the flap behind them. The creature buzzed around the tent, its wings vibrating ominously. "This is a mosquito," Linxin exclaimed in terror. "Indeed, this is a mutated mosquito," Cheng Feng replied, taking a deep breath. "I am uncertain whether this mosquito is venomous, which is why I urged you to run. But how can there be mosquitoes on the beach? Shouldn't such creatures inhabit tropical rainforests?" Linxin questioned. Cheng Feng shook his head in resignation. "That is also a mystery to me. Why, of all places, would there be a mosquito on the beach? It appears that the monsters on this island are indeed evolving, gradually adapting to various environments. I will step out to confront this mosquito and discern what makes it unique." With that, Cheng Feng donned his flying apparatus and burst out into the open to combat a flying creature. He too needed to soar in the air to maintain an advantage. The mutated mosquito boasted an additional pair of wings and a proboscis nearly half a meter long. Cheng Feng carefully faced it, catching it off guard as he shot an arrow that pierced one of its wings. "Is that all you've got?" he scoffed. Enraged, the mosquito darted toward him. Cheng Feng changed direction and ascended into the sky. The mosquito could not reach such heights and was left flapping its wings furiously at a lower altitude. He breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the mosquito had not yet evolved to overcome all its limitations. Chapter 97, Unusual Linksiner. "You were quite ferocious when you charged at me just now. Come on, keep going," Cheng Feng taunted, leaning down in triumph. He was certain that the mosquito could not ascend to his altitude and began to provoke it shamelessly. The mosquito appeared even more infuriated, extending its proboscis in an attempt to bite Cheng Feng, yet it could not reach him. Observing its struggle, an impish idea crossed his mind. He drew forth a sleeve arrow and flung it, striking one of the mosquito's wings. The fierce force of the arrow tore the wing from its body, pinning it to the ground. "How amusing," Cheng Feng snorted, retrieving the silver moon crossbow and preparing an arrow aimed at the creature. With a flurry of arrows, he unleashed a barrage, each one striking a wing with precision. In an instant, all of the mosquito's wings were torn away, causing it to plummet to the ground, spewing forth yellow-green blood. Cheng Feng did not descend directly to deliver a final arrow and hasten its demise. Instead, he lingered in midair, taking a moment to admire the creature's agonizing struggle before leisurely descending. He maintained a distance, awaiting the inevitable death of the mosquito from excessive blood loss. He had no desire to witness its demise up close, as the yellow-green liquid surrounding it pooled on the ground, emitting a foul odor that deterred his approach. However, to retrieve the fallen equipment, he would have to draw near. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, furrowing his brow, Cheng Feng finally pinched his nose and stepped forward. His curiosity piqued. What manner of equipment might such a grotesque creature yield? He paused before the carcass of the mosquito and tossed a stone towards it. Upon contact with the creature's blood, the stone fizzed and formed a small pit as bubbles erupted. Indeed, it possessed corrosive properties. Cheng Feng stroked his chin, pondering the implications. What delightful surprises might this peculiar monster's drops hold for him? Cautiously avoiding the areas saturated with blood, he donned his corrosion-resistant gloves and carefully retrieved a box. Unlike the black boxes typically dropped by other monsters, this one emanated a silver glow, exuding an air of mystery. Intriguing, he thought, as he chuckled softly and opened the box with a decisive motion. Inside lay a lone vial filled with dark green liquid. Cheng Feng felt a wave of nausea wash over him, hesitating on whether to discard it. After much internal conflict, he finally opened the attached instruction manual. Poison, perfect level 30 milliliters. Can be introduced into food or water sources or applied to the surface of melee weapons. No antidote. Death ensues within 3 minutes of ingestion. Transferable, not unique. The contents were largely as he had surmised, a toxic liquid. Considering its potential utility in future encounters, he decided to keep the vial and hurried towards the tent. Concerned that engaging the mosquito in battle might inadvertently harm the tent, he deliberately led the creature to a more distant location. He rushed back, anxious that something untoward might occur during his absence. Stopping outside the tent, he pulled back the flaps with urgency. Back already? Lin Sheener leaned against the headboard, her eyes half closed as she regarded him. How has it been while I was away? Have any other monsters appeared? Cheng Feng felt somewhat uncomfortable under her intense gaze and sat at the edge of the bed. Come closer. Why are you sitting so far away? I want to bite. Just come nearer, Lin Sheener pouted, playfully coaxing him. Cheng Feng replied earnestly, You still need to recuperate. I cannot disturb your rest. Moreover, why have you removed your clothing? His voice trailed off, and he turned his head away, no longer daring to look at her. Upon her return, Lin Sheener had shed her usual t-shirt, donning only a fitted camisole. At that moment, one strap had slipped, revealing her delicate shoulder, stirring thoughts in anyone who beheld her. Cheng Feng found Lin Sheener's behavior peculiar. She was not typically audacious. Rather, she was quite reserved. Generally, a bit of teasing from him would send her blushing and playfully striking him. Yet today, she seemed remarkably different. Are you hungry? Let me prepare something for you, Cheng Feng offered, feeling a bit awkward as he scratched his head, unsure of what to do. Lin Sheener, in a sweet and delicate tone, replied, I'm not hungry. There's no need for you to rush off to cook. Come over and keep me company for a while. All right, you should rest for now, Cheng Feng mumbled in response, settling into a corner as he continued to peruse the treasure map, maintaining a respectful distance from her. Lin Sheener shot him a displeased glare, but chose to remain silent, sulking as she wrapped herself tightly under the covers, hiding her head. Today, something felt amiss with Sheener. More precisely, the Lin Sheener he encountered upon his return seemed quite different. Cheng Feng pondered this in his mind. However, the Lin Sheener before him was indeed the one he knew, her arm still bearing the visible scars from the previous day, an undeniable truth. Perplexed by the situation, Cheng Feng decided to set aside his thoughts and focus on studying the treasure map. One of the treasures lay buried not far from here, in the shallow sea, and he planned to test his luck there the following day. Are you not coming to sleep? Lin Sheener peeked out from under the covers. Cheng Feng was taken aback by her question. Sleep? Why must we sleep now? It's not even evening yet, but I need you to take care of me, Lin Sheener replied, a mixture of shyness and annoyance in her voice. She anticipated Cheng Feng's unwavering composure. His lack of response to her subtle hints left her feeling somewhat frustrated. My wound from yesterday is still painful. It's time for me to apply some medicine. I can't do this alone. You must help me, she coaxed, seeing Cheng Feng still frozen in place. This request was one he found impossible to decline, so he reluctantly approached her, agreeing to assist. Lin Shiner sat up, exposing her smooth back to him. Although it was not the first time Cheng Feng had seen her in such a state, he still felt a surge of embarrassment. She deliberately brushed against his hand. Noticing his increasingly heavy breaths, and a sly smile crept onto her face, reveling in her success. Shiner, I believe you are nearly healed. Applying medicine today should suffice. Cheng Feng stammered, hastily retracting his hand. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shiner turned to face him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Startled, Cheng Feng did not dare to push her away, instead using his arm to shield her from any contact with her injury. Shiner, what are you doing? Let go. This is inappropriate, he urged, his voice filled with urgency. Cheng Feng, let's be together, Lin Shiner insisted, holding him tightly, burying her head in the crook of his neck. You know I care for you. I cannot be without you. I cannot bear to be apart. As she spoke, she reached for the buttons of his shirt. Do you not like me as well? Why won't you agree? With a sudden lunge, she toppled them both onto the bed. Cheng Feng pushed her away, struggling to sit up. You are not Shiner. Who are you truly? Chapter 98. Neither human nor ghost, who are you? Cheng Feng echoed in disbelief. Who else could I be? I am your girlfriend, Lin Shiner, she declared, leaning in once more, attempting to kiss him. Cheng Feng once again pushed her away, gazing at her with indifference. You cannot possibly be Lin Xiner. Xiner is a well-mannered young lady. She would never utter such words or commit such acts. Having spent so much time with her, I am thoroughly acquainted with her every gesture and movement. Thus, I am well aware that you are not Xiner. I shall grant you one more opportunity. You would do well to reveal your true identity and disclose the whereabouts of Xiner. Lin Xiner erupted into a peal of laughter, striking a pose of alluring charm. You are mistaken. I am indeed Lin Xiner. Look at my face, my figure, the scars upon my body. Do these not suffice to prove my identity? Even if we bear an uncanny resemblance, you are not her. Xiner exhibits shyness, decorum,